I was in Barcelona for the very first EPT. I remember the excitement of something new.
I thought it was something special from the very first one that we played, because a big televised tournament was new in Europe.
This is a big part of my life. And I remember everything from the first tournament.
Every single winner had their own sort of little story to tell. And they changed his life.
Playing the EPT and winning one of the first ones, that set my path in life really for poker and my career.
I went there as a 21-year-old unknown kid, and that propelled me into the man that I am today.
EPT is all where it started for me.
Antonius victorious.
It's something that I think everyone who plays poker should experience.
There is this community around the EPT, and everyone feels part of something that has legacy, has prestige, and is loved.
I think it's a testament to how great the EPT is that it's been around this long.
In a tournament, it's pretty rare to finish first of an EPT main event, and this feeling is too much for me. I explode.
There's no doubt, it's just one of the most prestigious brands. It's something that everybody would want to win.
It's really hard to think about one day better.
It was the best day of my life.
I can't believe that I've won this.
I can't even explain what happened that day. I've never even come close to that feeling.
Okay, I'm in the rush. I'm in the zone. Nobody can stop me.
Winning was magical for me, and that changed my world.
So it's incredibly nice to be a part of the EPT history. Main event will always have a special place in my heart.
I think it probably will last another 20 years.
The win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call. Livery is the champion of EPT San Remo.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
I have no words, James. No words.
Giuliano Bendinelli bounces back. It is Simon Vinciac who takes the trophy. Goat man, the goat man.
This part, this right here, never gets old.
Welcome to Barcelona and the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are back in the birthplace of the EPT to celebrate 20 years of history and the 2024 festival, which has started with the Estrellas main event and the 100k Super High Roller. Today, we plan to cover both tournaments, the first of 8 days of live coverage with me, James Hartigan, him, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
Obviously, an incredible event celebrating this incredible milestone in EPT history. And yes, I did say we have got the final day of the Estrellas playing alongside the second day of the Super High Roller. Going to play into the money down to the final table in the Super High Roller, down to a winner in the Estrellas. Tonka, Parker Talbot going deep in that tournament for the second year in a row. Today, tomorrow, and every day that follows, we want to hear from you. We are live on Twitch and YouTube. You can use the live chat to send in your questions and comments. You can, of course, follow PokerStars or PokerStars Live if you're on X and not in Brazil. And wherever you are in the world, you can be across our content on Facebook and Instagram. The Super High Roller has around 27, 28 players returning for day 2. Registration's only just closing. Seth Davies coming in as chip leader. Kayhan Mokri, the reigning champion of this tournament, is the second biggest stack. EPT legend Patrick Antonius is in the top 10, and we're going to follow his progress today. He's going to be at our first feature table. And the players are arriving for the start of day 2. There is World Series of Poker main event finalist Nicholas Usted, aka Elena 900. Morten Klein! Scott, we're in the money! Steve O'Dwyer, who has many Super High Roller titles on his resume. One of the European Poker Tour's 2-time champions is in the house. So what's Mike Watson? I'll let you introduce this next player, Joe.
Nacho y Barbaro.
A reminder that the man who won the Super High Roller in Barcelona last year is back to defend his title. Kayhan Mokri also made the final table of the main event here in Barcelona in 2022. Seth Davies, start of day chip leader. And the most recent Super High Roller champ, the man who lifted the trophy in Monte Carlo so many years after he lifted his main event trophy in Baden, Patrick Antonius, who of course is now a member of the Poker Hall of Fame. So Griffin, I know you've already played a couple of tournaments here in Barcelona, and it's obviously always a huge event, a great event every year, but you just have to walk into the venue this year to know that this year is special.
Yeah, it's crazy. So much excitement, so many people happy to be here. Everyone loves playing here in Barcelona, and just so many people show up for it. So, but this is exciting. I mean, the Super High Roller, you know, it's the best of the best. It's really, you know, it's great covering the main events and the Australis. You get a lot of, you know, a wide myriad of players and play styles, but to watch the best of the best go at it, it's a real treat.
Absolutely, and I know we're going to be sharing many memories of the EPT over the next 8 days. You've been playing on the tour since when, 2012, 2013?
Yep, something like that. Yeah, absolutely.
So for the second 10 years of the 2 decades that the tour has now been running. And of course, we are going to switch our focus to the 5K main event. It's day 1A today, day 1B tomorrow. We'll pick up the action on day 2 when they play into the money and beyond. Super High Roller today and tomorrow. I referenced already, Joe. They'll play down to the final table today, probably into the money, and then we'll cover the final table tomorrow.
Great day for a poker game. Let's play 2.
Meanwhile, at the secondary feature table, there is Tonka P, there is Parker Talbot, who is second in chips, coming into the final day of the Estrellas main event. More than 7,000 runners in this one. I think you fired at least one bullet, Griff.
Yeah, there was 3 of me in that one.
7,100 odd entrants down to the final 19. And yes, Tonka, who narrowly missed out on a seat at the final table last year, is back to hopefully close it out this year. There's more than 600 grand up top in this 1K buy-in tournament.
3 of those are Griffins.
Yeah, and we're really used to seeing Parker just navigate these massive field. I mean, look at that incredible amount of chips that he's acquired. 17.7 million. You know, you're starting with 30,000. It's just it's a lot of work, and he knows how to get it done.
70 big blinds at the current blind level. And specifically, let's see the players who are actually at Tonka's table. Now, I got to play with Tony Lin, a.k.a. Ren Lin, at the World Series of Poker this summer. He is a character. I'm not sure if you've ever come across him, Griffin.
I haven't, no.
Look at James with all this poker playing experience
look at that,
now.
Eh? He's just
wow, like
right
I played with
ring.
him in Vegas.
Yeah,
look what I bring to the table.
Maybe you're not familiar. I played with him out in the States.
I'm going to take small credit for him being here because I actually hooked him up with Brandon to get his hotel room in Barcelona sorted.
Fantastic.
So no super short stacks at this table, and obviously Tonka in a very comfortable position as they play down to a winner today. It was meant to be the final table. With such a big field, they've come back with 3 tables today, but it will play down to a winner tonight, however long that may take.
Is there any truth to the rumor that whoever wins this event automatically gets to take a seat in the Super High Roller?
There is absolutely zero truth to that rumor. However, I was going to say you'd have the money to buy him, but registration is now closed. Confirmation, by the way, that we have 41 total entries in this year's Super High Roller, 27 players in contention on day 2, and we'll get to the action when they get cards in the air. Meanwhile, we'll continue watching the action at Tonka's table in the Estrellas main event.
The Super High Rollers. We'll start when we feel like it.
There's Martin Zamani. I don't think those are portobello mushrooms.
Oh,
they're shiitake.
Are we going to move on to frogs soon? So it is Claudio Di Giacomo who's opened here with Queen Jack, raising under the gun.
2 or 3.
And Renlen with pocket 4s on the button.
Typo.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky stack depth here for Lynn, playing around 25 big blinds. You know, maybe something like 6s or better on the pair spectrum would continue. 4s, though, that's your mark tight fold. But yeah, really difficult to play on this stack size, facing an early position open.
We have names. I'll be the judge of whether or not it was a good fold when I see the flop.
Yeah.
If we get to a flop,
I
well,
prefer
I
to be 5.
guess Johannes Verhagen will defend his big blind with chain 9.
I don't know. I almost knocked on their door.
So that isn't the director of Starship Troopers.
Both times I was going to knock seemed like
Correct.
that.
It is not.
Like
Casper, Berg, Casper.
Okay.
Sleeping both
Ace, Queen, 8. Second pair for the pre-flop aggressor.
J'allais me coucher à peu près quand j'ai vu ton message.
Can't believe I'm gonna have to ban someone already.
Je suis en forme, t'inquiète.
It was a good 10 minutes.
I came in 10 minutes. It's first hand. Came in with such a positive attitude.
It looks pretty legitimate.
These stack sizes are stupid, trying to artificially add a sense of value.
Oh, yeah, do it.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
well
you need
done.
at least-
Congratulations.
you need at least a timeout.
Welcome to Bansville. Population, Renan.
Looks like action is about to start in the Super High Roller, so let's track across to the main stage, to our main feature table, which will be headlined by Patrick Antonius, joined
they're not in for
by Kayhan Mokri, the winner of last year's Barcelona Super High Roller, and the legend himself, Lena 900, who came so close to winning the World Series of Poker main event this summer. Blinds will be 3,000, 6,000 with a 6K big blind ante. This will be level 9 of the Super High Roller. Prize pool and payouts still to be confirmed. Prize pool should be in the region of 4 million euros.
Level 9, that's my lucky number. Somebody's going to go broke this level.
It's my favorite number.
Was it last time also like this?
It's a lot of chips there for Pepper. 161 big blinds.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, because if you put it there, the camera's going to show it anyway. It's just to see the cards.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you put it here and there's not a player.
I tried to make that his nickname when he final table too. It didn't stick.
I don't think
Kayhan's the first place people go when they hear the word pepper, but maybe we can figure out one that does work.
Kayhan Pepper, come on. What do you think, chat?
There's a guy called Chat right now who's like, I don't feel the need to weigh in on this.
Or 30. I'm a big fan of hand shot.
So we have one player, Samuel Jew, who's bought in at the start of the day. I mean, this is maximum late regging, and you still have more than 40 big blinds?
Yeah, a lot of room to play for these super high rollers. They're putting up a pretty penny.
We all know that most of us with 100 big blinds wouldn't know what to do with them anyway.
No funny business.
Kayhan Mokri, table chip leader. There's Jamil Wakil, who final tabled the PCA in 2023.
I've seen you play for 20 years, my friend.
Nicholas Ostedt,
We all have.
better known by his online handle, Lena 900.
Did you see your picture with the earrings?
Where out there?
Yeah. So funny.
How old are you?
That was 2005. So
That picture?
19 years ago, so I was, what, 24?
Okay. Can you keep your tongue about cards next to your card? Thank you.
Players commenting on Patrick's photo in the hallway when he still had hair and earrings.
3,000, 6,000.
19 years ago, he remarked. And he was just 24 years old.
That's a whole Leonardo DiCaprio girlfriend ago.
Crazy. It's weird. I didn't have a huge sort of conception of his actual age. To learn he's 43, like he could have just been 52, and I would have. It just looks, just looks 35.
It's a bad sign.
So we are underway. First hand of day 2 of the 100K buy-in tournament here at EPT Barcelona. And it's Nicholas Ostedt opening the button with ace-4 of diamonds. Wakil folds 10 deuce in the big, raise and take it for Lena 900.
Slippery.
And yes, Irish Bryn watching on Twitch, noting only a 15-second clock. Damn. A change to the shot clock rules.
It's like curling.
Here at EPT 20,
Yeah.
15 seconds on your first decision, 30 seconds on all subsequent decisions.
Home field advantage. Home ice advantage.
So funny when you see that curling on TV. It's like,
You know, it's actually quite sick. Have you ever watched it?
Come on, curling?
It's really hard.
Byron Kaverman.
You watch
A lot of
it?
Americans
I
out
watched it,
here
like, randomly when
in
I
Barcelona. We saw
on TV.
that feature table for the Australis with a bunch of American flags.
I can't do it.
Here is the lone
show it a lot
American
in
on
here.
this particular feature,
I mean,
folding under the
It
gun.
looks kind of boring.
I
but
get
it's
mad
the
every
super
time
high
it's
roller?
on
a bit crazy.
TSN. That's our sports channel.
Oh, Jamil Wakil making a TSN reference. Canadian Sports Channel. Let's go.
Big fan myself of TSN.
Second hand in a row, we've seen an open from Ustet. This time a big blind defense from Jew with ace-7 off, aka the Spraggy. And it is a king-high flop. Of course, we haven't seen Spraggy in a super high roller since that infamous debacle in the Bahamas.
Well, we did see him in it 5 times, so that counts for a lot.
Continuation bet of 9K and a fold. 2 hands played, 2 hands won by Nicholas Ustet. Hovering around the 45 big blind mark with around 265,000 chips.
Down to 24. They're gonna break the table again, right? And then it's gonna be random.
No, they break one table.
Sorry?
They break one table, a random one table. No redraw.
It's not necessarily this.
So that's the other rule change, which we should highlight.
Yeah.
So even
Number 1, no more redraws until we get to the final table. So at 24-16, they just break a table and merge the field.
Okay.
But
Take like an hour or two to make.
with this few number of players, actually, once you get down to 40 and below,
A lot of people bought
no longer breaking high to low, breaking tables at random.
Okay.
You're jumping in with 15.
Maybe an hour, yeah.
What about the dealing?
That's true.
That remains random.
Not a typical max.
I mean the sliding.
Patrick Antonius raising here. Yeah, so Toby Stone has confirmed that the EPT is transitioning towards sliding being the preferred form of dealing, but bear in mind that there's still quite a few dealers working on the tour who pitch. There is a lot of training and experience to be had, so it will be a progression over the course of the next 12 months. Antonius raising with Jack-10 has found a customer in Jamil Wakil with 5s on the button. And it's the open-ended straight draw for Antonius. Those 2 overcards also still live. Wakil currently ahead with 5s. One of those weird situations where the best hand doesn't have the most equity, Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, I would give advantage Antonius here, not just because, you know, he has that equity, but this board really shouldn't favor the flatter. Very often you would expect the flat caller to have a lot of, you know, sort of king-jack suited, king-queen off type hands. Not going to have a lot of, you know, 9s in his range, 8s in his range. Whereas Antonius raising at the cutoff could have something like an ace-8. We do see it checked through, which is fine, as Antonius, you know, would not have gotten a fold on the flop from Wakil, and then would have had a lot of trouble betting this turn card.
So every now and then we get what I like to call a post-flop flip. This is a post-turn flip. It's almost 50-50.
Yeah, and Antonius is going to go for the delayed c-bet. I think it's going to be pretty effective a lot of the time. We do see, of course, Wakil does have the best hand, does have a bottom gutter, but it's going to be in a lot of trouble here against, you know, there are a lot of nut hands that could already be made, you know, even if he's up against something like an ace-10, 10 of hearts, equity-wise, not doing that great, could just get bluffed off on the river. So this is a real moment here for Wakil. Wouldn't be surprised if he called, but I'm not crazy about black flat 5s here, and neither is he.
The right hand won.
But the worst hand won.
I know, but it was the right one.
Yeah, you like it.
There's
you like
few
it this time.
exceptions.
Yeah.
And who doesn't want to see Patrick Antonius winning hands and playing more than 75 big blinds in a 100K buy-in event?
Tonka too.
Winning it on the turn with Jack 10 there is fine. Hitting like the 10 on the river, not cool.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
Okay.
You always bring it so far in there.
How's that even possible?
What is the tournament?
1K, 7,000 players.
Is that like a last two tables?
Yeah. 20 players left or something.
Okay.
With the toothpick, Patrick.
I feel like a lot of meat in there. Yes.
So a whole rib falls out. Woolly mammoth carcass.
Ooh. Okay, so is it possible that Ostedt also has the ace of clubs?
Yes.
Tell you what, I don't usually like to do a early in the day AASMR, but if Ostedt also has it, I may have to.
Osted's the perfect name for ASMR.
It's true.
So the 3-bet is to 50K, and I'm going to guess it was not the ace of clubs.
Tight laydown.
So very large sizing there from Samuel Jew, if I'm to understand, having him gone to 50K. If we're playing 3-6, Nicholas presumably went to like 12 or 13K, and that would be over a 4X, not really giving much room for Nick to muck about.
It's aces. You don't want to take any chances, Griff.
I mean, yeah, I think that was a bit of a mistake there from Samuel Jew, but I've covered him a bit before, and he does a lot of things really, really well, but I think that was maybe a misjudgment, the sizing.
Patrick first to act here, Queen 8 of spades. There's one thing we love to see on the EPT. It's Patrick winning trophies, Patrick playing at a feature table, and Patrick eating at a feature table, grazing at a feature table.
Grazing, yes. Grazing and raising.
Well,
Patrick Antonius story.
Open here to 13,000. He's certainly doing the raising part right now. Jamil Wakil with ace-10, also in early position.
Yeah, good for Wakil here. Never envious to have ace-10 off under the gun 1, facing a raise, but when you're 6-handed against a very active opponent, you got those blockers, and you just got to get through someone waking up with something better.
Terrible instincts.
5 seconds.
Byron Kaverman with a virtual all-in, re-raising for 244,000.
That's Captain Kaverman to you.
And 2 quick folds.
Oh, I love blockers.
In fact, it was an all-in. Those are his time bank cards, not other chips behind. We have our first elimination of the day. It is 2-time EPT main event winner Mike Watson, who will not be progressing in this super high roller, out in 27th place.
Must not congratulate.
So 26 players remaining in the super high roller. And also keeping tabs on Tonka at the feature table of the Estrellas. We heard Nicholas Ostedt reference it. More than 7,000 runners. And for the second year in a row, Tonka's made it to the last few tables.
What's up, Don in Australia, who says hello to Nick and Joe? Hello, Don.
Yeah.
Maybe he thinks you're Nick.
185. 5 seconds.
So Wakil has opened with King Jack. Mokri re-raising from the button with ace-9.
Wakil having a bit of a tough time of it here. Loses with the 5s, folding the best hand on the turn, making a pretty reasonable 3-bet with the ace-10. Now you are getting 3-bet light by the chip leader. You have 30 big blinds. It's not really a hand you're thrilled about 4-bet shoving all in. You don't really ever want to call here. So you kind of just have to fold and lick your wounds.
Sweet, sweet, delicious wounds. What?
You follow closely?
Mokri, still table chip leader and among the tournament chip leaders with 980k. We're at the 3,000, 6,000 blind level. This is the 9th level of this tournament. They played 8 levels on day 1. Registration closed at the start of day 2. They should play down to the final table, probably to the money today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And with 60-minute levels, it could be a long day, and it's a bit of a what's going to happen first. Will we have a final table in the Super High Roller, or will we have a winner in the Estrellas main event? Either way, we'll keep going until both those things have happened.
Pretty much all the pressure's on Tonka.
To quote Adam Sandler, let's bet on this. Can we bet on this?
13. 13,000.
This is how I win.
5 seconds.
Button raise from Ozdet. A big blind fold from Jamil Wakil.
I feel like you probably liked Uncut Gems. You like a quick move in.
I did. I liked it very much.
I have never been so on edge, so anxious watching any movie in my life. I think I'd struggle to watch it again.
Yeah. I think I prefer Good Time, but Uncut Gems.
It was a walk in the park for me.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just my life.
It's like watching a page in my journal.
Yeah.
So good, yeah. It doesn't even have social media.
It's like watching a strip from my comic based on my life called Trapped coming out.
Side studies.
Maybe it's reason for success. No social media.
Maybe.
Raise to 13,000.
Queen Jack. Felina opening from the cutoff. Wakil with ace-8 in the small blind.
Another very tricky spot for the Canadian. You know, you're thinking the ace-8 is probably doing relatively decent against the cutoff opening range of Lena, but what do you do on, you know, the 20, 25-ish big blinds? You 3-bet fold, you shove. Fold seems like the answer.
Sean Winter started talking about football yesterday.
Sean Winter?
Yeah, but not our football.
The American.
Yeah, and then I said, you're in Europe now, buddy. Football is different here.
So Ozdet above starting stack, 268k. Shortest stack of the table is Jamil Wakil with 26 big blinds. Kayhan Mokri, the biggest stack with 163. It's the first time I've seen Mokri rocking that timepiece. That is the solid rose gold root beer.
Root beer, nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can watch everything.
So here's a question for you. I mean, we're overhearing some chatter on the table talking about the, you know, the whole European football, American football thing. How come we don't have, a word for American football in Europe that isn't American football? Like, you know, we have soccer in North America, but we don't have like a different word here. That's the problem. You know, there's only 2 words for one of them.
Is that the problem?
That's the problem.
So some people, you call it gridiron, which I think is a terrible, terrible name. Most people I know refer to it as the NFL.
Okay, yeah, that works. Thank you for engaging with me, James.
Anytime,
Not
bro.
laughing at me.
Anytime.
Joe doesn't watch sports.
Basically saying like the top.
We see the raise from Nicholas Ozdet called by Byron Kaverman. Heads up to the flop.
Oh.
All spades. Kaverman has the 5 of spades.
That's interesting, yeah. They give more chances for weaker teams too. More variance.
Seat 3. 9,000.
Contemplation here from Byron. We can see this is a straight up flip with just the 5 of spades and the pair draws for Kaverman. But he's up against that gun +1 range. He's thinking, like, if I want to continue here, in what form would I do it?
27.
And it is in the form of a raise, and that's going to force a quick fold. You can see the power of aggression, and sometimes you're going to be up against the portion of your opponent's range It's just going to fold. That's some super high roller work right there.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
We heard
No,
him.
now I hear him. I see him too.
We heard him all day yesterday. We're sitting 4 tables. He's here, touchdown, baby.
Not even in the same tournament.
Is today opening day for NFL? September 1st?
May well be. Chip counts of the 6 players we're watching right now.
Everybody has like
Referenced a few times, this is the first day of 8 days of live coverage from Barcelona, and we are also bringing you 8 free rolls over the course of this week. Daily tournaments with $2,500 in WCOOP tickets in the prize pool. We will reveal the password for today's free roll a bit later on today when it's close to the time. Registration not open yet. And as ever, if you can't see the free roll in your PokerStars client, chances are it's not available in your part of the world. It's basically available in all shared liquidity licenses except Belgium, Germany, and Sweden.
Do you have like frequency? Can you place your cards back into the box, please, sir?
Yes. Get her done, dealer.
8-6 for Byron Kaverman, who completes. Kayhan Mokri checking his option with Jack 4. And it is a 10-9-8 flop pair for Kaverman. The open-ended straight draw for Mokri. A pair and a no-good straight draw.
I don't know what to tell you, straight draw. You're no good.
Byron Kaverman, the quiet storm.
A bet of 6,000 from Mokri, called by Kaverman.
How about that no good straight draw now?
Okay, well that...
Still no good.
Does not change anything.
Yeah, and Mokri is the kind of player, especially with a chip stack like this, where you might want to, you know, exact max pressure on the perceived range of something like an 8-6, something like an ace-7 off, for instance. Maybe something like a queen-6 suited that would be check calling the flop. You know, wouldn't really be able to continue on the turn unless those suits are clubs. So Mokri going with the large sizing of 37,000 into 30. So the overbet, the 1.2x pot, and that's really going to pressurize hands exactly like this. This is why we love these super high rollers, because we really see the big boys come out to play. But look at Byron, so aware, so acutely aware of where he is in this hand. You know, when he is up against some value, like say a 10-9 or something, still going to be drawing to something like the 7.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance.
Quite a difficult card for Mokri to bluff. At this point, he's just straight up repping 2-pair or a straight. Some ace-X combos are still going to be in Kaverman's range, something like an ace-9. Maybe something like an ace-6 of clubs, ace-7 of clubs, hands of that nature. So does give up, gets shown the bad news. Really interesting advanced hand there, blind on blind spot between these two bosses.
Chips pushed to Byron Kaverman. Now playing more than 60 big blinds. Mokri still playing more than 150 bigs. And we are going to one of the outer tables in the Super High Roller, where it's Sam Grafton versus Nick Petrangelo. We pick up the action on the river. Action is on Petrangelo.
Hey, Nicky Petrangelo. Welcome to Barcelona.
Have a go, Sam.
And
snaps it.
That is an all-in and a call. Grafton with a pair of 6s on a Jack 7-7-4-3 board, and 6s are good. Wow. Petrangelo bluffing the river with 5 high.
Yeah, and what appeared to have been a snap call from the wily Brit. Wow.
And that is going to give Sam a stack of 588K.
I would have taken off my, I would have worried, but I didn't realize I was being filmed. So I remember that.
Yeah. Petrolangelo doesn't like to lose. He sure does win a lot.
If that's all it took, was not liking losing.
So Sam bought in at the start of day 2. Is up to nearly 600K. Big double up there through Nick Petrangelo. By the way, did you see he was sat to Sam's direct left?
I did not.
It was Enrico Komorski.
Uh-oh.
Who, some of you may remember, Sam nit-rolled at the PSPC back in 2019.
Do you think Komorski's so mad at how fast Sam called right there? Snaps it with like an underpair to the board and tanks for 15 minutes with a set against him. Right, it was a set, right, against Komorski?
It was a full house.
A boat.
So still at 26 players in the Super High Roller, 41 total entries. Started the day with 27, just one elimination so far. Mike Watson KO'd. This is the 12th hand of the day to be dealt at the feature table.
C5 raise, 13,000. C6 and C7 plus.
And it is an under-the-gun raise from Jamil Wakil with pocket fives. King 10 of clubs for Nicholas Elstedt in the small blind.
I kind of feel like Atlanta 900 was like our little secret, and then he had to go make the main event final table. And now we have to share him.
Yeah, if you love
43.
someone, set him free, you know?
I guess.
C3 raise, 43,000.
Of course, Tonka was on his rail for the final table. Tonka over at the secondary feature table today in the Estrellas main event. We'll check in on that one within the next 30 minutes. As we see Elstedt re-raise Wakil, and this references what you were talking about, Griffin, how Wakil is getting beaten up on here by this table.
Yeah, and I was quite curious to see how Elstedt was going to play something like King 10 suited from the small, facing that under the gun open.
Maybe he should try having a better hand than fives.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
That would help. You can't get pushed around if you open with aces, right,
I know.
Joe?
Well, it'd be really bad if you could. I don't think you'd be playing a super high roller.
Yeah, Parker Talbot was on Lena's rail there in the World Series main. Some say Parker taught him everything he knew. And now Parker's in this 1K event and Lena's in this 100K.
Would that some be Parker himself?
Well, the payouts have been confirmed, and this tournament will pay the top 6. So I guess we'll be playing down to a final table of 6 today. A min cash worth 278,400 euros. Up top for the winner tomorrow, 1,372,420 euros.
James, correct me if I'm wrong. These super high rollers are pretty much unlimited re-entries.
Correct.
What do you remember, do you think, the most?
Other than Spraggy?
Other than Spraggy, yeah. I think someone's done 6, 7.
Bear in mind that Super High Roller has sometimes been a 50K buy.
Okay.
And I remember there was a 50K in London where Phil Gruesome fired 4 bullets. I'm trying to think of the most number of bullets ever fired in a 100K, other than Spraggy.
I can't think of one more than 4.
No.
Really?
You have to remember that the registration period is relatively short, only 8 levels on day 1, and then registration closes at the start of day 2.
Right. So
the
you need to blast through
opportunity
4 bullets and then be motivated enough to come back the next day and do
yes.
5th.
I heard that the smartest man in the world, what he does is he just goes all in every time until he wins because he understands risk.
Well, this is blind v blind, unraised pre. Antonius leading the flop, the fold from Wakil, who's now down to 22 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, it was so gray. It's like watching a
Fernandino asks on YouTube, is there going to be an EPT Dublin this year? No, thank you for your question. 2 more EPT stops this year, Cyprus in October, Prague in December. Check out the full schedules on the PokerStars Live app.
Yeah, Frankfurt is like where all the
businesses there.
All the banks.
Probably not a lot of like live culture going on where in the area you were at.
The only food I can get was like kebabs and falafel for like 2 kilometers.
Be grateful for the Irish Open. Not every place has a prestigious big tournament.
Maybe I was around the central station, as you say, I don't know.
Wish there was a Canadian Open.
But yeah, I was not a big fan.
Seat 8 plus, seat 10 plus.
Weren't you supposed to come to Oslo?
Seat 3 plus.
I'm gonna come.
Yeltan on Twitch says, streaming the whole week? Yes. Sunday to Sunday. Super high roller today and tomorrow, plus a bit of bonus Australia's coverage. And then from Tuesday, it's all about the main event, which will follow through to its conclusion next weekend.
More like intoned ES. Am I right?
Raising with the Grafton, 10-9 suited. Jew also has strawberries in the big blind, 4 deuce. And faults.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. Very nice. Always really nice. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, it's all the same. You know, it's just like very quiet.
Yeah, I like those countries.
Nicholas is from Gothenburg, you know, just chilling there in his $15 million mansion. And good life.
Gothenburg does sound like a place that would have a lot of mansions.
The arm thing when you're playing with the mouse, or are you still doing the?
I can play, but yeah, I have some issues with my right hand where I use the mouse.
Oh, okay. So you didn't fix it yet.
I mean, I didn't do anything to fix it more than like exercise type things.
Payouts on screen for the top 3. The second half, down to 278,400 for 6th place. Everyone at the final table is going to cash, and we will probably play down to 6 today. Players prefer to be in the money before they come back for the 3rd and final day.
100 grand to play this, only 6 people get paid? What a joke.
A raise from Nicholas Olstedt with King 5 suited, flattered by Byron Kaverman with Ace-Jack in the big blind.
Yeah, nice little under-repped ace-jack here for Kaverman. Probably the worst hand that he just calls with.
8.
King high flop. It's top pair for Olstedt.
The best hand he just calls with? That's what I meant.
I got what you meant.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I like the fact that you went back on yourself, though.
Yeah,
I know. I think there. And
yeah, I did. I was
yourself.
like, yeah, I liked your little nod too.
Yeah.
You know, they can't hear your nods. I appreciate it though.
I mean, I'm not going to sit and go, well, actually, Griffin, well, I think you mean.
Playing Griffin. Yeah. Otherwise, that'd be your whole job.
The best hand he doesn't raise with
yes,
works.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so had the gut shot on the flop, turns a pair. Olstedt's still nearly a 4-1 favorite with top pair.
Yeah, I think Lena some of the time is going to comfortably bet here. Isn't going to expect to get check raised a ton. Something like Queen Jack would still just call. You want to get value from, you know, spade combos, but is just going to check back, pot control. Maybe this combo with the weak king, it's better to just chill out a bit. You don't want to just get called twice by King 9. Put 2 streets of money in when you're behind, but still has the best hand here. Kaverman not really going to be incentivized to bet, thinking this jack is going to be the best hand sometimes.
Check.
How am I going to get value from, say, a turned jack from those jack 10, you know, jack 9, even ace jack combos? That's what Lena's thinking. Or a queen even.
Was a bet of
big.
50,000 into a pot of 67,000.
Pretty cool.
5 seconds.
Yeah, quite a difficult spot here for Byron because you would expect a two-barrel a lot of the time, I think, from the diamond combos from Ested. If Ested had something like ace-10 or 10-9, would have bet the turn. So what king do I think my opponent would check back on the turn here and then bet this size on the river? If he had something like, you know, ace-king, king-10, king-jack, he would have bet again. So this feels a little bluffier than usual.
5 seconds.
It does make the correct decision because that's what super high rollers often do.
I have to mix with my left hand.
Yeah, because of the...
Yeah, because if I play like a lot of the day straight, I need to play at least a few hours with the left hand every day.
Oh, sorry.
He's legit having wrist problems. That's pretty sad, actually.
I mean, I think it affects a lot of online grinders. We're talking about what we in the UK call RSI, and in America is referred to as carpal tunnel syndrome.
I don't know,
Excessive mouse usage
but
means
the
it
same position
restricts
and the
movement.
same. Yeah, of course.
It's in your wrist? Or your
Yeah, it's like in here or the nerves or something. I don't know. And then it shows in the fingers, and I get a little bit numb and a little bit weird.
Like carpal tunnel, is it?
Yeah, it's ish. I've been checking that. They say it's not the carpal tunnel, but something like that, I guess. Yeah.
But you probably have a like an ergonomic mouse, right?
Yeah, I have 10 mouses.
This one.
I have every single way of a mouse can be.
Man, the guy plays 49 tables.
No, I don't.
He told me 24.
This is
Neuralink time.
Series, you know, it's...
Neuralink time?
Neuralink.
Neuralink time. Yeah.
Yeah, now it fires up poker sites from Senegal and stuff.
Wakil taking some pause here. Is this my moment? No.
No. So Antonius is raised with sevens. King 6 suited for Kayhan Mokri. He calls. Jack 7-5. The 7 is always coming, especially on the EPT's 20th anniversary.
And just taking this flop at face value and seeing what the two players have, you know, you're obviously thinking huge advantage to Antonius. Mokri should just get out of here. It's a combo that sometimes I think Kayhan might decide to check raise with, you know, with the backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws.
I was going to say 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, and he just folds it.
It's respect. Tell you what, though, that has a lot to do with the sizing that Antonius elected to go with. He decided to go bigger, really wanted to charge those jacks.
Well, we're going over to the secondary feature table where Tonka has Tony, Ren, Lin all in. 8-7 for Parker. Ace-10 the hand for Lin.
Huh.
Yeah, blind on blind situation here. I expect this is probably when is a
lucky, right?
shove and a call. I'm not entirely sure of the blinds, but I imagine somewhere in that 10 to 20 range. Here we go. Interesting door card.
Well, it's Jack 10 deuce. Second pair top kicker for Len. Tonka with equity.
9 of clubs for a sweat.
Tonka's never lucky.
No club draw on the turn, so only a 9 on the river would see Ren Lin eliminated here. Well, that is going to leave Tonka with around 4 million. No longer a monster stack in the Estrellas main event. Just loses 6 million there and doubles up Ren Lin.
Yeah, and it's now effectively lost over 3/4 of his starting stack of near 18 million. So not ideal for the Tonka truck.
Oh, that's why I didn't win.
So from the Estrellas main event, back to the Super High Roller. Remember, it's the final day of the Estrellas. It's only day 2 of the Super High Roller, the day when they play down to the final table, down to the money. Jean-Noel Thorel with a hand, pocket 7s, and is still ahead post-flop. Nicholas Ostedt has paired his 5.
Oh.
And now turns to pair.
Brutal.
Ostedt hoping to induce a bluff on this king turn to probably check raise. But with this particular hand for Thorel, is going to just check back again.
Barry Greenstein makes his second appearance of the day. The flop was good. Turn and river for 7s, not so good. And it gets checked to showdown, and another pot is shipped in the direction of Lena 900. Jean-Noel Thorel has now dropped down below the 20 big blind mark, and blinds will be going up in around 20 minutes' time.
Afraid? Huh?
Afraid to hit 10s?
Afraid? Nothing about being afraid.
I know it's 100K, Niklas, but come on.
I wanted all of it, okay? I wanted all of it.
We are going to play all the way through level 10, the following level, before we take our first break of the day. 2-hour blocks, so hour-long levels, 2 of them, and then a 20-minute break. And of course, there's likely to be a dinner break this evening for players remaining in both the Super High Roller and the Estrellas main event. Peppernet, the password for the free roll has not already been shared. Registration isn't even open yet. So don't worry, when it gets close, when the registration window is open, we'll let you know the password to play.
Ooh, and the window just closed.
Here last year.
Not already be shared is a long password.
Unlucky.
He's having a competition with Sam Grafton.
He found an opponent. The opponent.
Ostedt thinking about whether he wants to punish Jean-Noel Thorel with that suited king again. He's going to let him have this one. And you just have to get past the greatest Finnish poker player of all time.
Not happening. Not just yet.
He thought he was through, but he has to get through the finish line.
Ace 10-9 with 2 clubs. A post-flop flip. Second pair for Thorel, the flush draw for Antonius.
These super high rollers are just so good. They just always have half the equity, no matter what.
Yeah.
Basically, you're only eligible to play a 100K if you always flop 50% equity.
Or turn it.
So Olivia playing Kelo? Kelo?
Massage.
Massage.
Or river it. You know what they say?
No PLO.
Det är billigare med massage. Det är billigare att skicka henne på massage.
What's smart thing?
This is going to be a pretty obnoxious decision for Thorel if Antonius decides to go for aggressive action here, which would be the form of probably like an effective all-in. But is just going to call, you know, such a huge range advantage here for Thorel. You are going to be worried you're up against the ace, big ace. Not going to get a fold, obviously, when you check shove a flush draw. So wants to hit that club, does not. On the turn, the spade. Improving equity for Thorel. Giving a straight draw to Antonius. A lot of ways to win.
This is very funky.
Yeah, a bit of a weird spot, actually, for the Canadian. I mean, you're probably not going to fold out an ace. You definitely have the best 10, and the times your opponent has something like queen 10, jack 10, but they're just going to fold if you shove. So what's really the point in betting if you're just going to get snapped by like the nuts or 2 pair? And the club does come in. Poor Jean-Noel.
This has not been a good day for Jean-Noel Thorel.
No.
Talk about Patrick grazing at the table. Right now, he's eating Jamil Wakil's lunch.
C5 bets, 100,000.
And he overbets the pot on the river, 100K into 71K. And you do have a bluff catcher here, Griffin, with that 10.
Yeah, the effective all-in for 86,000. It's just everything's kind of gotten there. I don't really see how Wakil can call. You know, Queen Jack is filled in, the clubs have come in.
5 seconds.
Even something like a Jack 7. So, pretty quick fold.
Wakil leaves himself with 12 bigs. Meanwhile, we're going to hear from Patrick, who we spoke to before the start of play.
Yeah, it's nice. Now it's the big one. Always fun to play here. I've been coming a lot, so yeah, what can I say? This is also where it all started for me, the first final table in EPT, third place, and it's quite a long time, right? 19 years since then. Yeah, it would be nice to win. I mean, that would make it back-to-back for me. We'll see, I have an average stack, but I don't think about these things. I just try to do my best and we'll see.
Patrick referencing there that a couple of months before he won his EPT main event trophy in Baden, he made the final table here in Barcelona, season 2 of the tour, 2005. He was third in that event that was won by Jan Bublé.
12,000.
I would have just assumed third was the best I was ever going to do and never come back.
5 seconds.
And of course, and Patrick famously missed his flight back in the era when late registration wasn't a thing. So he'd regged the EPT main, and he was being blinded out. His stack was in play the whole day. So he came into, I think, the late stages of day 1 with a very small stack, span it up, and won.
That's awesome.
All part of the EPT cinematic universe.
It's funny, it seems like such an obvious concept, late registration, and it just, at one point, it just didn't exist. It's amazing how we evolve.
And now the big conversation is, has late registration gone too far? Do we need to pare it back, you know? I kind of feel that the Super High Roller actually does it right in the sense that you only have 8 levels, really, where the registration window is still open, and as we alluded to, if you come in at the start of day 2, you've still got 40 bigs, which is a pretty playable stack.
Absolutely.
I'll say this. Every single tournament I've ever played where I haven't late regged, I've regretted it.
Same here.
Yeah.
Could have made day 2 in almost all of them.
I mean, sometimes it depends where you play. Sometimes you'll go to like a casino tournament and you're just registering there and you're in the line with people, like some guys you know, and then you end up on the same table as them and you're like on this late reg table. It's the worst, you know. So they don't have the best systems always.
You'll appreciate this, Griffin.
Yeah.
The last big tournament I played was the UK IPT London main event. And I'd said to myself, every time I'm there from the start of play, every time talking main events, by the way, the EPT main event is underway, and we referenced already that it's day 1A, day 1B tomorrow, and that you're going to play day 1B, right, Griff?
Yes, absolutely. Very looking much forward to it.
And we'll pick up the action on day 2. But yeah, the UK IPT, I'm like, every time I'm there from the start of play, I always somehow lose.
There he is, the proud papa.
There he is.
Not a loser right there.
Oh, and there is the original champion, Alexander Stevic, winner of the first ever EPT main event in 2004.
That's cool.
There is another former Barcelona champion, Simon Brandstrom, who lifted the trophy in 2019.
Got it down real fast. We had a nice dinner that night. Thank you.
And there is 2015 winner, John Duthie.
I had trips.
The original mask wearer.
Anyway, as I was saying,
yes.
I'm like, so I think I'm going to do a genius thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the Hippodrome at 2 p.m.
Okay.
And I'm going to miss the first 3 levels.
Okay. What are we having for lunch? Are we
I went to Pret a Manger, saved myself 30% of my stack and reg after the first 3 levels, 40-minute levels. I arrive at 2 p.m. to discover it wasn't a noon start. It's a 2 p.m. start.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, so do I go away and come back? Or?
No. Do I get a second lunch?
It's a sign.
So I basically sit down and guess what happens during the first 3 levels?
Will Kasuf.
I lose 30% of my stack.
Some pretty strong 6-handed holdings here between Patrick Antonius and Byron Kaverman. Kaverman on this, 50 big blind stack is going to be inclined to continue. So we're going to the flop. Fair fight, as we've discussed. Get used to it.
They happen.
10-6-6. I'm liking the 8s. Snowman's num-num. So you'll see we are down to 25 players right now. Bao Ding was eliminated in 26th place. When we get to 24, we will need to break a table.
Ding, you say?
He did get dinged.
Kaverman quite pleased to see this, 23% sizing on the flop. Get the cheap continue. It's going to get difficult on brick turns if Antonius continues to bet, especially on something like a jack.
Is Antonius going to get there again?
Well, he might not need to. I mean, if he can find, a bet to the tune of sort of 80,000 plus, it's going to really put Kaverman into a hole, targeting this exact kind of range, the 8s and the 9s. Even something like a 10 is going to have a lot of trouble with this turn card. Antonius is repping the aces, the kings, the queens. Could just have something like ace-jack. Doesn't go big, though. Bit surprised by the smaller sizing because he's not really setting up pot size river shove. Well, if you call, yeah, but it looks strong, and
You're right.
gonna fold.
You were right, Griff. Write it down. Refer to it later when you get something else really wrong. Remember that hand where I said it might not go to the river. That's what I do.
Antonius has moved over the 100 big blind mark. Blinds up in 10 minutes, by the way. Patrick second in chips at the table behind Kayhan Mokri, the reigning Barcelona Super High Roller champ. He's got more than 150 bigs. Jamil Wakil has around 10 bigs. I'm calling it. Jamil Wakil is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Patrick did reference at the start of day, there is the prospect of going back-to-back, having won the Super High Roller in Monte Carlo this year.
God, he loves the attention.
What the heck am I going to ask him about this time?
Well, he
The
said it
toothpick?
himself. Barcelona, it's where his career began.
There we
the
go.
20th anniversary of the EPT. He's an EPT icon. He's a legend of the game. He's a Hall of Famer.
You know what? Why don't you do it?
We'll put something together for you, Joe.
5 seconds.
I got a good 45 seconds out of him last time. I don't really know what he's got left in the tank.
7 plus.
5s for Mokri and under the gun open to 13,000. Kaverman with queen 10 in the big. Makes the call. Ace, queen, 5, second pair versus a set.
I love having sets.
This is what I like to call movie phone number flop.
There you go.
10, 12,000.
Now playing a bet of 12,000.
Second pair, you've got to call at least one street, right, Griffin?
Oh, yeah.
Press 1 to call.
8, call.
Turn card. It's the 3 of diamonds. Mokri now a 97% favorite.
Yeah, unlucky for Kaverman. He didn't improve here. I think he's going to be able to get away facing a big turn bet. You know that your opponent, Mokri, is going to be, you know, 2-barrel bluffing here some of the time, making you fold the best hand with the queen 10. But if you're calling every queen 10, it means you're calling every queen jack. It means it's just you start calling maybe too many hands in this spot facing this pot-sized bet. So I don't know. I mean, Byron does have a tendency to get sticky in some spots, usually quite correctly, but is also able to sort of find the way out. And against this under the gun range, even if he thinks he might be getting messed with, he does make the right fold.
Meanwhile, you'll see we've ticked down to 24 players. Justin Saliba eliminated in 25th place. So no redraw at 24, but a table is breaking, which means we will get 2 new players up on the main stage shortly. Meanwhile, as that table is breaking, while chips are being ranked, whilst the graphic system is being updated, we are going to track over to the secondary feature table where, I'll remind you, we're following the action in the Estrellas main event, the 1K tournament that started the festival here in Barcelona. More than 7,000 total entries. Now down to the final 2 tables, I think. Actually, looks like they might still be at 3 tables. We're looking at Tonka's table right now. Tonka is actually the shortest stack of the 6 players at this table.
Bud was down to 4.2 million when we last left him, so has clearly found a double up or some shoves.
What are the blinds?
Wait after this hand. Right. Did you say wait after this hand or what? Thank you.
Tonka loves his apple juice.
Of course, I was paid.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just trying to.
What we really want to know is what Martin Zamani's ingesting.
He's a fun guy.
He is a fun guy.
I need it, Niklas. Yeah, dude, I haven't won a pot yet today.
Yeah, look at that, up to nearly 22 million chips. So it looks like Zamani may have taken a lot of those units from Tonka.
King 10.
You're Martin or Zamani? Or Martin Zamani?
6 folds. Good tank. You double it yet?
Same hand.
Yeah.
Lynn getting caught sort of messing around there as the deuce is exposed after he had taken a little time from the small blind facing this Zamani. So some posturing, some gamesmanship. You were speaking about having played with him a little bit in the U.S.
Sorry about that.
James?
I did, indeed. Meanwhile, we've got
While you're talking to them,
Ciccone.
You can just go like this.
Huh?
Sourdough of the non-artisanal variety.
Yeah, a bit of a weird spot here.
You can tell he's
gonna have a little bit of fold equity left for a 12 big blind shove, but it's a hand that once you get called, you're not in good shape with ace 5. Of course, we can see it's against the queen 7. Would have gotten that fold.
We like the first card. The other 2.
Okay, on 3. 1,
not so
2,
good.
3. Oh my God.
I'm loving the coordinated diamond check. And both discovered that they've got hearts.
C3 bet 500K.
What do you do with bottom pair here? Fold it is Ciccone's response.
The madman Zamani.
Wait, no, it wasn't 3. We said 20. Right?
Luckily, we don't even have each other's number to confirm this. This is all just on word.
Said it out loud with enough witnesses at this point.
So from the Estrellas We go back to the super high roller, and our feature table now has 2 extra players. We're playing 8-handed now. We're down to 24. Thomas Santan has joined the table. He's got 486k, just over 80 big blinds. Plus, Sam Greenwood, another of Canada's finest, 379,000, 63 big blinds. Still got 9 minutes to run at the 3k, 6k blind level. Paul Jamil Wakil still in the danger zone. Kayhan Mokri still among the chip leaders, and it's been a good first session, good first level for Patrick Antonius, who's also got more than 100 bigs right now. Players about to take their retake their seats, I should say, and then we will start dealing once again. Still got another 69 minutes of poker to play before we hit the first break of the day.
Screw here. The Silvershell breakfast screw.
You're right. I ate the wrong thing.
What do you eat?
Bonjour,
whatever.
Thomas Santan. And your Richard Meal. And Sam Greenwood.
Okie dokie.
Miss the beard. Big beard guy.
Enjoying the 6-handed. Back to the ring we
I think
go.
only a bozo would have a beard.
This belt is like like a skating ring.
Yeah. So it's like curling.
Yeah. So
you throw a chip in it.
Yeah.
Smooth though. Because
Your Canadians are good at this, right? Also, right?
curling. For Mike Watson's birthday, we went curling once.
You did?
It's fucking hard. Like,
I bet it's hard.
yeah.
I heard you guys were better in curling than poker. That's what I heard.
I told him it's on TSN all the time. And I can't
mean, as
stand
a
it.
country, Canada.
Always so nice guy.
Canadian invasion.
As you know, Norway is pretty good at curling
Yeah,
too. I
that's
think
what we
all the
said.
handicap countries are pretty good. Yeah.
Sweden has some Olympic golds and silvers
Yeah,
and stuff in
it's-
curling.
But like it's like,
it was hard.
Yeah. Like just to do it without like falling down is hard.
Let alone actually.
What's the game called when it's like a small court?
Enough with the curling.
With the hands, like in
Kaverman's
the
3-betting.
Oh, shuffleboard.
Shuffleboard, yeah. That's way easier.
Yeah, way easier. To get like the exact like
where you want it to, like your precision.
well like just I don't even to get it to the point where it's either like it's so fast it hits the back or it's so slow it like stops like 6 feet
way
short.
before.
Like,
Yeah.
it's
Just to get it in the right vicinity. So
Yeah.
I bet I can imagine. Yeah.
I feel like as a Canadian, it should be something that I should try at least once in my life.
I said
I said without
But it
betting.
does sound difficult. Sliding around on the ice, you're not even on skates.
Poker was until I was like,
I've done a version of curling,
I changed.
but it wasn't really curling.
One of the things I will say is
It was curling pucks, but it had like ball bearings on the
Before
bottom.
they put in the shot clock, I just feel like
And it wasn't actually on ice, it was just on like a white
I come back
board.
and do the same game.
Curling.
We were really drunk.
No, I signed up to do it and everything.
That's cute.
In London, of all places.
Wakil's got that shove in hand. 12 big blinds with the king-queen clubs.
Queen.
Certainly just min raise as well. Looks like all but one yellow.
The virtual all-in.
70,000. And then half around.
And no customers.
Sammy G coming to the table with 61 bigs.
Yeah, and the average stack right now is big. 427k.
For the next 6.5 minutes, that is. Big blinds wise, at least, it won't change the actual stack size.
Yeah, I mean, even at the next big blind, to be fair, it's going to be a bigger than 50 big blind average. Relatively deep right now.
That's good. These guys deserve it. You know, they deserve a little play. 100,000 buy-in. Solid dudes. Let them have their fun.
Let these solid dudes have their fun.
Yeah.
Santan opening with ace-10, Mokri with king-queen on the button.
Jack Frost in the big blind.
Why do people leave one chip? Asked Verde. Is there any actual merit? Yes. Thank you for your question. Does anyone else have a banging guitar solo going through their head where they see that name Santerna?
Sorry. I was going to say there's absolutely no danger in us getting flagged for any infringement there.
Nope. But you know what I meant.
It took a while.
I also know what we're laughing about.
Nine of clubs on the turn. Ace high still ahead.
Mokri electing to start this hand with a bet. Not expecting to force a lot of folds, expecting to get calls from hands like an ace-10, but hoping for a turn card like the 9 where he can continue his story, like he has a jack, or like he has something like a pocket pair that could conceivably be going for 2 streets of value here. And does size up to 45K. Center and still with the best hand, but just difficult to continue. Nice hand here from Peppa. It's growing on you. Kayhan Peppa.
I just like the word pepper in general.
Strong word.
A reminder of the payouts in this super high roller. Total prize pool of nearly 4 million euros, more than 1.3 million to the winner, with a min cash of 278,000.
So Senkel, by the way, weighs in with why that one chip behind might matter, even if you're not on a pay jump, even if you're not in the money.
Because you're eligible to win the big blind and the big blind ante, right?
Also, it avoids the dealer counting. Instead, it's just the bet amount, and people don't get their clock stopped.
Ah, that's also another advantage.
Thank you, Senkel. Thank you, Senkel.
Ace Jack versus Ace Jack. Greenwood's button raise. Re-raised by Nicholas Oster. Yeah, you may only get a percentage of the big blind with your single chip, but you get the whole ante.
You know, I usually take my apple juice red, but I kind of prefer the black one here.
Humor him. Just laugh.
His apple juice is red, and you know. But
AJ apple juice. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
What do you guys think? How am I doing? Just the call from Greenwood. 2 very strong hands in late position, but doesn't want to get in the 40-50 big blinds.
Well, if it goes to showdown, we will get our first shot pot of EPT 20.
3 bets. 20,000.
Pretty annoying flop for Greenwood. No club to speak of. Some of your opponent's bluff range is going to be some King X combos, whether the big value ones like an Ace King, King Queen, and then some bluffier ones like your King 9 suiteds, maybe the odd King 10, King Jack off, like King 5 suited. But with small sizing, expecting that his ace is going to be live some of the time. Still going to be ahead of some of the bluff range from Astat. Does continue. But what happens on the turn?
5 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Beyond that,
Nailed
I
it.
cannot say.
And Lena's not going to love this flop call, right? Because something like a lot of King X combos are going to be in Greenwood's range. Something like a King Queen off, maybe a King 10 suited. You know, pocket eights that might not be prepared to get in this many chips pre-flop, despite it being late position, would have more reasons to continue on the 5X pocket sixes.
Please check it down, guys.
Yeah, your vocal cords warmed up there, boys?
Oh, jeez. The audience have a certain expectation regarding the outcome of this hand. It's been checked by Lena 900.
Sammy G, what's it gonna be? Oh, you sly devil. You sly devil. You don't want to lose its showdown to ace 4 suited, do you? You might take away the song. You might just check.
He does check it back, so this is going to be a chop pot, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot!
Especially on the 20th anniversary of the European Poker Tour.
One.
I told you the Canadians were better at curling.
Well, we've got action at one of the outer tables. It is Stephen O'Dwyer against Vladimir Korzinin, a player I don't know too much about, other than he has some very interesting facial hair.
Oh, which one's Vladimir? Oh, wait, no, I know.
Korzinin shoving the flop, which is ace-jack tray. And it's ace-jack for Steve O'Dwyer, top two. Ace-queen for Korzinin, who is the at-risk player here.
Beard on beard crime.
Father Time versus Father Time Est.
No queen on the river, and that is Vladimir Korzinin, potentially dispatched for the last time. He is in for multiple bullets. We're just checking the stacks. Maybe Korzinin's going to be left with a few chips here. Yep, but it is a full double up for Steve O'Dwyer.
This is bad for the space-time continuum, right?
Anyway, within that.
So a full double up, and by our estimation, Steve O'Dwyer now has more than 400K, so close to an average stack. And we are now at the 4K, 8K blind level. So 60 minutes to run until the first break of the day.
One race, 18,000.
Ested wants to play, but where is he leaning?
You know,
one more hour, guys.
Employ you for the puns, right? You know that you're here to do the technical analysis. Because I let the apple juice go. I even told Joe to humor you and give you a little chuckle, but I'm going to call time on this because it's day 1 of 8, and I'm not going to make it through the week if this is the tone that you're setting.
Yeah, you're alone with him in a couple hours, too, I'm seeing here on the schedule.
I just like when you reprimand me.
What was the event where I literally unplugged your microphone?
Oh, God, I don't remember. That was so good.
That was just one?
Then just switch it off. I literally pulled out the XLR cable.
It was great. I got off 20 minutes early.
I feel like if we unplug Griffin's mic, he would just walk by the front of the camera with a pun written on a piece of paper, staring down the barrel of the camera.
7 pass. Eight race. 16,000.
Byron Kaverman opening the action here. Has an ace.
3 pass.
Makes it 16K.
I like it if you look at the one ace and just sort of relax your eyes, you can see. Oh, now it's 2 ace
4
queens.
pass. 5 pass.
And it's going to be raise and take it with the ace queen of spades.
I was busy that day. What happened to Lena at the World Series?
Third.
Coming into three-handed play, the expectation was, I mean, I think he was the chip leader coming into three-handed, that, you know, he was going to close it out, but wasn't to be.
Huh.
Adifio says, since when did Channing Tatum start playing high-stakes poker? I don't think Kayhan Mokri looks anything like Channing Tatum.
Yes, I can see it.
8 fold.
Yeah, maybe, if he took his shirt off.
More like a Magic Michael.
10 raise. 17.
Mokri raising here with sixes. Ace 6 of strawberries for Ostap.
I wonder if Lena would ever do the podcast.
Worth a punt.
4 points. 5 points.
Got W Cube coming up. I mean, there's very few players more synonymous with winning online MTTs.
I could ask him if you want.
Nicholas.
Yeah? Would you mind?
I mean, I don't know him, but...
Jesus.
I think Spraggy's friends with him at this point.
Oh, yeah, sure. Parker, I'll ask for you.
Parker.
Yeah.
7 points.
Parker's your in.
So we've got the Grafton and a call from Samuel Dew with the 10-9 suited, taking us to the flop.
Fair fight, as we've gotten used to. Did you guys check out the Finton Hand versus Parker thing? I don't want to spoil the result if not everyone's seen it. It's fun to watch.
What, the Poker Around the World thing?
Yeah.
Was that a competition?
Yeah, against each other. They did like it's like a 35-minute video. He was trying to get to 7 different countries, play poker within.
Oh, I thought it was something they did together. I didn't know they were versus.
Yeah, they did it together, but they would play like 10 hands or something, literally like in a park or something.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, and they went to 7 different countries, and then the winner, the loser had to get a tattoo of the winner's choice.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
pretty big stakes. It was fun to watch.
First of all, Jew's flop top pair here has 94%. Secondly, Lobster 687 makes a really good point. Hey Parker, sorry you're out and haven't won a pot all day, but can you go and ask Nicholas, who wins everything, if he wants to be on our podcast? Don't think that will go down well.
He's busy in the 100K, as you've just busted this.
I'm not going to ask him right this second.
Yeah.
Right fold.
10 points.
Hugo asking after Maria Ho, who is here in Barcelona playing day 1A of the main event. So if Maria makes it through day 1A, she'll be with us tomorrow for the Super High Roller final table, while Griffin takes his turn at trying to make it through day 1 on day 1B.
Just want to give it a shot.
So reminder that we drop new episodes of the Poker in the Ears podcast most weeks. In fact, there is a new episode out this week featuring John Duthie, an extended interview with the founder of the EPT celebrating the 20th anniversary. Most weeks, we have Superfan versus Stapes. That's the on-air contest that we run. And if you win that quiz, you win a bronze power pass worth $109, which of course you could use to enter a Step 4 qualifier to try and spin up into a silver power pass or a gold power pass, which will get you to an EPT main event. We are always looking for superfans, so apply via the PokerStars Discord server.
I still not understand Kayhan's GTO.
I won a bronze power pass in the Australia.
I don't
really
even
excited.
understand.
Hold on, Griffin.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with that? Are you going to play like the Sunday Million, or are you going to try and spin it up to a silver or a gold?
I mean, I've been hearing such good things about sort of the path system, so probably go that way.
Yeah.
You know, we have a guest coming up on the Poker in the Ears podcast that Griffin is going to be really excited about.
Oh, yeah?
Have you seen Dead Money, the movie, being promoted through various
it's not
channels?
It's not out till September 13th.
Right, but you've seen it being promoted?
Of course, yeah.
Well,
You have
guess who's
Emil
coming?
Hirsch.
Here we go. Yeah, we're getting Emil Hirsch.
That's awesome. That's great. Of course you are. That's
Couple-
awesome.
We asked Tonka. He tapped him up.
yeah. Thank God. Professional best friend, Tonka.
We're getting
Move over, Jeff
Star
Rose.
of Speed Racer,
Oh, this is exciting. I'm really excited to watch this.
Alpha Dog.
Yeah. Great. He's had a great little career. A lot of cult classics.
Seems like a normal dude, too.
Seems like a very normal dude. He's been tweeting a lot lately.
Yeah.
Almost just like, almost
it though
too
because it's better.
normal.
Almost like, are you okay?
It's helping my.
Yeah, just like really open about you know playing
That's what you mean,
DGen
though.
cash games to
It's
get
not
the
like,
character. And
When you have
I'm
people
getting
around
stronger. I think.
No, I mean when you have people around you vaping and you don't like the smell of the vaping, it's like so bad.
yeah, some
I mean,
tweets
it's
was like, I was
for sure
getting
better than
really into it.
smoking.
Like,
So, I mean,
it's great.
One race, 18,000.
Pretty certain it's not good for you.
I am excited to see Dead Money. Have we heard any early impressions? Is it premiered anywhere?
I haven't heard any word yet. We'll see what happens when the movie opens. So Greenwood is opened here with Ace King. We've got Santan with fives.
4 call, 18,000. 5 pass.
Jamil Wakil is the table short stack. It's down to 8 big blinds. He's got King Queen suited.
Speaking of Dead Money.
Yeah, right.
5. 6. Right, re-raise. 5.
Virtual all in from Wakil. 65,000, 1K behind.
$65,000.
65,000.
Time banking it. Thought for sure we'd see the re-raise before.
One, re-raise.
There it is.
112,000. 4 pass.
Gets rid of Santan, and I imagine we'll see Wakil throw in the single chip.
But in the meantime, we're going to have to wait. And that is why we don't see the cards turned up yet, but surely will be right away once we see a flop.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for him that it's a domination situation, but
Sorry, I thought.
Yeah, I was.
I thought he called. Yeah.
I didn't understand.
Wakil thought it was a call and was waiting for the flop, but no, it was a re-raise.
Maybe lucky timing. Maybe king coming.
Maybe, hopefully.
Yeah, he's visualizing.
Getting in the right.
I'm waiting for the RNG to come my way.
That one I didn't.
I understood that reference.
No, it wasn't a wizard trick, no. I wish I had a trick like that. Maybe it'll be my new one.
I think you brought a lot of good energy.
I paid the time bank though to mess up the timing, you know? I gave it to her now to mess it up.
Wakil at risk and does
Brought a lot
flop
of good energy.
TV flop.
the
Yeah,
flush
TV
draw.
All the draws.
Greenwood
Just pay the man
still a
stand.
70% favorite, but can be drawing
I
dead
kept it at
on
the
a
112,
decent
you know,
amount of
not-
turns.
10 or a spade on the river saves Jamil Wakil.
Skadoosh.
9 of diamonds.
It looked good.
So Vladimir Korzinin was just KO'd from one of the outer tables, so Jamil Wakil eliminated in 23rd place, down to 22 on the penultimate day of this 100K super high roller.
Jamil Wakil.
Good luck.
And Sam Greenwood now up to around 60 bigs with 45 minutes left to play on this level.
Yeah, a couple big sides from Jamil. Just really wasn't his day. Every single spot just seemed to be the second best hand.
Meanwhile, over to the secondary feature table, over to the Estrellas main event. And they are down to the last two tables now. And while we were watching the elimination of Jean-Noel Wakil, Tonka bluffed off a decent chunk of his chips. He is super short now. Seen a raise from Giacomo with King 10, Ace 9 for Bertolo.
4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold.
That will be raise and take it. So 8-handed now at one of the 2 tables remaining in this tournament.
The river? 9, 5, 5, right?
Yeah.
No.
Ooh, Parker real short now.
Yeah.
I had a good hand.
Nadal, the table chip leader. Martin Zamani, also a big stack. But yeah, Parker playing a million.
No space. No sense.
Yeah, maybe someone should pull the truck around for him. 1 million is not going to do it, but he is on the button.
Close.
We've
Better.
seen crazier
Much better.
things happen.
Turn, very good card.
Okay.
No, turn pair.
This green.
2 fold, my friend. 2 fold. ICM. Jack. Yes, professional. Turn, Jack. Pretty good card.
10 fold.
Go fold. I'm my Italian friend, maybe no fold. Professional, you're the #1 Italian. Zamani never listening, I don't know. Zamani
Running commentary on every player,
very
huh?
professional this time. Wow. So good, Zamani. Super Zamani. My friend, you know, calling station 1 game. Oh, my friend, good game.
1 by 1.
Amigo.
Tonight's the night.
Amigo, don't game more, amigo.
I swear to God, I'm gonna.
And I'll be triple leader soon. Maybe next 2 hands. Double. That's why you'll be triple leader. Wow.
I had a whole day of this.
Craziest, most
Mistaken. You only mistaken.
Enjoy. Here, someone wants to talk to you.
Kill yourself. Actually walk away and then kill yourself.
Wow.
It's a call.
And I'm being genuine. Like if I got found out news that you watched
Never
up
listening, man.
KN.
Yeah, say it a third time, why not?
Yeah. Can just in case you and everyone else didn't hear.
If I heard news that you washed up
Never
dead
game
on a ditch
balls.
in a shore in Barcelona.
14.
I'd be
Double up would be 29.
Think about some of the last things that you said to me, huh?
Go. Friendship, the deep needles.
Yeah, I'm not joking.
Running deep in an event and just bleeding out in front of everyone. As you can see, just a raise is worth 1.8 million. So you can imagine how few chips Parker Talbot has.
How good you fold?
Nice play.
You're chip leader and my amigos. How can I raise you? Oh, I'm a chip leader. You may be final table the bubble boy. Gamble too much, my friend. Never respect. See, the money respect.
I believe that.
Someone like you. 250? You trying to shove me, huh?
Oh, let's stick with the Estrellas for another hand.
Muchas gracias. Ay. Very dangerous. Very dangerous.
C1 fold.
Round 2, Martin Zamani. He's out.
C4 fold.
Raised to 1 million.
Good luck, all-in player.
My friend.
Has left himself a couple of chips behind. Ace-6 of spades is Tonka's hand.
Lovely hand to wake up with. Folded 2 at the cutoff. Is going to be against the well-ahead pocket 9s, though.
And a lot of chips to play with.
Oh,
too.
yeah. 40 times the amount that Talbot has.
1.8 million. C7 fold. C8 fold.
Fitting to get dealt ace-6 suited in the cutoff and be behind. Thank you.
Never lucky.
That's your favorite hand.
A little sweat.
No,
Hold on,
sir.
Meme.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
With how this has gone, buddy, there is literally negative chance I win this hand.
You can win this hand.
No.
It'll be over before your big blind.
No, it doesn't. No. This one's not possible.
Come on.
I've seen the script
Are you
one too
rooting
many
for him?
times.
He's the last ambassador. Small chips, right?
The last ambassador, right? Wow.
So you need to stay here. Even now, we don't have a TV table anymore.
Ooh, ace on the flop.
Where's the beer guy?
The heart.
Cocktails.
The heart is feeling strong.
Come on. It's not going.
So when is the ace on the desk?
You know how it
Any
doesn't
on the
happen.
flop or on the first card?
It's more like
That's an ace on the desk.
There we go. Just want to make sure.
No heart. So it just has to fade a 9 on the river.
2 pairs. Wow.
Only
That's
two
pretty
of them.
fucking good, huh? Does it beat a set though?
No 9.
Oh my god. Woo!
Nice hand.
Thanks, man.
Sometimes lucky.
Good thing about one big blind. No double ups. Triple ups are better.
Yeah, that was a 3.3x. That's huge. But now I can run another 9 BB bluff. It's always getting called and just incinerate my biscuits.
Tonka gets the double up.
Where's the cocktail man?
It's like 11 in the morning. They're not on shift yet.
Excuse me, young lady.
What is your cocktail, man?
Excuse me,
No,
miss.
we're
I was
way more
wondering if you
important
could
than
give me the
100K.
cocktail, man.
Yeah.
Those guys are already rich enough. We're fucking struggling over here, bro.
Not gonna get beers either.
Yeah, they're getting fucking green teas. Green tea with honey and lemon, please.
They do sound like that sometimes.
One raise, 1 million.
That was a very good Sam Grafton impersonation.
Yeah.
Now that was exciting.
Parker's really playing the part of
Remember yesterday when you
poker
joined
player
my
from
table
20
and I
years
had,
ago.
Yeah.
and I was the big man on campus?
What happened?
He's talking about the old days now.
C4 fold. C6 fold. C7 fold.
So DiGiacomo is open with ace-10. Zamani is 3-bet. Jack-9. Action back on the original razor.
What move?
Who folds?
Nice one, guys. I had King Jack there. Well played.
Really? Another bad fold.
Just raise the first ace deuce. And I would have jammed the King 10.
I understand.
I feel like Martin, Parker, and Tony all deserve each other at this table.
Yeah.
Exploiting me and Tony, dude. What the fuck?
Everyone else, I apologize.
Goodness gracious.
C3 fold. C4 fold.
Can't do it, Tonks.
C5 fold.
Not this time.
C6 raise to 1
I
million.
play more gamble too much. Fold to final table.
C7 fold.
Me too. Should have tried.
Huh?
Should have tried that.
I could have just fucking sat out, yeah. I would have had like 13, 14 million right now. Cruising.
C10 fold.
Average stack? Yeah. Okay, let's go.
C1 fold.
Raise and take it for Nadal, who we established is the table chip leader right now.
Yeah, 31 now. It's a glow up.
They are at 16 players in the Estrellas. Final two tables, playing down to a winner today.
Good card.
Who'll get 625,000
Some say
euros.
the most powerful in the deck. But little do they know about the 6 of hearts.
Let's go. Forsen says, when did Nadal switch to poker? He's not Rafa Nadal. He's been playing poker for years. Was a PokerStars ambassador for many years.
Yep.
C5 fold.
Typo,
6
typo.
fold. 7 fold.
Tony, what percentage of things that come out of your mouth do you think are truthful?
What are you saying?
I said, what percentage of things that come out of your mouth do you think are truthful?
7 fold.
50-50.
No, come on. What the hell? How come they get drinks and we don't?
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
Everyone's already had some drinks.
We
Guys,
definitely
can we
saw
get a
liquids
waitress?
being
They come to
consumed.
the 100K, but not to us? She's right there. Can you tell her?
Not to us.
I mean, I literally just got told no as she was going to the 100K table.
Well,
Are they more special than us, or?
What do you want?
Can I have a beer, please? Is there buying 100 times ours or something? Looking at that table, I can promise you, they are not special. They're more special than us.
Lena's special.
Yeah, but he's a special guy. I love Hold'em.
C5 fold.
It's actually one of my favorite pastimes.
Ah, Prelimo. Okay.
C7 fold.
Jacks for Nadal. He raises to $1 million.
Photo heads up. And then I know I beat you.
9-8 suited.
Good luck, sir.
And Ciccione's all in.
Good luck, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Is Nadal better on felt or clay?
Simon hand.
How much is it?
1 fold.
3-3.
3.3 million. C3 fold. C4 fold.
Ciccone putting in the 9-8 suited here, not going to be very standard on 4.5 big blinds here. Probably supposed to wait. Fine,
testament to
hand, but
workers' table talk.
Yeah. He just wants to get out of there.
He's not going to make 4 jacks. I promise you that.
You got a lot of good hand.
Yeah, you know.
And the natural 9. 5-7.
Pretty cool ICM spot for everybody else.
Come in a deuce, jet 10. Open under. Almost.
Best chance for Ciccone. Feels like a chop.
Good game. See you in a few guys, all right?
Nice playing with you. Good game.
Yeah, they're just...
Good luck.
Oh.
Yeah, hold on a second. Okay.
They're calling it.
Now it's over. And there was a player eliminated at the other table, so Ciccone actually out in 15th place. So they're down to 14 now.
I don't gamble with you.
Wait, you hit your 8. Come back. Just kidding.
No, you did. Yeah, you did hit it. Yeah. But please follow security. You're to be escorted out.
I have this voucher as well.
So 35,120 euros for that 15th place finish.
Sick.
2 tables of 7 remaining now in this 1K buy-in with more than 7,000 entries.
Decent.
We're a big one.
And Tonka short, but still in contention.
You said
Contention is strong. He's in the big blind with his 5 bigs. But if you still got chips, you got a chip in the chair. How does the expression go?
It's going to take an hour.
If you're still in the tournament, you're still in contention, Griffin.
No, it's all it takes is a chip in a chair.
Okay.
And a zin.
Earlier than I normally say it, but at this time, I am accepting walks. 1 down, 2 down, 4 to go.
Oh, how can you get that much pen? Wow.
You should have seen it yesterday as well, bro. Same shit. 3 down, 3 to go. 4 down, 2 to go.
Of what?
5 down, 1 to go.
No walk.
I have heard that you're a bit of a cunt.
Whoa. Unnecessary.
Oh, yeah. And when you raise to 1.7 million at 500,000, gonna go ahead and say it, you're a bit of a cunt.
Like the Australian way.
I don't think I'm allowed to say that on live television.
No, you're not. Apologies.
I hate you, by the way.
Wasn't much
Reasonable.
better.
No.
I mean, he probably
Good
just
luck.
assumes
Thank
we're
you.
covering the 100K. He seems
Why? You need me to have chips to double you up again.
Oh, good luck, good luck.
Parker doing some math here. Is facing that 3x.
3%.
Would have loved to have seen a big raise where you can...
Yeah, why would you do that to someone you have 3% of? You know, leave me alone, bro. We saw 3% on day 2.
You play really well.
Thank you, Red.
You play like shit. I hate you, bro.
Why you sweep at 3% with him? That's you problem.
5 fold.
What's this one? Go ahead.
Wow, how can you fold that?
And this one?
I don't think you want to see.
The rat bastard.
Rat bastard, I will allow.
Why? Why you try to him with swap 3%?
You gonna swap 3? You want to swap 3 right now?
Let me think about it. Let me think.
I don't know. I wonder if I was supposed to call.
High fold. No way fold.
I don't know. I had 10 high.
Wow, good
10 high. You push me 8 high all in.
Ah, that's fucking different, bro. That's fucking different, bro. It's different, bro.
I think we are in the same school now. You CBA, not ABC.
CBA?
Yeah, CBA.
What's CBA?
CBA just say crack fold.
It's 625,000 euros top prize here.
Not bad.
Hard game.
3 fold.
Can I just get dealt?
One of the dealers at our table was relatively new to poker, and Renlin was trying to encourage her to take lessons and was offering to coach her. And after a couple of orbits, she went, "Yeah, I've seen the way you play now. You're going to have to pay me to coach me."
5 fold.
Wow, so Parker flatting from the small blind with 6s here, recognizing that he doesn't have any fold equity with his stack, and that everyone would be calling the all-in anyway. You don't want to see the ace, queen, 10. So is looking for a dry flop, and there are 2 overs, but you reckon your 6s might be good if a lot of the players are sharing their cards. This is a tough spot for Parker here. Has 1.35 million left, which is effectively 2 big blinds.
6 check.
Would love to see some check throughs, and then another low card, and then I think, you know, something like a 4 on the turn, he would be thrilled to just shove in.
A low card like a 6.
A 6 would be nice too. Unfortunately, though, reaching for chips is
1.4 million.
Di Giacomo.
3 fold.
Claudio of the Giacomo.
Now Parker's just like, ugh. I'm just up against a freaking set of 7s here. Ace 10. I don't even have backdoor clubs. I fold. Wow.
5 fold.
Fold's the best hand.
At least he didn't use a 4-letter expletive to describe his opponent's bet.
Yeah, Queen Jack suited.
Pair.
Huh?
Had a pair.
Confusion. Mad confusion. Can I? It's too late to unbook.
Zamani playfully suggesting that if he did have a pocket pair there, that he would wish he could unbook the swap they have.
The funny part is I almost raised, and if I did, I think you would have called that.
Then I would definitely call. Did you have a pair?
No.
No pair? No pair at all?
No.
Flush draw?
No.
Why?
Blocker.
I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to lose.
10 fold.
You tried to play too good there for
No,
once.
I just tried to lose.
You have pair?
That's 10?
Number 1. 3 fold.
Trying to lose.
Okay, it's been folded to Tonka on the button.
Seats. Whatever fold.
No.
I mean, what the fuck?
Okay. Oh, very more. Full one time.
Oh, there we go. Blind v blind.
You'll cut off?
Who cares? Pair. Set mine off half your stack. I don't think that's a strategy. Plus, you could have like shoved and reopened action. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Nadal completes
Well, that
Jack
was wrong.
9
I
for
couldn't hear
Len.
you. Probably. Just raise. I could have just raised flop and you would have had a chance.
Jack 7-5. I think it's fair to say 8 deuce is not connected with this board.
He's got nada.
Len bets top pair, gets a fold.
My friend. Never listen.
Your other card, please. You got his other card, please.
Too loud with the 100K going on.
We'll get back to the 100K in just a moment. Continue following that as they play into the money down to the final table today. And that means tomorrow we'll stream every single hand of the Super High Roller final table, playing down to a champion. We know the first prize is close to 1.4 million euros.
5? Very more. Fold one time to me.
No,
Very
Tonka
good
is not
man,
playing the
happy to
100K. He is making a deep run. Final 2 tables of the 1K Estrella's main event. Second year in a row he's done it.
He seems kind of defeated for him, though, already. Now, granted, he does have a pretty short stack.
Yeah.
4 fold. 5 fold. That's 125.
I guess coming into play today as the second
go to the
biggest
club,
stack, you're
they have
thinking
beers
about
there.
a guaranteed spot at the final table. You're already thinking about the huge 6-figure score up top. And the first, 2 hours of play have not gone your way.
Oh, this.
And you've been belligerent, a little bit drunk.
That
and
was,
that's not
that was good effort.
performance, I have to say.
Yeah.
You know, you feigning. Doesn't feel like it.
We do love our Parker.
Javier B asking, what casino is this? Casino Barcelona in Barcelona.
The pain of seeing your pair out there would have just been too much. You just had to call.
I think I'm right in saying Barcelona is now the only
first
city
time.
that is featured on every single
really?
season of the European Poker Tour.
For sure.
And it's always been at this venue. Okay, so we'll come back to the Estrellas later on. We're going to go back to the main stage and check on the action in the 100K, in the Super High Roller. 22 players remaining, 41 total entries in the highest buy-in event on the schedule.
Yeah.
And we've still got a featured table headlined
So-
by
This is a really
EPT
good
legend Patrick Antonius.
Kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up.
Which player here do we think will be the first to drop the C-bomb?
You don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
Sam
No, I
Greenwood,
know
definitely.
people who know him. And,
Something about Santurn, I don't know.
They told me he was. I've known this for years. Like,
Mokri still table chip leader with more than 100 bigs. Patrick, the second biggest stack, hovering around the 65
But
big
I
blind
think
mark.
he
No super
gets
short stacks.
money and stuff,
Samuel Zhu still has around 30
you know,
bigs.
because of his like title. So it's kind of bad situation.
Takes money.
And he went to Italy now. Like,
Really?
yeah, not the best timing.
They let him out?
Well, they let him out because it's not like he's gonna flee or anything, but where he's gonna go? I mean,
Action folded to Kayhan Mokri
I have 3
on the
cards again.
button, and he's got
Didn't even notice until now.
3 whole cards.
Call the floor. No action, so.
Call the floor.
Might happen from time to time with the sliding.
You want to play Piero?
Who's the one?
No, I think
Look
my
and
hand is.
choose.
I think
Your
my hand.
is dead.
Yeah.
Is it a misdeal or not?
No, there's been
Never
enough
had
action,
this
enough players have folded. Unfortunately for Kayhan Mokri, I think the floor's going to kill his hand.
I trust Patrick. Dead.
It's probably a dead hand.
I
Yeah.
think Patrick's right, but we probably.
I mean, it's happened many times now. I mean.
What they can do, they can.
Yeah, the cards. Yeah, we should get other cards.
Like shuffle, pick one. Okay, so everyone play with this. Okay.
There's no one. Okay, but you have 3 folds, right?
Yeah.
That's okay. You have 3 folds. He's got, unfortunately, can't play with. I know.
Yeah, but we got to get new cards because.
You're gonna get cards, but in this case, this is a folded hand.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
This is a folded hand. I'm gonna grab it. Okay. Then we go on. Yes.
Pepper being very
I
understanding.
wasn't blaming you or anything. It was just, yeah. It's,
Kind of annoying to lose your button, especially as the table chip leader, but, you know, stuff happens.
It's a lesson in not sweating the things that you have no control over.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, were that Parker Talbot on 2 big blinds, final 2 tables of the Australians,
That'd be pretty rough.
Maybe we would have been a different.
Personally, I
song
like
and dance.
anything that happens at the table that's not my fault.
Yeah. So you must not like
Your girlfriend
playing
also
very
played?
much.
No.
yeah, not now. She played the cup and the 1K. Enjoyed herself.
3 bets, 13,000.
Either I would get 7 deuce or pocket 7s. So I would raise anyway.
With both hands, you're smoked.
Let's check in on Tonka.
Well, back to the Australia's main event. Back to table Tonka.
6 bet, 800,000.
Trying to keep across both tournaments. The final day of the Australias, and 3 players have gone to this ace-4 deuce flop, and it is a set of deuces for Martin Zamani.
You know what they say, Joe?
Deuces never loses.
No, the other thing.
Ducks fly together.
There we go. Quack, quack.
Samani was just giving Parker a real hard time for playing a little set mining.
Ooh, Nadal turns a pair.
Yeah, and going to be a difficult card, actually, for Zamani to get value from Nadal, because now Nadal is just often going to check back and not be bluffing, whereas on a different turn card, let's say a jack or a 10 especially, maybe Nadal would keep betting, try to fold out a 4 or a weak ace by the river. Is reaching for chips, though. Bit unorthodox.
6 bets, 1.9 million.
It's not even really that blocky of a bet. It isn't to the tune of about 40%. My question would be, what is the point? What is your objective here? You know, you're not going to be folding out an ace. You're just going to fold out the worst hand. So I don't really particularly like this bet from Nadal, but Zamani is licking his lips from behind, you know, like you can't see it, like the
right,
the inside lips.
Some people lick frogs.
And just in case his opponent has something like an ace-queen or an ace-4, wants to start getting the money in, I don't blame him. And now Nadal's really got to be regretting betting this turn.
Zamani has raised big, 9 million total.
Why so serious? He never has it here.
Why so serious?
The Dark Knight.
Don't worry, Griffin. Like, even people who haven't seen the movie got it. But thanks.
Because my impression was so good?
Thanks for tagging it.
It was a pretty good impression.
Professional fluffer, shoulder. 7 high, 7 high, 7 high.
Cannot show a bluff.
6
Does not have a
6
bluff.
5, 6. Wow, wow.
Shows a deuce.
Really more. All in, fold, chip leader, forever. Wow, super Jamani, 900 Luis. Very dangerous.
Zamani continuing to play a big stack in the Estrellas. Meanwhile, we're going back to the main feature table in the 100K Super High Roller. Down to 21 players. Who went out in 22nd place? It's Enrico Komarski.
Oh, no.
Well, look at this.
Yeah, this is not espresso.
Trip aces for Santan. Blind v blind confrontation. It was unraised pre. Lena bet 8,000 on the flop and then check called 14K on the turn. Santan making it 70K on the river. Lena with just king high.
Yeah, based on this action, I think it's going to be very difficult to extract a call from the Swede. Are going to be a handful of aces that Santan is going to check back pre-flop hands like an ace-deuce suited.
So could you tell someone and get us
that deciding to check call on the turn, thinking that maybe
espresso. We want espresso.
Santan is just doing some very, very wide flop floats to take it away on the turn. Now you get to this river.
Because we got like
that hasn't really changed much in the context of the ace-ace. I mean, yeah, king-queen gets there, but this isn't a hand that's really going to be played as a check-check pre, so good fold from Lena.
Santan playing around 60 big blinds. Blinds up in 13 minutes and back to Estrellas. Back to the secondary feature table. That's an all-in from Tonka. All in with king 6 of hearts.
And the universe.
Fuck.
Like you prepay, I'm so happy. See?
Pretty nice situation here for
Well, I
Tonka.
prepaid wrong. That's why
just 2 big blinds under the gun.
Prepaid 6-3 instead of 6-4.
Get a suited king. Nobody has anything. You're up against queen 4.
So the cards are on their backs, but there was a hand that needed to finish at the other table, so they're just holding the action.
Wow.
Okay.
You're so right, actually. I don't think I've ever seen king 6 lose on this flop.
Now,
Okay.
20?
What card's next?
I cannot say that.
Really?
4 of clubs.
Okay.
4 outs. Kicked up and out there.
Tonka has to fade a queen or a 3 on the river.
Oh,
that ain't it.
God.
Okay.
1350. Still in the game, boys.
I don't want to tell you I followed king 6. Even Chamani he tell you, but I don't tell you. Yeah, I'm nice, yeah?
You can tell me, dude. I don't care.
No, I cannot tell you. You sure so bad.
I promise you, I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Tonka gets the double up there. Still short
I
those
was telling
6
you.
big blinds.
I can promise you that.
Yes.
Still in.
It's 50, 50.
He is resilient. Got to give him that. We've seen him before
Another triple up
in
at
other
once.
tournaments like
No,
this,
no.
where he just
Is
finds
that
himself
50?
so short and just finds a way to stick around.
Yeah.
Guys, just walk me up.
A reminder, there are 14 players remaining,
I think
7
it's
at this
fucking walk
table,
me
7
already.
at
Hurry up.
the other
Worse than king
table.
3, I got you.
Fuck off.
Uh-oh.
Raise 1 million.
Good luck.
Dahl with the spragging.
Thank you.
Raises to $1 million.
And then I will tell you what I fold this time. Okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Ace
Oh,
king
nice.
for the Hagen, and he's all in.
Protection.
Can I just get spotted aces? Or what? Any aces here? Wow.
Deuces. That is a pair.
5 fold.
And they fly together.
So it is a domination situation. Nadal does have a lot of chips. Any argument for calling here, Griffin?
I mean, it is less than 10 big blinds. You don't want to be really raise folding to 7, 8 big blind stacks when you have all these chips. But man, are you not doing well against this range when you're raising under the gun. And a player that's been pretty snug shoves all in. You know you're never up against the king, queen, or the pocket sixes. You are behind here. You are 30% at best. And yeah, makes the correct laydown. Was it something like 4 million? Maybe less than 4.5. Might have to call. At 5, right out of reach.
Can I have a rack so I can put this in a rack and pass it? Thanks. You'll do it. Even better. Don't worry.
Oh, I can help you.
So when the Australians hits the break, they're colouring up the smallest denomination chips. I guess both tournaments are going to be hitting the break soon.
Okay.
At least I have to count your stack again.
that was kind of epic. Sorry, I know you've just dusted.
Tell you what, James, that's some good slide from that dealer.
That guy's a regular at the Hippodrome. I don't know if you know this, but the PokerStars live card from the Hippodrome has been exclusively slide deal for a long time now, and they advertise as such.
Now you've just given it away.
As Zamani said you would outside.
Lynn finding the open.
You're like, no, I don't do this
Queen
anymore.
10.
I don't give it away.
Go for.
Parker looking a little stern.
Yeah, I kind of feel that this is a side get it in spot for Parker.
It's tough. I mean, we're 7-handed. How does our King Jack do against the average under the gun opening range of and he has decided that it is just good enough. Probably the worst hand he'd be prepared to put in. It is up against the exact kind of hand he hopes Lynn has.
2.45.
2.45. You got to consider the source too, right?
J10, only beat the J10.
You beat Jack 10?
Yes. Yes. J10?
1 second, please, the action. We will.
So we'll have to wait for action to conclude at the other table before dealing out this all in.
You J10?
No.
What do you have?
I can beat Queen Jack.
Oh shit. You GG.
GG.
Two Lady Gaga.
You have Queen?
Two Lady Gaga.
Queen.
Oh, you have Queen. Very nice.
Cooler.
What can you do?
The hand before break. Come on, let's go have a smoke. With you still in.
Tonka thinking he's up against two queens. Tony Lynn about to reveal.
No. You're good. But if you don't have queen, you'll be lose. If you have queen, you win.
Shit.
Because the queen always coming. So.
These guys keep the cards.
That is the rule.
1 second.
King Jack?
He said no, don't show yet.
No show yet?
Don't show yet.
We gotta have these two have them do like a buddy cop film or something great.
Do I leave it here?
Look how exacerbated.
Once you go far enough away, it's fine. No, you can.
I buy your...
Zamani, it's fine.
25 chips?
You can unplug it.
I can unplug it. Great.
Three?
There's an off switch as well.
I see.
Look.
1.
Give me 200.
Yeah, get some of this chip buying done now while we wait. Good use of time.
I'm gonna need 2.5 from you, but they said they'll move it over.
Okay.
2.5.
We can go for it, guys. Thank you.
I guess we're going to deal out this all in now.
And all joking aside, Parker does appear like he really wants to win this one.
Oh yeah.
He would then take on the button and have 10 big blinds. You could really come back and make a run with 14 players left with a stack like that.
So far, so good.
50.
Top 2, the open-ended draw
Maybe
for
deuces
Lynn.
club on the turn.
That's good. Club.
Club would be more interesting.
That's fair.
Unless there's an ace or a 9 on the river, Tonka gets another double up.
Don't do it to him.
Yes. Survives.
Yes. No, sir.
How does he do it?
2, 4, 5.
How much?
450.
Oh,
200.
Redbeard strikes again.
50?
Yes.
Okay.
Some say he can't be
No,
killed.
even now, even now.
Even now, not really, but sure. Even
So
now.
the Australias has already hit the break. We're going back to the main stage because there's still 5 minutes left on the clock in the super high roller, where we are down to 20 players. Jean-Noel Thorel eliminated in 21st.
Fan favorite.
You know, I was just like, I just wanted to see if
GNT.
I was ahead with Jack suited and Makita's just like, well, what? Yeah.
It's a blind v blind situation, unraised pre. And with the action checked to him on the flop, Byron Kaverman is betting here with 10 high. Samuel Zhu had the best hand, queen high, but folds. So the first of our EPT 20 free rolls is almost upon us. Registration is going to open while we are on break, so now will be a good time to give you the password, and we'll make sure it gets shared in the chat on both Twitch and YouTube. We are honoring someone we saw earlier on, the original EPT champion, Alex Stevic. His last name, Stevic, is the password for the free roll. That is S-T-E-V-I-C, Stevic. A reminder that you can compete for $2,500 in WCOOP tickets. That's what we put in the prize pool, with the winner getting a $109 bronze power pass, just like Griffin won the other day.
Pretty cool.
Spin it up to a silver pass, spin it up to a gold pass. Maybe make your way to the NAPT in Vegas in November.
Oh, yeah.
Followed to Byron Kaverman in the small blind. He completes with ace-jack. Kayhan Mokri with 10-9.
Check.
10 check. What's up?
Number one, I spelled out his name. Number two, if you just Google Alex Stevic, you'll get his name spelled.
It's way easier to complain in chat, James. Just figure it out. Just do the math.
A reminder that registration hasn't opened just yet, but it will open during the break, which is why we're giving you the password now, and we'll make sure that it gets amplified in the chat.
Little min protection bet here from Kaverman. Gonna have the best hand a lot of the time. Sometimes you get some floats and some bluffs from some worse hands, and you hate to check here and let your opponent get a free card and turn like, let's say, a 9 or a 10 in this particular situation. We see it has induced a raised from Mokri with nothing, and Byron is not going anywhere.
Most of your action. That's how.
This is all part of the plan. It's obviously can become difficult throughout the streets to play, just calling down with ace high. I know Joe certainly feels a little uncomfortable just watching.
Of course, yes.
But this is like what these players do, right? How am I going to get the most amount of value from my ace jack high in this situation? And that's to bet and call a raise.
5. 8 call, 27,000.
There is the call from Kaverman. Pedro says, I guess Portugal is out of that free roll like usual. Yeah, it's the usual markets. You need to play on one of the following licenses: EU, Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Switzerland, or UK. That's basically everyone in the PokerStars shared liquidity market, except Belgium, Germany, and Sweden.
So part of the reason why Pepper elects to use 10-9 is because you can pick up some equity, you know, the times you do get called, something like an 8 on the turn, maybe a king, a jack, and you keep betting. This 6 is not one of those cards, and he is just going to wave the white flag and hope to river a pair. Does not. Really well played hand here from Byron. Imagine this hand is pretty much dead. It would be a very strange bet check bet line for Mokri.
Kaverman checked, it looked like, yeah.
But Mokri has not quit just yet.
10 high, pretty
Little shot of
good.
the root beer.
Pretty
39?
good. Oh God, don't look at me.
So there is something pretty interesting about this bet. I mean, Mokri isn't really representing a queen by checking the turn. Could have backdoor spades, I guess, but probably would have bet spades having picked them up on the turn. So is just, could potentially have raised the flop, like value block raised the flop with a 3, right? And now seeing 2 more checks from Byron, could think that something like a 3 would be worth a value bet. So that's got to be what is going through Byron's head here. He's reaching for chips.
Off. It's my back, so we're going to try.
It's just like, it doesn't really make sense. Would you really value bet a 3 in this spot? Did you turn a 6 and check it? Wouldn't you have just bet it for value on the turn? So this is really some advanced bluffing here as we are last hand into the break. And look at that, gets it through. Wow, I thought that hand was done. Finds a way.
Don't mess with the Kayhan.
No. That pepper's spicy.
And that looks
Are we
like
coming back here?
we have hit the first break of the day.
No?
2 levels down on day 2 of the Super High Roller. Many more to play before we hit the money, before we make it to the final table.
Are we staying or not?
20 players will return from the break.
I have no power over this. We are gonna. I just speak to Toby. He does want to.
So we just need to bust Patrick.
And these are the
then we
players
can
we're
go.
watching right now at the feature table. The reigning champion, Kayhan Mokri. EPT legend, Patrick Antonius. World Series of Poker finalist, Nicholas Ustep. Blinds going to 5K, 10K when we come back in just under 20 minutes time with more action from the PokerStars European Poker Tour here in Barcelona, celebrating 20 years of champions. Antonius. Calling Gus Hansen raise with 7-6 suited.
Hansen Antonius, welcome to Rail Heaven.
By the way, I'm pretty sure of all the players we've seen so far, Patrick Antonius is the only one who is still making EPT final tables in the modern era.
Yeah. So far.
One of the all-time greats, that is for sure.
So Antonius does flop a pair.
Action checks around.
A rare slowdown from Gus Hansen, but he is multi-way with no connection to the board.
I think that's 60,000.
Bergstrom with the double gut shot straight draw. A 4 or an 8 will make him a straight. He calls and Gus Hansen's out. You'd imagine. Yep.
Wait, how do you even see that double gutter there? Now I know why you do this for a living.
Well, double gutter does brick. Bergstrom at the river with just 9 high. Antonius checks his hand. Can't bet if you check. That is the 2005, and I think reasonable decision to bluff here as well. It will be one of the worst hands he gets to the river with. I'm sure in 2005 he's not thinking about not blocking any diamonds and just getting Antonius to fold some ace-high diamonds or something like that, but Just because he isn't thinking about it doesn't mean it doesn't work to his advantage. He is betting 84K with the 7-9.
Betting 84,000.
Can he do it? Can he do it? There it is.
And that's why he's the best. Patrick Antonius picks off the bluff.
Anton votes immediately, which means the point goes to...
Oh, man. What a guy.
Antonius. So King Deuce against Ace Trey. Spades would make things spicy. And there are two of them on the flop.
I like it spicy.
So Patrick with the pre-flop betting lead. Looks to continue when he flops pretty well himself. Makes the flush draw bet 60,000. And Bublé, most players in 2020 with the nut flush draw, I think most likely to call, but definitely good to play aggressively as well. I think that was one of the first real poker lessons. That's Super System 101 for you. You got a draw, you play it quickly.
Also, you want to put your opponent to a decision for all his chips. I have to say, Patrick's finger has been in his ear a lot.
I call.
He's going to call with the king high flush draw. Bublé way ahead with the ace high flush draw.
Well, we know he wasn't getting information in his ear, that's for sure.
You're a huge underdog. Call it off.
And there is the flush on the turn. So Jan Bublé is going to win that pot, do a little dance, and make love tonight. Blinds 20,000, 40,000.
Blind versus blind. Patrick Antonius in the small. Big Bublé.
King 3 against 4-3. And ace, ace 4, 2 spade flop.
This seems like a 2005 confrontation.
Yeah, I think if Antonius is checking, a lot of the time it's going to be to check raise, and we see Bublé betting his hand for protection. Very similar to the big pot we saw before at the end of season 1, right, where you have one player with the trips, but the bottom pair tends to play very quickly in 2005. Yeah, check shove.
All in, I call.
Snap call.
Wow, snap calls with a 4 and has marginally more equity. It's 55-45. Patrick can't believe he got called by a weak 4.
Oh boy.
And now
Bublé has a flush draw now as well.
He's a 70% favorite. And it is a heart on the river, the flush for Bublé. Patrick Antonius eliminated in 3rd place.
And he was never heard from again.
117,000 euros. His 3rd place cash out in EPT Barcelona. At the secondary feature table, Tom Middleton's pre-flop raise with King 10 was just called by Parker Talbot with Ace King. Talbot's flopped top pair in the nut flush draw, but Middleton's got top 2.
And it looks like Talbot's going to check call this flop. Me likey.
Middleton continues for 28,000.
He's got to continue on a board like this. It's wetter than the abyss.
Talbot calls.
2 calls.
The turn card is the 6 of diamonds. Middleton now a 73% favorite.
Check.
Talbot checks a second time.
My guess is that Tom's going to bet every street for value until a queen, a jack, or a heart comes.
He does bet again, 57,000.
Another fine spot for Talbot to just call.
That's what he will do. 218,000 in the middle. A heart on the river. Talbot has the nut flush, and he checks it.
Love the check here. If Tom had been bluffing, he'd likely bet this river.
He checks behind. Talbot tables a winner.
Think both guys played it super. Thanks for asking.
Timothy Adams has got kings. Adams opened. Seidel has 3-bet.
Well, this isn't going to end well for Timbo.
34, 35, 34.
There is the 4-bet to 34,000.
If he had made it 35, he'd pot committed. Maybe he can get away from it for 34.
Right.
Seidel 5-bets, and he 5-bets small to just 50,000.
64, 64.
And then Adams clicks it to 64,000.
That 6-bet is even smaller relative to the size of the pot.
Seidel bets enough to put Adams all in. Adams calls.
It used to be a time when commentators would be all, hey, maybe he should have known by the 5-bet. He was up against aces. And all I have to say to that is folding kings pre-flop is like trying to record your favorite show on a VCR. We don't do it anymore, brah.
Adams is the player at risk and way behind. He needs to see a king on the river. He has 2 outs. And he hits one of them.
Wow, hail to the kings, baby. Both these guys handling it like absolute pros, and by pros, I mean boring. Seidel, would it kill you to berate a guy one time? Can we at least put some bleeps over that? Adams, can I get a fist bump? Anything?
Action has been folded around to Vladimir Trojanovsky. He mucks. Timothy Adams with kings again.
Hail to the kings, baby.
9,000. 9.
Raises from the button. Talal Shikachi in the big blind will defend.
Now, even though we know Talal's in bad shape, this is a fine defend against a nearly min button raise.
Adams flops top set. Shikachi pairs his 5. He checks to the razor.
Unfortunately for Shikachi, that pair of 5s means he's probably going to be around for at least one more street.
Adams bets 12,000. Shikachi quickly calls.
Usually if you make trips for 2 pair, you're golden, but here, nope.
He does improve to 2 pair.
This is very bad.
Checks a second time.
I think Shikachi's best move here is check, raise, fold to a 3-bet.
Adams makes it 30,000 on the turn. Shikachi does not raise, he just calls. The queen on the river changes nothing.
Shikachi is losing to a few reasonable hands now. Obviously, check calling in this exact spot is good, but in general, I think check call in general is too weak with this hand.
He has checked a 3rd time. Adams going for value, 78,000.
Extracting value like it's the thigh fat of a Miami Beach housewife. I think if Talal check raise folded the turn in general, he'd lose about the same as he's going to lose now, but the times when he's ahead, he's probably going to win more.
The asset fund manager does pay off Timothy Adams.
Bring it on down to Valueville.
Adams adds 134K to his stack.
Kings are working out well for you today.
Yeah.
Now we know what to watch out for.
Yeah. It's easy when you make hands.
We're heading over to our secondary feature table. Phil Ivey with aces, Rafaela Jerby with 2 pair on the turn. Ivey shoves, and Jerby will call.
He looks like a Jerby.
And Phil Ivey will need to see an ace, 5 or 3 on the river. But it's a 4, so we lose Phil Ivey for now. He can, of course, reload.
How much? What are these chips here? 1,000? Yeah, I think yeah. So what happens now? I get up and go to the cage and rebuy again?
You rebuy now, or
how do you rebuy now? What? I can rebuy and stay at this table?
I know why he wants to stay at this table.
Yeah, you got it.
There are 2 reasons why Phil will want to stay at this table, and they are Raphael and Jerby.
It's going to cost Ivy 50,000 euros to come back into the tournament. Jerby now up to 410,000 in chips.
And this graphic should read, Phil Ivey, he'll be back.
Back at our secondary feature table, it's Raphael Jerby against Phil Gruesome. 2 pair for Gruesome, Broadway for Jerby.
This is going to be a shame.
Jerby checks, Gruesome bets, 40,000.
Here comes the raise. Throws that bet in with some force. Try to Jerby your enthusiasm, pal.
115,000 total.
Phil Gruesome looks a little nonplussed and maybe even a little suspicious, though I don't think he can ever lay this down on the flop.
115, right? Yeah.
He calls.
When this goes 3 bets pre-flop, you just can't fold there. Jerby's allegedly friends with Daro Minieri, but I don't see them cruising around on Daro's moped together.
6 of clubs on the turn.
All in.
Jerby shoves.
Check raise, then the open shove. That's going to look pretty strong.
Now I need a card. Exact card.
It's all in for my friend Umberto, just for him.
It would be all in for Phil to call. Phil is likely going to have to think this through.
He's got top 2.
Wowzers!
What a fold!
Iken has sick laydowns?
Why did Jerby show him?
Hey, all of Italy just fist pumped. The rest of the world shaking their heads.
Staying on the secondary feature table.
So there's a couple of players in this hand.
4 to be precise, and Jason Mercier has moved all in with an up and down straight draw. Raphael Jerby with the same hand has made the call.
Jerby cold calls a bet and a shove with an open ender. Story checks out.
Mike Watson also open-ended. To the low end of the straight, he folds. Phil Gruesome with 2 pair.
Gruesome's going to have the best hand here a lot, but if Jerby had a set, he'd probably play it the same way.
135, right? Yeah, hold on.
Gruesome calls. So Mercier all in. Action on the side, potentially, between Gruesome and Jerby as we go to the turn. And that turn card is the Jack of Hearts. It's the straight for Jerby and Mercier.
Gruesome way behind now. Jason and Jerby are set to chop, but Jason's free-rolling hearts. Great spot to be in. Unfortunately, he can't get any of the side action.
Gruesome checks the turn.
Terrible card for him.
And Jerby now moves all in.
Phil can maybe get away from this now. We saw him make a pretty solid laydown before a 2 pair. After Jerby versus Ivy, we know he likes to get it in when he thinks he's ahead. Can I say this is pretty gruesome? Because it is pretty gruesome. It is loaded with Gru.
Another great fold from the German.
Oh, no chance to win anyways.
Jerby can only chop. Mercier can scoop it with a heart.
It is a heart.
Ooh, baby.
Guys, Jason Mercier just rivered a guy. Did we get that? Were we rolling on that?
Jason Mercier triples up to over 467,000.
Phil Gruesome has made more impressive folds than that clown that climbs into the suitcase at Cirque du Soleil.
All in.
Phil Ivey all in with 5s, called by Raphael Jerby with kings.
Oh boy, first Negreanu, now Ivy. We're losing all our star power. Who's going to carry this show, Mercier? And it's these two again. For all intents, Jerby's looking like he's going to get Ivy again.
No help for Phil on that flop. He's in for 2 bullets, and unless he sees a 5 on the river, he's out. He is gone. Once again, Raphael Jerby takes the scalp of Phil Ivey.
Now let's see how fast he can get out of the room and dodge the exit interview. Over or under? Oh, he goes left. One last obstacle. Tournament director Toby coming in through the door. The sidestep, and he is out of here.
Jerby is thrilled.
È finito un po' più atrás.
non era niente di importante perché c'era poca roba davanti.
He's saying how he can't wait to tell Mama. She's never gonna believe me. Welcome back to Barcelona in the year 2024, where we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour, covering day 2 of the 100k Super High Roller with bonus coverage of the 1k Estrellas main event, which is playing down to a champion today. In the 100k, these are the players we're watching on the main stage right now. Our feature table headlined by EPT legend Patrick Antonius, and the table chip leader, the guy who won this tournament last year, Kayhan Mokri, who comes back from break with a 92 big blind stack. Blinds going to 5,000, 10,000 with a 10k big blind ante. Prize pool was announced during the first session of play. Total prize pool of nearly 4 million euros, a min cash of 278k. Nearly $1 million for the runner-up, more than $1 million for the winner. 1,372,420 euros. Those sums to be paid out tomorrow. Chances are they will play down to 6 into the money today. We're coming back from break with 20 players. There's still some way to go. There is the feature table lineup. As James Hoskin joined for this session by Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me again.
Nick, great to have you with us in Barcelona. And yeah, we are trying to double table it, as it were. Multi-table it, because we've got outer tables in the Super High Roller. We've got 2 tables left in the Estrellas, but at the secondary feature table is Tonka's table. And again, to highlight that Parker Talbot has made the last 2 tables of this tournament 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And both years more than 7,000 entries in this huge multi-day tournament.
Yeah, as Finton said, he's becoming quite the minefield expert. You know what I mean? These huge field tournaments, very difficult to navigate,
cool.
but over the years, been investing a lot of time in improving in the MTT circuit, and results are showing.
He was talking about a buddy last night who had too many drinks.
Gotcha.
So we're keeping tabs on Tonka, also following the action in the Super High Roller, giving you the chance to play poker whilst you're watching the stream. We do have a free roll every single day, giving away WCOOP tickets plus a bronze power pass to the winner. Today's free roll registration is open now, and the password is Stevic, S-T-E-V-I-C, in honor of Alex Stevic, the original EPT champion. S-T-E-V-I-C is the password for the free roll, kicking off in around 15 minutes time. Well, it's underway. Registration closes in around 15 minutes time. So you can late reg right now and compete for a share of the 2.5k prize pool, WCOOP tickets and a power pass
I
up
thought
for
they
grabs.
might have like some like secret, you know, like sweet elevators for VIPs or whatever. What is it like?
You wanted to fix something? Or I didn't touch it. No touching. Oh, you turned you on. Yeah. So you changed batteries already. Oh, I did? Yeah. You told me to turn it on.
Just to clarify, the free roll is available on the following licenses: EU, Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Switzerland, and UK. If you're in a territory that does not play on one of those licenses, no free roll for you.
Recordings of that coming out.
Yep, unfortunately, you got to follow the rules.
Yeah.
Very excited for this, though, James. What a lineup. I mean, seriously heavy hitters here.
As you'd expect in the single biggest buy-in tournament here at EPT Barcelona. And great to have Patrick here, someone who is synonymous with all 2 decades, all 20 years of the EPT. Won the last Super High Roller we held in Monte Carlo back in the spring.
That's right.
Plus, of course, Lena 900, Nicholas Ostedt, from his 3rd place finish in the World Series of Poker main event.
You know, James, I can't help but feel like Lena is looking more and more comfortable at the live table. You know, for a long time, very much an online presence. Now, obviously, on the live circuit, seeing him pretty much at every single stop, looking real comfortable out there, as you'd expect with a player of his caliber.
So we've seen an early position raise from Thomas Santan with 9s, you folding 6s in the cutoff. Round to the big blind. Sam Greenwood has King 5 of spades.
One, go.
That's a defend.
Yes, indeed. Let's go to a flop. 5 high.
5 high with 1 spade, and Greenwood ain't going anywhere fast.
Yeah, and look, I think part and parcel to playing with players of this caliber is this sort of leveling war that we see so often, James. You know, players who are very aggressive, who have lots of moves, lots of bluffs, very difficult to relinquish top pair against players you know will have the full gambit.
A bet from Santan. He continues into a pot of 59,000 for 20,000. Rob asks, why are all the dealers slide dealing? Because the EPT is transitioning to slide dealing over the course of the next 12 months.
I actually really prefer that. When I was a dealer, I was a slide dealer, James. And I think it's so much cleaner, so much less room for error.
And that's the principal reason for moving over to that form of dealing. A couple of other things to highlight. Shot clock, which, for example, is in effect in the super high roller. You now have 15 seconds on your first decision, 30 seconds on subsequent decisions. There was also a clarification surrounding the rules regarding RTAs, Nick.
Yeah.
We know that you are forbidden from using electronic devices at the table that display any kind of charts, sims, or solvers. Set on the turn for Santan, Greenwood drawing dead. The rules have been clarified to make it clear. You cannot use any electronic device with any kind of GTO software in the tournament room, whether you are a player or whether you are a spectator. If you're in the tournament room, serious consequences if you are caught using any software like that.
I love this. I love the clarification. Oh, what a turn here. Sorry, guys. Top sets for Santurn.
Well, it gets checked by Greenwood, who check-raised the flop, by the way. Santan C-bet of 20K became 55K. Does not decide to continue betting the turn. And is there an argument for checking back for deception here, Nick? Or do you just got to get value, right?
Honestly, that would be such an interesting line here, James. I mean, I feel like when you turn the set, it feels so natural that you want to continue to put chips in the middle. So often in GTO, when we make big hands, we want to start putting in big bets regardless of the action. Under these circumstances, I believe Greenwood could sort of quote-unquote be check-raising for information, or at least he does get information from the check-raise, right? For a player to continue on this turn and then bet the turn, imagine if they were floating it with a hand like ace-king. Do you think they'd bet this turn? I feel like a hand that floats, let's say that Greenwood has ace-king, he might check-raise, sorry, call the check-raise, excuse me, and then check this turn probably more frequently than betting it. As played, though, a bet and a call.
So 55,000 apiece going to the river, which is the 4 of spades. Well, Greenwood, as we established, was drawing dead, but in his mind, he has not improved.
Yeah, and you'll note also, guys, that this is the middle pin that completes the ace straight, which is very, very important here, because even if Santurn did have some bluffs with some ace combos here on the turn, those all complete now. And obviously the 5 isn't doing well against some overpairs and sets and the like regardless. So at this point, I feel like it was fairly reasonable to have a call. I mean, Santurn's bet on the turn, though, James, was about 1/3. So I do see why we're continuing with the 5. Goes check, check.
Yeah, and Santurn will ship this pot. Well, very pleased to be joined by a special guest here on our live stream here from EPT 20. You're going to hear from many special guests over the course of the next 8 days. None more special than the man who created this tour, John Duthie. Welcome back to the live stream. It's been more than 10 years.
Is it that long?
I was going to say, I was thinking the last time that you made a guest appearance on a live stream, we didn't have hole cards. We had to hold microphones. I don't think we had super high roller tournaments.
We definitely didn't have super high roller. No, it's a long time. It's a long time.
Well, now you can see what cards they have, John, so you don't have to put people on ace, queen, or pocket tens.
Thank God for that. I know. But having just heard the analysis there, I was going, oh my God, what have I let myself in for? This is, anyway, it's going to be really interesting. I don't know a lot of these players, though.
Patrick, obviously.
Obviously, I know Patrick, but and I'm trying to see who else I know.
Byron Kaverman.
Kaverman, I've seen before.
Yeah. So Kayhan Mokri made the final table of the EPT main event here in Barcelona in 2022. Won the super high roller here last year.
Okay.
The Greenwoods, you know the Greenwoods.
No, of course, yeah, I know the Greenwoods. Yeah. But I think I'm a bit out of sync.
So one thing I would highlight is we did interview John for the Poker in the Ears podcast earlier in the week, and we published that podcast on Thursday. So if you want to know the full story of how John A, got into TV, B, got into poker, and C, created the European Poker Tour, I urge you to listen to that podcast. Not going to go over old ground today. What I am going to ask, John, is now we're here in Barcelona, now you've walked back into this venue, what did you think walking in, seeing your picture on the wall along with all these other poker icons?
I was quite touched, well, moved as I walked down the avenue of stars, you know, previous winners. It was. I was just talking to Francine Watson about it, who is and has been the producer of the TV shows since we first started, as you well know, but nobody else listening would. But I was just talking to Francine about all the faces and all the people and walking down there, and I think everybody involved with this particular event have done an amazing job to celebrate the 20 years of it. Because you have to remember that I haven't had anything to do with the EPT for over 10 years now, really. So, but I still recognise dedication and commitment.
I don't want people to think that this live stream is just one giant commercial for the podcast. It isn't, but you might find this interesting, John. We finally, after 7 years, persuaded Francine to come on the podcast. After this live stream won the Global Poker Award for Best Live Stream, and Francine was there in Vegas to collect it. We got her on the podcast to talk about her journey into poker and the work that she's done on the EPT over the last 2 decades.
Right, it'll be interesting to hear it. I'll certainly listen. What's happening on the screen anyway? That's what people really want to watch.
Well, we've got a button versus big blind hand here. Greenwood opening with 4s, Santurn defending with ace deuce, and a board that neither player is going to be 100% in love with, Nick.
Yep, you're absolutely right. I do imagine that 4s just get turned into a bluff on this board quite often. I mean, you can imagine checking and trying to take 4s to showdown, but these guys have such an aggressive style. You know, I think it's still fine to just barrel on queen 5-6 and just, you know, see how it goes. The check also completely reasonable, of course. King of clubs on the turn.
That's Sam's card, presumably, isn't it?
It should be, yeah. So that should give him a range advantage of sorts, absolutely. Being the initial raiser here, of course, should be potentially finding some bets here once in a while. But again, if his opponent is showing no aggression from out of position here, unlikely for them to be... Oh.
Well, we're crashing over to the secondary feature table to the 1K Estrellas main event where Parker Talbot Tonka is all in with ace-king against Martin Zamani's 9-7 of diamonds. So yeah, we're trying to keep across 2 tournaments today, guys. We've got this huge field in the Estrellas, which is down to the last 14. And Tonka at risk, but ahead. You never like it when they've got live cards.
Oh my God, you did it.
Better, Tonks.
6-2. Shut up, man. Dude, come on. Let's be reasonable. Come on, it wouldn't happen like that. I like you too much for it to happen like that. Here you go, 6-2. No sweat necessary. Come on. Look, no problem. Good hand, Tonka. Good job. Ask and he shall receive.
Another double up for Tonka, and having been on fumes
Thank you, sir.
for the last couple of levels, he's actually now got a stack that
It's not. Yeah.
he can take his time with.
7-9 into your shit.
Yes.
So a reminder that tournament had 7,100 total entries. Today it's the final 2 tables, playing down to a winner, and Tonka is still very much a contender. Well, that ace on the river has changed things. Santan wins the hand off Greenwood.
So the action was check, check, turn here. And then, of course, the river peeled off. But, you know, as I was saying, I feel like if your opponent doesn't take action from out of position after you've missed that flop bet, very often you can just try and get the force to showdown just because they're not going to have many draws and they're not going to have many made hands that are really confident to lead.
18 left.
Yeah, that's 14. I mean, 14 left. There we. Yeah, I mean, it's rigged. I mean.
And just highlighting that 14 players remain. Just give John his lunch break. Here's a fun story then, Nick. First time I ever worked with John was on the TV shows when Vicky Corrin won her first EPT back in 2006. I remember coming into work, we're about to start, and what's the first thing that happens? John goes, I want some biscuits. And so we were delayed for half an hour while John had some biscuits.
Sometimes you just need biscuits.
I thought, I actually quite like this. We just kind of work at a, you know, reasonable pace, eat food when we want.
Now Francine cracks the whip, you know?
These are the glory days of TV. Okay, to the outer tables where Steve O'Dwyer has shoved the river in a hand against Santosh Sivana. The board, by the way, is Queen Jack 8-9-4 with 3 clubs.
Yeah, O'Dwyer just the epitome of poker face.
I'd love to see that hand.
Well, we're not going to get to see it as Steve O'Dwyer chips up to 680K. Average stack right now is 512K with 20 players remaining.
Bro, these guys.
I think that's where they have the slide thing. Because you can just, yeah, I think.
Who's the action player on this table?
Yeah, it would make sense, right?
I mean, where do you start? You've got the online beast that is Lena 900, Nicholas Ozstedt. You've got Kayhan Mokri, who I would say it's fair to say Kayhan Mokri's an action player.
100%, absolutely.
Oh, is that Lena 900?
That is Lena right there, yeah.
I've lost so. Oh, no, sorry.
With the shades on.
Good old Lena. I always thought he was a girl.
Oh. I mean,
John.
Well, you know,
for a long time was a mystery. That's fair to say online.
Yeah.
Talk about action spot. There has been a 3-bet here, guys.
So Ozstedt opening with King 7, the 3-bet from Santan with Ace Jack, and now it's you in the big blind with Ace Queen of Hearts. You only has 13 bigs behind.
I think this is a shove all day, guys, for sure. I mean, with the amount of aggression we're going to see on this table and with that shorter stack, Ace-Queen suited really becomes super strong. The button, very frequently a 3-betting positional candidate as well. And at this table, it's hard to see this not just going to be all in here at this point.
Oh, he's just called.
Oh, this is very unexpected for a huge portion of the stack as well.
Huh.
Yeah, that's really, that was really unexpected.
Lena decides to fold despite the ridiculous price being offered. I guess is dominated too many times, so we go heads up to the flop, which is King 10-4. Hugh's still ahead, better than a 4-1 favorite.
Yeah, and he's got about pot left behind, which is why you kind of assume that we would just run this pre-flop. I don't know if maybe he's thinking Santarne's going to have more sort of 3-bet bluffs that contain an ace, and he thinks maybe he's going to be dominating loads of those, so this is the best way to get the chips in the middle. Perhaps he wants to sort of check raise now with the ace-queen. Just always tricky when you leave yourself with about pot behind because you're priced in so many situations, and you have the best hand where you might not connect with the board as well.
Seconds.
Wow, okay.
Chu lets it go.
That's why it's better to get it all in pre.
Yeah, absolutely. Avoid some of those painful spots.
Service? Yeah, Sonny was, yeah.
So, John, earlier on, we saw you in action briefly on day 1A of the EPT main event. The fact that you're sat with us now means you're no longer in the tournament, so I'm not going to pursue the point. However, one other player we saw in action, I don't know whether you saw him out in the field, was Alex Stevic. The original champion is back.
Yeah, we had a bit of a hug on the break. I saw our eyes met across the room, and I gave, you know, it was great to see him.
Yeah.
He's in very good form. He looks exactly the same, maybe a little bit older.
It's funny, I remember Alex coming back for the 10th anniversary. Great to have him back for the 20th. Obviously, Noah Buchan is still a regular here in Barcelona, and
Luca
Pagano is here as well. And Luca was at that first final table, right, in Barcelona?
He was, yeah, he was there. Yeah, he was. That was. God, I mean, annoyingly, Luca doesn't look any different at all. I mean, it's crazy.
I actually. Oh, one sec, guys.
Classic flip here.
Yeah.
Luck.
You getting it in on the very next hand with turns against Kayhan Mokri's Ace King, and there is a classic race underway now at the feature table in the 100K. Meanwhile, we are down to 19 players. David Coleman was eliminated in 20th.
Yeah, and we're about to see whether or not that Ace Queen of Hearts cost him.
King high flop.
It's not looking good at the moment. Yeah. He's probably regretting that. I mean, I wonder if he'll look back at the stream.
Well, if he does look back at the stream, I hope he doesn't read the comments, because YouTube and Twitch not being kind about the way he played that Ace Queen.
No, who cares what they think?
Good point, well made.
Very good points.
Oh, that's the other thing that's changed since you were last here. Now everyone comments in real time on everything that everyone is doing.
I know, it's great. But nobody can cancel me because I closed all my social media accounts about 3 years ago. Because you know. So I can't even be cancelled. I'm very happy about that.
I realised that when I tried to tag you in a post on X to promote the podcast.
Oh,
bad luck.
You can't talk, James. I keep trying to tag you on Instagram, but you still refuse.
So as we see Kayhan Mokri eliminate Samuel Zhu, who is 19th place finisher in the Super High Roller, we see him chip up to 92 big blinds. And we are going back to the Estrellas, which is playing at the secondary feature table, where it is Zamani who is shoved on Ren Lin.
You really want to call?
I don't care.
You don't care. It's me, your gambling hand.
Come on, haven't you ever seen me play? If I cared, I would just play a little better, probably.
Ren Lin is extraordinary fun. I had him at my table all day at a World Series event this summer. As I said earlier on, during which I connected him with Brandon. That's how he got a hotel room here in Barcelona.
I have to say, the energy just already feels really good at these tables, guys. A lot of chat, a lot of table talk. This is what I love about poker, the characters. I mean, even in our super high roller, seeing a lot of fun banter between players.
I don't think
especially when Grafton's
crazy
at the
guy.
table.
Oh yeah.
So crazy.
And
Sorry, maybe a
Barbaros.
little solo, but
So 13 players remaining in this Estrellas main event with 625K up top. It's all into call
Yeah.
for Ren Lin.
That was
He folds
scary.
the ace-jack.
I guess ace.
Must have been, right?
Oh man, this is awesome.
So
You gamble too much.
just back to the
No,
point you were making,
future.
Nick. Sooner or later,
future.
sadly, not sadly, but I think I'm going to have to embrace Instagram.
Yeah.
It was okay.
Trust me, if I could shut down my X account like John did many years ago, I'd be so happy. I don't like being there, but I kind of need to diversify my social presence before I can close one of them down.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's as bad as you think as well over there on Instagram. I think.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right.
I'm the same as you guys. If I could just log out completely, I would. But it's part of the job, and it's nice to share with the people.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think you guys have to do it. I think I can quite safely close mine down.
Sorry, sparkling water. And can I get 3 change?
Also, I found X quite toxic. I just found the environment quite toxic.
It is.
It is, which is why I kind of like wince every time I open it.
Yeah, I mean, there's been quite a few opportunities for me to tag James and some really, really fun stuff. And every time I go, I start typing at James Hardigan, and every single time I go, oh, that's right. Not here.
Give me time, Nick. I'll get down to it eventually.
Baby steps, I understand. New ambassador here, new ambassador.
Did I see that Luca still holds the record for most EPT main event final table appearances, even though I don't think he's a regular on the tour and hasn't been a regular on the tour for more than 9 or 10 years now.
Does he? I don't know. You're the stats guru.
Well, I've been looking over some stats, John, because I don't know if you know about this, but tomorrow night in the Players Lounge, we are hosting the EPT 20 quiz, or rather, I will be question master. Howard Swains has been the question compiler, and I hope you'll be there, because if anyone should be able to get a good score on the history of the EPT, it's the guy who was there for the first few seasons.
That's just really unfair to give the invite on air.
John's like, there are 5-5 games running in the casino. Why the hell do I want to be in a quiz?
Yeah. It's funny because Francine just texted me to say, after I got knocked out at the main event, she texted me and said, would you like to come and do some commentary on the high roller? And I just said, oh, bad luck. I've already just bought into the PLO. And here I am. 1 minute later. Somebody couldn't put aces down.
Oh man,
brilliant. On a 6-6-10 board.
Brilliant stuff. Here, 1 sec, guys. Let's see how this plays out really quick. I do have a story about Luca, though. There's been a 3-bet, and it looks like a defend from Mr. Aston.
By the way, as you can probably imagine, my suggestion for how we should mark EPT 20 was to do an updated version of the rap with lyrics that covered the second 10 years of the tour.
Of course.
No takers.
Okay, well, that plays into what I was about to talk about, because I actually met Luca Pagano for the first time just before I went live here. And I literally walked in the room and I was chanting to myself, Luca Pagano, big bucks, Bronco. And he looked up at me and he went, hi. And I went, oh, hi, hello. It was completely by chance. I'm not even joking.
He must have been really worried. he thought you were going to take him back to your hotel room and he'd find loads of photographs of Luca up on the wall.
I was just thinking about James's rap, and he looked up and he said, I didn't think anybody remembered that. And I said, of course we do. So it's a real shame we didn't, but it sounds as though he's looking to get back into poker a little bit more now in moving forward. It looks like he's keen to get back into the tables, perhaps increasing on that lead.
Okay. Yeah. What was sorry, I missed the pre-flop action there.
It was a raise 3-bet and a call.
Okay, interesting.
And then it was a continuation bet on the flop, and Mokri, Asset raised with the Queen 10 of spades and took it down.
Enjoy that one.
Very nice.
I like that. I love that sort of play.
Oh no. Oh.
That's right, Eagle Eyes. I do still know all the lyrics to the EPT rap. I think my performance of the EPT rap still does the rounds occasionally.
No, that was just some fuckery
during
with
lockdown.
It's so good.
The crazy things we all did when we didn't leave the house during the pandemic.
And I fold. I mean, what am I going to do?
Absolutely stellar performance. I think we should get that on Spotify or something, just so we can call it up whenever we need it.
It's a question that we should have brought up on the podcast, like the fact that by giving birth to the EPT, you also are responsible for that rap, which is polarizing. The rap is polarizing. I will.
Come on, there's a limit to what I'm responsible for.
Anything and everything that has the letters EPT on it is your fault.
5 seconds.
On.
There it is. Greenwood's going to bang this one in. Starts the hand with about 34 big blinds or so. And it's very reasonable.
Ace-10 of diamonds for Lena.
I think this is just a smidge too much, though, James. You know, you're going to be ahead of Greenwood's range sometimes, or you're going to have equity, but I think he's going to turn up with too many of these big ace combos that'll have you dominated to really want to get in 34 bigs here.
Are you telling Nicholas Ostedt how to play poker?
Absolutely not. I would never, ever. I think I literally have those sunglasses.
Well, obviously you don't literally have those sunglasses because they're on his face.
No, you don't understand. I think he's stolen my sunglasses. Wait a minute, here we go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
So a great spot for Greenwood because it is a domination situation in his favor.
What does he think he's doing that with? I don't really understand it. Did he fold? Did he fold? Did he see the flop and just fold then? Or?
No. It was an open from Kayhan, a shove from Greenwood in the small line, and then a shove from Asted in the big line with the ace-10 suited. I thought it might have been a smidge too much, but if anyone knows these ranges, Lena 900 does.
It's not looking good for diamonds because Mokri's folded a couple of diamonds. So Greenwood near enough a 70% favorite here as we go to the flop. And ace, king, a bigger favorite now. Turn card. Is a 10 domination rotation. And now Sam Greenwood is on the verge of elimination. Will be our 18th place finisher unless there is a king on the river. No king. Lena gets lucky and KOs Sam Greenwood.
It's a brutal game, isn't it?
Brutal. And Lena's so lucky. You think a guy this talented shouldn't be this lucky. It just doesn't seem fair.
What I don't understand is what he was putting him on. You know, I mean, I don't know what Sam's re-raise was. Anyway, I wasn't concentrating enough.
So it looks like from the chat, Sam's been 3-bet shoving pretty light from the small blinds. So perhaps a little opportunity for Nicholas there to catch some of those sort of suited ace combos that might be in there. But even then, I thought at 34 big blinds effective, I assumed that the small blind shoving range wouldn't contain that much of that stuff. Maybe some 3-bet not all in would be more preferable with those combinations. In any case, sometimes it's better to be lucky.
I was not.
Yeah.
Ace king, so I guess my call sucks.
So 17 players remaining now across 3 tables. We're almost at the final 2 tables. Well, Nicholas Astet now second in chips at this table. Kayhan Mokri still table chip leader. Patrick has slumped a little bit, but still hovering around the 50 big blind mark.
You can't get a word in edgeways with Patrick, can you?
At least he's not eating for once.
Is he a big eater?
He grazes at the poker table.
Constantly.
Over the course of a day, he's snacking the whole time. I mean, look at him. He needs probably like 5,000 calories per day to maintain that physique.
I mean, and that's not even including the brain power activated at the feature table, right? So, yeah, I mean, maybe that's the method. Maybe the trick is not to have big meals, just graze constantly. Constant source of energy.
I always remember seeing Patrick. He used to sort of wander around the Bellagio in one of, those sort of dressing gowns that you get in your room. He used to wander around the Bellagio, and all these people would be there looking at him, and he's I don't know, he's an interesting character.
For sure. Well, this flop is perfect for Mokri. Trip 10s, and his opponent has paired their ace.
Down to 16, so we're breaking one.
Yes.
Yeah, great opportunity for Mokri.
Never do it again for the rest.
Raymond Hajayev's been eliminated in 17th place. That means we're down to 16. That means a table needs to be broken. And that'll be an opportunity for us to change the feature table after this hand.
So Kayhan obviously flopping very, very well here. And this was kind of unexpected for me personally. There is a check raise here from the ace-9. And on this texture, you got to imagine that, I mean, Kayhan's opening range here is going to be pretty wide in the first place, right? So I would have thought perhaps an opportunity to allow Kayhan to just keep repping a 10 or an ace when you actually do indeed have the hand. But there is a check raise. Mokri's obviously going absolutely nowhere. Probably just a flat, I imagine. Does call.
It's going going to give Mokri 95% equity in this hand.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are playing such bleeding edge GTO. I'd love to look this one up at some point and try and drill down into what kind of ace combos we are supposed to check raise here.
What about the Broadway flush combos as well? That, you know,
yeah,
that's what would interest me more.
Sure,
too.
absolutely, yeah. You know, even if you have a hand like King Queen of Diamonds or, you know, King 5 of Diamonds or something like that, you have to imagine the King High is just winning on the flop quite often. You don't necessarily need to turn that into a bluff, but it'd be cool to see what that range looks like. As played, though, I guess he does get a little bit of information, though, because it's tricky for Kayhan to turn up with bluffs here that aren't some of the ones you're describing, right? Some Queen Jack of Diamonds, some King 5 of Diamonds or something like that. Again, maybe even candidates to just try and get to showdown with in the first place. As played, bet call.
Inconsequential deuce on the river.
Well, I'd be repping that. What was it Ram said once? He said, and the flop came blank, blank, deuce.
That's brilliant.
He's joining us later as well, apparently.
Yeah, Ram Vaswani, winner of EPT Dublin in season 1. Almost the first 2-time winner on the EPT. The very next event in Copenhagen, he came second.
And this is great, you guys. The 25K bet on the river, the lead on the river, excuse me. The pot before that was about 135K, so a real blocker bet, like very, very small. And now the question is this the kind of move that he would make to try and induce if he did have diamonds? Right?
Yeah.
And if not, then we still need to find some raises here.
Just call. Do you think he's going to just call here?
I would. You know what? I would be surprised if this 25K is something that they would do with the diamonds. I imagine diamonds are very keen to just shovel in money against a 10 or an ace, right? So I think that Kayhan's going to put it together and he's going to find a raise here.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Very splashy raise, almost like that much.
Yeah,
I haven't counted it that much.
I think Kayhan's really brilliant at doing this sort of false tell game as well. He does it very well. You know, some Hollywood is very bad and other Hollywood is very subtle. I think Kayhan's brilliant at doing that subtle Hollywood where it really feels like he's trying to splash it in there and trying to make it look, you know, big and scary, as though he had diamonds or as though he had, you know, as though he was bluffing, I should say.
5 seconds.
And yeah, look at this, guys. This is, so it's about 4 times the lead there, 108K. Yeah, excuse me, 108,000, correct. Perfectly sized, really, to try and get the ace combos to still crying call. Does get the crying call. And a nice spot there for Kayhan. Chip leading by a significant margin now, 1.14 million.
And a reminder that with the elimination of Raman Hijayev, we are down to 16, so they are going to break a table. We'll be playing 2 tables of 8. We're going to change feature table, and whilst that's happening, we'll head over to the Estrellas main event, which is at the secondary feature table.
1.2.
Down to the final 13 players.
600.
Tonka still alive.
Like 18? And the double from Germany, so 400.
He's a very nice guy, Tonka. I like him.
We can see he's now 3rd in chips at the table. Reminding, at one point he was down to his last million.
Yeah, I love Parker. Great guy. Just a real funny guy to be around. And
he's so very positive, isn't he? He's just got that energy. He's got that really nice energy about him.
yeah, and I think that serves him very well in poker as well. I find that, especially to be a tournament player, you need such tenacity. You need to have a real desire to continue and never give up. And I think he's got a lot of that built in. Nothing seems to shake him as well, and he seems to shake other people at the table. You know, he really can get under people's skin as well and make them make mistakes.
Well, there's the prospect of a classic race here. Lin opening with sevens. DiGiacomo shoves from the button with ace-queen suited.
How much, Herbie?
What are the ICM implications here?
Yeah.
7-3, yeah.
How many are we left in the Estrellas, James?
We're down to the final 13. I don't think we're on a money jump at the moment, but as ever, the payouts once you get to that final table get really, really big. You're looking at six-figure scores.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine severely large, but in anticipation of future game, right? I mean, getting to that final table in a field that big is just so unbelievably huge.
Yeah.
Very rarely in a live setting do we have the opportunity to play for such a multiplier. It really is impressive every year the numbers we get down here in Barcelona.
Incredible. It's also really good to see Parker, running so deep too.
It's the second year in a row he's done this, John.
Is it really?
So last year this tournament had like 7,300 entries. This year 7,100, and he's made the last two tables 2 years in a row.
Wow, that's incredible.
Okay.
That's really incredible.
Show the bluff.
So Borat watching on YouTube asks, is this the 100K buy-in? We are covering the 100K, but right now we're looking at the 1K. This is the Estrellas main event. This is the huge local tour event that kicked off this festival. That happened after your time, right? This idea of having the local tour open each EPT?
No. Oh, after. It was after me. Yeah, we didn't have local tours at that time. I mean, we hardly had any events really when you think about it. The festivals themselves were, maybe 5 or 6 tournaments. I don't know.
I mean, I remember the first EPT I came to, EPT Deauville. Outside of the main event, all you could really play was sit and goes.
Yeah.
Side events weren't really a thing.
No, and it was all cash on the table, do you remember?
Yeah.
But things have changed a lot.
It's funny you guys should say that. I can't remember what tour I was attending, but it was something not PokerStars related, and having worked with the EPT for so long, I said to my friend, we'll just play some side events if we get bored, and they sort of said, what are you talking about? I said, the plethora of side events that will be available, and they sort of said, nah, it's just main event, mate. I don't know what you're talking about. I kind of forget how lucky we have it here at the EPT. It's either cash games or nothing, really, which suits me quite well, but...
It's true.
Four side.
And the technology has changed so much. I was just looking at the table setup. Oh no, what's happening? He's got pocket tens.
And he is all in.
Do we turn him over?
I don't know. I think ace jack. Ace 6.
Yeah, and pretty standard
This one's
shove.
a little harder to win.
Very standard call.
Table ace 6 very strong.
But maybe the suits are coming. Oh, shit.
At least they're both being quite
really
jolly about it.
Did you?
Given the amount of money that's on the line.
These two have very similar energy, though. They really love it. They love the drama.
Yeah.
Nicholas, come here.
He needs a bit of luck.
Oh, come on. I can never beat Lena in a hand. This is different. What are we having? Oh, my God.
I have 10s.
Oh.
4 for fun, Tonka.
That heel was sweaty.
4 fair? He can't breathe. Breathless. Stone breathless. I'll tell you what it is. It's good for you. 13 million?
Aces and sixes. Working for Zamani.
10.
Yes.
Always coming.
Wow.
13. Always coming 7.
And that is another double up for Tonka. And now he's back up to nearly 27 million.
Easy. Tournament poker is so easy when you win flips.
It is.
I would have taken a 4. I would have been fine with a 4 and then really upset about the 4.
Yeah, sorry, all-ins, I should say. You're quite right. It wasn't even a flip. Sometimes those feel much harder to win, though, don't they?
They do.
Than the actual flip.
I don't know. Anytime you're up against an ace, it feels like a flip.
It feels like a flip every single time. Yeah.
It's pretty grim.
Hashtag PokerStars.
Yes.
Yeah, bubble boy.
Bubble boy.
Oh my God. He does gamble a lot.
I saw John Juanda for breakfast today as well.
Taking the big one?
He's here.
He is indeed. A former Barcelona champion. Won the main event here in 2015.
Always a gentleman.
I think you're really happy.
So John Juanda is one of several players who has a first and a second
for the all-in.
on the EPT.
That was
okay.
clean. That was
Runner-up in EPT London
That
back in
was a
2010, and then took the title here in Barcelona in 2015.
Right there.
Your ability to recall that information is just so impressive.
I thought maybe he didn't have
James.
it.
Can you imagine if you go out for a drink with it?
No, he's fine.
I have on many occasions.
Oh, blimey. I bet it was short.
You have to go, James, no work talk. No work talk.
I don't want to blow my own horn job. I can talk about subjects other than the EPT, just to be clear.
Film.
One other subject. Yeah, that's right. James Bond.
He's a big nerd on film. You know.
Exactly. I just bought people like James Bond movies instead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very nerdy.
¿Qué lugar me dijiste?
Oh, look. Here we go. This is at the Estrellas still.
See, one of the EPTs I didn't get to go to, this was before we started live streaming. One of the events I didn't get to go to was Copenhagen in 2007, and that was the event that Mads Mikkelsen showed up at, Le Chiffre. Having just made Casino Royale, he had the poker bug had bitten him, so he went to his local EPT.
Yeah, I remember that.
I like that casino too.
It was, yeah, I love that venue. It was really good.
Yeah, boss man. Cooler. Sorry, I'm a little slow.
Lynn trying to get some of that peel magic that works so well for Parker. 10s now for Berthelot.
See, same school.
Same.
What he did,
same
just play like that.
Yeah.
I don't know, I've got a feeling that Bertelo's going to get done dirty here.
How confident are you in this one?
Really?
Really very confident, right? It's almost like a lock.
Yeah.
You played good, you shoved.
Ace-5 suited, it's the computer hand.
Yeah. I think Parker, I think he might hit.
Ace-5 suited is the official sourdough.
He doesn't look... You know that look, sometimes you look down at aces and you go, oh, God. You know, and you always lose. Sometimes you look, oh, there we go.
Ooh.
I've got a really good feeling about the 10s in this hand.
Yeah.
4 spades.
Oh, okay. Straight flush on board, please, dealer. 8 of spades.
Just as I got him.
I tell you, well, he did, but he don't know how to
Yeah, he doesn't know how to play.
So he better short stand. Yeah.
Oh, ace.
There's the ace, but too late in the day.
Yeah.
For maximum drama, we need the ace on the flop and the 10 on the turn.
Yeah, of course.
This hand was not scripted very well for television.
I think you better just back a 2 bigger blind. And,
I don't know how I don't win that.
Yep, and that's all she wrote. Double for the 10s.
You still got that extra 3, though. How did I not win that?
You know when you play online,
So outrageous.
do you use the big blind converter on stars?
Okay, I do. And I am notoriously bad at mental math, so that helps me a lot, especially if I'm trying to multi-table.
Yeah.
But I get so used to it that when I come back to the live environment,
Come on,
I
you
get
missed
in
it.
so much trouble. I get
No,
so
me too.
kerfuffled, and I start misclicking all over the place.
I'm so pleased you said that, because I play a lot with using the big blind, and I just my mental arithmetic is not nearly as good as it used to be as a result.
Yeah.
I'm really seriously considering going back to it.
Constantly on my calculator app if I'm playing live.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
So back to the super high roller and new lineup at the feature table. We're down to 16 players, 2 tables of 8. And these are the players we're watching right now. It is Santos Silvana, who is the big stack here with just over $1 million. Nick Petrangelo, Steve O'Dwyer, Morton Klein, Tuan Mulder also have 600K plus. Sean Winter hovering around the 55 big blind mark. Similar size stack for Jesse Lonis. Nacho Barbero, the only shortish stack with 17 bigs. Still at the 5K, 10K blind level for another 30 minutes.
This is the part where Joe says, Nicky Petrangelo. It's Nicky Petrangelo.
Can you just talk to me through Santos's pedigree?
I mean, he basically plays a lot of big buy-in events, and he's had some decent results in them. I don't know what his background is.
Because I've seen him around the last year or two.
No massage, no Premier League, no ACR patch.
No gamble.
He's a bit of a character.
What a complete scam.
I love Nacho.
Ready? Sure. So many rules. I don't like this. In Triton, we don't have these things. That's why I left this company, PokerStars.
Oh, shut up.
I don't like the rules.
No, there are too many rules. Sorry, excuse me.
I'm like Jesse. I don't like rules.
See, he knocked over my chip. What do I do?
No poker player likes rules. Actually, there's somebody else who doesn't like rules.
I have never heard a super high roller player complain about anything before. This is uncharted waters.
I'm so glad I don't run these events anymore.
I have to say,
you're leaning towards him.
A man who has
taking up his real
aggressive
estate.
tendencies, Toby Stone is incredibly measured and incredibly calm, incredibly polite, and everything's water off a duck's back to Toby.
What do you mean by aggressive tendencies?
As in, like, you kind of feel that if you got into a fight with Toby, he could kill you.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
He's tiny.
No. I guarantee you, I would. If I got into a fight with Toby, I'd be on the floor and probably bleeding out within seconds. I don't mean he's got aggressive tendencies. I mean he clearly has the ability. To do some serious damage.
I think he has the ability to assert dominance when necessary.
Yes.
There you go.
But he's excellent at customer service and being very good with the players.
He is. That's true. I just don't. I've never seen this aggressive tendency. It's funny.
I meant to say potential rather than tendencies.
Okay.
James, you haven't said the 2 and Mulder thing yet.
Spirit of the horse.
There you go. Thank you.
It's over my head. I'm sure your regular viewers will know what you're talking about.
His avatar on Stars is a horse.
Oh, okay.
Simon Lynch asks, can you straddle at EPT events? Simon, you can't straddle in any tournament. If you're playing in a cash game,
you got 5.
You can actually straddle in tournaments. We've played.
It's called a blind raise, John.
I know, but it's sort of, the whole table has to agree. But no, very few people ever do it. But we were just actually playing in the Omaha, and somebody said, "Come on, let's have a round of straddles." And I went, okay, yeah, let's do it. And the dealer said, well, it can't be a straddle, it has to be a blind raise.
Exactly.
And everyone, oh, okay.
I love that, though.
Again, these bloody rules.
Yeah, these silly rules.
I mean, look, you're in Barcelona when the whole table agrees to that and actually does a round of fake straddles.
Yeah, it's fun. I'm a big fan. I like Petrangelo as a player. I wonder what his other card is. I'm going to say Jack.
Well, which one, John? Come on, be specific.
Diamonds.
You're free to choose from.
I'm going to say Jack of Diamonds.
Okay, fair enough. TVP watching on Twitch asks, is today's play ending with a winner? Not in this tournament. They're playing to 6, playing to the money, playing to the final table. But in the other tournament where we see Tonka, the Estrellas, that is playing down to a winner today. So if we're in a situation where they're at 6 players in the super high roller, they bag and tag and come back for tomorrow, we will move the remaining Estrellas players to the main stage and watch that play down to a champion.
Yeah, how can we miss it? Such a big field tournament, so much money up top.
Trying to steal from Nachito. Ah, it's okay. Punishment. There you go. Tip.
These tables are a lot bigger. I like it, but it's a lot of work for the dealers. Get a lot of room in mine and Nick's seat.
In addition to advocating for a revised version of the EPT wrap, I also petitioned for us to bring back the original EPT tables. I wanted beige tables for this event, John.
Some space, John.
That would have been, I think
What's
that
up?
would have been.
You give them some
That would have
space.
been true to the
I'm actually, pretty tight.
initial. I love those beige tables, but
because the
the lighting
cheap
cameraman
elbows
didn't like
out.
them. They used to make all the
move,
players
I'll
look
move,
very
I'll move.
pale.
Our set designers would utterly hate that,
It is
James.
Steve's fault,
Especially when we got a set that looks this
Name
gorgeous. I mean,
Steve.
seriously,
You just
what
put
a
your
feature
elbows
table.
Steven. I'll go this way.
You have to remember, I love trolling the rest of the production team.
Steven.
So if it makes life difficult for the lighting cameraman and difficult for the set people, I'm all on board.
He's like this playing with his chips the whole
Can we get all the players to wear striped shirts as well so we get that nice
He's got one
fuzz?
hand going like this. He's just saying yes.
There you go.
Steve O'Dwyer has jacks.
Okay, good read, James.
Thank you.
So Petrangelo did as well, he just folded.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, we're just going to assume you nailed it. All right, look at the flat here from Mr. O'Dwyer. So it's an open from the hijack from Mulder, Spirit of the Horse. O'Dwyer flats in position, and now the big blind, Mr. Klein here, does have a very pretty hand, King Queen suited.
Call or a squeeze? I don't know.
Yeah, I think squeezing potential for sure, but just decides to flat. Definitely some ICM implications here as we get deeper into the tournament, but still 16 remains, so not super close to the big money.
6-6-5, Jack still ahead.
Steve O'Dwyer's poker face is just unbreakable. It is unreal. I think Klein has already checked. And I think Mulder's checked over now. What does Steve want to do here? He's probably very likely to have the best hand in his, from his perspective. He's going to feel really good about this board for the jacks. I think we do want to start betting. And 81K in the middle. The bet here in position is 19,000.
Wow, so just under 25%.
Yeah, and I think this is really cool too. Like, he's probably going to want to have quite a few bluffs from this position if he's flatting here. He's probably going to want to have some sizings that still gets paid if he has, a hand like pocket sevens, pocket eights, pocket nines, jacks, obviously, potentially a 3-bet candidate pre-flop as well. But under these circumstances, small enough to keep Klein interested. That's great. And you can see how that sizing really plays into the dynamic here, John. Keeping those 2 overcards and the backdoor flush draws involved, which is definitely something you want when you have a nice disguised hand like pocket jacks.
No, it's nice. I love the way the game's evolved over the last sort of 20 years.
That long pause. Brilliant. Okay, so it was a bet and a raise. It was a check raise from Klein.
Well, that is a set. It's a full house, in fact, for Steve O'Dwyer. It has Klein drawing dead.
I mean, this is pretty dreamy if your opponent is the kind of player that goes, I'm going to rep this 6 no matter what happens, right? This isn't a great turn for the king-queen. You'd love to see some diamonds or indeed a king or a queen. Does fire again, 191K in the middle, and the turn bet is going to be 110. So about just over half pot, like 60% pot, something like that. And O'Dwyer is in love with this spot now. His opponent's going to be bluffing and committed to the bluff very often, or just have a 6. And this is the dreamiest turn for the jacks, because you really lock it up here. Pretty impossible to not have the best hand. Pocket 6 is very, very, very unlikely. Keep it cool. Just the flat. I like it a lot.
That's such a dream card. I mean, Klein's got to. He's got to go for it, hasn't he?
I mean, if he's betting this turn where he doesn't pick up equity, or indeed, a king or a queen, it feels like he's really committed to representing that 6. And you got to imagine there's quite a few pairs in O'Dwyer's range that flat here. The jacks are so well disguised as a flat, right? Let's see what he wants to do, though.
I think he's gonna shove.
I think he's gonna go for it too.
Yeah.
So 411K, and he's got 405K behind. You see how he sized it perfectly to have just less than pot as well with that turn bet. So 405K is a perfect shove to represent here if he wants to really, really barrel into it.
175.
Oh, okay. Decides to go for the 175, which again I think looks quite strong at times as well.
It looks like a value bet, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, and Steve will just wait and dwell up for a while, maybe even use a time bank.
And then pump it in.
And then pop it back.
Yeah.
Will he waste a time bank? I don't know. Yeah, he will.
Seems to have a lot of them.
Yeah, Steve's not somebody that dawdles. I think this is a spot where a little bit of a well-up is a good thing here. You really want to make it look like you might have some bluffs or once in a while, but I don't know, the action and the board is such that it just feels like, this is a super strong shove. Obviously, king-queen will be done with the hand at this point. But I think it's an all-in for sure. There's no chance you don't go for all of it in this spot. Absolutely not.
Of course, back 20 years ago, you would never dwell up for this long with a hand like that. You just instantly move all in because nobody.
Yeah,
it would be bad form, to dwell like that.
Player is all in.
Oh, Morton.
Yeah, he's gonna Hollywood a little bit here, I think. But
he's got to.
Of course, it's a fold. Yeah.
Question is, and this is an EPT callback, are those Shambhala bracelets?
Looks like it. Looks like them. That's a while ago. You really are a fount of all knowledge. Shambhala.
I spent a good 2 or 3 seasons shilling Shambhala bracelets, don't you worry.
I remember them well.
Much was it? 430.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't thinking. He can't. No.
Yeah,
He's got to dwell up.
just some Hollywood. And that's a real spicy pot for O'Dwyer now.
The great turn. Would have been interesting to see had it come like, a 10,
or something.
a 10, and whether or not what would have happened there.
Yeah, like a 10 and then maybe another 5, like a double paired, right? Because then your opponent can have both boats, I suppose.
Yeah.
Chad seemed really confused there about the commentary. We weren't suggesting that he would ever fold jacks, guys. We were just trying to indicate what King-Queen might do in this situation when trying to represent the 6 that might get folds from other combinations.
I play with him on my left.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Steve O'Dwyer has moved over the million mark, has more than 100 bigs. Morton Klein hovering around the 20 big blind mark. Nacho Barbero still a short stack at the table with 14 bigs.
Of the 7-8.
And blinds up in 17 minutes time.
Good fold, Martin. You were beaten. Whatever you had, you were beaten.
I hope so.
Pretty sure.
Always like Nacho's at the table commentary.
I don't think you remember, Nick, but the PSPC, I think it was on the penultimate day, Nacho made the final table of that event. He was wearing that bright green hoodie, and there was that comment from someone saying, "How long has this tennis ball been at the feature table?" And it killed me. I couldn't speak for like 20 minutes.
That was the event where he misclicked on the final, right? For for chunks.
Yeah, his final table commentary got the better of him there. He wasn't paying attention.
Easily done.
Yeah, I mean, such a talented guy, though. Very, very successful at tables. Plays the game very well. $14 big blinds on the button. Looks like he's just going to click it here. Or what's he decided to do? I mean, this is definitely a spot where shoving, I think, is preferable. Yeah, that makes more sense, right? I saw him put in chips. The effective all-in from Barbero on the button with the ace-3 offsuit. Klein definitely needs to run this one, though. This is well inside the range.
So it is a domination situation. Klein with the dominating hand.
So maybe I win this one.
Do you not put small blind, big blind any longer in the graphics on?
It comes up at the start of the hand.
Oh, it does. Okay, I missed it.
So Nacho at risk and behind. Nine, 5, 5.
I think a 9.
Opportunities, though.
Indeed.
Well, I have the ace of clubs. It's never easy.
Oh my God, that's brutal.
Hits the 3.
That is so brutal. And a 3 of clubs, never mind.
I know. Leaving Morton Klein with 3 outs.
I feel like Messi is coming on the river. Yeah, I'm dead.
He doesn't hit, so domination rotation for Nacho Barbero, who doubles up through Morton Klein. And Morton's going to be left with 8 bigs. He's in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
By the way, I saw that.
Are you taking over Joe's?
I have permission. I have permission. It's allowed. It's allowed.
That's funny. I do watch these. I watch the streams occasionally.
We know. There's often a John Duthie begging for free roll passwords, remember?
Yeah, only you spotted that. It was very funny.
You just don't want to hear the version that Griff does. It's terrible.
I like the one that everybody loves. Everybody loves what?
It's everyone.
Everyone.
Loves a chop pot.
John, such a sin. Everyone.
Everyone.
You should win those ones. I mean, honestly.
Again, you're responsible for that.
Very bad experience.
Anything that's associated with the EPT has your name on it, has your DNA in it.
I think you've also we've got to do a shout out for Joe's stand-up on Wednesday night here too. Surely we've got to get people to come.
I do love the fact that Norman Chad has shot this down as a legitimate gig, not an official show, as it's a players' lounge at a poker festival. But it'll be a good night. Sadly, some of us will be calling the action on the EPT main event, so we'll be able to
know
your chip count.
Yeah, exactly. Knowing my chip count, but I mean, I give a little edge to the other players, but not knowing my stacks.
But I'm going to give Joe plenty of opportunity to promote his stand-up show and his comic book.
Otherwise it would be
because he's coming in, people.
The only way we got a chance.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise,
Just like that.
Not everybody's Sneaky P, bro. So
I think we signed up for more table talk for Mr. Nacho with the domination rotation.
21.
Fuck, man.
3 raises, 21.
You're back. Back to start.
Oh, it didn't.
Overstarting.
It didn't get shown.
Overstarting, bro.
As if I didn't have.
And I'm playing fucking great too, so that's amazing. It's a deadly combination.
As if I didn't.
But I really need to go check this score.
Perfect. As if I didn't have enough reasons to sweat Nick Schulman.
Score from Chelsea. Big bet.
His impression of Nacho, if you guys haven't seen that video he did where he tells the story of Nacho telling a story, is one of the top 5 funniest things I've ever seen in poker.
Is it? I'm gonna look that up.
It's on Nick's Twitter page. He's like in his car.
Oh, I thought we were doing by
just
this.
talking directly to camera. Probably what?
Oh, we're
4 or
showing
5 months ago, I want to say.
Right.
Oh, so what's this? I thought you said put them in the box.
Actually, Daniel does a pretty good impersonation of him as well.
You gotta give Daniel credit for going for it.
Okay,
with
we don't need
accents.
Come on, I'm saying, but there's box issues with my card. Like I'm putting them in the box.
You're blocking the camera, bro.
I know, but what does the camera have to do with the box?
Well, we like to see the camera
You have
too.
to do both.
You get two.
So
two
box
takes.
and a.
They work together.
When you get 2 takes.
He knows. No, I've never had to do both before.
But there is no table camera.
Where is it?
There's
Okay,
no.
now I gotta go back there.
There is no camera under the table.
Why don't you put the chips on the other side?
Is there?
Oh, there's a camera.
Is there? I thought it was
It's just not the main way we use to identify the cards anymore.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it now.
Thing that happens
In front of.
That's how we tell what the hold cards are.
So when we do our post-production, we get a little peel, we get a little squeeze, as well as the cards of info.
I mean, that used to be the only way we before the RFID stuff.
I know.
I remember being in the truck on the big game, and they've got all of the cameras, right? You're probably in the same category with me.
Mm-hmm.
All the cameras, all divided in a screen. You have 2 guys hitting pause real quick. On 7 different machines, all pausing. Sometimes you'd get a blurry one.
Wow.
Very difficult. It's much easier now.
By the way, the graphics team still has a lot of pressure on them and make very few mistakes considering all the things going on. So shout out to Graphical Hue and crew. Jesse Lonis, okay. Been tearing up the American circuit. Sean Winter, quite the pedigree as well. USA on USA here. Domination situation, ace 4, king 4. And And Winter coming over the top of the limp.
I mean, that should just be a straightforward fold from the small blind.
As a big.
Not these days, pal.
Not these
Really?
days. I mean, this is actually an opportunity for a limp raise, I believe. I don't know if King 4 offsuit or King 4 suited is better, but some of those trashy, one high card combos can be good to balance up when you're going to check raise here. Sorry, limp raise here with some stronger combinations. I'm not sure if Lannis is going to want to do this here, but 51 big blinds does seem like an opportunity. And there you go.
Oh, you've done it.
We nailed it.
Yeah. No, you did.
It's impossible, John.
We've done it together. No. This is all your fault. You keep forgetting. This is all your fault. This is where the game is these days, and it's all your fault.
I mean, if you study, I mean, I suppose if one studies GTO, you start with the small blind, big blind, and then go back to big blind, small blind.
So I play a lot of spin and goes, so I'm a huge advocate for learning button, small blind, big blinds, and that goes the same as you add positions around the table, right? So you start with the three-handed and then you go that way. I'm a huge advocate for that just because they're the most complicated and most difficult spots to play. And also the big blind defense range is a good place to start when you add in full ring, because you go, what do I do in the big blind against this combo and this combo? Because it's the place where you call the most, right? When it goes raise, fold, and knowing what to do at different stack depths is a great place to start your sort of pre-flop education, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Lannis gets it done.
Yeah, easy peasy. I'm loving that action. Winter had about 57, about 60 big blinds to start the hand. Those guys just got exactly the right kind of sort of stack depth to really find some of those cool limp raise moves where they don't want to get too invested, and they're still deep enough to do it and then have chips behind afterwards as well.
Queen 2?
I mean, there's an argument for him 5-betting from the big blind there too. I mean, I would.
No, and the 5-bet is actually really cute, but people tend to do it with the ace-5 combos. They like that ace-5 suited, the artisanal sourdough.
It's fashionable.
As Joe Stapleton once coined, artisanal sourdough is what we call ace-5 suited, because it's a combo that really likes to make those extra sort of
ace-4 occasionally too, though. Ace-4 is not totally out of the realm.
Sure.
That means you had, what, 10-7 off?
No, I guess I went too thin.
And yeah, very effective there. Hand number 62. Everyone has jacks at this table.
Nacho E. Barbaro with the pocket hacks. As El Comentador used to say, Morton Klein moving his chips in with the clangers.
Oops. We're going to hear something from Nacho here.
Action on Winter.
I really hope you win this one.
Mulder out.
Sorry.
And Barbaro makes the call.
Back pain if I sit for too long.
But I have a bad feeling. You're running bad.
My
name is Jose J.
Oops.
And his name is Klein, K.
How much is it?
82.
82, okay.
Good luck.
Here, 82. Here, there you go. Prepaid.
Prepaying is best in these situations. Avoid those costly late fees.
Bro, we're not everybody. Not everybody's you, bro.
Here we go to the flop. 9-8-4. 2 spades out there.
Maybe a 10.
Did you say you had 7?
Also good for Klein.
Not a 7.
Yeah, pull one of John's favorite cards out there, the 10. Just a deuce on the turn. 2 outs for Nacho. And the river is Nacho a card.
82.
Double up, Morton Klein.
Yeah, we did see these two clash just now. It was a domination rotation situation in favor of Nacho.
Well, that was some action at the super high roller. Now back to the 1K, where we've got Tony Lynn.
Where's Mac? Mac!
All in for 4.7 million.
He's headed home on the train if we lose.
Parker
I can't believe he didn't get on the train. That's outrageous.
probably has made the call here. I'm assuming we're just waiting for action to finish at the other table would be my guess.
Lady Gaga. He had a lesser chance of having 7-8 there than you did of running the stack back up.
Excuse me, guy.
Easy, eh? Thanks, bud.
No
Parker
promises. They haven't even started yet.
Has survived many an all-in. Looks like he's run his stack up quite a bit. Yeah,
Wow.
get right in on that, will ya?
Better hand
That's attractive. Is he chewing that Swedish stuff? Oh yeah, he's got
Yeah,
that.
I do see you make a lot
I like to think it's tuna. He just sucks on a chunk of tuna, spits it back in the can, trying to keep his calorie account low. Everybody just likes a little tuna under the front lip. Here we go. Lynn at risk and behind. Queen in the window. 2 hearts and a jack, though.
Oh, dear me.
Which duck?
Deuce.
Which one?
And another post-flop flip.
Okay.
King on the turn.
Space deuce.
Adds more outs for Parker.
Too many outs.
Entirely too much tuna? No.
No, you got that.
Good game, Ron.
Drills the heart on the river. That's going to be it for Tony Lim.
Wow, you finally won one, Tonka. Can you believe it?
Excuse me, Lynn. Tony Lynn.
Too many outs. What happens to too many outs?
You see me sigh on the turn when the king.
What happens to too many outs?
Aggressively sigh on the turn.
Out in 10th place for 50,500 euros. That puts us at the final 9.
We made FT together.
That's quite a nice payday for a. What did he come to at?
10th place.
10th.
But that's a 1K buy-in. Don't forget.
No, I know. It's great. Oh, that laugh. Quick, turn my headphone volume down.
And the entirety of that event will now be at our secondary feature table. Now that they're 9-handed. Back to the super high roller while we wait for the dust to settle over there.
You can hear him laughing from here.
How many are left?
It takes a lot to get him there, but yeah, he does have that really high-pitched laugh.
I wanted you guys to be the final table. You were on.
What's the score?
And we know that each of these players got at least a pair.
Livescore.com. I have people working for
Duthie, what do you think? You ever play? You want to play 100K or what?
Everybody.
Say what?
Do you ever want to play 100K?
Of course, yeah.
How much of your own action would you need to have to play 100K?
How much of my own action?
Yeah, I reckon if we crowdsourced it, we could, we put it up on one of the staking sites, we could get you in there. It just depends on how much your own action you want to have.
I'd probably want 25% of my own action.
All right.
For sure.
Are you listening, PokerStars Fat Cat? Sounds like a real nice thing you could give the father of the EPT on its 20th birthday. 25K to play a super high roller.
Or maybe they could just put me in the 50K later. I don't think anybody's got the what's it called? What's it called when somebody has the ability to do something in a company? It's like the green light, green light something. It's not like they used to be like
the authority kind of thing.
Like the authority, yeah. I don't think anybody's got the actual authority.
Yeah, once they started hiring
it.
accountants and having P&L sheets and actually keeping track of stuff like that one guy who could just wave his fingers and say, "Hey, go ahead and do it," and flick you a chip. That doesn't exist anymore. I was friends with that guy at Full Tilt, and didn't end well for him.
I remember him throwing out. I remember he used to just throw out 5K Bellagio chips at the WSOP.
Or just a sack full
people
of money.
were walking in. He had a sack full.
And they'd go, "I'm an online qualifier. All right, here you go. Here's 5K. You sure? Yep. Okay, here you go. Here's 25K.
Do you want to know my name? Not important.
Oh, it was awful.
You seem honest. Oh, bag's empty. You better go to my room and get the other bag.
Oh dear, those were the days. I mean, even at EPT Monte Carlo, I used to, because we couldn't have a bank account there. I used to have to walk up from the salle, not the salle des Étoiles. What's it?
The Sporting, yeah, the salle des Étoiles.
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah. I used to have to walk up from there to the main casino to deposit money under my own name in the casino because we weren't allowed a bank account there. And I used to take it all up in a squash bag with a squash racket sticking out of it with $2.5 million because I was too tight to pay for Sir Brinksmap to come and pick it up and take it up there. I just used to carry it in a squash bag and walk up there with it.
Sorry, was the squash bag for deception or because that's all you had on hand?
No, it was deception.
Okay.
I thought no one's going to mug somebody with a squash,
Your dirty
old squash racket sticking out of a bag. I thought it was genius.
It worked, didn't it?
It worked. No, actually, nobody ever gets mugged in Monte Carlo anyway.
That's so true. Oh, big hand here for O'Dwyer. Ace-King offsuit in the small blind, facing that hijack open from Milanis. So O'Dwyer is our second chip leader here at the feature table. Got just shy of $1 million. I think we're going to see a big 3-bet here, as you would expect. Yeah, 80,000 makes sense. It's about 4x being out of position there, that initial open of 22. Story checks out. I like this a lot.
Action back around to Lonis. About to find out just how strong that other card is. Not that strong. As O'Dwyer picks this one up. You know, the live poker is where we all get together, but it's about the online stuff. That's why we're here. The World Championship of Online Poker right around the corner, starting at the end of this month. It's not the end of this month. That's just when the main event is. It starts like in a week, I think, probably.
It's like on the 9th.
W-Coop. The final table of the main event here is when W-Coop starts. So yeah, 7 days from now is when W-Coop starts, but we will be broadcasting key tournaments, including the 10K main event. That's what happens September 30th to October 2nd. I was like, man, that's not long enough for W-Coop. 3 days of W-Coop, that's not enough.
Yeah, and speaking of that, guys, I will be in charge of the W-Coop coverage Cards Up that will be broadcasting all throughout the month. These guys are going to come in at the end and steal my thunder.
Yeah.
But actually, I'll be there doing the W-Cup coverage live, Cards Up at twitch.tv/PokerStars with you guys. Basically, all the way through the month. It's going to be very similar to Scoop that we did this year. That coverage was brilliant. And hopefully, capturing the action from some of our community members and pros and all these guys that is basically sitting at this table as well.
Tune in to watch, Nick, my babies, is what we're saying.
That's it. Thank you, guys. Join us and hit me up on social media. I'll let you guys know what that schedule looks like as we get closer to the start of W-Coop.
Now, I heard you guys talking about my stand-up show this week. Now, here's the thing. It's not my first stand-up show, but it's kind of the
Not your first rodeo.
Right, but it is the first one for PokerStars. So they have not set up a host or any support acts. So I know this is going to sound weird. If there's anyone here in Barcelona that has some stand-up comedy chops that wants to open for me or host the night, get in touch. I'm taking open application.
You had one person for
open mic night.
The dealer was pretty concerned that you didn't understand the system.
I'll let these guys chat for a second.
You've been doing it for like since I know you.
18 years.
18 years.
If anybody wants to submit a tape or even a joke to prove to me that you can handle something here, I'm looking for a host and or a short opening act.
Wait, Joe, didn't you do comedy for the PSPC in 2019?
I did, but I set all of that up.
Okay.
Personally.
So this was organized by PokerStars. That's your point.
PokerStars set this one up.
Not going to hurt you.
So they said, do you want to do a show? And I said, sure, not realizing that I probably should have, been in on the planning.
I want to see some of these tapes. I want to see some of these submissions. So yeah, get them in, guys, if you want to come and help out Joe live.
I want to see you in LA. That's what I want to see.
We're having some graphics problems this hand, ladies and gents. Ace, 4 tray, 2 spades, blind on blind. For real this time, blind on blind for us.
All right, Joe, what do they have?
Queen of diamonds. I'm thinking ace, queen, pocket tens.
Yeah, the funniest thing about this is, you know, we could probably make some very educated guesses if the positions were slightly different, but blind v blind, it's just
Could be anything.
It's just anything. Yeah,
King,
anything
you know,
goes.
anything.
It's very difficult to whittle it down. Very little range capping here.
Suvarna betting 15,000 this time after going check on the flop. Looks like it's going to get a fold from Barbaro.
I had you pre-flop big
I
time.
want to give a special shout out to Hero Value in the chat, aka Benny Glaser. And in this case, it's not a good shout out. I bought him a beer last night, and then he walked away and left me hanging. Is that right?
Very good news.
So you got an extra beer. It sounds okay to me. Feature table chip counts.
You ask?
Morton Klein still
Somebody
hanging
told me
on.
to relay the
15
message
bigs.
to you.
Nacho with not many more. Everyone else quite healthy. And by virtue of that last pickup there, it's Santosh Suvarna who sits on top of the feature table chip counts, at least.
501K, let's do that. On the
You had enough?
next flop.
John Duthie's
I've had enough.
He's had enough, everybody. He's graced us. I appreciate you being in here, John. Thanks so much.
Enjoy it.
Nice to meet you face to
It's been
face,
really,
man.
really good fun.
And maybe
we'll
we'll
see
get you
again.
back in here another time this week. We don't want to burn you out today. John Duthie, everybody, the proud papa of the EPT. You got to plug in. There we go. For me. And that's all that matters. A lot of hearts coming in for you, Jay Duthie.
Hey, that was fun.
25?
Thank you very much, John.
If you haven't heard our extended interview with John Duthie from the podcast, it is worth a listen. Some really good stories.
Is this the same episode where you got Francine in for a little bit?
No, we got, this was just released yesterday or the day before. Duthie, it's just no show, just Duthie for like 45 minutes.
Was the Francine interview closer to when we won the award?
Yes.
Yeah,
the
that makes more
Francine
sense.
interview was a while ago.
I misunderstood. I thought James was saying he got her in again.
Never win in my life.
We did get some mentions of her in, I believe.
Nice.
Flush draw for Klein, up and down for Petrangelo. I think it's time once again that I posit that we need to start flipping the hand strength. Klein all in.
I said 12.
It's so much easier to hit a flush. Why is it worth more than a straight?
I didn't hear it.
I heard something, but I couldn't hear exactly what.
Once you flop the draw.
Right. So you struggle with getting any draw.
Yeah, no, I can't hit anything. I'm just
Right.
saying that.
Right.
You see, it's way more outs at a flush than to hit an open-ended straight. Like the straight should be worth more. It's harder to hit.
And it worked out in this case. Flush draw actually semi-bluffed all in and gets the fold.
The comeback is real. Let's go. You win the flip, everything. What a life.
I really need to watch this video now, Joe.
We're even.
Let me see if I can find it.
You got me for 500.
Should I just go off for a couple minutes and just watch it so I can be in the zone with you?
Well, because Nacho's already a character, right? Like, he's already a caricature of himself. So Nick doing like a 4-minute Nacho impression is gold.
Oh, it doesn't work without your phone.
Oh man, EPT 20 years of champions, guys. I'm so happy to be here. I'm actually buzzing. I'm giddy today. We've got so much great action coming for you out there in this tale of two stories. We got the super high roller, and then of course we're sweating the Tonka action over in the Estrellas. And it feels good. It feels like Barcelona. Everybody's here to have a good time. I love that. That's how poker should be played. So 15 players remain, guys. And hand number 67 from our feature table coverage. Blinds are 6-12 with the 12K ante.
Yeah, can you handle this for a second? Now I'm invested in finding this.
No, I'm
Nacho video.
I want to see it, so you're all good. And it's folding around. Ace of diamonds for Winter. Don't know if we do have an issue with that box, perhaps, but we don't have the other card. We know ace of diamonds is in hand. Nacho. 16 big blinds with the 10 of spades on the dealer button.
I think we should pause the tournament to check this camera because I'm pretty sure it's broken. It's got to be broken at this point.
Yeah, it's probably.
Well, they shouldn't be able to see the camera anyway. If they could see the camera.
Yeah, it's not the camera that we're worried about.
Yeah.
It's the, and it could be that a card is
I think it's
broken.
probably a card, but it looks like it worked there. Winter actually swiped it again. We found the king of diamonds. It's usually to do with cards. The chips inside the cards breaking is usually the culprit when we are missing information.
Can somebody just send it to my link to my Twitter, the Nick Schulman Nacho story, please? And thank you.
So a call and a call. Barbara with the 10 of spades and a pair in the big blind for Petrangelo. Nicky Petrangelo.
Hey, Nicky Petrangelo, no set for you this time? All right, maybe next time, pal.
There you go. Petrangelo, not going to be loving that. Probably a check. Winter in a bit of a tricky spot now. Ace-king suited, when your opponent is flatted, when we see Nacho here flatting in position, you know, this just feels like a board that's going to hit a lot of those 9-10 suiteds, king-queens, queen-10s, queen-jacks, jack-10s with the straight draw, a lot of suited combinations that include the spades. And for that reason, we do see the check from the ace-king.
7 bet, 32,000.
Yep, 1/3 for the player in position here. Feels so sad to have ace-king suited here and then be in this position. It just not connecting, no equity basically at all. Your opponent can have a lot of combinations that'll just ruin your day here. So do we just see Winter fold? I think calling is definitely on the books. Oh. And Winter decides to check raise, and it looks like a snap for Nacho.
I think I'm busting.
I think I'm busting, he says. The 10 of spades doesn't seem like a terrible card to have.
Good game, guys.
No, it does not. Is it Jack 10 of spades?
I mean,
Ace 10 of spades.
I think spades are coming.
He's not really packing up.
Yeah, and sure enough, gets it in
Where do you see
I think you're going to make a
ahead.
flush and a straight.
Where do you see a diamond or a king or an ace?
Exactly.
Turn card. Queen of diamonds. There's a diamond. Barbara with plenty of ways to survive. River.
Hey, great game.
Jack of hearts.
You played it well, as usual. Good game.
Just
not
trying to
one
protect.
of the ways for Nacho to survive. Adios, Nacho.
That was Nacho cards.
Seat open.
Don't cry for him, Argentina. We've got outer table action. Super high rollers exist off the main stage. We got Sam Grafton time banking.
Wait, I know this guy.
Thomas Saturna. We got a board of ace, 8, deuce, 5, queen, 4 hearts on board. Saturna has shoved. Grafton mucks.
I'm very excited to see Sam out there still in the field.
Me too. VJ in Windsor says Sam is the best of all poker players.
Certainly the best at telling stories.
He's the best at a lot.
He's certainly the loudest at telling stories.
He'd be on my fantasy team for story volume and GTO-ness.
Absolutely. Good visibility, that guy. He's got great visibility. And number 68 underway back on our feature table.
Sean Winter popping it up with the aces. Say ah.
I want to say aces is a top 3 starting hand.
Top 3, yep.
Sure.
In my book. King, queen suited up there as well.
Petrangelo does want to take it to the flop, decides to call in the small blind.
Hey, Nicky Petrangelo, you think you can crack aces, you big shot? Oh, you think you can flop a flush draw and a straight draw, huh? Why don't you come over for Sunday gravy when you make your hand?
Suck you right in the kisser.
Come on, this guy with the aces.
This guy. All right, how do we size? 76K.
Well, huge, he's got a lot of draws.
51,000, very good, yeah, I like it a lot. This does seem like a board where we get a ton of action. So we therefore want to have bigger bets.
You better cut your hair before your mother sees it. Hey, Nicky. He going nowhere.
Yeah.
You think he can scare this guy? No way.
Definitely not folding here. 6 of hearts, though. Ugh. That one hurt me. What a brick.
Yeah, this guy knows a thing or two about bricks. His father was a bricklayer. At least that's what he told the IRS. Hey, Nicky. On paper, a bricklayer.
All right, turn situation now. Definitely firing again. How big are we going? 125K into a pot of 178.
Hey, that's a pretty big bet.
Yep, and this is definitely sizing geometrically, Joe. We're sizing to shove for less than pot on the river.
Hey, it's the first of the month, by the way. Don't forget to pay your rent.
Then call 125,000.
125,000. If you know what I mean. Hey, you don't ask Nicky how much he has. He asks you how much you have. Ugh.
Yeah, those are just about the 2 brickiest bricks in the deck. And it's going to go check and all in and fold. 100% of the time. That is my first prediction of EPT 2024.
Holland.
Part 1 of prediction, fruition. Part 2 of prediction, fruition. Part 3 of prediction.
That was fun for a while.
I do love
Started with aces and I finished with aces.
I kind of want that soundbite to use somewhere. Yeah, that was fun for a while.
Yeah. Kind of how I feel every time I play poker.
Yeah, costly, such a big draw, but he's going to be happy he didn't hit a king or a queen, though, at least, right? That would have cost him a big bucks.
The fun would truly have been
Just in case
over.
the camera missed my hand, I had aces.
Not ace 4?
I'll just say what I had after. I don't care, like, at this point.
What did you have versus Jesse?
Ace 4.
Which one?
You guessed it.
Blind on blind?
Nick Petrangelo looks like he should be playing third base for the Red Sox.
What'd Jesse have?
Huh?
What'd you have?
He had queen 4.
Yeah.
You had what?
No.
All right, so we're 1 of 1 for predictions, guys. Let's see if we can go.
That was pretty good. That was a 3-parter, though. That was like a parlay.
That was like a parlay. You're right. Get bonus points for that.
Nicky back in the mix. Queen 9 suited on the button. Lonis is out. Sean Winter, Jack
Someone
10
can
of the
see
big
our
blind.
cards,
Here we go again.
Yeah, I want to know. Like they,
I see it running through your brain. Look at it.
no one should be able to see our cards.
Someone can. Okay.
Yep.
They said twice now.
They told me that you
didn't see your cards on the camera.
They told me that you bluffed me and when you 3-bet.
Winter
I got
did
the
not
info.
get enough in that previous pot. Wants to pump things up now. 3 bets.
Editor.
26 to 91.
He's there again.
Again, I like this size up, guys. When you're going to be 3-betting a player in position from out of position, we do want to have a larger 3-bet in general. Something in the region of 4 times the initial open at this stack depth. When we get shallower, we can obviously size down, though, because the 3-bet in relation to our stack becomes much bigger.
And speaking of which, Petrangelo with not a super stellar SPR here.
Yeah.
I just can't see your.
I got 270 back, or 279 back.
Ace, ace, 6.
And Joe, this is a great texture just to have a nice small continue. I don't think we even need to go up to 1/3 here. I think a quarter is probably fine. If we start with a quarter as well, we have the opportunity to continue barreling smaller on the turn, not all in. So we give ourselves a chance to rep the ace twice if we want. So I think probably about 50K here is cool. Oh, he had to put the 2 in there just to ruin my day.
Yeah, buddy.
All
You're
right.
so far off. You're
So
off by
far.
2,000.
I can't believe it, guys. I can't believe it. That wasn't an official prediction, though. I'll take the 52K, though. I think we float with Queen 9 suited here, though. 2 overcards to the 6 and the backdoor diamonds, and of course the opportunity just to have the best hand right here, right now.
Turn card is the Jable. Winter with a commanding lead now.
This is such a weird spot now, guys, because you improve in a way that you know will give you the best hand a lot of the time. But then, of course, also you're going to be running into some trip aces here. I think Winter wants to slow down regardless, though, because, of course, if your opponent does have 7s, 8s, 9s, that kind of thing, you still want to let him stick around here. Does Petrangelo turn his hand into a bluff, though, when he has a hand like Queen 9 with no improvers? And I think the answer is probably yes. Let's see how he feels. 304K in the middle. I don't know. Actually, betting here does seem a little bit more dicey when you realize how little he has in relation to the
45.
pot. And there's the 45K bluff. That will not get any folds from Winter. I can guarantee that. I love this size, actually, Joe. I think this is just so Petrangelo just to find one of these cute little sizes. Story really checks out as well. I think he does the same thing with his ace combo, so it's nice and balanced.
River misses Petrangelo. Misses everyone.
Winter doesn't seem to have a good angle on checking out Petrangelo's chips here. He's complained a few times, can't see the stack. And does Petrangelo run it now, guys?
I think seeing your opponent's stack is kind of the coward's way out. I prefer just to not know. That's a real poker player.
180.
Petrangelo does pull the trigger and bets more than we thought he had. We're going to call that a just about all in. Right now, the graphics guys are like, how much?
There you go.
We'll call it 160 for now.
Sure. So this is a tough spot because you are going to be beating quite a few sort of King X combos. I mean, King Queen and stuff like that definitely wants to stick around, maybe semi-bluff the turn. There's the call.
Wow, doesn't get it through. Petrangelo. He's got heart. But what he doesn't have right now is chips.
Yep. I like the line. I think that is fine. I mean, it's Nicky Petrangelo. He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. What do you do when it's an unstoppable force versus an immovable object?
Exactly.
Like, someone's going to win the hand and someone's going to lose. These are the best players in the game. Some of the second best players in the game, like Lex Veldhouse and Spraggy, they're going to be on the new episodes of the Mystery Cash Challenge. Season 2 coming out later this month. Joined by special guest Wolfgang Poker. And I was there on the day, and Wolfgang gets the better of these guys every once in a while. Spoiler alert. I don't know if you guys remember the Mystery Cash Challenge, but the format is you got to win a hand, and then if you do, then you make it to the bomb pot at the end. But this year we made it so that people could block you from getting in the bomb pot.
Oh, wow.
So there's some meta game happening, some trash talking, and some 5-figure reloads. Since we're playing, I think it's 100, 200.
So
maybe 50, 100. I don't remember the stakes exactly, but...
So you're saying Wolfgang Poker is good for poker?
He's good for... I think Wolfgang Poker is good for poker.
Okay.
Yes.
I think he might say the same thing many times.
He will say that, but you will hear him say that a few times if you watch the show. Yes, absolutely. He's a sweet kid, and he's American, so between those two things, he does run off at the mouth a little bit much, but, you know.
Hold. Hold.
I imagine we'll be seeing poor Nicky Petrangelo all in pretty soon. He's got a couple of hands before the blinds come around again. Lonus makes it 25,000 with pocket fives. 2 and Mulder's in. Spirit of the horse. Flops the up and down draw, 1 heart.
Both these guys got about 40-ish bigs behind. And Toon has checked it over. And there's another check from position, so we're going to a turn, 3 of diamonds. It's got to be a good card for the 5s, though, Joe. I imagine you're feeling a little bit more confident your 5s are going to be good on the paired board here. It's not another over card, another scare card.
Not for me. I'd be like, at least I'm beating at 3. Well, nope, not anymore.
And at this point, Mulder needs to have a lead, I think. You need to try and get some of the ace-high, king-high combos to fold. If you're going to play it this way, I think you need to make it like 60K to go, something like that. You probably go closer to full pot as a lead. How does he feel? Oh, of course. Just had to flex. Finds the overbet. I like it a lot, though. The whole point is it needs to be big because you do want to incentivize folds when your opponent has kind of an easier turn call here, Joe, right? So when you have a 3, it's great to have some overbets because you get a lot of value from maybe the ace-king, ace-queens that are really sticky. If your opponent does have a 7 or something like that as well that they check back on the flop, they're going to feel good about continuing even though it is an overbet. And then also you want to get lots of folds in situations where you have some nice draws.
I love folds.
Yeah, nice play there. Here's a guy that knows how to play some cards. Spirit of the Horse, 579,000. About middle of the pack here on our feature table and 47 big blinds.
When it's the Spirit of the Horse, we talk about big blinders.
Right.
Looking at a nearly 1.4 million euro payout for first place in this event. Top 6 get paid. Min cash is 278,000. 14 players remain.
First.
1 place, 25,000.
41 total entries in this event. Lawless will be raising. Winter calling. Mulder out. O'Dwyer's turn with the presto. Absolutely fine time to set mime.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say being in the big blind with the set mine is just so nice because you know you're definitely going to see a flop 100%.
King, king, 9.
You can still hear Tonka laughing on the other table. I love it. Bless you.
Checks around to Winter.
18.
Makes it 18,000.
I'm loving these in position sort of leads, not leads, excuse me, bets. I feel like O'Dwyer just folds this one, guys, honestly. Very tricky in a multi-way pot when you don't know what the other guy's going to do, but he's got to be aware of the fact that he's going to have the best hand here some of the time, so maybe he sticks around. I just think when you're in that particular setup, can be tricky to navigate the multi-way pot. On the flip side of that, though, as well, guys, with that smaller bet in position, you know, to peel is actually quite cheap here. I was just complimenting Winter on that sort of 1/4 bet on the flop, and indeed it does induce a little bit of action. As we see on the turn, though, Winter does pick up some equity, some straight drawing. Honestly, a second barrel here probably does quite well, Joe, especially when you're blocking hands like Queen 10. You're definitely going to put some 9x in some ugly spots. You're going to put all the pairs that might call in the big blind in a pretty ugly spot. It doesn't have to be big either. I think you could probably afford to go like 60% pot or something like that.
Trying to figure out a way to, when you're playing, if you're a mere mortal, not like you, by the way, it does get it done. If you're a mere mortal, you're not thinking about stuff that you're blocking all the time. But if you think to yourself, oh man, I wish I had Queen 10 here, but you have the 10, is that a good way to think about, like, oh, I have a blocker?
Yeah, I mean, I think
for a simple-minded fold.
I think the whole blocker thing is really overemphasized. I think many players. I know, Joe. I know, but I think I say that in the sense that I think a lot of players learn about blockers and they go, well, that means he can never have X.
Right.
But really, it's just a little nod. It just directs you. It's a nudge. There was a great article written that was called "Blockers Are for Tie Breaks," and it's so true. It's just like, think about it as a little extra incentive to make some bigger hero calls and the like.
Is it kind of like when I go out to dinner with my girlfriend and I decide to pay, and that way I get the Amex points?
It's exactly like that.
So I'm never going to make up the cost of the dinner, but just a little extra nudge that maybe one day will add up to something.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you deserve that too, Joe.
My parents are the ones paying it off. I don't really care.
Such a generous guy. It's about time Amex gave back to you, Joe.
Yeah, I thought so. Vrotosh says blockers work well in Omaha. All right, well, I've never played poker in the state of Omaha. Why would they work different there? That's weird.
Wow, that is unusual. All right, loving this from Mulder. Queen 4 suited on the button. Definitely in that range.
Wait, is Omaha a state or a city?
It's a city.
It's a city.
It's a city, yeah.
My bad. Suvarna. Jack 9 suited. Everybody loves Jack 9 suited, and who wouldn't after this flop? It is Mulder who has flopped best, however, with top pair.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much from Sentosh just yet, but we'll get to see a little bit of action here now. Mulder definitely betting this flop, by the way.
Suvarna sounds like an app that would be advertised to me during a commercial break on Hulu. Like, hey, tired of paying too much? Try Suvarna. Suvarna for a better shopping experience. There it is, a spade on the turn. Tired of missing your flush draws? Try Suvarna.
Yeah, King of Spades is an interesting card here. We do want to have some leads when we make our spades, but with this particular combination and with that particular over card, I think we want to check it over and allow our opponent to maybe potentially rep it as a bluff, or indeed, bet some of their better top pairs, possibly 2 pair plus. I think Mulder probably just checks this turn a lot, though. It's very, very coordinated. His hand's not even that strong. Even if his opponent has a queen, often out-kicked. And 9 of diamonds, no change. But Suvarna now has the opportunity to try and value bet. What's the size here, guys? I think you probably just go big. I think you just want to make it like 120K.
I saved over 120K on the river with Suvarna.
All right, how close do we get this time? The bet is.
They should be asking you what the bet size is.
The bet
instead
is.
of us waiting for them. It takes a long time to count to 120,000. Don't matter what the bet is, it got called.
Oh, don't leave me hanging, chat. Come on.
Mulder gets shown.
No.
Count those up.
No. No.
It was 100.
It is 70. Well sized. Got called by the queen. Very good. And on to the next hand.
No wonder they weren't working.
That's what they said? That's what Sunny just told me. She said she confirmed it with the production stuff.
So what were they talking about? They were just trying to make sure the blinds went up on Nacho, I guess.
Just as a backup in case the RFID stops working.
It worked.
Oh,
okay.
That's right, Steve.
He said, he talked crap
if we
about
want
the
to, we can
company,
cover up
and
the
they said,
camera.
okay.
We would
want us to
prefer you
stall?
don't cover up the camera because occasionally we like to see the cards if we show this on television. However, it is not how we get the
They use you
information.
as a scapegoat. Kind of fucked up.
And I know that
It's okay.
no one
Motivated me.
who needs to hear this will hear it because they're
Yeah.
playing poker and not listening to the broadcast. We still do like to use the hold card camera, though.
Yeah. Hey, Nikki Petrangelo.
You might be trying to start some stuff, though.
Me?
Because I'm going to stop showing it now, and then they're going to start.
I mean,
fold.
She's in charge.
I was about to say, it's been a while since Nikki's had anything to say, and he's got a chip.
You ever get your luggage back?
Yeah.
So now they're a good company. I haven't flown that company because of you.
Thank you. Solidarity.
They actually gave when I was flying with my little pet, who's just like the best traveler ever. Not a word out of her, sleeps the entire time. They just are just like very strict. She's completely zipped up.
27,000.
Never let her breathe in the 13-hour flight or so, whatever. I don't know. I never had any other airline.
Oh, okay. Got some post-flop action still.
Yeah, the worst.
So it went Petrangelo all in for 1K. Suvarna calls small blind, and then there was the squeeze from Klein. So we got action on the side.
Queen, 9, 8, 3 hearts. Pretty good for Petrangelo. Still behind to the aces, but a statistical favorite.
Suvarna's got kind of a weird gut shot flush draw situation, but don't know how confident he's going to be with just that weird draw. And of course, if he does make the straights, can still be in some hot water. So I imagine he does get out of the way, and Klein is going to see the omega draw. Top pair and a gut shot and a flush draw. So like you said, Joe, pretty nice spot for Petrangelo, even though he doesn't technically have the best hand right now.
Pretty good for blind all in.
Yeah.
This guy's so good, he doesn't even have to look at his cards. Nicky! Try opening your eyes next time. Go easy on him. Turn card is the ace of hearts, equity, schmequity.
TV table.
That is a really spicy one.
River. Doesn't pair the board.
All right.
Petrangelo non-knuckles up.
And
15 X's. How do you say that? Oh, thank God that big blind first, huh? Huh?
Absolutely.
And he's going to be all in again, unfortunately, however, because he's in the big blind.
I was going to say that after that big exchange, one big blind. So forced all in, and a couple players who are going to be interested in potentially eliminating Nicky Petrangelo. Fourteen players remain. Are they going to make it 13?
Big blind first, not ante first?
First ante.
It's big blind. Oh, well. Most places.
It's different in different places. We're usually...
He has more than... He has chips behind, no?
No, that's
Oh, he doesn't? Oh, you just want a side pot.
I thought it was always...
Isn't it ante?
I like how the super high rollers are also still not clear on how
Ante
this
first
works.
or big blind first? Oh, okay.
Triton is ante?
Triton
is opposite.
I think here
Yeah.
it used to be different. Always been big blind?
And Triton is ante? What am I thinking of? Poker? One of them is different.
There's a few places that were ante first, but most have switched.
Winter's got it. Pocket tens for Mulder.
Yep. And does Suvarna want to get involved here on the button? Mulder has opened for smidge over the min.
Where's your guys' clock? Oh. I'm like, the whole time I'm like, where is it? I can never.
Petrangelo live.
Yeah. It's not a bad wake up.
10 minutes
Ish.
before you.
Got that live king. Unfortunately.
All in.
Ooh, not unfortunately. Fortunately, is only going to be facing one opponent, it seems. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so actually pumped up the pot a little bit right there, Joe.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for Mulder to flop him dead.
So he's going to potentially triple, but he only has to face one opponent, so the actual equity increases in his favor despite being dominated. Let's see how Nicky Petrangelo pulls it off.
Hey, Nicky, I don't know all this talk about no equity. Let's see a king, huh? Yes, the SP1 is negative 446,000, and the SP2 is negative 90,000. I was about to say that. 5-5 deuce. No weird ways to win this. I think. Was there a club out there? Yeah, one club. All right, there's a one weird way to win it. No longer. Nick looking for a K. River is the eight of clubs. GG, Nick Petrangelo.
Good luck, bro.
One of, if not the best player in the field, dispatched in 14th place. Nobody gets paid in this tournament until we reach the final 6. That's how it goes in the super high roller.
12. Is it 13 now, or are we 6 and 8?
13.
Nick's off to report to spring training.
13.
This belongs to Kayhan.
Norwegians looking out for each other.
Absolutely.
So nobody yet has applied to be my opener on Wednesday. Nobody yet has sent me the Nick Schulman Nacho Barbero impression. Did I just make that up?
24.
Was it a concept that you were thinking about doing one day and just kind of thought somebody else did it?
Maybe.
Maybe you should give it a go.
No, because once you hear this impression, you're just like, no one should ever try it.
Maybe Schulman should like come to Barcelona and do that as an opener.
I mean, I would have Nick do 40 minutes of Nacho just to warm the crowd up.
Man, Winter's been on a tear recently, guys.
Kai says, I sent it. Where'd you send it, Kai? On Twitter?
Or maybe on Instagram?
On Instagram? On the Facebook? Winter 6 is holding on this 8-high flop. Six is still feeling pretty good here. No paint, nowhere. Lonis checks for a second time. Winter now going to go for a bet. Quick fold from Lonis.
Maybe swiftly on, guys.
Kai sent it on X, apparently.
Oh.
Kai, I couldn't possibly have you muted or blocked on X, could I? All right, well, let's distract from that possible awkward moment with a little chip count from here at the feature table at the Super High Roller. 100K buy-in. Morton Klein, the shortest stack at this table. 20 big blinds, though. Nothing to worry about just yet. 12.5 minutes left on this level. Winter, top dog with 128 big blinds. Unfortunately, with 0 big blinds and 0 chips is Byron Kaverman, who appears to have just lost the last of them to Seth Davies. So now we're down to 12. Oh, here we go. It was because it was sent in a DM. I was looking at my mentions.
What do you think of the last frame?
What I think of the last frame, you love to do all the talking, you know? I'm all in, and you're the one who's giving the commentary for us. It's like, bro, what the fuck?
My apologies. My bad. That was enough of that. Sorry, everybody.
I was so confused. I didn't know what you were doing, Jim, and I thought, are they getting that audio out there?
Sorry about that. Anyway, pretty good impression.
I really thought there was a live mic somewhere in the room.
Big hand shaping up here. Let's focus on the poker. Never thought I'd be saying that. Mulder opening with King 10 off. Lonis with Ace 10, 3 bets. And Winter ditches Ace Queen. Man, Lonis with the respect. By the way, that wasn't even the clip I was talking about, but it's a good one.
Oh, man, I can't wait to go watch this now. When is my break, guys?
Excuse me, how long do we play today?
We're going to try to get down to the money, so 6 players remain.
Is it 6 or something?
We'll talk about it later.
I was just trying to plan how I'm going to eat the rest of the day based on. It's kind of hard to plan that if you don't give me an answer.
By the way, that wasn't Nacho we were listening to. That was Nick doing the Nacho
I don't understand
impression.
why it's a secret.
Are you just because it's been working good? You just want to keep it going? Start something new to nag about?
I just don't like why the secret?
It's not a secret.
It's not. She just don't know yet. If it gets late, she's probably gonna make a rule.
You play until we're in the middle.
Whatever. I mean, are they leaning towards something like where I can like?
They're leaning towards playing in the money.
How much in grain is that? 350?
350, 450,
Okay.
520.
Call.
Free call 12,000.
Check.
Call check.
Yep. A limp and a check, blind v blind now. Ace-8 slight favorite going into the flop. Ace-4 tray.
Ace-8 the favorite after the flop.
If you want me to get a head start, I can start breaking up some leads for you out there. I'll just take your bag after. Don't worry about it. I'll grab it after.
And feels like a texture where you can kind of stab or you can kind of check. Jack High actually does have some semblance of showdown on this texture, so just decided to check. I think Mulder does really well by betting this flop right away, though, Joe. I think it's really important that we don't check back in these situations because our hand is nice and disguised. There are going to be a significant portion of the ace combos that we raise pre-flop versus the limp. So therefore, our opponent's not going to put us on as much of that stuff. We get lots of action from the 4X, from the 3X, maybe some stronger spades that might check the flop here where they have showdown and a draw. In this case, Jack 6 just folds, story checks out, on to the next one.
Is there a dinner break?
I don't think so.
No dinner break. What's that? We might need one. I'm just calling it like we're gonna finish before our dinner break, but I like to eat when I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I got 3 cards.
Oh no. At least he noticed. At least he noticed before the action. Here's what I think, as long as we're mixing up the rules a little bit. If one player gets 3 cards, instead of killing the hand, just give everyone else one more.
I love that. I think we should randomize it every time.
Play on.
Oh, just one person gets 3 cards every hand?
Like at the start of each hand, you spin a little dial, and it's
PLO.
2, 3, or 4.
Oh, okay. I like that.
3
5 cards and
card PLO has a weird appeal, or is that just Irish? Is Irish the one where you throw 1 card away?
I don't know.
There's a way to work it. Yeah, pineapple. Thank you, Uncle Jonesy. I think there's 2 different versions. There's pineapple, and then there's crazy pineapple where you throw 1 away, and then there's Irish as well, played slightly differently.
Race.
And then there's just 3 card poker.
Michael on YouTube says, I like to eat after sex. I've been very hungry lately. Well, I sure hope you washed that hand you were using. Jesse Lonis makes it 25,000 with ace jack off. King 4 suited for Winter. 3 bets from the button. O'Dwyer with the K9. Hearts. He's out. Lonis has been on an absolute tear lately in the US of A.
This might be strong enough to find a little 4-bet situation, Joe.
All in?
Yeah, boy.
4 bet all in.
Misdeal?
Winter is going.
I had it. Showed the ace.
Misdeal.
But I had it. I showed the ace of hearts.
I saw it.
Thank you.
Nice one, Flores. Sorry.
I'm digging it, Joe. I really feel like the energy here in Barcelona is right.
I shouldn't play.
Not a dull moment since we've been doing comms.
You won every hand. Why you gotta try to go after me? I'm just trying to win one. So you've won every hand. I'm just trying to win one hand like every half hour.
Every time I put money in, when you're in the pot, you just go all in or re-raise.
Because I've seen what you did to everyone else.
I mean, yeah,
I just want to get you out of there.
I'm feeling the #1 player in the world vibe. I mean, I'm feeling it. I can feel it.
All these Europeans are like, wait, what? What are these guys saying? Why are they talking to each other?
I feel the number 34 vibe.
100.
100. Has to be at least 30.
What are they?
It's okay.
What are they doing? Are they friends? Are they enemies? Is this passive aggressive?
Those two guys must really hate each other.
These Americans are crazy.
The other top 29 are all too rich to play.
Joe, what you have to realize is everything that you do at the table conveys information.
Well, Adrian Mateos has an excuse.
Yeah.
And Sergio. Ada.
Can't be all loosey-goosey shoving with pocket sevens.
Or can you? You cannot.
Yeah, call seems good though, of course, guys. Playing the sevens in position. Mulder's actually about 42 big blinds deep. Klein is on the shallower side, 18 big blinds after putting in that raise, but I think you still play it slow here for fear of players to act behind, and seven's a very playable pair as well. Not just a set mime.
Sure.
A 1, a 2, a 3. Ace, 4, 4, 2 spades. Mulder sevens are the best hand. Suvarna checks. Klein checks. Mulder. Checks. Turn is the 9 of diamonds, another overcard for the sevens, not a particularly scary one.
Awkward spot for Klein now. I mean, if he bets the turn, he's very likely to have to try and go again on the river if he gets called. Checks it over. And at this point, does Mulder just want to maybe get some protection going here, Joey? Like, feels like a spot where you can deny some equity, especially if your opponent has, you know, overcards to the 9, to the 7s, excuse me, or potentially even 2, as will be the case very frequently.
Or you could just be a professional poker player and the board runs out of 5 every time.
It'd be really interesting to see if Suvarna decides to do something here, decides against it, fair play. And at this point, well, how can Klein rep anything? It's, you know, apart from maybe like pocket 5s, check, check, 7s win, yeah, pretty straightforward. But an opportunity there on the river, possibly for Suvarna to do something weird, but I think it gets snapped off, so I don't think I like it very much. And we move on to the next hand.
The next hand may be the last hand.
What, forever?
Kind of, yeah, actually. Now, I know a lot of yous out there have been hollering about how we should be showing the final table of the Estrellas main event. And guess what? Or we're just switching super high roller tables. Oh. Well, we're still going to keep an eye on the Estrellas main event.
What a tease.
At our secondary feature table. Don't worry, if anything happens there, we'll show you. I'm being told we will show you. Yes, okay, double checking. Man, I never saw our producer jump up so fast before I was about to say we were switching to the Estrellas. Leapt out of his chair.
Tilt. Producer tilt.
raise.
2 and Mulder going to raise the last hand of this level. King 10 off. Break time. Morton Klein in the big blind, dominated. Gonna have to see 3. Paul Vato presents, says, greetings from Las Vegas. I've heard of it. Flop is 8-5 tray, king high, the best hand.
I think we might be going there later this year, Joe.
November 1st through 10th, the North American Poker Tour is back in Las Vegas. Gonna shoot some more episodes of The Big Game on tour as well. Paul Vato narrowly missed out on being a loose cannon. Maybe Paul will be back in the mix again this season. Check, check. Another 8 on the turn.
8 check.
Klein checks.
Check.
Mulder checks. River is a 10. How much is this going to cost Morton Klein?
8 check.
Wow, I'm surprised that Klein actually finds a check here when he rivers the 10, but now Mulder just needs to go for Val, of course. Looking for some Val array.
50K. Quick call from Klein. Out kicked.
Yeah, rough spot there for Klein. Does everything right. Manages to avoid losing more, in fact.
So Klein is going to lose a bit there, and a bit more by virtue of the fact that the blinds are going up. We will be switching off that feature table. We're sticking with the super high roller. We're going to say goodbye to these 6 players for now and say hello to the other 6 when we return from break. Sean Winter will be taking that big stack out into the field. Probably be seeing a Morton Klein all in pretty soon. But for now, we're taking an 18-minute break. More from EPT Barcelona when we return.
And the blinds are going up. 6,000, 12,000 with a 2,000 ante. And picking up the action here, there has been a raise from Martin Finger. Action's on Ryan Fee in the small blind.
98,000.
The 3-bet.
80?
98,000.
Jacks for Kurganov.
Too strong to fold. Probably too strong to just call, too.
How much are you playing right now? More than me?
About $1 million, dog.
I'm not sure.
Oh, wait, no, now. I lost how much? Like 9, like low 9.
Okay.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
I'm all in.
Kurganov shoves. Finger looks back at his 7s and folds.
460 about.
All right, yeah, sure. So you know how many big blinds it is.
Does it really matter?
About 40.
With ace king suited. He's calling.
Bam! I'll let your boy.
Yes, that.
GL, sir.
All right. One of us is going to have $1 million.
One of us is going to have $1 million chips.
Can I have your
Sorry.
Did you have an ace or a king?
You want to know it or not?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
No,
I hit 2 jacks. Let's see.
You did?
Kurganov flipping for his tournament life. There's a jack.
Well, that's not good. Oh, it's okay.
2 diamonds on board.
I'm technically alive. 10. 10 or queen?
10 is a good card.
Diamond. Queen of
Flash and
diamonds.
4? 3. Probably. First flash, that was.
8 immediate outs for Ryan Fee.
Queen is a good card as well. Not in that order, though.
It's a diamond.
Woo!
Ryan Fee not acting like he's been there before, but he hasn't, so I'm going to allow it.
All right.
Still a good card.
Uno más. No más. Por favor.
The river doesn't save Kurganov.
All right. GG. Okay, man.
Not sure if I'm a fan of all the abbreviation speech, RF.
You're gonna win it anyway. Good luck.
Bye, Igor.
Lost free water.
It is the basis for life on this planet.
Ryan Fee up to 1.5 million. He has reclaimed the tournament chip lead. Back to the main stage. McDonald and Fee are in the blinds. Dan Coleman's under the gun. Looks like he's raised. He's made it 25,000 with pocket nines. Troianovsky on the button.
What do you think about that?
Folds. Round to Fee.
Such a small raise.
Position matters less, the less round of big blinds.
So enticing. Also, like, I don't give a about it, so like,
yeah.
there's that as well. We will be seeing a flop star.
We will.
We will be seeing, how much, 25?
25,000. All right. Position doesn't matter all that much.
No, I don't really.
For sure.
I'm like unconcerned about position, especially with a fish like you. Check.
Wow. Fee has checked in the dark, and he's hit 2 pair on the flop.
Pretty loose call by Fee before the flop, splashing around a bit with a massive stack, but it looks like it's going to pay off for him real well.
Coleman set to continue. Into a pot of 68,000. He bets 16K.
I'd say there's a good shot Ryan raises this. Plenty he can get action from, and bottom 2 pairs, plenty to protect against.
55,000. Coleman the effective stack here. Doesn't have much behind.
And without the ace in his hand, it's probably a much easier laydown than if he did have one.
I don't know why I'm folding this.
He lets it go.
Show me a 5 and a 6. I'll give you $500.
Cannot. I have to show you exactly a 5 and a 6.
What?
I have to show you exactly a 5 and a 6.
Yeah.
No, it's too late. I would have, but go on.
Head games. You want to see? You got to pay the fee.
Pop it straight.
What?
Pop it straight.
No, man. So
Whoa, fee. Try to live a life that's completely free.
He's still the tourney boss with more than 1.5 million. Blinds at 816 with a 2K ante. Action at the feature table has been folded around to Mike McDonald. Ace 4.
Then they saw.
May the ace 4s be with you.
All right. Ooh, a close one. All right, how much you got?
This is a very close one. Mike McDonald plays dang near close to optimal.
This is very close. We will probably see some cards.
Mike's got every ace in his range, small pairs, better kings, suited connectors too, though. Figuring this out would take an actual computer.
Actually, god damn it.
Nah, maybe a graphing calculator.
262, there's like antes.
He calls. Mike McDonald is at risk.
Yeah.
TY.
How much? 262.
Fold.
Yeah, don't like folding. Maybe you should fold.
It's a pretty tough hand to fold for.
It's Broadway, there's a king in it.
I don't think you fold.
Live cards.
10 on the flop. Fee takes the lead.
Mike wishing Ryan had folded now.
Mike needs an ace on the river to survive. Doesn't get it.
Good luck. Thanks, man. Good luck, guys.
What is happening? It's like opposite day here on the EPT. These new guys are throwing bows. Mike McDonald still doesn't move his arms when he walks. That's gotta mean something.
And Ryan Fee has more than 1.7 million, nearly 3 times the tournament average. Ismail Erkanov was the initial raiser. Fee set to 4-bet with kings. Makes it 300,000 total. Gets a fold from Urkanov.
Here is 300. I'm all in.
And Dan Shack shoves, quickly called.
That's a bad sign.
How you gonna do it this time, Dan?
Good luck. Queens have been lucky today.
You'll find that in many poker books.
Fee an 82% favorite and a queen on the flop.
Wow. You just got shacked. Boom shakalaka.
What is he doing?
Fee down to 9%. Make that 5%.
Nice hand.
It's a double up for Shaq.
How does he always pull this off?
He's now up over 2 million, third in chips overall.
Doesn't look like he knows either.
What's happening?
They moved me.
Oh, my man. All right. Go get him. Go get him. I'll see you at the final table.
Oh, sorry. I can't move.
10-3 for Sven Reichardt in the cutoff, and he raises to 60,000.
Look at you, Sven. You, Sven.
60.
Ryan Fee in the big blind has King Jack.
And typically you want to open these pants hands when you've got a weak player in the big blind. Granted, none of these players are weak, though.
Fee calls. The flop is King 8-5, all diamonds, top pair for Fee. He checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Reichardt with just a 3-high flush draw continues.
And it's a small c-bet, so he should typically be following this up with another barrel on the turn.
Fee calls the 60k. It's the queen of spades on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Action goes check, check.
Oh, giving up may save him some chips in this spot, but in the long run, he's probably going to lose every time he plays it this way.
8 of clubs on the river pairs the board. Looks like Fee is going to lead here for 110,000.
I think Sven needs to give this up. His only other option is to raise, and I think that would be less believable than when a guy's online dating profile says he's looking for a serious relationship.
Reichardt going for chips.
Oh boy. He is going to get looked up like a funky rash on a health website.
He raises to 275,000. And gets a fold!
Wow, apparently I know nothing, Jon Snow.
Reichardt adds 270k to his stack. Back to the feature table. Ace-7 for Ryan Fee in the cutoff. He raises. Urkanov in the small blind has Ace-9.
Urkanov, where are these people coming from?
In his case, Russia.
How much do you have? Like 7?
660.
660.
King Queen for Coleman. He calls in the big blind. 3-way to the flop.
Yeah.
Fee is dominated. Coleman has the best equity with 2 live cards. But Ryan Fee pairs his 7 and takes the lead.
The hand that's supposed to flop worst, flops best.
Action check to Fee. He continues for 90,000. Urkanov folds.
85 or?
90.
Coleman may stick around with his 2 overcards.
He calls.
And sometimes King High will be the best hand.
Turn card is the 5 of spades. Fee now an 86% favorite. Action goes check, check. The river is the 7 of spades. Trips for Fee.
Seems fairly obvious what's going to happen here.
Small in.
Oh, I just thought he was going to bet.
Very weird.
This shove is a significant overbet.
Coleman contemplating the hero call of all hero calls.
What could you have, Ryan?
He's not supposed to have much.
You may be bluffing with the best hand. That's never good.
Even though this seems nuts, Ryan's rarely going to have a 7. He could have a flush, but he'd probably bet that draw on the turn. This is almost always a 7 or air.
Coleman hero calls. And Ryan Fee doubles up.
Now, even though Dan Coleman was wrong there, his ability to make ridiculous calls like that is why he's one of the best in the world and why he's won not 7, but 8 figures already this year.
Oops. I wish I had like ace-6, like the ace of spades.
Yeah. I didn't believe you. I called you a liar.
That's true. You did call me a liar, but I'm an honest guy.
I know that now.
If you don't believe he's honest, check his tweets. He called Dan Shack a bleep.
Blinds now 30-60.
120.
Ryan Fee raising the button with Queen 10. Aces for Vlad.
Ruh-roh.
Troinovsky 3-bets, makes it 305,000. Action back on Fee.
A small blind button dynamic may convince Ryan he should call here, but I think he can fold this most of the time. Vlad's a tough player, but I'm not sure how much he's going to be doing this with worse than Queen 10.
If Ryan calls, he would get to play the flop in position. But he is a major underdog against aces. Well, he calls.
No, I love that look. Love Vlad.
And it's second pair for Fee on the flop. Vlad still a 4-1 favorite with aces.
This is not going to be good for Ryan Fee.
Troinovsky continues for 280K.
All in.
And Fee shoves!
Vlad's definitely calling.
Sure enough, he calls.
And this is a big pot.
Well, got some possibilities.
True.
Fee looking for a queen or a 10. He'll need to hit on the river. Only 5 cards in the deck save him. And that's not one of them.
GG.
Ryan Fee, the former chip leader, min cashes in 11th place.
Whoa, Fee. Sat all day with a dude named Sven, but eventually went broke calling with Queen 10.
Back to the feature table. Action has been folded to Simon Ravensbeck in the cutoff. Pocket kings, he raises to 14,000. Timothy Adams on the button has pocket 6s.
He's in for a world of hurt.
39.
He re-raises to 39,000. Eric Seidel has a decision because he has 10s in the small blind.
Wow, Adams doesn't even have the second best hand.
Seidel 4-bets to 85K.
Pretty much mandatory from his position.
Back on Ravensbeck.
Ravensbeck has got to be loving this. Here comes the 5-bet.
He re-raises to 137,000.
See ya, Timbo.
He's not folding, he's shoving!
I don't think so, Tim.
Seidel folds, Ravensbeck calls, and Timothy Adams is at risk.
Right now, Gomez and Morticia seem more sane than Timothy Adams. A 5-bet after cold 4-bet usually means business. And I know these two play a lot together online, so I'm going to do Tim a big solid when I say that hopefully this is based on some past experience between them, and not because Adams wanted to see what it would be like to set 50,000 euros on fire.
Adams has 2 outs. He needs to see a 6 on the river.
Either that or he needs to see a therapist.
5% chance of survival. It's an ace. He's sent to the rail.
Yeah.
So embarrassing. Right in front of Eric Seidel, too. I'd be all, but you guys, you don't know. We play together a lot online. I swear, I really wasn't crazy. Guys.
Action to Patrick. He raises to 50,000.
Antonius raising with 8-4.
Queen 9 for Gunnar.
Gunnar calls 50,000.
Osterbroad calls the raise. The flop is 8-7-4. 2 pair for Patrick. Not much for Osterbroad to get excited about.
Is that 3 hands in a row where someone's flopped 2 pair?
Yeah.
Patrick bets 60,000.
Osterbroad really trying to figure this bet out. What can it mean?
Gunnar announces all in.
Yeah, you ain't getting a fold here, pal.
Wow. Nice try, but makes the wrong move at the wrong time and runs into the 2 pair of Patrick Antonius. And Osterbroad is the player at risk here. And with that card on the turn, it is all over. Gunnar Osterbroad, the runner-up for 120,384 euros. Patrick Antonius, the winner, 288,180 euros. Welcome back to Barcelona and the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour as we continue our live coverage of day 2 of the 100k Super High Roller alongside the final table of the 1k Estrellas main event. This is the lineup we're going to be watching for the next session. Patrick Antonius and Nicholas Ostedt back at the main feature table alongside Sam Grafton, the Squid, Kayhan Mokri, Seth Davies, and Thomas Santan as the blinds go to 8,000, 16,000 with a 16k big blind ante. 12 players remain, 6 will get paid. They're going to play down to 6 tonight. They're going to play into the money. That means tomorrow they'll come back guaranteed 278k with more than 1.3 million up top for the champion of this year's EPT Barcelona Super High Roller. Meanwhile, 625k up for grabs in the Estrellas, and Tonka still in contention with 7 players remaining. It's James Hartick alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
And great to have the Squid at the feature table. Great to see the return of Lena 900, and of course, EPT legend Patrick Antonius, who we saw in the break, Griffin, back in the day when he still had hair and earrings.
19 years ago. Does this still qualify as a Griff graph? If I'm commenting on Hey, listen, we're trying to get the brand out there.
So Sam max late reg this tournament, did not buy it until the start of play today. We saw him get an early double up, and he currently has a stack of 460,000, which is just shy of 30 big blinds. Average stack right now, 854,000. But no one super short, Griff. Sam with 28 bigs, Thomas Santan with 24 bigs.
Yeah, we're going to be playing some poker.
And plenty of time bank cards for Kayhan Mokri, who still has close to 1.5 million, still one of the chip leaders in this tournament.
Ooh, the 8.
Have you ever seen the movie City Slickers?
A very long time ago, but yeah.
It's like the treasure map with just the corner missing. The little corner missing is the 816.
It's not often you hear City Slickers reference. It's right. Was I in big blind? Why didn't I play my hat last time?
I opened a gun, I think, right?
Ah, yeah, of course.
Yeah. No, the last time before
Yeah,
break.
you were 3 bet. That's why I didn't.
So here we go, another 2 hours on the clock, 2 back-to-back levels to play, levels 13 and 14. This is the 8-16 blind level, and it's going to be Patrick Antonius, ace-8 of clubs.
AKA the City Slickers level.
33.
He announces a raise to 33,000.
Paul?
Ace, queen, and Kayhan Mokri not re-raising, Griffin, just calling in position.
Yeah, it stays nice and sort of under-repped here. You don't really want to get in necessarily 40 big blinds in a situation like this against Antonius. So you keep in the weaker aces, and that's exactly, you know, and weaker queens. But in this case, perfectly executed against a hand like ace-8. You'd love to see an ace-high flop, but that's still pretty decent for Mokri. And kind of bored. I don't think Antonius is going to be highly motivated to continue on. This does really hit Mokri's range, kind of Broadway combos you'd expect from a flat, and you see the quick check from Antonius really representing that.
So we have 2 tables of 6 in the Super High Roller. What was our feature table during the last level has now moved out into the field. 7 of spades on the turn after it goes check, check on the flop.
Yeah, not going to change much here for Antonius. Oh, it's a sick game. This river has made a mockery of this hand. He was never supposed to win.
Wins. Good.
Yeah, and Patrick, knowing he got quite lucky with that river.
Patrick Antonius playing just over 700K.
So lucky.
Around 45 big blinds.
It's true. I am aware of my luck. Are we all? We sitting
This is
here?
Patrick walking in at the start of the day, past his own photograph in the hallway.
I'm just happy.
Bro, did you see me ace-9 against ace-jack 20 minutes ago? I'm one of the unluckiest men in the world. How can he have me beat there?
I just feel lucky.
Should have ace-3 every day.
Sam, you know?
What the fuck? I'm not lucky.
Action folded to Kayhan Mokri, who is opening to 35,000 with ace-10. Ace-jack suited for Santan.
Yeah, going to be good enough, I think, to put more chips in pre-flop, probably all of them, around 22, 23 big blinds, facing the one of the chip leaders cutoff open. Might even want to induce. You know what? There it is. The induce comes in. Second there, I thought those were calling chips. I should know better. And yeah, Mokri with one of those not so fast expressions on his face, because he knows that these, you know, some of the best players in the world here are going to be pretty mixed between, you know, having value and then having those sort of high card, low card combos as bluffs. Your king 4s, king 5s, try to get one through on the chip leader open, who's going to be opening pretty wide. So Mokri actually decides to defend with this pot now ballooning to 224,000. Not much chips behind. Great start for Santurn.
Absolutely, it was a domination situation, and on that jack high flop, he is better than a 9-1 favorite. Interesting. Santurn checks.
Yeah, very tricky work here from the Frenchman. Perhaps thinking he has flopped too well in this situation. Let's try to get our opponent to put more chips in the middle, and it's exactly what's happened. So this is real tricky here. I'm digging this.
$45K into a pot of 224,000. Santan check raises all in, and Mokri folds.
Yeah, really well played.
A lot of Patrick Antonius fans watching this stream, Griffin. So happy to see him back on the feature table. Can I say how happy I was to see Patrick inducted into the Poker Hall of Fame this summer? No easy thing for a European to do. Sometimes they fly under the radar as far as the Americans are concerned when it comes to selecting for the Hall of Fame. I was disappointed to see some people say he doesn't deserve it because he's never won a World Series bracelet. I mean, the guy has played the highest possible stakes for near enough 2 decades now.
I'm just glad to see him in general, walking through the halls like a golden god. What an icon. Of course he belongs in the Hall of Fame.
6 raise for 35,000. 10 plus. 1 plus. 3 plus.
Grafton with the reluctant ace-7 suited fold of the cutoff. Definitely a candidate to sometimes mix in some 3-bets, but, you know, under the gun open, a very tough American opponent in Seth Davies elects to let it go. But Antonius says, you know what? Why not? I'm feeling lucky.
Defends his big blind with a dominated hand.
I got 10-7 off. This should be live, right?
Eesh. Pair of 10s for both players. Patrick Antonius has kicker concerns.
Antonius is going to be getting the price here to see a turn card. Hope to get lucky on the turn with something like a 7 or a 10. Sometimes going to be ahead. You can see, of course, this time not in good shape.
20,000 apiece going to the turn.
They say it's always no.
No one has a heart. Patrick checking a second time.
It's a bit nihilistic. No one has a heart.
Codpast watching on YouTube asks, can the commentators see what we say? No. Thank you for your question.
6 check.
Check, check. And that 6 on the river means this will be a chop if it goes to showdown.
Yeah, Joe, we need you. Yeah, come.
We don't need him,
He always
Griffin.
waits outside during his breaks to.
We can provide a beautiful duet.
I don't know, man. We set the bar pretty high with the first one earlier today with that trifecta. We got a lot of 10s. I did see one 9.9 out there, which was a bit disappointing.
So yes, check to showdown. This will be a chop, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Especially Patrick Antonius. Look at the smile on his face.
Yeah. He can't help it, huh? Look, he just loves the game, this kid. He's a big kid. I also like to think he's thinking about us singing the song. You know?
Absolutely. It's in his head right now.
You know he's a big fan. Fan of the stream.
He was like nodding along to the melody.
Yeah.
He's a big memes guy, Patrick Antonius.
Paddy Meme, they call him.
Paddy the Meme Antonius.
Yeah. Speaking of nicknames, I'm working on a new one for a certain player on this table, actually.
Oh, God.
I'll get to it the next time he plays a hand. I'll let the suspense build.
We've got Lena 900, Nicholas Ostedt folding here. So it's on Thomas Santan on the button. Now round to Patrick in the small blind. 10-9 off.
Seconds. 6-5 calls.
Patrick calls. Seth in the big. Only seen one of his cards, which is the 5 of clubs.
52.
He's going to raise it to 52,000.
I know it's a cliche to call, you know, very skilled poker players sharks, but both of these guys they look like sharks, don't they?
They look like they're good at the pokers.
Yeah, but no, I mean like physically, like there's even something kind of like sharky about them, especially Patrick. He just looks dangerous. Don't be swimming in his waters.
Patrick calls the raise, will be out of position without the betting lead as they go to the flop. King 7-7.
6-5 checks.
Yeah, advantage Davies here for having this lead. This 5 of clubs indicates probably it's not a particularly strong holding. Maybe even a very raggy one, something like a 9-5 off, just trying to take it down pre-flop. And with that aggressive lead, it's going to be up against the portion of Antonius's range, who will probably just let it go.
Yeah.
But you never know with Pat. He might get, sometimes he just wants to play street poker, you know?
Well, to answer Nico's question, they were not playing to a winner today. They're playing down to 6, but they are playing to a winner in the Estrellas main event, which we have at the secondary feature table, and we'll head over there shortly.
You know what? Does decide to call. Figures that could potentially bluff later, but also turn some decent cards, like an 8 or a jack.
Yeah, 4 of clubs isn't really one of them.
No.
6-5 checks.
Check, check on the turn.
If you have a C-bet and I do this.
And a third 7 on board.
Antonius has kind of found himself here with the bottom of his range with the 10-9 off. You know, if he's calling this, he's certainly calling the queen jacks, queen tens, of course, all the ace highs. So when you have your worst hand here, you really don't want to lose at showdown to something like a jack high, queen high. So I think we'll come up betting. It's kind of representing a bit of a thin range here. Mostly a king. The occasional sort of maybe pocket 6s that would play it as a limp call pre. Maybe even something like pocket 3s, certainly reasonable. Would still think this is the best hand.
6 calls.
There's the call from Seth Davies, so we will get to see his cards.
But he's got the 5s. Nice hand.
Yeah, and a pair of 5s is good. Wins that pot off Antonius, increases his chip lead to 1.68 million. So over to the other table, the secondary feature table, which is hosting the final table of the Estrellas main event, the 1K buy-in. 7,100 plus entries, down to the final 7
travel
players.
to places to eat American fast food.
That's crazy.
He stops through Dubai so he can have Raising Cane's. The first meal he had here was Taco Bell.
That's whack.
Out of his mind.
That's actually.
Oh, my friend. Okay.
So we've got a Mokri in the super high roller and a Macri in the Estrellas.
I don't speak. I don't speak English.
Oh, mi amigo, mi amigo. Mi amigo.
It's a lot of chips for Zamani. I mean, we've been following this event.
That was really hard to fold.
We saw him with 21.
One of the better hands too.
27 million at one point. Now 87 million. Must be the chip leader.
Zamani is indeed chip lead at 87.5 million. Tonka, pretty much middle of the pack.
Can you just make it a 20?
Hmm?
Can you just make it a 20?
Yeah, and surely counting his blessings was down to about 2 big blinds.
Yeah, down to a million chips.
Feel like more than 1 point.
So remember, this is playing down to a winner today. The winner is going to get 625,000 euros. Plus they'll lift the Estrellas trophy. Having come so close last year, is Tonka going to take it down in 2024?
Spraggy and Mac are double fisting over there.
Are they?
Manzamani with a fan in his hand.
All in.
You know, I actually think that might be, I could be wrong, but it might be like a portable breeze machine. My friend bought one almost ironically as a joke to wear it to the office once. And it's like this thing you put over, and it like gives you your own, yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Ludicrous device.
But you're supposed to wear it like around your, you know, like almost like, not headphones, but around your neck kind of thing.
Manzamani doesn't do a lot of conventional things,
Yeah.
Griffin.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what.
You show
This guy's too much.
He's very good.
Huh? No, I'm good.
Shoves for about 18 big blinds effective, and King 10 going to be doing decently against the range of a chip leader shove, but recognizing that, you know, it's so much ICM pressure, you know, Macri's got to let that go.
So we'll keep tabs on what's happening at the seven-handed final table of the Estrellas main event. Meanwhile,
couple of times.
Yeah,
in the super high roller.
Times, yeah. And you slow rolled me. Remember? You think I forgot?
Very risky.
I did
very
not forget.
risky slow.
I did not forget.
I slow rolled him with kings. Can you believe the
4 left?
Can you believe the
4 left.
how the heart to slow roll someone with kings?
4 left.
That's how daring I was.
4 people left. He slow rolls with kings.
I was
And
lucky
gets
to get a
chop.
chop
And gets
against ace deuce off. Very lucky to get a chop.
I mean, if karma had its way, you would lose that hand.
No, I can't.
But Jean-Noel.
You've done a lot of bad things in your life. I know karma. Karma might get me, but it's not versus you. With your lifestyle, former lifestyle. Yeah.
Jean-Noel trapped you. I remember that.
He didn't even notice I had him beat.
That was so sick.
Jean-Noel
Best hand in
checked.
poker.
I limp blind on blind. He checks, and then
King 9-8.
yeah, King 9-8. It's like I bet he called. Turn was a 7. I checked. He bet. I check raised. I had a straight with 10-6. Rivers like.
No, you check called the turn.
Check raised.
Did you?
Check raised, and then river and border. I went all in into one blind. It's like all over. And I'm like, yeah, I called. He's got king's ball. And he said to me like, I knew every time it comes king and jack, he's betting like this.
Every time I check this high card, he always bets.
He's just check kings because he knows I'm going after those king high boards. To be fair, he's got me good. It was really good. I never heard him check some strat. I was like,
I mean, it's one of my top 3 moments at a poker game. So you can imagine.
It was really.
It was insane.
2 pair for Santurn. Davies with the bottom pair.
I was like, I think he thought I'd just gone all in with like 10 high, and he was like, aha. I was like, no, mate, I don't wait, you know.
6.
Man, dude, me and Steve were laughing for like an hour after. I mean, it was insane. I think it was like 2 hands up your slow open too.
It was really good. My favorite poker photo.
2 pair, still good.
Because I went and asked Sergio
1 pair.
And I asked him, should I slow roll if I got a big hand? He went all in. I was like, Sergio, should I slow roll? And like I was slow rolling, he was like, for a second, he was like, no, don't slow roll, don't slow roll. I was like, okay, I won't slow roll. And then we're on the rail and we're celebrating. And then you see me like see the board, and then I'm like,
Yeah.
and I'm like fucking, ooh, like.
No, but I understood it was a slow roll, like 5 seconds in.
Yeah, it's hard to slow roll people. People get it really quick now. When
Yeah, I got it like 5 seconds.
I need to balance my range and like do the slow roll speech sometimes without it, you know?
I can teach you. I have a very good one. Fuck. Just so close.
That's what you said.
Start throwing out your time banks. That's a good one.
I don't have enough on for.
Well,
You have to use one or two though, but it's efficient.
we certainly know that Sam has been guilty of a couple of nit rolls in his time. Just ask Lily on the big game or Enrico Komoski in the PSPC.
What do you think is the most famous slow roll of all time? There's one at the Irish Open when I was there. That was quite incredible.
52.
Or at least maybe on the EPT, but they're not very common.
No.
Yeah.
400 behind.
Yeah.
Grafton with a raising strategy.
I'll tell you the best one was that World Cup of Poker hand with the German killer's aces and he calls a timeout to confirm
Oh
the
my
team.
God, yeah, that was incredible.
That's an amazing slow roll.
Ested is going to. So, what do you think my new nickname for Lena?
Okay, this guy does not need another nickname.
No, but I just think there's something quite sweet and cuddly about Lena. So I like Teddy.
So it's not confusing enough that we sometimes call him Nicholas Usted and sometimes call him Lena. You want us to call him Teddy as well?
I just think, I don't know. I think it's cute. What do you guys think?
No, we're shooting that down. I don't care what anyone thinks. I'm shooting it down right now.
You can't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. Grafton after the 3.2x raise from the small blind. Checks when he is ahead and his opponent has flopped something. And this is just golden now for Grafton. Golden Grafton has every reason to start extracting value. But isn't going to expect his opponent to have a 7 too often. But will get called by some ace highs here on the turn. And when your opponent does have a 7, you really want to start getting paid. With 120 out there, is going to fire out a bet of 80,000.
Yeah, 80 into 120.
What's it going to be, Teddy?
3 calls.
And it's a call. Ah, the jack on the river gives us that 2-pair. A better 2-pair, I should say. The winning 2-pair.
Keep one check.
And Sam checks it. Question is, if Lena 900 value bets this river, will Sam call?
It's quite a strange spot, for Grafton here. I think that there are going to be some Jack X combos that do get there in the form of clubs. Something like a Jack 9 of clubs. You do have the 8 of clubs, so that blocks one of the Jack X combos.
All in.
But, King Jack of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs, Jack 9 of clubs, Jack 7 of clubs. Lena also could just have Ace 4 off. Would be played exactly the same way. Could have King 4 off, King 4 suited, pardon me.
Jack 9.
And Lena going for the jugular with the 1.5x shove. Really putting old Sammy in the blender and putting it on high. Leave it to Sam to help us be in his mind a little bit, talking about the combos under his breath, talking about the 5-6s, the 5-6 offs, 5-6 suiteds he might have.
Inside the mind of a squid.
Yeah. Can he wriggle his way out?
4-5.
Yeah, I don't think Sam likes the amount of 4x combos that could be present. Not a ton of bluffs here.
5 seconds.
You really help to define your opponent's range with a big turn size, I think. So that also is going to help Sam get away, but Man does not like to get bluffed.
Oh, I thought he was about to throw it away there.
Oh yeah, we all did.
Fold.
There we go. Finally finds a fold.
Did you have it, Lino?
I let you sit for 20 to think.
What?
I let you sit for 20 to think of it.
So good to be on the television station. You get to know, eh?
When you fold in the future, you push them in.
Sorry.
No helicopters, lots of cameras around. Okay. Push it up.
You know, that club on the turn is pretty interesting. You know, some of the combos I didn't discuss, or some, you know, some king X of clubs type hands.
In a spot like this, the camera doesn't show his cards.
No, then I would tell him, I'll be honest, you know.
You understand?
So there are some bluffs in there.
Did you have it?
What did you have?
Eights with the 8 club.
Good fold.
Yeah, Jack 9.
Something like that, yeah. You were ahead until the river.
That's nice of you to say.
And now Sam's like, do I believe him?
What you're trying to say is, I played perfectly.
You actually did.
I did.
You actually did. Or maybe perfect would be bet flop and turn, and then check fold. Maybe that would be perfect against my hand.
But yeah.
Sam's still playing 22 big blinds.
Yeah, still fighting, still in there. Just a scratch.
Kayhan Mokri opening with King 9 of clubs.
Well, you can even see it on his right cheek. Just a little scratch.
You're actually real unlucky because I have a hand I don't bluff with either. I had Jack 7. So you win. No Jack.
Well, actually, I mean.
Thomas, many greens do you have?
What?
How many greens?
Greens?
Yeah, just
some other better.
375 in the
375.
Yeah,
I have 600.
Like a 4 or a 10, or they all in. 2 maybe as well.
Santan defending with ace 8. It's a queen 9-6 flop. Para 9 for Mokri.
4, check.
Check, check. Ace on the turn, advantage Santan. Top pair and the diamond draw. Near enough 90% equity. Checks a second time.
Yeah, Mokri, a huge favorite on this flop, but that is the death turn. Oh, but you never know.
Wow. Wow. 11% and hits the non-diamond king on the river to make 2 pair.
You never know what the deck has in store.
Pain.
And Santurn might be going for some value here. I mean, at this point, Mokri hasn't shown any interest in putting chips out. Mokri, no real reason to raise with kings up here on the 3-diamond Jack 10 combination board. And you're gonna take down a nice little pot.
Yeah, Mokri playing 1.3 million, just over 80 big blinds. Santan hovering around the 30 big blind mark, 500k. Average stack is still 854k with 12 players remaining. Blinds up in 30 minutes.
I'm too old, you know. I've always said it should be graded by age.
Meanwhile, over in the Estrellas main event, we see Francesco Macri eliminated in 6th place, meaning they are down to 5 in the Estrellas. Macri cashing for a 6-figure score. Remember, there's 625k up top in that one. Zamani, the favorite, he busted Macri there.
Actually, when I overthink that, I start to fuck up. If If I make every action within 3 seconds, it's fine. As soon as I start thinking for a minute, I do something stupid
No, but
against that.
you know, I said the same thing earlier. When I start using too many time banks, I do. That's why I save them. For the heads up.
Save for the heads up.
With you, Seth. With you.
Me and you?
Me and you,
I'm
babe.
down with it.
Well, we are going to go back to that Australia's table, guys. You might have heard some commotion on the floor.
Kind of broke.
It's because Tonka is all in against Martin Zamani. So back over to the secondary feature table.
Have a straight. It's all good.
You know, it does seem fitting that I would win this one, but you know I'm rooting for you.
8 of hearts.
The
Tonka
original
ahead.
streamer. Is it the hour of power? Like I said, maybe for you.
Very, very far ahead against the Jack-10. Big kicker problems. Backdoor, flush, and straight possibilities
More outs?
for the
Wow.
massive chip leader. Yeah, actually does get more outs with that 2 pair for Talbot.
Ah, la queen.
Queen would be brutal.
Oh my! You got that, Phil.
We see your jacks.
Big double up for Tonks.
Let's go, mother! Tonka's mother. Come on, how could you not celebrate? Let's go! Let's go!
More like intimate,
All right, calm
like
down over there.
18, very exclusive last year was. 16-person tournament, very intimate. Very
So from table Tonka to table Grafton.
We were playing like I was just raised and someone called C-bet, and you guys played, every pot was 4-bet, 5-bet.
Basically.
And then you'd have like king 10 off and ace jack off.
Well, he would. I would actually have.
He forced you into it.
Yeah. I was in the more like ace 10 suited.
You had ace 10 suited, yes. You're a pro.
C10 passes.
Yeah, I got that.
C1 raises 32,000.
Sam raising with king 8 of spades.
C4 pass.
12 players remaining in this super high roller, including Patrick Antonius in the small blind here, who folds, and Seth Davies, who is table chip leader with 100 bigs, but folds queen deuce in the big.
Have a go, Sam.
Come and have a go if you think you are hard enough.
Another little shark riff I had got me thinking, James. Whatever happened to hammerhead sharks? I feel like they were all the rage when I was a kid, and now nobody talks about them anymore.
I didn't realize they were a conversation topic for so many years.
I mean, I just feel like when I was a kid, we all loved the hammerhead sharks. They were the cream of the crop, up there with the great whites.
Okay.
Now, nobody talks about the hammerheads.
I didn't realize they had their time.
Come on, you didn't like hammerhead kids? Hammerhead sharks?
Yeah, but I mean, they've always played second fiddle to great whites. Can't believe you put them on the same pedestal.
No, I'm not the same pedestal, but you know.
Got a good video of a hammerhead shark from Atlantis from several years ago. Remember the rope bridge? You cross over it, there's a hammerhead shark below.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you actually still cared about hammerhead sharks, maybe we wouldn't have left Atlantis.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Chip leader on chip leader here. They're just going to play it nice and chill.
It's
10,
crunchy.
10-5 of spades, 7 deuce off.
And with the pair of deuces and the club draw, Mokri has 86% equity here. Now 2-pair for Mokri.
C6 check.
A very easy trivia question for you, Griffin. Aside from a great white, what's the other shark featured in the movie Jaws?
And I know it's going to be one of 2 sharks. I'm going to go... I'm gonna go with bull shark, but it might have been tiger shark.
Tiger shark.
Oh gosh.
You lost a flip.
Oh gosh.
So once we wrap here in Barcelona, and I don't want to talk about the end already, we're only kicking off our 8 days of live coverage here from EPT 20, but there are 2 more EPT events to come this year. We're going back to Cyprus in October. We return to Prague in December. Full schedule on the PokerStars Live app. And of course, you can win your way there with PowerPath. Runs every single day on PokerStars. If you were to earn yourself a gold PowerPass, that could be redeemed for an EPT main event package. Of course, a silver pass could get you into the Eureka main event in Cyprus or Prague. Work your way through the steps to earn yourself a power pass to take part in the biggest and best PokerStars events, be they live or online. Remember, you have the power. How you use that power pass. Back to our feature table in the 100K Super High Roller. Santan opening with King Jack. Seth Davies calling on the button with Ace-10 of diamonds. Kayhan Mokri, 8-7 of diamonds in the small.
Could we get a rare 4-way flop in a super high roller? What have we got over there?
Looks like Sam Grafton has folded the big blind, Griff, so we're going 3-way to the flop. And there are 2 diamonds on board. Blockers.
Yeah, interesting when it is chip leader on chip leader. Does have the potential to be a big pot if the diamond comes in, but not one that is going to put Mokri at risk.
This payout structure is strong, by the way. But it's like quite...
Mokri won't have any reason to, and you know what?
It's
Maybe
like, I don't...
Gonna check back with that nut flush
They're
draw.
like really putting it on people.
Okay, Santan takes the lead on the turn, pairing his king.
From the rafters, somehow finds the best hand with the king.
C10, check. C4, check.
Check to Seth Davies, who checks behind. Diamond on the river. No. So this pot is Santan's to lose. By the way, it means so much more when you hear it from the players rather than me. Curling Master says, I've won 3 silver power passes, and I cannot compliment Stars enough for the power path system. It gives people like me a chance to experience something special. Heavily recommend power path to everybody that has it available.
You know, when I first proposed the power pass system to PokerStars, it was really to get messages like that.
Griffin Benja rewriting history like never before. So Mokri, with nothing much, decides to bluff this river for 140K. Santan with top pair.
Happy caller.
Makes the call.
8 high.
Santan chips up to 745K.
What do you make of Santurn's red watch? Is that like some cool thing, or that's
It
just
might
like
be a Richard Mille, which is a very expensive watch, but we're going back over to the Estrellas, Griff, because there is an all-in and a call. You see that red triangle of death there in front of
I was like, ooh,
Benvenga.
aces, I can maybe beat that.
But he does
Honestly,
have
if he
kings
loses, I feel
against
like Ren
chip
would
leader
drain my bubble
Martin Zamani's king-queen.
I don't like to pick favorites, but I think Benvenga has a very good chance of doubling up.
Jack 10 flop, good game.
Yeah, I mean, it's poker, you never know, yeah. You know. Anything. 3 queens. That's good.
Or just
good
like...
start, good start.
I mean, you can still make Jack 10.
I understand.
Or Queen Queen.
I do know how this works.
Or nothing. It's pretty hard.
Don't tell me English.
How much? $4.5. I was
Maybe
maybe
count
too. This was just a
you count this.
it's like 8.2 or something.
Yeah. No, it's nothing for your tips.
So that is a double up, and Zimani's now doubled up 2 players. And talking of double ups,
the answer.
Sam Grafton all in and at risk here with the Spraggy A7 offsuit, and he's run into Kayhan Mokri's kings.
Yeah, I'm gonna feel like a
7 once, big hands. So
bit of a
I feel like
cooler.
I'm due.
Given the positions. It does feel like a lot of chips, of course, 22 big blinds, but
It's the Joe
you kinda
Chun.
have to
He lost with it, I lost with it.
have to shove
I
here.
think it's time.
Against one of the chip leaders on the button open. And you can always hit that ace. That's
tough.
Gonna do it.
Tougher now.
Technically more outs.
Well, kind of a good flop for you if you think about it.
It's not a good flop, for sure. I don't know whether you. I mean, I'm not a poker expert, but myself. But
I mean,
you had 3, now you have 4.
yeah, I mean.
All right, let's break the turn. Let's give us a sweat.
4 outs.
Straight on the board. Straight on the board. That's how we like to do it. Same as for you.
Wow, oh no.
Straight on the board.
I can't believe you said that. Anybody had a 10? Tell me now.
Straight on the board.
There are 4 10s available. Nobody folded it.
No, straight on
Good
the
luck,
board.
lads. Have fun.
Can't believe Sam didn't know better than to fold the Spraggy. But he will bust in 12th place, taking us down to 11. And Kayhan Mokri now back up to around 100 big blinds. Now, the reason why I was a little bit non-committal, Griffin, about Thomas Centown's watch is I'm not 100% sure that it is a Richard Mille, because there is a watch by Hublot called the Spirit of Big Bang, which
That looks a lot like it.
is kind of like an imitation Richard Mille, and that could be what he has.
How much is the imitation and how much is the real one?
A real Richard Mille is going to run you anything from 6 figures up to several million.
said it earlier.
Okay.
Whereas the Hublot is going to be around 30, 35K.
You did. I thought it was a good play, but it wasn't. Obviously.
And what is Mokri wearing? They're the root beer.
The root beer, that is the Rolex GMT Master 2
Okay.
in solid rose gold. I have the same watch, but I have the two-tone. I have the steel and rose gold one. That is a very nice watch, very heavy, all gold.
C5 raise, 35,000. C6 pass, C10 pass. C3 pass. C4 call.
Ace 10 versus 6-3, and a pair for both players.
Check.
Yeah, that is definitely the spirit of Big Bang. I don't have the same attitude towards Hublot as some people do, but they don't necessarily speak to me. Nor do Richard Mille. I admire the engineering of them, but they're a little bit too in your face for my liking.
What Centurn's wearing?
Yeah, as I said, I respect people's individual choices, but I personally would not wear a watch like that.
Yeah. I think it suits him. I think he's rocking it.
Yeah.
And also, you're not a super high roller, you know. You're on your way. If you're a super high roller, maybe you'd,
no.
you'd feel a little more...
I'm not saying that I don't have watches in that
I
price
know what
range.
you're
I'm just saying it is the individual...
Oh, no, I wasn't even meaning it in the money way. I just mean as a flashy watch, you know, because of the context.
No, I would...
No, listen.
No, I would never.
We all know you can afford a nice watch, James. It's okay.
I'm not an ostentatious individual,
Yes.
Griffin.
Oh, great word. My friend used the word crescendo yesterday. I was like, yeah. I need more of that. I need good words every once in a while. Ostentatious.
C6 raise, 35,000. C10 pass.
Davies going to try his luck for a second time with the suited diamond ace. Did not go so well with the ace 10. Teddy's just going to call on the button. These 3 of clubs.
Ace 3. It was a pair of 3s, but it's not quite straight. I checked.
Six, check. Three bets, 35,000.
Yeah, the backdoor nut flush draw. The gutter to the wheel. Davies is going to continue, but very, very behind.
Six, check.
I'm curious to see how Lena approaches this turn.
C3, check.
Going to check it back. Thinking this 3 is going to be good a decent percentage of the time. But, you know, what are you really going to protect against? You might even fold out some hands that you're ahead of by betting the turn. So he's going to get here with the best hand.
C6, check.
Check.
C3, check.
Great.
Good job, Lena 900. So we are still at 11 players right now. Table of 6, table of 5. Field will merge when we're down to 9. That will necessitate a redraw for the final table. And then we'll keep playing until we're down to 6. Understandably, these guys do not want to come back tomorrow and play through the bubble. They want to make the money tonight and then come back tomorrow 6-handed to play down to a winner. The winner receiving 1.37 million euros. They're getting closer to a winner in the Estrellas main event. They are at a final table right now.
C3, pass.
Estrellas concluding tonight.
Four, raise, 35,000. Seconds.
Button raise from Santan. Jack 10 for Patrick, calling in the small blind. 9s for Seth Davies.
5 seconds.
Probably going to feel too strong to just call here.
135.
C6 raises to 135,000.
Antonius with quite a capped range on 30 big blinds, flatting in the small blind. Going to be some wide-ish opens from Santurn, so Davies going to feel like this is effectively the nuts. Antonius is flipping against this particular hand, and it is a real beautiful hand. I mean, not the kind of hand you expect Patrick Antonius to fold. But in this situation, it's not great. Yeah, that looks like the machinations of someone that, well, he is reaching for chips, James.
Just double checking his stack. Let's it go.
can't fault him for thinking about it, but
Of course. Meanwhile, we are down to 10 in the super high roll-up. Morton Klein has been eliminated. 2 tables of 5 remain.
end of the Klein.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
So we're 1 elimination away from the last table, 1 elimination away from the redraw at 9. And Nicholas Osstedt opening under the gun here with 8-7 of diamonds, raises to 35,000. 8 minutes till the blinds go up.
Six plus. C10 call.
King 5-4. Oh, a gut shot for Lena 900. You're in a 40% equity.
Yeah, and equity pretty irrelevant here with just the lead and Mokri not having made a pair or any backdoor flush to speak of. It's going to be an easy one for old Teddy.
I don't understand what Undersea Monkey is writing about, but I will do my best to decipher. Just back from the fun of seeing the Reds batter United and my 0-3 plus Salah bet come in. How's Tonka doing in the 1K? Tonka is okay. He's 2nd or 3rd in chips right now. The problem he faces is that Martin Zamani has a dominant chip lead at that final table.
That problem can turn advantageous, though, if that chip leader is just running everyone over, knocking people out. Great opportunities to ladder. He did survive that double up King 10 to the Jack 10 on the 10-eye board against Martin Zamani, and that's really propelled him into a position to get a very nice score here in Barcelona.
Meanwhile, they've hit the dinner break in the EPT main event. Day 1A playing in the room today. Do you know what, Griffin? We haven't done a field size update.
Do it.
EPT Barcelona main event. Wow, 667 entries on day 1A. That is strong. And we could still see people entering and re-entering right up until the end of play today. Then, of course, you've got day 1B tomorrow, and the last chance to register is before the start of play on day 2.
That is correct. I think you get 20 big blinds, right? Registering to start of day 2, so, you know, anyone worth their salt is probably going to be prepared to jump in at that point for their final bullet.
Would you like to hear some analysis from Kevin on YouTube, Griffin?
You know what? Actually, I wouldn't.
Fine, I'll ignore it then. Kevin said, love the fact that players think by facing serious look so much pro. Figuring the serious face make them look more pro. Thank you for your comment, Kevin.
Get that man a job.
C6 raised to 35,000. C10 pass. C3 pass.
Yeah, chances are if Joe were here, Kevin would no longer have the ability to write and chat, but...
Five seconds.
I know what you meant, but it was vaguely threatening. Let's just say Joe would have taken care of him. Wouldn't be typing on any keyboards anytime
Four
soon.
raises to 120,000.
Look at this.
Oh, out of line.
3-bet with Queen 4 offsuit. That's not a very good hand, Griffin.
But it does speak to what I mentioned earlier when we saw Santurn 3-bet with the ace-jack suited against Mokri's ace-10. Because sometimes he's going to be balanced and doing it with hands like a Queen 4 off, King 4 off. So sometimes it's just a guessing game. That's why, you know, you can't blame Mokri for continuing in that hand when he had the ace-10. And even though the Queen 9 dominating just has to fold, and you get better hands to fold. You get all the better queens to fold. That is an ace queen.
One guy has all the
King
chips.
queen really. It's just nice.
Like every day, every day.
I mean,
I've referenced a couple of times, Griffin, that we've got the EPT 20 quiz in the Players Lounge tomorrow night.
It's crazy.
I can't guarantee, as question master, that Jimmy the Bastard won't make an appearance. If anyone is violating any of the rules, especially regarding the use of phones or tablets to consult answers on Google, there will be penalties, and those penalties will be severe. I'm going to say that it might be worth playing the quiz on plastic, because there might be a mess to clean up afterwards. Thank you, Tom, for the update on today's free roll. We're down to 4 players, giving everyone at least a $55 W-Cube ticket, with the winner getting a $109 bronze power pass. There will be another free roll tomorrow, free roll every single day of our live coverage. 2.5K in W-Cube tickets in the prize pool. Why couldn't those VIPs have walked in when I was doing that bit? Why did they have to walk in when I was trolling some guy on YouTube?
400.
430.
You need to warn me these people are coming in.
Yep.
Sir, when you're folding?
I mean, it's really, really all we do, James. That's kind of a good representation of what we do here in the booth.
Well, that is the elimination of Jean-Pierre Benvenga in 5th place from the Estrellas. He cashes for 173K. You know what that means? They're down to the final 4. Tonka is 3 players away from lifting a trophy and claiming a first prize of 625K, but he's got to overcome the force that is Martin Zamani.
Yeah, and what a force he is. The Mycelian Maniac. She's been running over the field. Incredible chip stack.
Metzger beats us. What if I have my rail look up the trivia answers? I know he did that. You have to run quizzes on the honor system these days. Sadly, some people are not honorable. If we have an early finish tomorrow, a certain friend and colleague of mine who's just sat down next to me has promised to police the room.
I like a queen. Oh, excuse me. A clean quiz.
A queen Liz?
A queen whiz? Sure, either way.
Wow, what a flop here between Davies and Nicholas.
Wow.
Asted. I don't know if you heard, I got a new nickname for
oh, God.
for Lena. Yeah.
Do not let this happen.
Okay, never mind. I'm good. Thanks,
No,
Griff.
we're calling him Teddy.
No, we're not.
He's kind of cuddly and, you know.
Griffin.
He's not cuddly.
It rolls off the tongue. No, yeah, he's smiling and he's...
He already has 2 names. He doesn't need a third.
So, yeah, top 2 pair here for Davies. And
is that just a call? No, it's a raise to 100,000. So Lena was the pre-flop aggressor, made it 35K. It was a big blind defend from Davies, and yeah, with the King 9, with the 2 pair against the flush draw, he is raising it.
yeah, and Lena's not going anywhere. Going to be happy to call here and see a turn, hope for that heart, and hope if that heart does come in, wasn't getting check raised by better ones. A lot of those better combos, though, I think are just going to check call. Now more equity. Doesn't realize, though, that he's up against something as strong as 2 pair.
Hey, I got a pitch for a new nickname for Nicholas Astet. Ass. What do you think?
Well,
he's
really
smooth, round.
You are next 420 on Twitch is very much seeing Griffin as the Gretchen of these 3 mean girls and says, stop trying to make fetch happen.
I mean, you're still talking about fetch all these years later.
Talking about how bad it is.
Nearly 300,000 in the middle. Davies is going to be coming out firing. Really going to want to be charging those, you know, better kings, those big flush draw combos.
5 seconds.
210.
Yeah, it's going to be to the tune of 210,000. You know, I think if this turn card did not improve Lena,
yeah,
I think we would be seeing him tuck tail and run. But with that 8, you know, it's not only have you turned more equity against some of the value hands here, but also you could just have jumped ahead of something that was bluff check raising the flop, like a queen 10 with the 10 of hearts. So too high up in his range. He's going to hope to hit that heart on the river. Skadoosh.
No help for Oster.
Five seconds.
714K in the middle. Lena 900 is the effective stack with 781 behind.
Do you think he can rep the flush draw and get called by an 8
I think it's possible because it's a big blind peel, right? Like he isn't really ever, you know, if he had been calling it on the button, he'll have you know, something like pocket 9s, pocket 3s, but he's really just representing like king 9, king 3 suited, and then all of the other bluffs, like those, you know, broadways that have missed, you know, maybe something like a, you know, 5-7 of hearts.
It's so crazy that this is just not an easy fold.
All into call.
How good do you have to be to just not insta-muck this every time?
Yeah, I mean, you can just have 10-5 of hearts. It's a great combo to be check raising this flop with. Would be calling pre-flop. So what Nicholas is doing right now is counting some combos in his head. The combination of value hands that Davies can have. The king 3 suited. How often does he call the king 3 off against the cutoff open? You know, going to call every king 9 combo, every king 3 suited combo. Does he call with 9-3 suited? But is going to make the right decision, as Teddy often does.
And another all-in over at the final table of the Estrellas. Bertolo at risk with ace-king, but does have Nadal dominated here. The suited Spraggy against Big Slick. Jack 10 deuce, ace-king holding. Nadal is the player standing up, even though he's not at risk here.
Deuce.
Well, 10's pretty good.
Opportunities. Deuce.
Queen on the river. That's the straight for Bertolo, and that is going to be a huge double up, leaving Nadal short with just 5.2 millions. They're still four-handed at the final table of the 1K. And we're returning to the feature table in the super high roller as the blinds go up. We're now at the 10K, 20K blind level.
Can I ask you a quick question, James, before you go?
Yes, you can, Griffin.
Okay, I just feel like, okay, we saw Zanani
By the way,
there.
there's a trade-off here. There's a trade-off here. I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
But the Teddy stuff stops now.
Okay, Teddy stuff. Oh, that's the deal?
No, that was a serious
you'll
voice.
Answer if I can't
I've
say
gotten
Teddy
that
anymore.
voice like 4 times in 15 years. That was for real.
I got to drop Teddy if I ask this question. Oh, that's tough.
Ask the question.
I just heard Zamani use opportunities. Did you invent that? I feel like I've only
I want
really...
to say that it came from a member of the audience.
It was a viewer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to say, remember the Robert Ross seal of approval or something?
Yes.
I want to say it was him. But it definitely was first said by a viewer, as
And
much
now
as
it's-
we would love
okay.
to take credit
But
for
to be
it.
fair, they
you
said,
would never take credit for something that you didn't do.
to be fair, whichever viewer it was said run with it. I want it to be a thing,
Yeah.
and it has now
Yeah.
spread
It's
in the
a
poker
thing.
world. Yeah.
Even to Martin Zamani. Love it. King 9 has been good to Seth Davies. All the way up to 1.85 million now. Blind on blind. Mokri cannot help himself. Just gonna fire out a little bet here. Just a little 20K. Maybe I can just fold out some of Davies' range. Not this part. Not this part of my range, Mr. Peppa.
We should call him AV. Checks, despite making top pair on the turn. Kayhan will not be folding out this part of his range. Doesn't even try. River 5.
I really like the energy of like the Australis being like the kids table, you know, and like the adults are like trying to like, you know,
quiet down over there.
Quiet down at the kids table.
Their 1K buy-in.
Yeah. It's like, gosh, we're playing a 1 street limped pot here in this 100K. These kids just.
It's like when they let the CYO basketball team come out and play during halftime of the NBA game.
Exactly. I guess we'll go check in on them.
Nadal all in.
Yeah.
With Jack 7 for not a lot of chips. Zamani behind. But this would be tis but a scratch if Zamani somehow
Oh my God, you guys might
loses with 6 deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, and look at the way Zamani has arranged his
Look, he's
chips.
standing
It's like
up.
he's
He
slowly
knows.
engulfing the table. Absolutely destroying this Australis main event. And there is the deuce, and
On the turn,
Nadal
sorry.
just
I
looks
hate when
like
I get it wrong.
he is used to it. Going for the early
game, good game.
shake.
River is a 7. The 7 is always coming. Nadal survives.
And Zamani having the time of his life here, four-handed.
Viva
That was good for me too.
Mexico.
Let's go!
Now he's more better.
That's right. Now it's more better.
Zamani now with only 8. What a cackle. My goodness.
Yeah, he's a madman. It's great. And if you're wondering why he's remarking
Just
that it
like
was
the internet.
actually good for him is because he has such a significant chip lead that he wants to keep these players in for ICM pressure against the, you know, the second and third chip stacks.
ICM
You had like
fresh
1 out.
indeed. Berthelot and Talbot
Only 1-7.
stuck in the middle with you. Zamani with a better than 10-1 chip lead over Nadal.
What are the adults doing?
What's going on at the big kids table?
6 call, 175 pounds.
Wow, great call here actually from Twitch, from Experiment 1508. Zamani reminds me of the actor in Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Jason
Erica has a big
Mantzoukas.
crush on Jason Mantzoukas.
Mokri and Davies taking this flop 9 high. Mokri with 2 overs to the 9, but only 1 over to the jacks of Davies.
Yeah, and you can see 390,000 in the middle here, and that presumably represents a 3-bet pre-flop from Mokri, which, you know, given the opening range from the table chip leader on the button, you would expect that ace-10 going to be profitable to just 3-bet, hope to get it through most of the time. Now that Davies has continued I don't think Kayhan's going to be super thrilled. But going with pretty large sizing on this flop, just wants to one and done it, doesn't want to let Davies sort of stick around with some sort of floats. But Davies really has the top of his flat range here with these pocket jacks. This is going to be a very interesting pot. I mean, look how much is in there. That's 780K. That's 40 big blinds already in the pot. This is, one of the biggest pots of the tournament here, just from a flop C-bet.
Mokri checks.
And I think Davies is going to be pretty happy to see that.
Yep.
Less likely I'm getting cooler now. More likely I can start even trying to extract some value if I want. Maybe get called on the turn here by some ace kings and ace queens sometimes. Maybe something like 210s. But, also I don't want to find myself betting something like 200-300 here and getting check raise all in. So decides to check it back.
What a run out for jacks. Oh, what a dream. Somebody screenshot this, clip it, put it in your photo album. Put it on your vision board. Mokri checks. Davies with an open ticket to Value Town. I mean, won't necessarily get paid, but gets to take a whack at it.
I'm in left.
$780,000 in the middle.
$525.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, going with the Big Daddy sizing.
Now, unlike that last hand we watched, not a lot of busted draws here, eh, Griff?
Yeah, I mean, I would be very hard-pressed to see Kayhan Mokri call here. I think he's probably just keeping him honest, making it appear like he had a very big hand pre-flop, like an ace-king, that might have to consider a call here. But in all actuality, I mean, the only hands you would be beating here would be straight-up floats, something like a king jack of diamonds.
Just take one for everyone I use.
That's how I would do it.
Maybe
I can't be bothered to keep track of this.
A king queen of clubs, something of that nature. But that's the thing about, that big 50% sizing on the flop is you really help define your opponent's range. Are you really going to be getting a lot of floats of these from these 2 overcard backdoor flush draw hands when you bet so big on the flop? I think maybe the sizing has tripped up Mokri a little bit. Because it's so large, it's so polarized. So it's like he feels like his opponent is trying to rep like a 9 or something like pocket jacks or something like pocket 10s. It's the only, it doesn't really, but wouldn't a 9 start betting on the turn? Wouldn't jacks? I mean, I thought he was going to bet the turn with jacks.
So what you're saying is that Seth Davies has played this incredibly well.
I think he's played it really well, yeah. I mean, the fact that he's really getting some burned time banks. Mokri was, of course, earlier bragging about how he hadn't really needed to use his time banks. He liked the fact that he was making quick decisions and wasn't needing them. And then now he's in this spot that feels like a clear fold because we can see that.
Whoopsie daisy!
But he's really struggling with it. Perhaps he's thinking, does my opponent ever have ace-4 or ace-3 suited here? You know, would he continue with these combos?
I'm using this long.
Yeah. Or sorry, ace. Well, I guess they've already filled in with the 3. So what am I
hands that
talking
jacks
about?
are beating though.
Right.
No, I mean ace-3.
Hands that ace 10's
like,
beating. Right. I know, buddy. I know what you mean.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't imagine he's going to call here.
If it hadn't been a 3.
Yes. I mean, he'll feel like the thing is he's picturing in his head, right, that just he's going to call and be shown king jack of clubs and just feel like a god and go on to win this tournament. It's like he can't shake the fantasy right now. It just feels so bluffy to him.
I can't think of many times I've seen Kayhan call it off like this and be wrong. There's a couple other players I can think of who do it. He does make the fold, and they're wrong pretty regularly.
Yeah, if he thinks he's calling pre-flop with 7-8 suited, 6-8 suited as well, you know, those are straight draws that have missed. But yeah, I think that's a good decision.
We will find out in what, 30 minutes?
What do you have against me, Seth?
You'll find out in 30 minutes.
10 minutes left.
Uh-oh.
Exact chip count, please. So bear with me.
Not these racks. I'm worried about it's the lack of rack being provided for Tuin Mulder.
Spirit of the horse
has been sent to the glue factory.
The thing is, like, their phones got messed up right away.
DNC.
Haven't been able to get in touch with them.
Did not cash. And that's why you saw the racks at the main feature table, because we are condensing down to 1 FT up on the main stage. Meanwhile, at the quote-unquote secondary table, which is kind of unfair to even refer to these guys as the kids table, because they're playing for a 625,000 euro first place prize here. And the fact that they're kind of having a blast with it, I like it. And remember, Parker is middle of the pack here with King 10 suited and has to contend with the fact that Martin Zamani has all of the chips and there is a shorty. Yep, Zamani just jams on Parker.
Yeah, he's just got so much license to do this. I mean, standard open from Talbot on the 24 big blinds.
What I don't understand is I've seen this hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. And I'm sure, this is not criticism, but why is Parker open that? Just in case Zamani has 8 deuce and doesn't do it?
Yeah, I mean, he might be in some situations where he can see some flops. I mean,
I was thinking
I think it's one of the worst hands he would open.
King 10 suited.
But yeah, it's kind of his job here. I mean, the thing is, though, is Nadal is now, you know, there's less ICM pressure. He's almost the bottom stack, so more incentive to
Unfortunately,
get into
I am
some
a
pots.
child.
Yeah, he is kind of regretting that maybe he shouldn't have even bothered.
Oh, well, I wasn't, never mind. Now that it is a genuine criticism, I take it back. I just seen so many of these ICM situations where, like, someone opens like ace 10 and then the chip leader jams and they fold, and I'm just like, just fold. Just like, don't do it. Four players remaining in this event.
25.
Big
So
money up top.
21.
Santiago Nadal now up to 18 big blinds, 22 million.
Everybody guaranteed at 227,000 now. Guaranteed $250,000. Pretty cool. We got Santiago Nadal from Mexico, Sylvain Berthelot from France, Parker Talbot from Canada, and Martin Zamani repping the US of A. And Zamani, again, can get better hands to fold. Granted, when Parker folded King 10, it wasn't a better hand. But you catch my drift. You're picking up what I'm laying down, and what they're laying down is everything. What a great shame it would be to the continent of Europe if an American won this event. What a great shame if Martin Zamani, with twice the chips of everyone else at the table combined, ended up winning this event. Not quite. That was a little exaggeration there. Parker folds 10-9 this time onto the blinds. Nope, take a walk. You know what? I think I'd be cackling every hand too if I just had all the chips and people were just folding to me. I wouldn't know. Got the rail piling up here. Knowing whoever you're sweating is guaranteed $250,000 ball. And if you can survive one more spot, it goes up to 300,000, 430 for runner-up, 625,000 euros.
Talbot learning his lesson. King 9 suited quickly into the muck.
That's because Lena's watching him. He's like,
Wait,
oh,
who's Lena?
shoot.
Do you mean to?
Look, you can get away with it while I'm here, but I'm
That's
telling you,
true.
that was James's serious face.
It's a serious voice too.
I don't know how much you drilled that TED thing before I got here.
No, definitely fucking not.
But he was over it.
Yeah, 22 and a half. How much you got? Sorry.
He was over it.
I just got to say, I mean, I get it. He's a super high roller, but that was some real privileged stuff of how close he was to the table.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have been able to get up on the stage there.
What should he do with his privilege, Griffin?
He needs to check his privilege. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. You walked into it so hard, I assumed you were setting yourself up.
Yeah,
but
no, it was like I passed it to you to set up the alley-oop, and then you threw it right up there.
And then you sighed like I was boring you.
Well, you know, sometimes when Superman puts on his cape, he knows it's going to be a long day.
I like this from Experiment, who says, Lena being a proud dad. Are you winning, son? Is that meme based on you, by the way? Is that your dad? You know that meme?
Oh my God!
Are you winning, son?
What's the meme? Are you winning, son?
You don't know this one?
Oh, he walks into his.
It's like a stick figure. Yeah, the dad comes in with like the hat and the cigar.
Oh yeah, you didn't say the all-in.
You speak English?
Not all. Oh, hello.
Speak English.
Almost.
He's been playing with this guy for all day.
So Nadal can call.
Okay.
No. He can go all in.
He can go all in?
Oh, yeah.
He's the short stack, right? Yeah,
He
my
is.
bad. I see.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's still, a decent amount of chips. It's about 16 big blinds. You're just really hoping the other two players don't wake up. But Samani's raising 100% of hands. You got to start acquiring, or you're just going to get eaten alive. Yeah, that's a great meme.
For so much by the other rail. I really like it.
Let's see if this one doesn't make it tear up a little bit. Didn't go where I thought it was going.
Oh. Can you send me that?
Sure.
And the original meme, too.
My goodness. What a dad. Samani picks up another one. So I might as well just throw this out there again. So I got this stand-up show. First of all, I haven't plugged the comic book at all. My comic book goes live for sale tomorrow via Kickstarter. It's already kickstarted. Don't worry about that. We're just selling it at this point. I gotta tell you guys, I gotta sell at least 45,000 copies of this thing to get my money back. I think we could do it. 45,000? Come on. That's like.
All in.
Oh, hold on.
Ooh, that kind of looked like an ace, didn't it?
19.
Well, it is an ace.
No, I mean, not when we saw the graphic, but the way he kind of
snapped
looked
up
at his first, perked up.
You can do it, Nadal. He's been ATCing it. You can do it.
Put him in the blender.
Eve 6.
Trying to do the ICM.
The A of 6. Put him in the blender.
Where's Nacho? He'll tell you. It's for poor people. Yeah. Are you poor or rich? Poor. Where's Nacho? Good time to listen.
You're not really going to out ICM Parker Talbot, though, Senor Nadal. Ooh, Zamani gets away with one.
I mean, it's.
Sorry, Nacho.
It's tough. It's tough to call there.
Right.
Like
you said you're poor.
Going to
so
be ahead, but really sucks to finish fourth.
Well, we now officially have. Well, I shouldn't say officially because it's 8-handed to be an official final table. But we're at the last table in 2 different events now. There you have it. Super high roller, final 9 players. Seth Davies on top. Sean Winter just below him. Santosh Suvarna, 3rd in chips. Patrick Antonius and Jesse Lonis, the 2 lowest stacks at the table.
Thank you.
Mistari on Twitch says, Pog, Santosh.
No, it's not. Not even this month. That's
Santosh, big favorite
so
of the
piece of
high
cake.
rollers.
This is a little bit tougher one, though.
I'd rather be a Pog than a Pog.
What's a Pog?
A PAWG?
Yeah.
Perfect ass white girl.
What ass, white girl?
Perfect.
Perfect ass. Okay.
I'd rather be a Pog.
Oh, here we go. Talbot.
Oh my goodness.
Beavers Tonka, it's your biggest sweat of the year, just bragging.
This is a massive sweat.
I think this one is for the kid.
Thank you.
Parka, a big favorite here.
They're quacking.
But man, oh man, would this be an ICM tragedy if somehow Zamani hits this 17% chance.
No, I already got a refill from Nicholas.
Oh.
Turn card is the King of Diamonds. It was red. No heart though, so that part's safe for Parker.
I will not invoke a duck.
Has to fade a deuce and does indeed double up Parker Talbot.
What an incredible day for Parker Talbot. Started, I believe, second in chips.
Thanks,
Went
bro.
all the way down to 2
Playing
big
great.
blinds. And here he is. Second in chips with 4 left.
Doubled up back to the middle.
Yeah.
Big numbers.
Yeah, really.
People from like California.
Yeah, exactly.
Switching.
Switching.
Like big ones.
Where Kayhan Mokri has 3-bet ace deuce suited against Thomas Santern. Ace high flop top pair for Mock. Santern checks. Mokri continues. Santern does have a gut shot.
That was Vegas. You know.
Has anyone heard of this fellow before?
No state taxes.
Who?
Thomas Santern?
Yeah. Yeah, he's played a high roller before, I think.
I'm sorry, I wasn't saying that as if he hadn't been heard of before. I just don't. I am unfamiliar with him, so I'd love to know a little bit more about him.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't a super high roller, but I'm pretty sure he got deep in it.
Ooh, that's a straight, buddy.
Ooh, that is a straight.
That's what we call a belly buster.
No state like Wyoming. What does that mean?
Nothing more, nothing less says, what do you mean, Joe? He's the upcoming French beast. Yeah, well, if he's upcoming, then how would I have heard of him?
Yeah.
And depends if you're married or.
You're about to be upcoming on a ban.
39 points.
Just kidding.
It's like over 400K.
He's unconventional, says sports fan. Says he was beasting at Triton.
It's a lot higher. If you make like 70, you're probably only paying like.
That might have been where I recognized him.
4.3 million in live earnings, Joe.
Yeah, Joe.
Won the 50K high roller in Paris for 889,480 euros. All right,
there we
fine.
go. So maybe that was
all
where
right.
Yeah,
Sorry.
He won the 50K in Paris, dude, in February. February. You got third in the 20K like 3 days ago. Come on.
You know what? I'm never pretending not to know everything ever again. Of course I've heard of him.
You fools.
He's bet
You
90,000.
fell for my-
Yeah,
you fell for my
idiots doing my research for me, you losers.
You wasted your time Googling him. I already knew all of those statistics.
Well, his less than quarter pot bet got called. Not a great run out for a straight. Not a great run out for top pair.
You guys just turned the rain down.
Yeah, fumble.
Did you pause?
No, I
140.
Replay this morning. I have YouTube TV, so like all the games are automatic.
Just a baby bet. Come on, you got an ace? Why not? Obviously, Santern doesn't love that the board has now come 4 spades.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. I feel like
Yeah, it might be an opportunity for Mokri to win if he's prepared to pull the trigger.
a bingo.
That's a bingo. Can we say 3-word quotes? Just not songs.
Mokri lays it down. Good fold. Great job.
Better than DJ.
Great day for Santern. And really been getting the best of Mokri. I mean, we started the day, Mokri had a massive chip lead. And the fly Frenchman has really been beating him up a bit.
Up to 54 big blinds. Good for 4th on the leaderboard. Remember, we're still 3 players from the money here. When play ends in this event, we'll be moving the Estrellas up there, I believe. We got to put a mirror over there or something so I can see you. I'm going this way, you're going that way. Anyway, thumbs up. We're moving the Estrellas when we hit the money here. Now, if Estrellas finishes before this, am I running out to do the interview like at the side table?
Wasn't aces?
Cool. Great. Why don't somebody think about that? Berthelot's all in.
You dropped me.
And again, Zamani is dominated.
I got an ace. Did you?
As we switch to the Estrellas main event, by the way, which is four-handed.
Yeah, curious how this money got in. It looks like Berthelot raised, and then
maybe a 9.
Zamani couldn't help but shove it in with the king jack.
Cool.
This is my one time, so it would with me.
Okay, no problem.
A 9 is a nice sweat.
You should call for your one time when you're behind, but all right. Use it when you're a 92% favorite. River card.
Don't do it to him.
Didn't do it to him. Good use of one time, I guess. It worked.
And that is going to start to even things out a bit. I mean, we saw Parker double to 40 million. Now Berthelot's up to 60. Zamani doesn't have that 140 million stack anymore. You can see it's getting counted out there. He's going to be at about 100, so...
He's just lulling them into a false sense of security.
It ain't over.
All right, let's see the full chip counts.
I don't have the power to do that. How about this? Snap my fingers.
So Zamani now with
Toca, eh? Ya me toca.
less than the rest of the table combined. Still a significant lead,
Everybody double?
but can't punk everyone quite as much.
Like this.
Thank you to our daddy.
Are you winning, son?
Daddy Zamani with the double. Who's next? You're next again.
Like
okay,
this.
okay, fine, no problem. We're honestly more important than them.
I might send this meme to my dad.
And I can promise you, we are significantly more important than them.
Going back to the less important tournament, according to Tonka. Switching to the 9-handed super high roller final. Oh, wait, what? 7? Huh? Oh, the bubble's
Bubble,
at 7.
yeah.
Okay. I was like, what did we miss?
Okay, I sent the meme to my dad. Stay tuned. O'Dwyer.
Ooh, O'Dwyer rules. Do you know that Steve O'Dwyer is like a poker god in Japan?
I did know this, actually, yeah.
Yeah, he's just completely crushing the Japanese play money tournament scene.
Yeah. He was waxing poetic about his experience there and the people there, and I was sort of
well, he's been back since then.
Okay, so he's like he really loves it. Antonius might be. I mean, he looks a little like he believes this.
He looks a little uncomfortable for him.
I mean, we're at the bubble. This is why this is so effective, right? I mean, a part of Antonius feels like he probably needs to not get coolered here. He doesn't want to just shove.
Another part of Antonius probably feels like he needs protein.
Is going to call, though. Also recognizing, I think, that, you know, a lot of O'Dwyer's bluffs are going to be hands that he's really crushing. Those King X and Queen X's, as we often discuss, that the high rollers elect to use. And you see O'Dwyer shifting in his seat a bit. Would have very much preferred to see a fold.
This one's yours, I think.
Ace-5 tray, 2 clubs. This feels like a pretty good board for Steve. Bisping asks, what's a 3-bet? It's just what we call a re-raise.
Yeah, so the first bet is considered the big blind effectively. The second bet would be the first raise. The third bet would be the raise after that.
And we don't really start counting until the 3-bet either.
Yeah,
we wouldn't call a raise a 2-bet.
2-bet. There is something endearing about it. I might start doing it. Teddy with the 2-bet.
2-betting.
Like
Teddy 2-bets?
Like a good alliteration, yeah. Like if Teddy's raising a lot, Teddy 2-bets.
And Bisping, if you didn't know what a 3-bet was, this is a continuation bet. This is when you bet because you raised before the flop.
Yeah.
You're continuing to rep a strong hand.
Yeah, and by rep, we mean represent.
That's right. And by represent, we mean make seem like.
Yeah. Antonia saes, you know what? I don't.
And this is what we would call a station.
I don't like what you're selling there, O'Dwizzy.
Jack of diamonds on the turn. Does Steve give it up?
But really, this is quite remarkable what we're witnessing right now.
Yeah, it is.
Antonius has 241,000 chips left. There's 460,000 in the middle. We are at a stone bubble that is 278,400 euros. And Antonius just found himself here with half pot left with just king high, and he's right.
And Steve does pump the brakes. Patrick bet 40K right here. Just bet 40K.
I mean, he might.
2 big blinds.
Maybe something more like 70K.
Oh, I was damn close.
And I tell you what, with
he bet 50,000.
460,000 out there.
50,000.
You're getting the price with your deuce, right? Like even if you're up against an ace here, you're drawing to the effective nuts if you hit a 4, and it's just such a weird spot though, and just folds like.
He did have the best hand.
Amazing.
But wow. Wow.
That was awesome.
That was quite a hand. Patrick Antonius up to 35 big blinds. O'Dwyer neck and neck with him now.
We'll see.
He's so nonchalant,
He's
too.
the best.
He's not even fake nonchalant.
No,
like,
he
everyone's
just
like, we'll see. He's just like, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I don't care. What happened? I don't remember.
We'll see.
He's thinking about, like, shredded chicken breast right now. Yeah, he's just not. He doesn't care. Ice in his veins. Prenup says, people forget Patrick was once one of the top 10 players in the world on full tilt poker. Who forgets that? You forget that?
Yeah, I feel like that's not a forgotten
Not really
thing.
a
That's
thing people
kind of part of
forget.
the legacy and talked about often, and
Yeah.
you know, the good old days.
Yeah, no, it's not. I don't know.
8 plus.
People often forget that Chris Moneymaker was the 2003 main event winner.
Nine raise, 40,000. Which seat? 10 pass, 1 pass, 3 pass. Again, the cards in the box for at least 3 seconds. Thank you.
Mr. Launis having an incredible summer or at the World Series.
Oh, and beyond.
And beyond.
Pool of Clear says people remember about the chip, but they forget about the chair.
Nice. Teddy 2 queens.
160.
You're killing me, Smalls. So the raise from Suvarna, a 2-bet. The 160,000 from Ostet, a 3-bet. Suvarna coming OTT with the 4-bet.
Cute idea.
Not
Bad
gonna work.
Timing. And effectively putting in. Oof. I mean, is he putting in? Do I have this right? Is he putting in half of Astet's stack? And this is the problem. Really, you don't have enough space at sub 40 big blind depth to really 4-bet fold. You'd be better served, you know, either making the 4-bet smaller or shoving, and at least you can realize your 30% equity against a hand like queens. You know, he could have just made this 290K if he thought Asted was messing around. Instead, he's going to put more money out there.
All in.
6, all in.
Oh, I thought he was going to make a sick Tomeo reference there and fold queens. Be so meta.
Suvarna wastes no time giving it up to the shove.
Suited, baby.
Of clubs.
But hey, listen, Santosh is always he's a battler. He's looking at ways to play against these super high rollers, and a bit of a misstep there, but in theory, I can see what he's thinking. Doesn't want to get taken advantage of by someone like Stat, who we've seen very capable of just having, you know, a bluff there pre-flop.
Suvarna put some distance between himself and Sean Winter, not in the good way. Suvarna at 57 bigs now. Winter in second place with 94, and Davies in first with 117. I think we should have a Seth Davies, Sean Winter heads up, and then make the audience guess which is which.
8, 5. 9 raise, 40,000.
I can say they look alike because they're white people. Katie says, I understand bluff 3-bet, but 4-bet seems excessive.
120.
At another pocket jacks situation.
You kind of answered your own riddle there, though. If you can understand a bluff 3-bet, that means that there will be bluff 3-bets, which means that you should be bluff 4-betting sometimes. Right?
I have one particular hand combination that I bluff 4-bet with.
What's that?
Specific suits.
Really?
So that's my frequency. I'm not going to tell you what hand it is.
That's how you stay
It's
sort of
ace
like...
of clubs, ace of diamonds. It's my one combo that I'll 4-bet with. Shouldn't have told people that, but good luck trying to figure it out when I have it, when I don't.
So Suvarna is going to continue with the ace-10 suited. If this combo was unsuited, I think we would expect it to be in the muck, but he wants to realize some of that equity and doesn't do so on the queen 4-4. All rouge. That's French for red. I live in Montreal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, your in-laws must be real impressed with the level of French you're picking up. Suvarna checks to the jacks.
What I've learned, Joe, is ça va with a smile. That's how you do it.
You just say ça va? What if they follow up?
They say something and they say it too, and I say ça va bien. Bien is good.
They just shake their heads. As they try to enact legislation for grandparents' rights, should you ever
That wonderful woman, my mother-in-law's been doing her Duolingo every day for English, too.
Oh, my God.
I'll catch up. I'm just a little late. I'm behind on my homework, you know? I'm going to start my streak real soon.
Then they're like, all right, make sure you bring the car back by midnight this time, Griff.
Then I put my thumbs up. Ça va bien.
Wait, do you have a driver's license? I can't remember.
Yeah, something like that. I have my learners. I'm doing my theory test September 18th.
You're doing your Duolingo for driving, huh?
Yeah.
What does the color rouge mean?
What a hand by Antonius.
What about?
That tricks up his sleeve.
All right, we're going to focus on Jesse Lonis here, who's got ace-queen offsuit. SOD with pocket fours.
Steve O'Dwyer, fresh off being, frankly, outplayed, which is not something we're used to seeing.
Kind of.
I mean, an impressive, running into someone that was willing to
fight
put
back.
in such a.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, when I say something like outplayed, I mean it in the context of like he was putting on such strong, good pressure to create a situation where like Antonio should have been out of there with king high.
Boy, oh boy. Couple of lady kings for Seth Davies.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's just tough at the stone money bubble. Like, you'd hate to get coolered here, but you know that the chip leader is going to find some 3-bet bluffs here.
I neither want to nitpick you nor draw to a 10. We're not on the stone bubble.
What do you mean?
We
7
pay
left?
6, and there's 9 remaining.
Oh, no.
That's just indicating where the bubble
yeah.
is. It
No,
caught me off guard at
dude.
first, too.
No,
We've only been
dude.
doing it like this for like a decade.
I want
get
you
it.
to hold me accountable when I make a
Okay.
mistake.
Sure.
I made a mistake. Yeah, this is going in with the 9 left. And
All in and a call. Davies ahead. Davies has got Lonis out-chipped. Lonis in big trouble. He does tend to find his way out of these sorts of spots, though.
yeah, he does wiggle out from time to time, having one of the better years in recent memory.
I mean, kind of started last year with the
What do you got
NAPT.
for me? He's the #1 player in the world. It's got to be for a reason, right?
All right. Right in the window. Top
Lonis.
pair for Lonis.
The Lonis bonus right on the flop.
Right? Exact same suits as that 3-bet. Or no, you had 2 spades on the flop. Or no, what was ace?
Davies down to 1 out.
But you are maybe on a heater.
I am on a bit of a heater. Let's do it to him real dirty.
River. Not a queen. Double up Lonis.
And the bubble continues.
486. 486.
486.
Yeah, for anyone out there who is unclear, that 7 means that's the bubble is at 7. It's rare that we have a single-digit number in the bubble, I think is what makes it extra confusing. Significant chip movement after that hand. Lonis rockets up from bottom spot to 6th on the leaderboard, while Davies, drops 1 spot from 1st to 2nd, more or less tied now with Sean Winter. I'd like to see a Sean Winter, Seth Davies, Stephen Chidwick 3-way heads up, no name graphics.
Yeah, that guy's a real piece of work, isn't he?
Yeah, that shirt is special. That shirt is special.
You sure?
The shirt.
No, I was saying you sure.
Gotcha.
Then raise 40,000. 1 pass.
Santurn's going to open under the gun. Ace-9 suited. It's got some chutzpah 9-handed.
Bit of huts.
Hoping you don't get played back at too often with this hand.
Pass.
7 pass. 8 pass. 9 pass.
I just realized he does have 2 glasses on his face. The one on his head. Does he take off the glasses and then put on the sun, or does he put the sunglasses over the glasses?
We'll have to pay more attention. They don't look like the sort of glasses that fit on top of other glasses.
About 20 minutes left in this level.
It's the same type of shades Joe uses when he goes out running. It feels like there's an insult in there. Not finding it though.
5 days, 45,000.
Oh, Dweezy's going for it here. Probably raising one of the worst hands he would.
Oh, Dwyer rules.
Hoping to get one through. Davies doesn't look convinced though. And it comes in the form of the King Jack. Pretty nice combination here to 3-bet and force O'Dwyer to shove, but also certainly can mix in some flats.
Time to check in on the four-handed Estrellas main event. Still playing for that 625,000 euro top prize. Parker looks like he is dropped a little bit since we last saw him, but picks up a pot there. Zamani has dropped under the 100 million mark. It looks like Berthelot has gained a lot, up to nearly 70 million. Parker below 30 now. Nadal just shy of 20.
Well, that's what I had.
King, queen off.
Feels like something's going to happen there any second now. We're definitely going to keep an eye on it. Back to the 9-handed super high roller final. We are missing a player at the moment. Why did I hear the bubble noise?
I think it just likes to remind us.
Stop playing, bubble. I think it's because we switched to the Estrellas that doesn't have a bubble. Then when we put this on, the bubble comes back and it goes blip. It's in the coding, Griff.
I'm something of a coder myself.
All right, kids. As I said, something was bound to break over at Estrellas, and we do have the shortest stack all in.
Cool if you just won, though.
Nadal all in again against Zamani again.
See, you're all in 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Yeah, why
Zamani behind again. He really has been the double up fairy.
I love that he's sort of like, he's echoing a bit. It's like he's on a different frequency than everyone else.
Different plane of existence.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's astral projecting.
Yeah.
He's playing 4 different tournaments right now.
Some potential here, yeah, in different
He's actually in a treehouse in Peru.
Yeah.
Okay, we can chop.
This is pretty
Do I have a chop stand?
safe for Nadal.
Whatever you guys want, dude.
They can chop. But Nadal's a favorite to double up.
Almost a 6.
Fades the 6, doubles up. Zamani now at 80 million in chips.
That's a lot.
The war goes on.
Hey, remember when I gave you that high five on the rail? Yeah, I'm gonna need a piece for that. Back to the super high roller, switching.
Donc on part en ligne break.
Oh, and we are at 7 will be the bubble.
So Lonis opening things up, ace 8 of spades. O'Dwyer calls with queen suited, the clubby queen. Mokri is out. We're going to go heads up to this flop.
571, I think.
Jack 10-7. Oh, Royal
Street Flash.
Royal Flush draw.
Oh, Royal Flash.
For Steve O.D.
An RFD.
And 7, 8, 9, 10. Jack is bad, right, for Lonis?
Yeah, Lonis is well behind despite technically. It's very difficult for you to have the hand that is technically winning on the flop and you only be 32% to win it. But that is the situation Jesse finds himself in. And O'Dwyer happy to get some chips in the middle. Jesse would have loved a free card, but I think he's going to be acutely aware that this is just not the board you want to be up against. The under the gun +2 flat. Even if you are ahead of something like King Queen right now, which is, you know, making up a portion of O'Dwyer's range, something like King Queen suited. Do you really want to hang on for dear life? Do you really want to get cooler yourself if the 9 comes and he does have the King Queen? Yeah. So
Nice.
Fold. But I want to see it. Rabbit hunt.
Yeah, I want to see it
Rabbit
too.
hunt.
Are they going to do it? They're not going to do it.
They're not going to do it?
They're not going to do
They're
it.
not going to do it? Why so serious?
Speaking of serious, during the break, we've got a rather heartfelt and touching interview with Patrick Antonius, taking us on a trip down memory lane with his win in Baden in 2005.
Private games here.
Yeah. EPT Baden. That was the first time I ever heard of the EPT. It was Barry Greenstein used to do these audio vlogs.
They got like a
This is an audio vlog about my time at EPT Baden.
100 kilo private game.
In Vegas or?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Is the Antonius feature called Baden to the Bone?
No, it's not called Baden
No?
to the Bone. It's called Baden Thinks.
Is it too late? Baden Thinks. If you don't get into comedy one of these days, Gerald.
I know.
Florida, right? How long have you lived in Vegas?
2017.
Okay. It's a long time.
9 race, 45,000.
Now, I know Savarna has sort of, you know, resting serious face, but I've heard he is an absolute joy.
140. Oh, cool.
People love them some Santosh Savarna, who is getting free bet here by similarly named kind of Santurn, but Mokri. Gonna make a mockery of both of these. 2 bets and 3 bets.
Like more queens.
Okay, now I think I'm a bad influence on
more
you.
queens. One-time bank. Deciding on how much to make this 4th bet, which is probably going to be all of it. Yeah.
It is open 3, but he has 30 seconds or 15.
That was not Patrick calling with 2-4s. That was him pitching them into the muck, as well as his chips, his big blind.
You beat King Queen.
Don't shoot.
I will never tell you anything. You're too smart. Smartest guy in the room.
He was looking right at you. Griff.
After.
Did you notice that?
Behind Patrick and Jesse?
That's
Or at
Kayhan's
her, maybe.
wife, Olivia.
Patrick is the tallest.
She did look a little stern there, like, what, you think I'm the smartest person in the room?
Excuse me.
Like,
I got yours.
woman
girl.
behind the
He's
man.
taller than Patrick Thomas is.
Squeak out a couple more.
Taller? He's taller than Patrick. For sure. How old are you?
30.
I know. I mean, just wait till the camera's off the guy's wife before you go start talking to her, dude.
No, he's like 190.
Yeah.
October.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Hey, how do you think I could get your name and number just for the broadcast?
You rail here often?
You got an Insta? It's for the broadcast.
My wife is October 22nd.
What are you turning? 36?
Turn 36.
Who's that fucking
Ooh.
Austrian guy? That bitch is like fucking 220, 230 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I know who you mean. The guy who won the 10K in WSP Europe. Or
Yeah.
That many years ago now, right?
No, Burger? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fucked me up real bad like a few weeks later when I was deep in the prog game.
I've seen. I
Oh, really?
play with you much, but I've seen him for a long time.
Do you want to take him on or?
Same.
Tall
I mean,
bitch.
I watch all of your guys.
You wanna take him on?
Not gonna
So I've
forget
seen you
this.
play 100 million times.
Maybe we
but
played like PLO Cash on
We played we played PLO Cash.
mid like 45.
That too, and we played online tournaments together when you were on Stars for a while, and then
I have never.
It's like when you're that tall, like.
No, but
I
you
just
were like
played, like,
one.
How can you
I
even
played,
play
like,
live poker when you're that tall?
I never grinded like a whole.
I mean,
I played like.
Okay.
Yeah, he would be just like a
25.
slam dunk for basketball.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, like the bigger ones, and then we played Cash
Yeah,
here once
I'm
or
more
twice.
saying.
You were in the game.
Lotus checks to the
No, but I mean, if you're like
wildly equitable Santarn.
have some basic start playing basketball, you'll be fine.
But it's very hard to be athletic.
Equitus, equitable, equatorius, equacious.
I think it's equestrian.
He's equestrian. He's got a lot of equestrian.
Yeah, no. Basketball isn't like a lot of movement.
I'm shocked to see how incredible these guys can move.
Yeah.
Lotus doesn't like to fold.
I watched it live. It's way more insane.
I haven't been to one.
It's live.
It's like, you know what, fine, I'll let go with this 5-5, but I want you to know I had a backdoor flush draw, and I had a feeling that you might fold if I put pressure on you. Just have this one.
And this interview we've got with Patrick coming up, part of our EPT 20 celebration. More interviews from EPT legends throughout the week. Patrick's a great interview once you get him going. He takes a little priming, but he really does have a great sense of humor.
But I'm very good friends with Johnny and Ellis, and I know they're friends of yours as well. Or at least you
Take my money on the golf course.
What are friends for, Sean Winter? They don't take your money on the golf
always
course.
says like, I'm playing bad, I'm playing bad, I'm playing bad, and every time we play, he careers it.
I love a good sandbagger. Now we're going on a 70-minute dinner break. Is the Estrellas going on dinner break at the same time? Really? Wow.
I made a pretty good joke.
That is some.
Patrick, you want to hear it?
Oh, I want to hear the joke.
Sure. You know Juan Pardo, right?
No,
Juan Pardo.
Yeah.
Spanish guy.
Malaga style.
Where are you staying?
One. And the dealer kept saying, Juan folds. One.
I've been eating around.
Where's the rest of the joke?
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. I have to pay attention.
It's the disrespect.
You know, the part that hurt the most.
The part that hurt the most
is the disrespect.
Is the disrespect.
Looks like that hand is quickly over. Pocket Queens win it despite the ace on board. No, I got that Juan is one, but I feel like there was more to the joke. No, that was it? Why did they mute it? It must have been filthy.
I gotta go quick.
Johnny says he's been. I mean, they golf every damn day they can.
Okay.
Maybe you do too, but they do.
I mean, it's just weather-wise they don't
And
get to
logos
play
are
as
right.
much as- well, Ellis does.
My
Yeah,
logos.
in Spain, yeah.
This guy says the joke seems to be screaming into a microphone. Is he saying me? Like I'm the joke and I'm screaming into a mic? Does he think he's talking to me? I better ban him just in case.
He could have, well...
No, it's okay. I'm just going to ban him.
Yeah, but the O is right beside the K on the keyboard. He might have just been trying to say
Nah,
the
it's
Joe.
okay. It's too late.
Might as well wait till dinner. You're at dinner in 4 minutes.
Every second counts.
I'm gonna try to fix it.
Oh, put him right on your... Some pasties. Action folds around to Steve O.D. in the SB. And Nicholas Ostedt gets a walk with Ace King.
Ellis and Samuli. And afterwards they went and registered the 5K half and half. I didn't play.
And all of those three,
they all
and me.
Really?
Yeah, and the same day.
Okay, they all three made the final table.
I know all of them did.
There's like 800 people.
And we were staying all at the Win, and we were that morning with 300 people there. It's
funny.
Having breakfast together and saying like, how sick would it be if all of us make final table? And then all of us four did. And then of course Elis won because he's Elis.
Yes.
Yelis Parsonen.
That is who I believe they are speaking about.
For the live poker.
That's funny.
Management, all everything, cascades.
8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 1 plus 3
Folds around to Jesse Lonis. Queen 10 off makes it 45,000. Nicholas Lena 900 Ostedt Ace Jack in the small blind.
Sounded like 165. If I heard his little voice correctly.
Third bet. Boom.
And the onus back on Lonis.
Fold. All right, so probably one more hand.
Yes. I don't think super high rollers get through many less than a minute and a half type hands.
That one was a quick one, but uncharacteristically quick. They don't give up easily, these high rollers.
Santosh, you want to do it?
No. How long's the dinner break? 75.
Three fight.
3-5?
Yeah.
Did you give me something?
25, yes. Yeah, all of this is mine. Thank you. That's 50.
9 plus 10 plus.
I think we're folding around to Kayhan, who's got Queen 10 himself this time.
Short.
Then all of them might be.
Hold on 1 second. So this is mine.
Yeah, that's
you,
mine.
You do something here.
Just like this, right?
Okay, now it's good.
Patrick Antonius with the slickest of bigs.
130. 20.
Oh shit.
We're going to need a bigger bet.
And you got it.
That wasn't it. I was trying to get you back.
Just over a 3Xer. Dwyer's out.
That's still the small blind.
Ostedt folds. This will be the last hand of the level.
Okay.
25, Sean.
Oh, you, baby.
Mokri gives it up.
Is there any rack?
And that
20
is going to be it for now.
Mr. Sean.
Yeah, how much?
20, please.
You got a blue?
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have some yellow, 50.
You can see the super high rollers are going on their dinner break. We're on the soft bubble. 9 players remain, 6 get paid.
Oh, yeah.
These are their chip counts. No one in total danger just yet. Sean Winter is still out in front. We're going to continue this after the 70-minute dinner break. We're also going to continue to play down to a winner in the Estrellas main event. But during that dinner break, treat yourself to a little blast from the past and Patrick Antonius. Patrick's going to recount his 2005 Baden win. More after the 70-minute dinner break.
Winning always feels good, no matter what. You don't get to win tournaments too often, so every time you win a tournament, it just feels good.
Torilla, the Finn, is the champion.
I was just a sportsman growing up from Finland. I played football, ice hockey, but tennis was my sport. It was my dream when I was young to be a professional tennis player. But there was a lot of struggle, a lot of injuries, and it's a tough sport. So then once I started to struggle with tennis, poker just came in at the same time, and it was a good transition for me. To me, poker is the sports of the brain. You lose your focus for 1 minute and it can cost all your chips. When I think about it, I've been playing 23 years, something maybe like that. If I go back in my memories when I won the main event 2005 in Baden, I think people don't know what actually happened. That I was in Aruba playing a World Poker Tour. And I busted on the tournament and I decided to fly in to play Baden. And my flight was late.
I think it was nearly a day late for the beginning of the European Poker Tour.
They put my chips down from the very beginning. So when I got to play, I had less than 50% of my chips.
And he just crushed the whole field.
The Finn moved into top gear and reaped the rewards.
And I ended up being a chip leader after day one. I just won every hand.
Patrick Antonius at the right time is getting busy here in Baden.
And the day 2, I had such a jet lag that I missed the first 2 hours of day 2 of play. And I still end up winning, so it was really like something crazy special.
And with the turn of this card, we have our winner of the Austrian leg of the EPT. Antonius victorious.
I thought that this was just a flashy whiz kid from Finland who was going to go absolutely nowhere. And I'm delighted to have been proven wrong because Patrick's become arguably the most durable talent in the whole of European poker.
The EPT has always attracted the best. And there's people like Patrick Antonius, who was on the top of his game, terrifyingly good, way back then. And he's still exactly the same now.
I guess I actually represent a very small part of the old school players who have kept up with the game. To me, it's a nice challenge to keep improving, and I think poker is the greatest game to play.
Instead, thinking about whether he wants to punish Jamil Wakil with that suited king again. He's gonna let him have this one. And you just have to get past the greatest Finnish poker player of all time.
Not happening. Not just yet.
He thought he was through, but he has to get through the finish line.
Ace 10-9 with 2 clubs. A post-flop flip. Second pair for Wakil, the flush draw for Antonius.
These super high rollers are just so good. They just always have half the equity, no matter what.
Yeah.
Basically, you're only eligible to play a 100K if you always flop 50% equity.
Or turn it.
So Olivia playing pillow?
No.
Pillow?
Massage.
Massage.
Or river it.
18.
You know what they say?
No pillow.
Det är billigare med massage. Det är billigare att skicka henne på massage.
I mean, what smart thing is
This is going to be a pretty obnoxious decision for Wakil if Antonius decides to go for aggressive action here, which would be the form of probably like an effective all-in. But is just going to call, you know, such a huge range advantage here for Wakil. You are going to be worried you're up against the ace, big ace, not going to get a fold, obviously, when you check shove a flush draw. So wants to hit that club, does not. On the turn, the spade, improving equity for Wakil. Giving a straight draw to Antonius. A lot of ways to win.
This is very funky.
Yeah, a bit of a weird spot, actually, for the Canadian. I mean, you're probably not going to fold out an ace. You definitely have the best 10 in the times your opponent has something like queen 10, jack 10, but they're just going to fold if you shove. So what's really the point in betting if you're just going to get snapped by like the nuts or two pair? And the club does come in. Poor Jamil.
This has not been a good day for Jamil Wakil.
No.
Talk about Patrick grazing at the table. Right now, he's eating Jamil Wakil's lunch.
C5 bets, 100,000.
And he overbets the pot on the river, 100K into 71K. And you do have a bluff catcher here, Griffin, with that 10.
Yeah, the effective all-in for 86,000. It's just everything's kind of gotten there. I don't really see how Wakil can call. You know, Queen Jack is filled in, the clubs have come in.
5 seconds.
Even something like a Jack 7. So, pretty quick fold.
Wakil leaves himself with 12 bigs. So Greenwood is opened here with ace king. We've got Santan with fives.
4 call, 18 pass. 5 pass.
Jamil Wakil is the table short stack. It's down to 8 big blinds. He's got king queen suited.
Speaking of dead money.
Yeah, right.
5. 6. Right, re-raise.
Virtual all in from Wakil. 65,000, 1K behind.
$65,000.
65,000.
I'm banking it. Thought for sure we'd see the re-raise before.
There it is.
112,000.
Gets rid of Santan, and I imagine we'll see Wakil throw in the single chip.
But in the meantime, we're going to have to wait. And that is why we don't see the cards turned up yet, but surely will be right away once we see a flop.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for him that it's a domination situation, but
Sorry, I thought.
Yeah, I was.
I thought he called. Yeah.
I didn't understand.
Wakil thought it was a call. I was waiting for the flop, but no, it was a re-raise.
Maybe lucky timing. Maybe king coming.
Maybe, hopefully, you thought you called.
Yeah, he's visualizing.
Getting in the right.
I'm waiting for the RNG to come my way.
That one I didn't.
I understood that reference.
No, it wasn't a wizard trick, no. I wish I had a trick like that. Maybe it'll be my new one.
I think you brought a lot of good energy.
I paid the time bank though to mess up the timing, you know? I gave it to who now to mess it up.
Wakil at risk and does flop the flush draw.
All the draws.
Greenwood still a 70% favorite, but can be drawing dead on a decent amount of turns.
10 or a spade on the river saves Jean-Noel Wakil.
Skadoosh.
9 of diamonds.
Good luck, guys.
So Vladimir Korzinin was just KO'd from one of the outer tables, so Jean-Noel Wakil eliminated in 23rd place, down to 22 on the penultimate day of this 100K super high roller.
Jean-Noel Wakil.
Good luck.
And Sam Greenwood now up to around 60 bigs with 45 minutes left to play on this level.
There it is. Greenwood's going to bang this one in. Starts the hand with about 34 big blinds or so. And it's very reasonable.
Ace-10 of diamonds for Lena.
I think this is just a smidge too much, though, James. You know, you're going to be ahead of Greenwood's range sometimes, or you're going to have equity, but I think he's going to turn up with too many of these big ace combos that'll have you dominated to really want to get in 34 bigs here.
Are you telling Nicholas Ostedt how to play poker?
Absolutely not. I would never, ever. I think I literally have those sunglasses.
Well, obviously you don't literally have those sunglasses because they're on his face.
No, you don't understand. I think he's stolen my sunglasses. Wait a minute, here we go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
So a great spot for Greenwood because it is a domination situation in his favor.
What does he think he's doing that with? I don't really understand. But did he fold? Did he fold? Did he see the flop and just fold then? Or?
No. It was an open from Kayhan, a shove from Greenwood in the small line, and then a shove from Ostedt in the big blind with the ace-10 suited. I thought it might have been a smidge too much, but if anyone knows these ranges, Lena 900 does.
It's not looking good for diamonds because Mokri's folded a couple of diamonds. So Greenwood near enough a 70% favorite here as we go to the flop. And ace-king a bigger favorite now. Turn card. Here's a 10 domination rotation, and now Sam Greenwood is on the verge of elimination. Will be our 18th place finisher unless there is a king on the river. No king. Lena gets lucky and KOs Sam Greenwood.
It's a brutal game, isn't it?
Brutal. And Lena's so lucky. You'd think a guy this talented shouldn't be this lucky. It just doesn't seem fair.
What I don't understand is what he was putting him on. You know, I mean, I don't know what Sam's re-raise was. Anyway, I wasn't concentrating enough.
So it looks like from the chat, Sam's been 3-bet shoving pretty light from the small blinds. So perhaps a little opportunity for Nicholas there to catch some of those sort of suited ace combos that might be in there. But even then, I thought at 34 big blinds effective, I assumed that the small blind shoving range wouldn't contain that much of that stuff. You know, maybe some 3-bet not all in would be more preferable with those combinations. In any case, sometimes it's better to be lucky.
I was not.
Yeah.
I guess my call sucks.
So 17 players remaining now across 3 tables. We're almost at the final 2 tables. Well, Nicholas Ostedt now second in chips at this table. Kayhan Mokri still table chip leader. Patrick has slumped a little bit, but still hovering around the 50 big blind mark.
You can't get a word in edgeways with Patrick, can you?
At least he's not eating for once.
Is he a big eater?
He grazes at the poker table.
Constantly.
Over the course of a day, he's snacking the whole time. I mean, look at him. He needs probably like 5,000 calories per day to maintain that physique.
I mean, and that's not even including the brain power activated at the feature table, right? So, yeah, I mean, maybe that's the method. Maybe the trick is not to have big meals, just graze constantly. Constant source of energy.
I always remember seeing Patrick. He used to sort of wander around the Bellagio in one of, you know, those sort of dressing gowns that you get in your room. He used to wander around the Bellagio, and all these people would be there looking at him, you know, like, and he's, I don't know, he's an interesting character.
For sure. Well, this flop is perfect for Mokri. Trip tens, and his opponent has paired their ace.
Down to 16, so we're breaking one.
Yes.
Yeah, great opportunity for Mokri.
Never do it again for the rest.
Raymond Hajayev's been eliminated in 17th place. That means we're down to 16. That means a table needs to be broken. And that'll be an opportunity for us to change the feature table after this hand.
So Kayhan obviously flopping very, very well here. And this was kind of unexpected for me personally. There is a check raise here from the ace-9. And on this texture, you got to imagine that, I mean, Kayhan's opening range here is going to be pretty wide in the first place, right? So I would have thought perhaps an opportunity to allow Kayhan to just keep repping a 10 or an ace when you actually do indeed have the hand. But there is a check raise. Mokri's obviously going absolutely nowhere. Probably just a flat, I imagine. Does call.
It's going to give Mokri 95% equity in this hand.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are playing such bleeding edge GTO. I'd love to look this one up at some point and try and drill down into what kind of ace combos we are supposed to check raise here.
What about the Broadway flush combos as well? That, you know,
yeah,
that's what would interest me more.
Sure,
too.
absolutely, yeah. You know, even if you have a hand like King Queen of Diamonds or, you know, King 5 of Diamonds or something like that, you have to imagine the King High is just winning on the flop quite often. You don't necessarily need to turn that into a bluff, but it'd be cool to see what that range looks like. As played, though, I guess he does get a little bit of information, though, because it's tricky for Kayhan to turn up with bluffs here that aren't some of the ones you're describing, right? Some Queen Jack of Diamonds, some King 5 of Diamonds or something like that. Again, maybe even candidates to just try and get to showdown with in the first place. As played, bet call.
Inconsequential deuce on the river.
Well, I'd be repping that. What was it Ram said once? He said, and the flop came blank, blank deuce.
That's brilliant.
He's joining us later as well, apparently.
Yeah, Ram Vaswani, winner of EPT Dublin in season 1. Almost the first two-time winner on the EPT. The very next event in Copenhagen, he came second.
And this is great, you guys. The 25K bet on the river, the lead on the river, excuse me. The pot before that was about 135K, so a real blocker bet, like very, very small. And now the question is this the kind of move that he would make to try and induce if he did have diamonds, right?
Yeah.
And if not, then we still need to find some raises here,
just
of course.
do you think he's going to just call here?
I would, you know what, I would be surprised if this 25K is something that they would do with the diamonds. I imagine diamonds are very keen to just shovel in money against a 10 or an ace, right? So I think that Kayhan's going to put it together and he's going to find a raise here.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
10 bets. 108.
Yeah.
Very splashy raise, almost like that much.
Yeah,
I haven't counted it that much.
I think Kayhan's really brilliant at doing this sort of false tell game as well. He does it very well. You know, some Hollywood is very bad and other Hollywood is very subtle. I think Kayhan's brilliant at doing that subtle Hollywood where it really feels like he's trying to splash it in there and trying to make it look, you know, big and scary, as though he had diamonds or as though he had, you know, as though he was bluffing, I should say.
5 seconds.
And yeah, look at this, guys. This is, so it's about 4 times the lead there, 108K. Yeah, excuse me, 108,000, correct. Perfectly sized, really, to try and get the ace combos to still crying call. Does get the crying call. And a nice spot there for Kayhan. Chip leading by a significant margin now, 1.14 million. All right, look at the flat here from Mr. O'Dwyer. So it's open from the hijack from Mulder, Spirit of the Horse. O'Dwyer flats in position, and now the big blind, Mr. Klein here, does have a very pretty hand, King Queen suited.
Call or squeeze, I don't know.
Yeah, I think squeezing potential for sure, but just decides to flat. Definitely some ICM implications here as we get deeper into the tournament, but still 16 remains, so not super close to the big money.
665, Jack still ahead.
Steve O'Dwyer's poker face is just unbreakable. It is unreal. I think Klein has already checked. And I think Mulder's checked over now. What does Steve want to do here? He's probably very likely to have the best hand in his, from his perspective. He's going to feel really good about this board for the jacks. I think we do want to start betting. And 81K in the middle. The bet here in position is 19,000.
Wow, so just under 25%.
Yeah, and I think this is really cool too. Like, he's probably going to want to have quite a few bluffs from this position if he's flatting here. He's probably going to want to have some sizings that still gets paid if he has, a hand like pocket sevens, pocket eights, pocket nines, jacks, obviously, potentially a 3-bet candidate pre-flop as well. But under these circumstances, small enough to keep Klein interested. That's great. And you can see how that sizing really plays into the dynamic here, John. Keeping those 2 overcards in the backdoor flush draws involved, which is definitely something you want when you have a nice disguised hand like pocket jacks.
No, it's nice. I love the way the game's evolved over the last sort of 20 years.
That long pause. Brilliant. Okay, so it was a bet and a raise. It was a check raise from Klein.
Well, that is a set. It's a full house, in fact, for Steve O'Dwyer. It has Klein drawing dead.
I mean, this is pretty dreamy if your opponent is the kind of player that goes, I'm going to rep this 6 no matter what happens, right? This isn't a great turn for the king-queen. You'd love to see some diamonds or indeed a king or a queen. Does fire again, 191K in the middle, and the turn bet is going to be 110. So about just over half pot, like 60% pot, something like that. And O'Dwyer is in love with this spot now. His opponent's going to be bluffing and committed to the bluff very often, or just have a 6. And this is the dreamiest turn for the jacks, because you really lock it up here. Pretty impossible to not have the best hand. Pocket 6 is very, very, very unlikely. Keep it cool. Just the flat. I like it a lot.
That's such a dream card. I mean, Klein's got to. He's got to go for it, hasn't he?
I mean, if he's betting this turn where he doesn't pick up equity or indeed, a king or a queen, it feels like he's really committed to representing that 6. And you got to imagine there's quite a few pairs in O'Dwyer's range that flat here. The jacks are so well disguised as a flat, right? Let's see what he wants to do, though.
I think he's gonna shove.
I think he's gonna go for it too.
Yeah.
So 411K, and he's got 405K behind. You see how he sized it perfectly to have just less than pot as well with that turn bet. So 405K is a perfect shove to represent here if he wants to really, really barrel into it.
175.
Oh, okay. Decides to go for the 175, which again I think looks quite strong at times as well.
It looks like a value bet, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, and Steve will just wait and dwell up for a while, maybe even use a time bank.
And then pump it in.
And then pop it back.
Yeah.
Will he waste a time bank? I don't know. Yeah, he will.
Seems to have a lot of them.
Yeah, Steve's not somebody that dawdles. I think this is a spot where a little bit of a well-up is a good thing here. You really want to make it look like you might have some bluffs or once in a while, but I don't know, the action and the board is such that it just feels like, you know, this is a super strong shove. Obviously, King-Queen will be done with the hand at this point. But I think it's an all-in for sure. There's no chance you don't go for all of it in this spot. Absolutely not.
Seconds.
Of course, back 20 years ago, you would never dwell up for this long with a hand like that. You just instantly move all in because nobody.
Yeah,
it would be bad form, to dwell like that.
Player is all in.
Oh, Morton.
Yeah, he's gonna Hollywood a little bit here, I think. But
he's got to.
Of course, it's a fold. Yeah.
Question is, and this is an EPT callback, are those Shambhala bracelets?
Looks like it. Looks like them. That's a while ago. You really are a fount of all knowledge. Shambhala.
I spent a good 2 or 3 seasons shilling Shambhala bracelets, don't you worry.
I remember them well.
How much was it? 430.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't thinking. He can't. He can't. No
yeah,
way.
Just some Hollywood. And that's a real spicy pot for O'Dwyer now.
The great turn. Would have been interesting to see had it come like, a 10, a 10, and whether or not what would have happened there.
Yeah, like a 10 and then maybe another 5, like if you're double paired, right? Because then your opponent can have both votes, I suppose.
Yeah.
Chad seemed really confused there about the commentary. We weren't suggesting that he would ever fold jacks, guys. We were just trying to indicate what King-Queen might do in this situation when trying to represent the 6 that might get folds from other combinations.
I play with him on my left.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Steve O'Dwyer has moved over the million mark, has more than 100 bigs. Morton Klein hovering around the 20 big blind mark. Nacho Barbero still a short stack at the table with 14 bigs.
Of the 7-8.
And blinds up in 17 minutes time.
Good fold, Martin. You were beaten. Whatever you had, you were beaten.
I hope so.
Really sure.
I always like Nacho's at the table commentary.
I don't think you remember, Nick, but the PSPC, I think it was on the penultimate day, Nacho made the final table of that event. He was wearing that bright green hoodie, and there was that comment from someone saying, how long has this tennis ball been at the feature table? And it killed me. I couldn't speak for like 20 minutes.
That was the event where he misclicked on the final, right? For for chunks.
Yeah, his final table commentary got the better of him there. He wasn't paying attention.
Easily done.
Yeah, I mean, such a talented guy, though. Very, very successful at the tables. Plays the game very well. $14 big blinds on the button. Looks like he's just going to click it here. Or what's he decided to do? I mean, this is definitely a spot where shoving, I think, is preferable. Yeah, that makes more sense, right? I saw him put in chips. The effective all-in from Barbero on the button with the ace-3 offsuit. Klein definitely needs to run this one, though. This is well inside the range.
So it is a domination situation. Klein with the dominating hand.
Maybe I win this one.
Do you not put small blind, big blind any longer in the graphics on?
It comes up at the start of the hand.
Oh, it does. Okay, I missed it.
So Nacho at risk and behind. 9-5-5.
I take a 9.
Opportunities, though.
Indeed.
Well, I have the ace of clubs. It's never easy.
Oh my God, that's brutal.
Hits the 3.
That is so brutal. And a 3 of clubs, never mind.
I know. Leaving Morton Klein with 3 outs.
And I feel like Messi is coming on the river. Yeah, I'm dead.
He doesn't hit, so domination rotation for Nacho Barbero, who doubles up through Morton Klein. And Morton's going to be left with 8 bigs. He's in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
By the way, I saw that.
Are you taking over Joe's?
I have permission. I have permission. It's allowed. It's allowed.
That's funny. I do watch these. I watch the streams occasionally.
We know. There's often a John Duthie begging for free roll passwords, remember?
Yeah, only you spotted that. It was very funny.
You just don't want to hear the version that Griff does. It's terrible.
I like the one that what everybody loves. Everybody loves what?
It's everyone.
Everyone.
Loves a chop pot.
John, such a sin. Everyone.
Everyone.
Jesse Lonis, okay. Been tearing up the American circuit.
5 seconds.
Sean Winter, quite the pedigree as well. USA on USA here. Domination situation, ace 4, king 4. And Winter coming over the top of the limp.
I mean, that should just be a straightforward fold from the small blind.
As a big.
Not these days, pal.
Not these days. I mean, this is actually an opportunity for a limp raise, I believe. I don't know if King 4 offsuit or King 4 suited is better, but some of those trashy, one high card combos can be good to balance up when you're going to check raise here. Sorry, limp raise here with some stronger combinations. I'm not sure if Lonis is going to want to do this here, but 51 big blinds does seem like an opportunity, and there you go.
Oh, you've done it.
We nailed it.
Yeah. No, you did.
It's impossible, John.
We've done it together. No. This is all your fault. You keep forgetting. This is all your fault.
I know it's not for you more than nothing, but for me.
This is where the game is these days, and it's all your fault.
I mean, if you study, I suppose if one studies GTO, you start with the small blind, big blind, and then go back to big blind, small blind ranges.
I play a lot of spin and goes, so I'm a huge advocate for learning buttons, small blind, big blinds, and that goes the same as you add positions around the table, right? So you start with the 3-handed and then you go that way. I'm a huge advocate for that just because they're the most complicated and most difficult spots to play. And also the big blind defense range is a good place to start when you add in full ring, because you go, what do I do in the big blind against this combo and this combo? Because it's the place where you call the most, right? When it goes raise, fold, then knowing what to do at different stack depths is a great place to start your sort of pre-flop education, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Lonis gets it done.
Yeah, easy peasy. I'm loving that action. Winter had about 60 big blinds to start the hand. Those guys just got exactly the right kind of sort of stack depth to really find some of those cool limp raise moves where they don't want to get too invested, and they're still deep enough to do it and then have chips behind afterwards as well.
Queen 2?
I mean, there's an argument for him 5-betting from the big blind there too. I mean, I would. No,
and the 5-bet is actually really cute, but people tend to do it with the ace-5 combos. They like that ace-5 suited, the artisanal sourdough.
It's fashionable.
As Joe Stapleton once coined, artisanal sourdough is what we call ace-5 suited, because it's a combo that really likes to make those extra sort of
ace-4 occasionally too, though. Ace-4 is not totally out of the realm.
Sure.
That means you had what, 10-7 off or something? No, I guess I went too thin.
And yeah, very effective there. Hand number 62. Everyone has jacks at this table.
Nacho E. Barbaro with the pocket hacks. As El Comentador used to say, Morton Klein moving his chips in with the clangers.
Oops. We're going to hear something from Nacho here.
Action on it. Winter.
I really hope you win this one.
Mulder out.
Sorry.
And Barbaro makes the call.
Back pain if I sit for too long.
But I have a bad feeling. You're running bad.
You're running
my
bad.
name is Jose J.
Oops.
And his name is Klein, K.
How much is it?
82.
82, okay.
Good luck.
Here, 82. Here, there you go. Prepaid.
Prepaying is best in these situations. Avoid those costly late fees.
Bro, we're not everybody's you, bro.
Here we go to the flop. 9-8-4. 2 spades out there.
Maybe a 10.
Did you say you had 7s?
Also good for Klein.
Not a 7.
Yeah, pull one of John's favorite cards out there, the 10. Just a deuce on the turn. 2 outs for Nacho. And the river is Nacho card.
82.
Double up, Morton
82.
Klein.
We don't have the other card. We know Ace of Diamonds is in hand. Nacho. 16 big blinds with the 10 of spades on the dealer button.
I think we should pause the tournament to check this camera because I'm pretty sure it's broken. It's got to be broken at this point.
Yeah, it's probably.
Well, they shouldn't be able to see the camera anyway. If they could see the camera.
Yeah, it's not the camera that we're worried about.
Yeah.
It's the, and it could be that a card is
I think
broken.
it's probably a card, but it looks like it worked there. Winter actually swiped it again. We found the King of Diamonds. It's usually to do with cards. The chips inside the cards breaking is usually the culprit when we are missing information.
Can somebody just send it to my link to my Twitter, the Nick Schulman Nacho story, please? And thank you.
So a call and a call. Barbaro with the 10 of spades and a pair in the big blind for Petrangelo. Nicky Petrangelo.
Hey, Nicky Petrangelo, no set for you this time? All right, maybe next time, pal.
There you go. Petrangelo, not going to be loving that. Probably a check. Winter in a bit of a tricky spot now. Ace-King suited, when your opponent is flatted, when we see Nacho here flatting in position, you know, it just feels like a board that's going to hit a lot of those 9-10 suiteds, king-queens, queen-10s, queen-jacks, jack-10s with the straight draw, a lot of suited combinations that include the spades. And for that reason, we do see the check from the ace-king.
7 bet, 32,000.
Yep, 1/3 for the player in position here. Feels so sad to have ace-king suited here and then be in this position and just not connecting, no equity basically at all. Your opponent can have a lot of combinations that'll just ruin your day here. So do we just see Winter fold? I think calling is definitely on the books. Oh. And Winter decides to check raise, and it looks like a snap for Nacho.
I think I'm busting.
I think I'm busting, he says. The 10 of spades doesn't seem like a terrible card to have.
Good game, guys.
No, it does not. Is it Jack 10 of spades? Ace 10 of spades.
I think spades are coming.
He's not really packing up.
Yeah, and sure enough, gets it in
Where do you see
I think you're going to make a
ahead.
flush and a straight.
Where do you see a diamond or a king or an ace?
Exactly.
Turn card. Queen of diamonds. There's a
Drop out.
diamond. Barbaro with plenty of ways to survive. River.
Hey, great game.
Jack of hearts.
You played it well, as usual. Good game.
Just
not
trying to
one
protect.
of the ways for Nacho to survive. Adios, Nacho.
That was Nacho cards.
Ibarrero. Pocket tens for Mulder.
Yep. And does Suvarno want to get involved here on the button? Mulder has opened for smidge over the min.
Where's your guys' clock? Oh. I'm like, the whole time I'm like, where is it? I can never.
Petrangelo live.
Yeah, it's not a bad wake up.
10 minutes
Ish.
before you.
Got that live king. Unfortunately. Ooh, not unfortunately. Fortunately, is only going to be facing one opponent, it seems. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so actually pumped up the pot a little bit right there, Joe.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for Mulder to flop him dead.
So he's going to potentially triple, but he only has to face one opponent, so the actual equity increases in his favor despite being dominated. Let's see how Nicky Petrangelo pulls it off.
Hey, Nicky, I don't know all this talk about no equity. Let's see a king, huh? Yes, the SP1 is negative 446,000, and the SP2 is negative 90,000. I was about to say that. 5-5 deuce. No weird ways to win this. I think. Was there a club out there? Yeah, one club. All right, there's a one weird way to win it. No longer. Nick looking for a K. River is the eight of clubs. GG, Nick Petrangelo.
Good luck, bro.
One of, if not the best player in the field, dispatched in 14th place. Nobody gets paid in this tournament until we reach the final 6. That's how it goes in the super high roller.
400 behind?
Yeah.
Crafting with a raising strategy.
I'll tell you the best one was that World Cup of Poker hand with the German killers aces, and he calls a timeout to confirm
Oh
the
my
team.
God, yeah, that was incredible.
That's an amazing slow roll.
Ested is going to. So what do you think my new nickname for Lena?
Okay, this guy does not need another nickname.
No, but I just think there's something quite sweet and cuddly about Lena. So I like Teddy.
So it's not confusing enough that we sometimes call him Nicholas Ested and sometimes call him Lena. You want us to call him Teddy as well?
I just think, I don't know. I think it's cute. What do you guys think?
No, we're shooting that down. I don't care what anyone thinks. I'm shooting it down right now.
You can't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. Grafton after the 3.2x raise from the small blind. Checks when he is ahead and his opponent has flopped something. And this is just golden now for Grafton. Golden Grafton has every reason to start extracting value. But isn't going to expect his opponent to have a 7 too often. But will get called by some ace highs here on the turn. And when your opponent does have a 7, you really want to start getting paid. With 120 out there, is going to fire out a bet of 80,000.
Yeah, 80 into 120.
What's it going to be, Teddy?
3 calls.
And it's a call. Ah, the jack on the river gives us that 2-pair. A better 2-pair, I should say. The winning 2-pair.
Keep one check.
And Sam checks it. Question is, if Lena 900 value bets this river, will Sam call?
It's quite a strange spot, you know, for Grafton here. I think that there are going to be some Jack X combos that do get there in the form of clubs. You know, something like a Jack 9 of clubs. You do have the 8 of clubs, so that blocks one of the Jack X combos.
All in.
But, you know, King Jack of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs, Jack 9 of clubs, Jack 7 of clubs. You know, also could just have Ace 4 off. Would be played exactly the same way. Could have King 4 off, King 4 suited, pardon me.
Jack 9.
And Lena going for the jugular with the 1.5x shove. Really putting old Sammy in the blender and putting it on high. And leave it to Sam to help us be in his mind a little bit, talking about the combos under his breath, talking about the 5-6s, the 5-6 offs, 5-6 suiteds you might have.
Inside the mind of a squid.
Yeah. Can he wriggle his way out?
4-5.
Yeah, I don't think Sam likes the amount of 4x combos that could be present. Not a ton of bluffs here.
5 seconds.
You really help to define your opponent's range with a big turn size, I think, so that also is going to help Sam get away, but man does not like to get bluffed.
Oh, I thought he was about to throw it away there.
Oh yeah, we all did.
Fold.
There we go, finally finds a fold.
Did you have it, Lino?
I let you sit for 20 to think.
What?
I let you sit for 20 to think of it.
So good to be on the television station. You get to know, eh?
When you call in the future, you push them in.
Sorry.
No helicopters, lots of cameras around. Okay, push the car.
You know, that club on the turn is pretty interesting. You know, some of the combos I didn't discuss, or some, you know, some King X of clubs type hands.
In a spot like this, the camera doesn't show his cards.
No, then I would tell him, I'll be honest, you know.
You understand?
So there are some bluffs in there.
Did you have it?
What did you have?
8s with the 8 club.
Good fold.
Yeah, Jack 9.
Something like that, yeah. You were ahead until the river.
Now Sam's like, do I believe him?
What you're trying to say is, I played perfectly.
You actually did. You actually did. Or maybe perfect would be bet flop and turn, and then check fold. Maybe that would be perfect against my hand.
Yeah.
Sam's still playing 22 big blinds.
Yeah, still fighting, still in there. Just a scratch.
Kayhan Mokri opening with King 9 of clubs.
Well, you can even see it on his right cheek. Just a little scratch.
You're actually real unlucky because I have a hand I don't bluff with either. I had Jack 7. So you win. No joke.
Well, actually, I mean,
Thomas, many greens do you have? What? How many greens? Greens?
Yeah, just some other better.
375 in this. 375.
Yeah,
I have 600.
Like a 4 or a 10, or they're all in. 2 maybe as well.
Santan defending with ace 8. It's a queen 9-6 flop. Para 9 for Mokri.
4, check.
Check, check. Ace on the turn, advantage Santan. Top pair and the diamond draw. Near enough 90% equity. Checks a second time.
Mokri, a huge favorite on this flop, but that is the death turn. Oh, but you never know.
Wow. Wow. 11% and hits the non-diamond king on the river to make 2 pair.
You never know what the deck has in store.
Pain.
And Santurn might be going for some value here. I mean, at this point, Mokri hasn't shown any interest in putting chips out. Mokri, no real reason to raise with kings up here on the 3-diamond Jack-10 combination board. And you're going to take down a nice little pot.
A little bit about how we qualify poker movies. We didn't know going in, right? We already talked about this. We hadn't seen this movie. It was suggested to us. To me, even though I am all for a very loose interpretation of what is a poker movie, this doesn't hit it for me. Even that Poker Face movie that Russell Crowe was in, even though that only had one hand of poker in it, at least it had a full hand of poker in it. Like this, to my knowledge, now again, once a movie's this bad, I'm kind of in and out. I'm not gonna lie. This only had river action, right?
It did indeed. But crucially, it's called gut shot straight. Yes. He had a gut shot straight draw, and he made his gut shot straight on the river, and he slow rolled someone with a really unfunny joke.
Yes, go on.
Okay. So now that we can talk about the poker hand.
Yes.
First of all, he didn't even have the nuts. He had the second nuts. He hit the second gutter. You could have hit, if I'm not mistaken, it was Queen 8-9 on the board. He could have had Jack 9, Jack 10 or something. He was slow rolling and he could have been beat. I was waiting for her to be like, well, I have the actual nuts while he was delivering. And then he was going to go bust. And then the whole movie was him trying to make up for that, losing all that money that I think he had just taken as a loan or something. Who knows where that came from.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Also, he doesn't have the complete nuts. I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure when I saw that.
I think you're right, yes.
Number 2, they're playing 200, 400 in the middle of a El Cortez floor in the middle of nowhere.
So this confused me at first too. So what happened was, when he says the usual, he means I'm going to go play 1-2. He doesn't actually go play 200, 400.
He's seeing Stephen Lang playing in the 200-400 game, and he's like, one day I'll play in that game. But he is in his usual game, which is obviously much smaller stakes. By the way, can I just point out that Stephen Lang and Ted Levine deserve so much better than this film. I don't know how the hell they got roped into this.
Stephen Lang doesn't impress me in this movie, but Ted Levine is excellent. He has nothing to work with and is like still acting the shit out of it. I actually did quite enjoy Ted in this movie. I found him to be menacing and realistic, unlike anyone else. This is Rob shaking his head.
No, I'm going to need more than whatever the allotted time is for this podcast to just go through all of the discrepancies. When he drops the 50, I'm sorry to cut you off, James, but I just got to get this off my chest. When he drops the duffel bag on the floor, I think it's right after that poker game. Do you know what $50,000 looks like? And it's all in small bills. If you look at it,
that cracked me up. It was a 20. It was a 20 on the outside.
You saw a bunch
of
like 20s all crumpled up. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
So I did write down the board. It is Queen Jack 8-7-4. So you're right. 9-10 is also a straight there.
So to Rob's point, one of the biggest errors this movie makes is it takes things that are bad and then does the worst version of it also. Like what Rob says here is if he gets beat in this hand, then you're like, oh, okay, that's kind of clever. He doesn't actually have the nuts, but he does it. He gives a woman a speech before calling his suck out, before slow rolling her, which immediately, if you know poker, makes this the most unlikable dude imaginable. And I think we're supposed to like him.
But to be clear, I think he's been unlikable from the very start. So we've already alluded to the fact there's that weird pre-credit scene, which is a cut-down version of a scene from later in the movie. After the credits, everything we see about this guy, I'm just like, arsehole. That weird interaction with the cocktail server, Stacy, where he's like, yeah, I don't know your name. And then he sits down in the game and he tells this unfunny story and slow rolls this woman. It's like, I want this guy to die. If he owes Steven Seagal money, I want Vinnie Jones not to come to his house and punch him in the face, but to literally kill him. He is not a likable loser by any stretch of the imagination. He's an anti-hero, and that makes the movie not work on any level, because how are you supposed to root for him?
I genuinely think that they think you are rooting for him at this point.
He's meant to be charming?
I think that that's supposed to be charming, him not remembering hey toots or whatever he calls her, hey sweetheart, in the speech. And when he goes, sorry, if we could just move on, there is actually a second hand of poker in this right after that, where he's playing video poker.
Oh, yes.
And he keeps like a 3 and a 5 and leaves the ace. To me, that's a bigger problem than any other thing I've seen. What guy is sitting, like, what do your research, people. Puking at this video poker scene.
I'm guessing they did not have a video poker consultant on this movie. There's also the whole thing about him being a deadbeat dad. There's the whole thing about where he's horribly flirting with the woman at the loan place. There is nothing about this character that is likable or charming. I don't know the actor. I think he's from some procedural, right? Like CSI or something. But
he's the CSI guy. Right, of course. Okay, now that makes sense.
But this, to me, is the biggest fail of the movie, is that your lead character... I mean, I might be in a minority here. Rob, what did you think of George Eads as the leading man?
They certainly tried to like build. Speaking of character development, I mean, they did a good job of. This guy is broke, but he's also like aspiring Mike from Rounders, and he's willing to get in deep. And somehow he hooks up with like some of the hottest girls I've seen in movies just instantly by showing up to some house. So I'm right there with you guys. I'm back and forth whether I should like this guy or hate this guy. And by the time the movie ends, I still am not able to answer that question.
Eric's raising
130,000.
130,000 with King, Queen of Diamonds. Pocket fives for Hans Erlandson.
He's already getting the stare down.
7 call, 8 pass.
Calls on the button. Round to Barney Boatman in the big blind.
4 is the record, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Who?
Darren Elias.
10 call.
Literally the guy we call end boss.
Yeah.
Barney calls as well with Jack-9 of spades in the big.
Oh, fair fight. Look at these beautiful hands.
Yeah, and we have a Jack-8 3 flop with 2 diamonds. So top pair for Barney.
6 red.
Well, I don't feel so good.
The diamond draw for Afria, who bets 250,000.
7 pass. Call.
Barney calls. 980K in the middle. Turn card. Deuce of clubs. Barney now better than a 2-to-1 favorite.
But Afriot has remarked, nay, declared that he's going on offense. And with 2 overs and a flush draw, expect
750.
Eric to bet big here. And there is that big bet. Gee, that is about an 80% pot bet.
750,000.
And represents a near quarter of Boatman's remaining chips. And it's a great size. I mean, it's going to fold out pretty much all the 8s and then really put jacks, pardon me, in a blender. But Barney makes the call, and we're going to a river here. 2.5 million chips in the pot.
Huge pot. Huge river card, which is the deuce of spades pairing the board. Afriat does not get there.
And I'm just looking forward to the blow up. If Afriat loses this pot, should recognize that at this stage, Barney Boatman has a jack in his hand.
Can I see how much you're playing?
Can I see how much you're playing? Knows he's gonna have to put it all in there.
Barney's got 2.64 behind, and as you highlighted, Griffin, there's roughly the same in the pot.
It's not a very strong jack in the jack nine, you know. Afriat could play ace jack like this, and he does it.
Eric Afriat shoves on Barney Boatman. Can he find the call?
I think he can.
Oh, I don't know. It's very tough. You know, with spots like this, when you feel a deep uncomfortability, it's easy to slip into old habits. And, you know, of the years he's been in situations like this, maybe more often than not, he's been shown the goods. And this is a massive stage. Do you really want to call here?
Well, Barney's boasted that he hasn't used the time bank card yet.
This could be all of them.
This is a good time to use them, yeah.
Cool. Yes, let's go! Barney Boatman makes an incredible hero call. He is right, and he is going to double up through Eric Afriat. That is the biggest pot of the tournament so far, 7.75 million. And we have a new chip leader, UK poker legend, Barney Boatman.
Let's go. Everybody get on the boat.
Great call.
Thank you.
What a call. What a hand. What a result.
I want to go to bed.
What?
I'm tired and want to go to bed.
The level ends in 10 minutes and he's tired and wants to go to bed.
James, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but which chip is bigger, the purple or the green?
Oh, that's a good question. I did say it at the beginning, didn't I?
It must be green, because there's purple in the middle.
Purples are 100, greens are 1,000, browns are 5,000. Here comes Alex Stevich. But he does have another pretty junky hand, though, 7-4.
But he's got all the chips, right? So
yeah,
not all of them, it looks like.
Well,
looks like he's the chip leader, so opening light. All right, I'll allow it.
Well, Roback is the other big stack at the table. What a flop for Roback. All the equity under the sun.
Please tell me it goes running diamonds. I mean, look, Stevich has 2 piles of chips.
Stevich continuing for 14K.
So all options available to Roback. Yeah, raise, obviously, fine, totally fine.
He has announced raise, and we see a check raise to 50,000.
Alex better give him a couple of good looks to let him know he won't be pushed around. What's he doing? Why does he have chips?
Raise.
Oh my God, he's re-raising!
Okay, all right.
Oh, this is awesome.
I mean, look, it would work sometimes.
Okay,
a non-zero percentage of the time, this would work.
Okay, at best, this is bold. At worst, it's button clicking. Crucially, how do you respond if you're Roback? You have got a straight flush draw.
Okay, so something that we're actually not thinking about that we should be is ICM considerations. I don't know how big of a deal it was then, but these are the 2 biggest stacks. Like, this is totally unnecessary.
Well, the re-raise from Stevic was to 160,000. I thought Roback may shove there. He just calls. The turn pairs the board, king of clubs. We can see that Roback is still a huge favorite, a 9-1 favorite.
I absolutely hate calling there. Personally, I just can't ever call there because you can't. Now what do you do? Like, this is one of the worst cards possible.
Well, he checks, and Stevic is loading up for another bluff. Bear in mind, his re-raise on the flop was to 160k. This is a bet of 60k. This is pretty small in relation to the pot.
Change. Remember how you said part of it was bold, part
and
of it was button clicking? I'm going to call it bold button clicking.
Oh, look, and he gets a round of applause for everyone for pulling off that amazing bluff.
Yeah, I'd be pretty tilted too.
I told you to play the flops. Didn't I tell you this? I know, 8-9. He has 8-9.
He did not have
8-9. 8-9, for sure.
And the blinds are up. 5,000, 10,000.
I miss some of this creativity. I miss creatively peeling your cards. I miss creatively stacking your chips.
So it's a 3x raise from Roback with ace queen of hearts. And there is a shove from O'Callaghan with 7 deuce.
Wait, what?
Okay.
This is just for the lulz, right?
O'Callaghan at risk and slightly behind.
They knew about 7 deuce back then, right?
Maybe the 7 deuce game was being played.
It wasn't like seatbelts and smoking while pregnant. They knew that 7 deuce was a bad hand.
Oh my God, it has always been coming 7.
Oh my goodness. At Roback, hold on. You got 1%.
Also, Callahan's the at-risk player. Oh, hello. Hello. Ah, a little bit of hope flashed at him, but I think Roback is still going to have chips. That was a big double up for David O'Callaghan. Ace 4 of diamonds for David O'Callaghan. He's all in.
That makes sense to me.
Luca Pagano has ace-jack in the big blind. And he's going to call all in, so Luca at risk, but he does have the best hand.
Domination Nation.
Ace 4 of diamonds. Luca is all in with ace, jack of hearts. Flop comes 4.
Oh, it's a 4 on the flop. And I fear, Joe, this is where the trend starts. This begins a narrative that will become prevalent on the EPT for the next 10 or so years. Luca Pagano gets done dirty. And he is out in 3rd place. His first cash of many on the European Poker Tour in the inaugural event. 20,000 euros for his 3rd place finish.
Count is 600,000 for Alexander, 550,000 for David.
Another Domination Nation situation, all kinds of paint.
55,000. David calls.
So Stevic raises to 85,000. O'Callaghan calls, and once again it's Domination Nation. And it's a queen high flop.
checks.
Is now the time for justice.
Justice.
Alexander bets 135,000. David calls.
Really tough to tell the size of Stevich's stack with his chips
80,000.
all over the place.
5 queen deuce. Turn card.
Oh, this is going to be impossible for O'Callaghan to escape from now.
GNGG.
All in and a call. And for the third time, by my calculations, Stevich is in a position to win this thing.
3 queens, kicker check.
This one feels like the one,
3
though.
queens, better kicker.
O'Callaghan
86%, 1 card to come.
looking for his lucky jack. Does not hit on the river, and finally it's over. And this is the moment that Alexander Stevich became the inaugural European Poker Tour champion.
James, I just noticed a huge mistake. That was a 4-star hand versus a 4-star hand.
Some 4-star hands are better than others.
This is pretty cool, though, huh? Look at this emotion.
Crucial information left off the graphics. A great moment. And it all gets ruined by someone knocking over their lunch. Welcome to Barcelona in the year 2024, the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. That's right, it's been 2 decades since Alexander Stevich won here in Barcelona. Today we are covering the Super High Roller. It's day 2 of this event. They're down to a single table, 9 players. They are playing into the money. They are playing down to 6. And that final table will come back tomorrow when they'll play down to a winner who'll get the first prize of nearly 1.4 million euros. Sean Winter and Seth Davies, 2 of the American players, returning as the 2 chip leaders, the favorites right now, with millions in prize money on the line, a total prize pool of nearly 4 million euros. A min cash of 278k, that first prize, as previously advertised, of 1,372,000 euros. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
The players returning slowly but surely from their dinner break. Players also returning from dinner in the Estrellas main event. Remember, we are trying to cover 2 tournaments today. They're down to 4 in the Estrellas right now. A starting field of 7,138 entries. Not quite the record-breaking field that we saw last year. That was around 7,300 players. But what is similar to last year is that Tonka P, Parker Talbot, is in the late stages of this tournament. He's at the final table, coming back as the shortest stack against Santiago Sordo, Sylvain Berthelot, and Martin Zamani, who is the chip leader with 4 players remaining. That will conclude tonight. Today, we will crown a champion in that Estrellas main event. And I believe it's a first prize of 625k.
It's a big one. Imagine if we had that many runners in this.
Oh, man.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
That would be absolutely
Wouldn't that mean that this
insane.
This is a $6.2 billion prize? Euros, whatever.
So there is Tonka returning from break. Confirmation that he'll be coming back with actually a very similar size stack to Nadal. It's Zamani who's way out in front right now with 86.6 million.
Zamani had a huge lead before, gave it up, got it back, gave it up, got it back. It's been pretty wild.
And we've seen Tonka's stat yo-yo across the day as well. He came into the final day among the chip leaders, was down to 1 million at one point about 2 or 3 big blinds.
I was told we're not to call Tonka yo-yo no matter how much he acts like one.
So a trophy will be presented in this Australia's main event tonight as we play into the money in the super high roller. And we're coming back at the 10,000, 25,000 blind level. Average stack right now, 1.1 million. And it's roughly 50-50. We've got 4 players with above average stacks, 5 players below average. No short stacks though. The shortest is Steve O'Dwyer. He's still got around 25 bigs.
Pause it at any moment.
Oh, yeah.
Is that okay for you
Yeah.
guys?
See how loud it is.
Great.
If loud, just tell your leader, so he lets me know and I'll...
Well, actually,
Do you like
loud. It was loud for like half an hour straight.
Do you like the I'm abused, getting abused? You ever seen that?
Yes, that one, yes.
Lovely. So I get to piss them off, and then they'll tell me that they're pissed off and that they're going to pause.
So that is the TD just clarifying with the super high roller players that when there is a winner in the Australias and the trophy presentation takes place, they will pause the clock in the super high roller so that these 9 players can sit and watch the trophy be lifted.
They're going to let Joe start, and if he's too annoying,
If I'm too annoying, then they're going to stop.
They have
Yeah.
the right to prevent him from continuing.
I can't wait.
Great stuff. That makes perfect sense.
Your girlfriend picked that too. Yeah. Chicago Bulls. Somebody please help. I'm being abused. You name 6.
Patrick's going to be deep in the tank with like a hairline call, and I'm going to be like, let's all give it up for Tonka. Sorry about your 278,000 euro bubble.
Are we still running the confetti cannons as well? Like, are we going to have to play on the feature table with confetti everywhere?
It's just falling down all over Kayhan Mokri.
What is his name?
Tattoo right now.
Yeah, the crazy.
He's got 3.5. I don't know. You got to tell me.
Oh my God!
There was a high stakes on
Maybe Scottie
player
Pippen?
before your time we used one of the names.
I don't remember.
Scottie Pippen.
Scottie Pippen, I said. No, he's not the crazy one. The crazy guy is.
He's the crazy one.
No, he's not. This one is a partier.
Luke Longley on the field?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Dennis
who was
Rodman.
Luke Longley?
Dennis Rodman,
I
yeah.
forgot.
That is correct.
It was somebody.
Yeah, Luke
I
Longley.
named
You can
3, 2.5, 3. I can't name more.
What about Derrick Rose? He was like a newer player. So he was good. Steve Kerr. They had a good team.
Yeah, I was about to say, what about that famous coach?
Yeah, what about the guy? Won the gold medal and all the NBA titles. He named 10 in the States.
That's funny.
I mean,
That's funny.
No, I
Think
can't
about
name
it.
10. You don't
If
have.
it's
I
so
can name the
difficult
one
for
guy from
America.
Washington D.C.
For American.
Yeah, but there's 50 states. In
Come on.
How many states can we name? Can
Well,
every
I
American?
can name states.
Is it normal that if you're American, you know every state? Like, is it easy to remember
No, but they have
every
state
state?
capitals.
52?
Yeah, state capitals.
Yeah.
State capitals is super hard.
Yeah,
I used to be able. There's a few that are. I used to know. I don't know.
When I was
you
younger,
used to know all of them.
Yeah, when I was younger, I could nail them all. But
No,
In school, we used to know them. You know,
I forgot them all.
I'm pretty good at it.
Capitals.
Yeah, they have state
I could do
capitals.
probably like 20 of them if I really thought hard.
So action underway again.
And there's some surprises. It's not always the biggest one.
Yeah, it's almost never the biggest.
Nope. Very rarely
It's
the
tough.
very rarely the most well-known city.
What are the blinds?
Albany, New York.
10,
That
25.
was one of the ones I slammed down.
That's rough.
I mean, I know Albany. You know, at one time on vacation, while Patrick folds the 5s, I met an Australian. I asked them how many Australian states there are, and they said nobody really knows, which I find hard to believe. I think that that's incorrect. I bet someone knows how many territories or states there are.
Maybe it was like a political thing, like it was a meta like discussion on like how many should there be really.
I don't know. I was told this person was pretty bogan.
Nobody really knows. It was lost in translation thousands of years ago.
So we have a raise here from Jesse Lonas with the sailboats. Santos Shivana folds the big blind.
They knew exactly how many episodes of Kath and Kim there had been, though.
They knew exactly the number of Neighbors episodes.
Is that mine?
That's yours.
Vad händer? Hand om henne.
You know, we've been going on and on about the recent year of Jesse Lonas. Let's actually, not just talk about it and talk about it.
I was going to say, Joe, the last time we had Jesse Lonas on a live stream was from Vegas when he took down the 10K high roller at the NAPT. And we will, of course, be back at Resorts World in November with another North American Poker Tour event, including a new season of the big game on tour. I hope you enjoyed the last 10 shows that are available to watch right now on the PokerStars YouTube channel. We are going to be filming more this November. That means more loose cannons. That means the chance to qualify, the chance to audition when we make it to Vegas later this year.
So I got to scroll back real far on his Hendon Mob just to get to that NAPT score, which is a lot of cashes.
Yeah.
A month before that, had a win at Aria. I'm going to count how many six-figure score he's had since then. That one was only an 80K score, so we're not going to count that.
Oh, only 80K. I mean, it's not worth getting out of bed in the morning.
3. Only 92K doesn't count. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not counting that one because it's 7-figure score. So 8 six-figure scores and 1 six-figure score in like the last 11 months.
Wow.
Second in the 50K this year, the high roller at the World Series of Poker for 1.3 million.
He's like having a good time.
He is having a great time.
Man, that sounds fun. Wait, what was it?
King Queen.
What was it Petrangelo said earlier? That was fun for a while.
Well, yeah, that was fun for a minute.
Well,
yeah.
that was fun for a minute.
I wanted to hear the remark. That was great. You would have called me. I had the ace.
5. You had ace 5 or something.
Worse. Way worse. At ace 9.
Yeah, it's...
So we've seen 120 hands so far at this feature table in the super high roller.
And we've got Patrick Antonius under the gun with ace-9. It's a fold. Jesse Lonas, queen 8 of clubs.
Jesse's around the middle of the pack there with 35 big blinds. Queen 8 suited already on the wide side. Definitely makes sense. Folding around to Lena, who also folds.
Paul Varto, who came close to being a loose cannon last year, says, do not count me out. I'll be back to NAPT in November to become a loose cannon in 2025.
It'll air in 2025.
I thought Paul was being cynical and saying, I'm not going to get through again this year, but the third year's a charm.
A lot of ones.
I think he just has realistic post-production expectations.
I like that enthusiasm.
Yeah, we'll reveal details as soon as possible about when the qualifying events are running, of course. If you win a gold pass to the NAPT, one of the perks of that, in addition to the $10,000 in value, is that you fast track straight to the auditions, straight through to the casting stage. No need to play one of the qualifying tournaments.
That is such a cool perk. I love that.
I'm very curious how many of the gold pass winners will exercise that option.
Yes. I mean, appreciate that not everyone wants to play on TV. Not everyone wants to give their time to go through that casting process. Also, let's be brutally honest, there are some gold pass winners who, like, are probably not going to be considered. Yes, Christian Harder, I'm talking to you.
Sorry, Christian.
What if Griffin won a gold pass? Do you think he'd have a shot at being a loose cannon?
No. Hey, I played on the big game last year with my own money, and now I want to be staked 50K by PokerStars.
That's definitely something Griffin would do and not realize there was a problem with that.
I mean, Griffin spent like $15,000 flirting with Arden Cho. I think it was worth it.
Santan
3, 4, 5, 6, 7
has indeed riveted the straight. The irony is king high would be good enough.
True.
Feels like a waste of a straight neck.
I think so too. It's pretty straightforward to get out of the way at this point too, I think.
Tony Kukoc.
I gotta say, I love watching Kayhan Mokri play. And I like the fact that he's still very considerate in all these moments, right? Seems like a relatively straightforward fold. Still gives himself a few extra seconds within reason just to go, is there something here? Can I make something happen? And I think that's really cool in poker when you don't simplify everything and you just go, okay, let me just give this an extra. Okay, for sure, this is a fold, that's fine. But sometimes you find those moments of excellence, and that can mean the difference between a winning player and a losing player.
There's actually a couple of players at this table who, despite the fact that they are top-level players, still make it fun. Look like it's fun. Kayhan's one of them.
Yeah.
Jesse
I was
Lonis.
trying to think of Horace Grant. I didn't know who I was trying to think of. That's exactly who it was. Bruiser.
Even though he's a bit more understated, Nicholas Unstead looks like he's having fun.
He does.
Not Gerald Worthy.
Certainly more fun than it is watching him play online.
I had no idea for the longest time. Man. I was like, are you related to James
Imagine if
Brody?
Lena started streaming on Twitch.
No, I mean,
absolutely awesome content.
We could just hang it up. Just be like, Lena's got this. We're going to take the day off. He's going all the way anyway.
No, I did comment earlier, I think that Lena has been playing loads more live poker, and he looks so much more confident. Not that he started out looking unconfident or inconfident. Which confident is it?
Not confident.
Underconfident?
Pre-confident. But no, he looks like he is sincerely having a good time out there. And why wouldn't you be? You're on the FT of a super high roller. That seems like a fun place to be.
Yeah, but no cash yet.
That's the thing. We're still 3 off the money. We've come a long way, but there's still a long way to go.
5 seconds. 3, call.
All right, so James, I know you explained this earlier, but just clarify this for me.
Yeah, this is 500.
The new clocks.
Okay.
15 seconds pre-flop.
No, 15 seconds on your first decision, your
On
first
any straight.
action. Well, it's always going to be pre-flop. Your first action is always going to be pre-flop.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And then post-flop.
Then every subsequent action, whether it's pre-flop or post-flop, is 30 seconds.
Okay, that's, I mean.
So, for example, you're Steve O'Dwyer, and in this case, you raise with King Jack. Now, on this occasion, Patrick Antonius just called. So Steve O'Dwyer had 15 seconds to decide what to do with King Jack. Had Patrick re-raised him pre, and Steve were then facing a 3-bet,
He also has
would
30
have
seconds.
30 seconds,
I
because it's his
understand.
second decision. All subsequent decisions, 30 seconds.
Thank you, James. That was very, very concise. I appreciate that. How are we feeling about that rule? Do you like that rule, James?
I do, because I kind of feel your initial decision you can make a lot quicker than 30 seconds.
I appreciate that we're taking the time to actually adjust stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's a system in place that seems to work well, but we can improve on it. I like that 5% better every day.
And let's be honest, you could have a situation where there's a raise, a 3-bet, a 4-bet, and you have like a hand like queens, and you need more than 15 seconds. That's why you have the time back cards.
No, I love that. I think that's actually really, really cute and addresses some of the niggles that we had about the previous system. And yeah, kudos to the tournament team, just like thinking about those things. I think that's really great that we're still trying to find ways to expedite without being unfair to and ruining the experience for the players. You'd like to imagine in 100K people know what they're doing pre-flop, James. You know what I mean?
You'd like to.
Yeah. If you're buying into the 100K, you'd like to think that nobody knows what they're doing pre-flop, but not sure it's always that straightforward.
5 bets. 105,000.
Value bet from Steve O'Dwyer, having paired his king on the river. Patrick Antonius was ahead until then, having paired his 9 on the flop. What does he do facing this river bet?
A 1 bet from Steve O'Dwyer.
Antonius folds.
Someone very earnestly before the break asked about a 3 bet. And we mentioned that a big blind is considered a 1 bet, a raise is considered a 2 bet. We don't say 2 bet. And then Steve came and found me on the dinner break. He's like, I say 2 bet. 2 bet's my thing. I say 1 bet, 2 bet. I'm like, cool, man. We give you credit.
Small blind. 10-5.
So on to the next hand, and Steve O'Dwyer is first to act.
Two bet.
Raising with the suited Spraggy.
I think it's nice that you allow for a suited version of the Spraggy.
I've seen him go broke with both the suited and suited versions.
All right, I guess then.
Can we call this the artisanal Spraggy?
Artisanal Spraggy.
Slightly smarter Spraggy, like he's had a haircut. And he's wearing a more designer tracksuit.
I was going to say, what this is Spraggy in a tracksuit.
You know, Marley and I have done open mics together. Maybe Marley wants to do a set.
That'd be fun.
On Wednesday night. Or host. I forgot Marley used to chop it up a little bit on stage.
Guarantee you she'll be playing something that night.
I mean, I would. Somebody here in Barcelona must have some stand-up chops that I can rope in.
Okay, Joe, I'll do it. Fine.
Yeah?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe I do. I won't know till I try it, right?
No, but you're not going to try it. If it was truly like a dream of yours, I would be like, you know what, buddy, go for it.
I'm joking, Joe. I'm joking. I wouldn't do that to you.
I wouldn't do that to you. Oh boy, here we go.
You haven't had anyone on the production team say that actually it's their dream to be a comedian rather than actually film, which is what they're being paid to do?
Nope, that hasn't happened on this professional production.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we got to hand shape it up here.
Yeah, Lena's opened with the ace-queen. Jesse Lonis, kings in the small blind.
So just for some context, 33 big blinds for Lonis here.
235.
And of course, we'll be putting in a 3-bet here. Goes for about 4x the initial open, which I love. I think we're definitely still deep enough to have these larger 3-bets from out of position. This is a tough spot for Lena because he's got a very strong holding, but the 3-bet from this stack depth on this final table from this position tends to be excruciatingly strong, and rarely as bluff heavy as one might imagine. There's a chance Nicholas just peels here and he just tries to take the flop and see how we go from there, but I don't think this is a spot where he ever really 4-bets. I think the 3-bet is just too strong on average. If he's going to continue, I guess calling is probably the most probable option. But you never know. How does Lena feel? You got to remember here that Jesse Lonis is in the middle of the pack here. There's very, very strong ICM effects here as we're nearing the bubble. And therefore, you know, you have to really start thinking, is this a spot where Lonis is getting out of line and he's going to turn up with him stuff I can get to fold? That is so disciplined, and I absolutely love it.
Wow.
And really, when you, like I said, when you break it down, is Jesse really ever getting out of line in that position at this stage in the tournament? Story does not check out, and I think that fold is so strong.
Do you know what I wish, Nick? I wish I could be Jesse's girl. So Nicholas Ostedt still third in chips. Just shy of 50 big blinds. Patrick Antonius is now the shortest stack at the table, 24 bigs, with 9 players remaining in this super high roller. The bubble at 7, that's why it's a big red circle on your screen. It will burst, it will pop when we're down to 6 and in the money.
Oh, no. Filer on Twitch asks, does somebody know the payouts for this? Absolutely. Thank you for your question.
Huh? You tried to read it all my lips out. But it was a different language, so difficult.
8, 10. Did you see my card?
What's that? Yeah. First I talk shit about you, then I told you.
Merstyle's asking if Nicholas Ostedt is like to play more live and less online now. I don't know if you saw the interview with Lena just before the final table, where he was asked about the fact that people talk about the World Series of Poker main event being a grind. They talk about it being a marathon, the long playing days, and how brutal it can be. And he was asked how tough it's been. His response, walk in the park.
Oh, yeah. You're not going to see it anyway.
Easy compared to playing Scoop, playing 48 tables a day for 3.5 weeks straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if that's not how you grind online, James, I still like to think that from a mindset perspective, it's just really good not to be like, oh, what a long grind, wasn't it? Hey, fellow poker players, what a long grind, right? It's so much better just to be like, nah, this is nothing. I could do this with my eyes closed. That's where you want to live if you want to be really competitive in the poker scene. That's my opinion, at least.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Also love the fact he gave Scoop a shout out at the WSOP.
Either way, I'll see it.
Absolutely. Don't forget WCube coming up right after Barca as well, guys. I'll be doing some commentary, twitch.tv/PokerStars, possibly YouTube as well. We're not sure maybe about that. But if you guys want to join us for some cards of coverage, including your boy Lena, I'm sure many, many times over, make sure you join us for that right after Barca.
And don't forget to jump in the WCube streets yourself, September 8th through October 2nd. Hundreds of tournaments, 12 World Championship events. Buy and start at $5.50, 80 million guaranteed across the series, and of course, plenty of ways to qualify, including good old Power Path.
And maybe if you're really lucky, you'll have a prediction made about you.
Absolutely. Get yourself on that stream, get some predictions going.
This is a great structured tournament, though. Yeah. I really like it. Really play poker. Yeah.
At what point do you stop playing and start doing something else? I don't know, when the tournament ends for the day?
Thank you for your comment. Mokri has opened with King 10. Lena with 3s in the small blind.
5 seconds.
Down to chip leader Sean Winter with 9-8 suited in the big. Yeah, you got to defend this. You got to see a flop. Got to have a dance.
7.
Do like a dance. The winter ball.
Ace, Jack, Deuce, just the one heart.
Don't mess with the Kayhan. It's over, Johnny. It's over.
Did Kayhan win this event last year?
Correct.
Oh, man. Back to back, baby.
So we've got the guy who won this tournament last year, and we've got the guy who won the last Super High Roller on the EPT, Patrick Antonius, won in Monte Carlo back in May.
That interview is also one of my favorite interviews ever.
I forgot to go to the bathroom.
Joe asked him, hey, you know, you're good at poker. You win a lot of poker, but, you know, is this special for you? And he goes, oh, yeah, you know, anytime you win 7 figures, you're having a pretty good day. Thought that was a great one.
then you risk missing the big blind. This seems like if you're gonna go, do it right now.
It's okay.
I'll take
not
I'll take 15
necessarily.
seconds.
You raised under the gun +1, under the gun +2, and under the gun +3.
True.
Kayhan Mokri, ace
Probably
queen.
shouldn't go
All
anywhere.
right, somebody needs to mind their own beeswax, paying a little too much attention to what everyone else is doing. Why don't you focus on
Probably
you?
shouldn't go.
What are you like, obsessed with him?
Lena going to do something funky with king 5 suited on the button? No.
How much are you holding in your hand?
1.2 million before the hand.
How much are you holding in your hand?
I like that.
Actually 1.1, sorry.
5 seconds.
You're lucky Nick got to you first. First time, more like last time.
And
you banned. Domination situation.
Seth Davies calling out of the big blind. 8-8 deuce with 2 diamonds.
Yes, trans, yes.
One bets.
You really impressed me if you can show up super good.
What is a super loose open?
172 or something.
It's opening with a weak hand.
Would that
Thank
impress
you for
you?
your question.
After, talking about how bad you have to go to the bathroom and you having an opportunity
No.
to fold, that'd be very advanced to make like a really wide open right there.
I'm not that advanced.
I know.
I only have my like ace queen plus. I don't think. You know I'm not that advanced.
I'm just hoping you can impress me.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not a very impressing person. I'm not like Jesse Lonis here, number one. Just here, like little everything.
You're on your way. You're like.
I don't think so, buddy. You'll never see me on that list. Thank you.
Suit 1 plus, suit 3 plus.
Under the gun raise from Thomas Santan with king queen of hearts.
Did you say Santan?
I don't know what 1.2 wide is. I was guessing here.
Oh, Carlos Santan.
Shouldn't laugh, but. It's like when your dad is trying to sing that song that he heard on the radio when he accidentally...
You know the one. That one.
I accidentally tuned to a popular music station. I heard this song with an incredible beat and it had this guitar riff.
Winter is coming. 3-bet. 165.
Your brain uses so much energy.
I'm trying to find out what 1.2 wide is.
Working.
You can't fold queen suited. Don't waste the time bank on this. Get in there.
So for context, guys, Winter is our second in chips here at the Feach table.
All in?
Oh, never mind. Never you mind.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Sorry, I'm laughing with him, not at him. That was smooth.
Yeah, that was some serious power poker. That will see Santan to third in chips on the feature table with about 53 big blinds, 1.3 million now.
Davis and Winter still the two biggest stacks. Antonia still the shortest stack. Things get shallower in 30 minutes time when the blinds go up.
See, someone else is whistling the Santana song. Thank you, T-Doy. Somebody got it.
Wasn't it sampled recently by that DJ?
Well,
Mr. DJ Khaled. There's definitely a version of that song where he shouts DJ Khaled all over it.
Yeah, and he got sued for like $1 bajillion.
Oh,
and
wow.
I think he has to pay Santana something like a couple of $1,000s a day.
Hang on, how do you do that song and not get permission? I mean, it's not like you've kind of... You're using so much of it.
I mean, if your main thing is yelling your name into reverb, I don't really think creativity is like high on your list of things, you know what I mean? Like, you're not exactly thinking things through.
Raise and take it for Jesse Lonas. Nico says the French do know how to shove.
Yeah, they do. I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Well,
sure.
No one more than Interpol agent Frank Halfon.
Oh, well, he knows, yeah, he knows when to shove.
And he knows when to love. Hey, if we're going to look back at 20 years of EPT history this week, we have to remember.
I mean,
players like Halfon and Asnar and...
That Deauville trip, it's a wonder either of us escaped with our jobs. I mean, I don't think we've ever taken an event less seriously than that year in Deauville. Nick, how big would you say the room is we're doing commentary in here?
Oh man, I'm really bad at stuff like this. Like
making your day tough.
Like 400 square feet, maybe?
Something like that.
Like a 20 by 22 or something?
Something like that, yeah.
It was James and I doing commentary, and we're sharing the room with a bunch of crew in here, director, producers. We were doing commentary in Deauville in a 4,000 square foot ballroom,
Correct.
just the two of us.
Correct.
It's times like this that I wish we had more cameras around at that time, because that's a great picture. Just one single
so
desk
silly.
in the middle of a ballroom.
Bear in mind that we did 7 consecutive days, all cards down, including the 2 day ones, which are like 13-hour days. I mean, of course we were losing our minds. Of course we were imagining that players were people they weren't.
They went, what kind of room do you need for commentary, guys? They went, something to house James and Joe's egos. And they went, will this do? Absolutely, sure.
It barely fit.
First thing Joe did when he came in was complain, nah, it's not big enough.
Bigger, please.
That sounds great, guys. I wish I could have a picture of that.
I can't tell you how like desolate and weird Deauville was. It had its charm, but it was so like this. I remember Elke came in and just did guest commentary, and as a joke, I gave him a pot noodle.
A kimchi noodle.
A kimchi noodle, and he freaked out like it was the best prize. Full house on the turn here for Davies. Like it was the greatest thing he'd ever get. He clutched it with both arms until he left the room.
He was like, don't take this back.
He's like, this is for real? This is for real for me? For me?
Wow. I think it would have been cool if they put you guys in like opposite corners of this giant ballroom.
Ed is right. The island of Satirius Catupus was also born in Deauville. Davies with an absolute banger here. Very fun hand. Probably can't get a lot of action, I'm thinking.
Raoul, watching on YouTube, asks who won the 1100. I assume you're referring to the Australia's main event. I cannot predict the future, Raoul. There are 4 players in that tournament.
Sorry, bro. Still happening.
We came back from the dinner break with 4 in the Australias, 9 in the Super High Roller, and there has been no movement in either tournament over the course of the last half hour. Now it's Nicholas Usted's turn to have pocket fours, but he's not going to play the sailboats.
Just not interested from that position.
He's a
ETG
non-nautical
+2.
chap.
Yeah, he's not a fan of the sailing arts. All right, on the button with ace-9 offsuit. That seems like a go time. I'm assuming we just see a raise here of 50. There it is, 50K. And Antonius has an interesting spot here. So 22 big blinds in the big blind after putting in the big blind and the big blind ante. King Queen definitely in the realm of 3-bet/shove territory as the shortest stack at the table.
Go on, Patrick, stick it in his eye.
I mean, you can certainly get hands like ace-9 offsuit to fold, which is great. Anytime you can get a portion of a player's range that is better than your hand to fold, you're doing well.
Got him.
Have some of that, son. And Santan will fold the ace-9.
I dig it.
So Patrick still at the bottom of the leaderboard. 26 big blinds. Then you got Santosh Suvana with 30 bigs. Steve O'Dwyer 33. Seth Davies, chip leader right now. 72 big blinds, 1.81 million. I'm going to assume, Jamie Moore, that you are being facetious, but just in case, this is the 20th anniversary of the EPT, 20 years of champions, so we are very much broadcasting in the year 2024.
All right, Lena wants some action here. ETG +1. What are the cards, though?
But what do you have?
What are the cards?
By the way, I was actually searching the other day for footage from EPT Barcelona 2020, and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, a lot of file not found from that year.
It's on Twitch, no problem.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
All right, so we only see the ace of diamonds here. Might get some more card info in a moment. Kayhan's going to call in position. These guys are on the deeper side, right? So we've got Nicholas with about 46 big blinds, ETG +1. We got Mokri with about 43. So we're well within set mime territory, Joe.
Did you hear that? That's me set miming.
No 4 on the flop.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot now. I think we do a lot of checking on this texture when you begin the hand UTG +1. You know, Queen's Hen Tray Rainbow is gonna hit some of this defending range quite often, so we can't have as many direct c-bets as we would if we were perhaps hit, you know, button versus big blind or something. And really quick decision there. Nicholas is just gonna get out of the way.
I can stop miming now. mess with the Kayhan.
Every under the gun.
Those long main events.
That's a nice rule.
After every hand,
I've been doing that for like
I might instill that one.
15 years. If I'm under the gun and I fold, stand up.
Ah, okay.
Just put it there.
Oh, there's a camera right there?
You're gonna put it back.
Yeah, it's not being used, but
Want to bet?
No, I got up when you guys were in a
Yeah, they got to bring back like the peel.
I think I
don't know
was
what
off under the gun.
but you're blocking.
And then the
It's
next
not on today, but
it was big blind. You
can't block
guys used
it.
3
Yeah,
bet
that's
pin.
classic like 2005 WSOP.
I should stand
I
up.
thought it was great for the coverage.
That's why they made it so slippery, right?
Took a little walk over there.
Jamie, I could understand if the EPT 20 logo were confusing if it didn't include the words established 2004, 20 years of champions.
Like 9. It's kind of right there.
Also, as there wasn't an EPT Barcelona in 2020, it eliminates the confusion even more.
Leor on YouTube asks, so we played the last 7 tonight? That's correct. We also played to the last 6.
7 is the bubble. The bubble will burst. We'll be down to 6. They'll be in the money. They'll come back 6-handed tomorrow. Meanwhile, that Estrella's main event is playing down to a winner tonight. They are still 4-handed, and yes, Tonka is still among the final 4.
Oh. Yeah, I don't like Jack 3 either.
Awful hand.
Horrid.
What's in the big blind?
7-4 suited for Stephen O'Dwyer.
Yes, please.
O'Dwyer rules.
It's just a great hand.
This is the worst seat.
Very, very nice price just to peel and see if you get lucky.
Well, we're heading over to the Estrella's final table. Look who's all in.
The other 2. Yes.
It's Tonka versus Zamani. Ace-10 for Tonks. 9-7 suited for Zamani. It's almost a flip with those
I mean, sure, I
against those
guess I
live
could have
cards.
raised and folded. Where's the fun in that?
These blinds must be huge.
2 9s on the flop.
Never lucky.
Good game.
Good game, buddy.
Drawing extraordinarily thin.
Please, ace. Please, now I want you to win. Now I want you to win. Oh my God, do it. Do it. Come on, he's the barbarian fisherman. Come on, let me have a lucky sip. Now I can, come on. Come on, do it.
Tonka's mad as
Parker deserves it. For all the streams, everything, it's okay. Give it to him.
Shut the fuck up, idiot.
Tonka!
The river card needs to be a 10 for Tonka to survive.
I won't be able to hold it. Fair enough.
Oh.
It's a queen.
Good game, Fred.
I really wanted it too, guys. I thought that would have been a really nice twist.
That would have been awesome.
So a 4th place finish for Parker Talbot in this year's Estrella's main event.
Just $250,000.
And down to 3 in that tournament now. Martin Zamani, chip leader.
I really thought you were going to barbarian fisherman it out of there. I was okay with it there. That would have.
And back to the action in the super high roller.
Barbarian fisherman. I'm going to have to hold on to that one.
5 seconds.
I think Tonka got out-Tonka by Martin Zamani.
Felt like it.
Who could take it less seriously?
I thought he was looking in a mirror there for a second. It was kind of wild. Alternative universe, Tonka.
Oh, Martin Zamani's definitely astral projecting right now.
He's got like 1.2 million, right? Yeah. I think
He's at Burning Man and here. Trust me.
3-way action. A domination situation. Basically, everyone's got everyone else. They've all got a queen, but ace queen is best.
You want to take that from the top?
No, I'm happy. Moving on.
Double domination.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. mutton's good, and so is the veal.
Do you think Tonka started drinking so early to just sort of dull the pain of when that 4th place finish was going to happen?
He was drinking all day yesterday as well.
Yeah, same question.
It was working for him. Just keeping that train rolling.
It is weird that he did win a live tournament at some point, right? Recently,
Yes.
finally
He did,
did
yes. It happened at the Irish Open.
Yeah.
But lots and lots of other deep runs of note this year as well.
It's pretty weird how good at poker he is and how few wins he has.
It's just the nature of the beast, right? MTTs.
He's just so good, though.
If you can get in the end zone enough, though, you're having a great time as well, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, GG to Tonka. Very sad to see him bust like that, but put on a very valiant fight.
5 seconds. 140.
Okay, Santan opens with ace-jack and gets 3-bet by Steve O'Dwyer on the button with ace-10. King-10 for Lena, folds the small. 8-4 for Sean Winter.
6-7.
So back around to Santan.
Interesting spot, man. Ace-Jack just feels so rough here. O'Dwyer's got 24 big blinds behind after putting in that 3-bet. So you do end up sort of feeling like calling isn't that great. So is shoving any good here? Are you just going to give O'Dwyer a bunch of bluffs? I mean, it's one of the shorter stacks, but he is one of those players that is capable of 3-bet bluffing here.
Hey, the French are good at shoves.
It's a well-known fact.
275.
Hey, there it is. That is the 4-bet. That is the additional aggression that we discussed.
Steve O'Dwyer, unimpressed.
Not an easy man to impress.
He really has just an absolutely stellar table presence. And doesn't give anything away. On the table, off the table.
5 seconds.
And I think we're probably heading towards fold territory now.
Just quickly to address Poker JGC's question, how much did Tonka cash for? 227,000 euros for that 4th place finish.
5 seconds. Going.
Oh,
wow, what a response from Steve O'Dwyer and the snap fold from Santan.
Wow, let's go. This is incredible. I thought we were going to see a fold, but Steve O'Dwyer knows best. Very, very sexy play. Does get ace-jack to fold and just outplayed there in that spot.
Nice. You can't outwait Father Time.
CK on YouTube says, love the EPT fellas. Watching in the Philippines, I played the main in Prague 2 years ago as a bucket list item. Was amazing. Good to have you with us wherever you are in the world, watching our live coverage of the 20th anniversary of the EPT. 8 days of live coverage starting today. That means 7 more days to come after this. Got the final table of the Super High Roller tomorrow, then 6 days of main event coverage. Every day we're live, a free roll every day with 2.5K in W Coupe tickets in the prize pool. Because as we've established, the World Championship of Online Poker starts the moment EPT Barcelona finishes.
So it's our 20th birthday and they get a
I
present.
always make that joke with Nicholas. That's why it's
Yeah.
funny. That's sick, actually.
There you have the true 9099.
5 seconds. 3 raises. 55,000. 4 plus. 5 plus.
How do you resist this on the button? You do. You just fold. You just put your 2 cards in the muck. That's it. That's how you do it.
Thussell asks, what was the first tournament both of you commented? Assuming this is addressed to myself and Joe Stapleton. You must remember that, Joe.
It was the NAPT.
It was. I mean, I guess the first
NAPT
time...
Las Vegas, we'll call it.
Well, I mean, the first time we did commentary together was that NAPT in Vegas, but that was kind of a very short little guest appearance from you. I guess the first time we properly worked together was Mohegan Sun a couple of months later.
25 years ago.
I thought I might have even been a year older.
1999.
Do you remember Ender's Game, Nick?
I do.
When they think they're in the practice and it turns out they actually just wiped out the alien race?
Yeah.
That's how I got my job on the EPT. I thought I was in there just horsing around, just goofing around with Hardigan for a couple hours, and then they offered me a job a couple months later. I had no idea I was being auditioned.
A job he very nearly lost because he was late for work after stealing a TV and being arrested by the police.
I wasn't arrested, I was held for questioning. It's a huge difference.
So, Joe, you said Steve O'Dwyer was a hard man to impress, and I would tend to agree with that. Remember that time I impressed him so much with my absolutely awful guess as to how many times he had been in a flip situation lifetime?
Yeah,
he was so impressed. He actually sent us a message on WhatsApp to tell us how utterly ridiculous of a guess that was.
Would you say he'd been involved in 50 million flips?
No,
or
it was like 200,000 or something, and he was like, "That is ridiculous." And I just had to message you to tell him that it's actually ridiculous. That's how impressed he was, Joe.
I mean, impressed can go both ways.
He was more incensed than impressed.
So blind v blind, Seth Davies in the small with Jack-7 offsuit. Raises to 70,000. And Santosh Sivana only know one of his cards, the 6 of diamonds, but he's defending. Queen 10 deuce. Jack high could be ahead here. Sorry to see this comment from Experiment 1508. I missed the skits you guys did in the breaks. So we tried, and I'm going to put the emphasis on that word, tried to bring back the skits when we went to the Bahamas last year. You may have seen the PCA 2023 TV shows, and you may have noticed that the skits were not included.
It's because the poker was so good, we just didn't have any room for them.
That's absolutely right. It's because there was lots of good poker and nothing to do with the actual quality of the comedy material that we filmed.
I mean, the Flamingos bit was great. The Bop It was great. It's a real shame.
I can't for sure say that either of those was great without seeing the cut. However, I'm pretty sure the ones we did in the art studio had to have been good. We just never got around to seeing those.
Ace on the river. Has Barry Greenstein changed the outcome of this hand?
Did we use any of that in the live broadcast, though?
I will fully admit that, like, some of those are ill-conceived and some of them are ill-executed, but I don't think they were all ill-conceived and ill-executed. I very rarely pass the blame onto some of the editing of those skits. Some are bad, but that are my fault.
The only thing that saw the light of day was the Flamingo Yoga, which I think was turned into a short-form video, which we put on the stream and also out on social, but the rest of them have not yet been seen. I'd like to think that they could be cut in such a way they would work, but they're going to have to be their own thing now because the opportunity to put them in the PCA TV shows has passed.
What about the PSPC TV shows?
The poker's too good.
Perfect.
Uno says, do they not have the technology to reduce the noise from the crowd? We absolutely do. Here you go. You're banned.
So much better, Joe. Thank you for reducing that noise from the crowd. Much better.
Crowd noise reduced.
Wow, that's so much better. Thank you. Good shout.
I'm Puggo says, I like the crowd noise. All right, well then you're banned too.
Oh, man. It's good to be back.
Maybe they can use the outtakes in future poker movies. I've heard great things. They certainly wouldn't make a poker movie any worse, judging by the quality of most poker movies.
Gut Shot Straight could have really used a scene of me bopping people's drinks on the beach.
I had a cameo in that. Never see the light of day.
Yeah, maybe it was your fault.
It probably was. They were like, who's
yeah, it was
this
the
guy?
supporting cast.
It's another pop for Lannis. 38 big blinds now.
Savannah now the shortest stack of the table with around 25 big blinds. Seth Davies remains chip leader with close to 75 big blinds. Blinds up in 6 minutes. They are currently 10,000, 25,000. They're about to go to 1530.
So funny. Waving off the deal from across the room. We called it in. It's no good.
Lannis got a real pretty one here, guys. King, queen suited, UTG +1.
There's like a couple of different scenarios here we can sort of claim someone winning this back-to-back, right? Like Kayhan is a back-to-back.
Yeah.
Patrick
back-to-back
could be a back-to-back. And in a way, Lonis could be like a continent-to-continent back-to-back.
I'm sure we can shoehorn the narrative into most of the players.
We'll make it work, yeah.
Yep, Kyan's going to think about it and make the call, defending the big blind.
Or 8-5 tray, king, queen high still ahead, and Lonis has the flush draw.
Yeah, this is a pretty beautiful flop for Lannis. It's also the kind of texture, James, where like if you bet and you do run into some weird big blind specials that connect with 8-5 tray, you're usually in really good shape. I mean, Kyan's probably going to have plenty of sort of straight draw opportunities here that he defends in the big blind, some two-pair opportunities. But your hand is so strong, even if you get check raised here, you're happy to call a check raise, excuse me. So it seems fine just to go ahead and c-bet there. Should be fairly obvious, but always worth considering what the outcomes are and the reasons why it's okay to continue and possibly reasons to slow down.
Meanwhile, over at the other table in the Australia's main event, you'll notice that play has been paused, and there is a discussion between the final 3 players in front of tournament director Toby Stone with his trusty laptop. You know what that means, don't you?
You want to play the main event tomorrow? 8K. 8K more. 8K you give.
We can split 4K and 4K.
No. Wait, no.
No,
we really should probably just be playing this anyways.
I'm fine with that.
I don't even think like we should even.
I give you 5.
Who really gives a shit?
No offense to these other guys, but having Calvin Anderson in your corner in negotiation is formidable.
It's a joke. What's the difference? Like you should maybe just play it anyway. Only this. Like if I mean, how are you feeling?
You want guys? He only wants this and nothing else. So it's just between you two now, and I'm going to ask you to make a decision within the next minute.
Okay. 6, I'm okay with it. Okay. Okay, go.
C'est bon. Et du coup, 45 toujours la gagne. 45 still for the win. Yes. Okay. Je dis okay. C'est bon, c'est vite. So what are we doing? C'est difficile de péter bien. Je dis 6. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
You play the
deal.
Deal. I don't know what the deal is. You have to tell me.
He's giving 6 to me.
So 6. So you
from him.
What's the number? I give him 6. Okay. You made a deal. Take a picture of this.
Okay, so a deal has been agreed, and we heard that they're still going to play for 45K. We'll get the numbers ASAP and let you know what they've locked up, but there's still 45,000 for the winner, plus the trophy in that Estrellas main event.
You have to imagine that's going to really speed up the pace of play now, James. I mean, with the sort of attitude at that table and the long sessions they've put in, I think now probably they're going to be very willing to gamble.
Oh, yeah. I've just been sent the numbers, Nick. Zamani's locked up 463K, Bertolo 454K, Nadal 394K. So actually the numbers are pretty close.
Yeah.
Wow, Zamani, the reason with that negotiation we saw there between Zamani and Bertolo, Zamani is actually second in chips, but negotiated to get 6K from Bertolo. Wow. Bertolo agreed, and that's why Zamani is getting the most money. 463, Bertolo 454. Nadal refused to give up anything, but Bertolo gave up 6K, meaning despite the fact that Zamani is the second biggest stack, he's guaranteed the most money from that deal.
That is very interesting.
Don't often see that.
So to me, guys, this is just my vague interpretation. This strikes me as somebody that was very, very keen to do a deal.
Yeah.
Didn't wish to appear weak, but still conceded, even though it didn't make sense, in order to get the deal done.
What's going on?
I haven't had aces yet either. Had kings. No aces.
Yeah, sweet deal for Zamani anyway.
You were saying, Joe, having Calvin Anderson in your corner, never a bad situation to be in.
Yeah, you're just, he's going to throw it out there. He's going to at least go for the best of it for you. And I'm not going to lie, I would probably behave similarly. I'd be like, I'm tired. This is so much pressure. Sure. What's 6K? I just made so much money, even though that's wrong.
Yeah, no, I hear you completely. And I imagine that fatigue is a factor. There's a party to get to. There's a main event to play tomorrow. And here we go. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Patrick Antonius chowing down on food at a feature table.
Please stop. No, please stop. Please stop. You've tuned into PokerStars ASMR. As we continue, Jesse Lonis has put in a 3-bet with ace queen suited.
That's not me making those noises, by the way. Chat. That's quite the feed bag he's working on, though. Is it bacon on top of chicken?
Yeah, WTF, Joe. Don't do him like that.
sir. Yep.
All right, so a three bet and a defend from the king jack suited to the cutoff.
Look at him digging around like there's a good part of salad.
And this board is a whole lot of nutting for Santerre. Does Lannis find to continue here, having 3-bet from out of position? Feels like a good enough candidate, but how much we got behind now? 34 big blinds behind. 610K in the middle, and we'll put in a continuation bet. I guess we're going for like a third here most of the time. 180, even smaller. But pretty close. I like that they keep finding these very close to standardized 1/3, 1/4 sizes. It's nice just to have a little rebate on these bets. Very similar effect. So we were expecting around 200K, but goes a smidge smaller anyway, and is called in position, king jack suited. This is going to put ace queen in a really weird spot because they don't have any backdoors. So an ace or a queen feels really good for Lannis. Otherwise, very tricky to know what to do on the turn here. And the board pairs. So ace queen's still the best hand. However, hearts for Santerre, and an additional reason to continue, perhaps, if there is another bet. Lannis has 685K behind. There's 970 in the middle. Checks it over.
Both of them with a pretty shallow stack to pot ratio.
Yeah, that's right. Well spotted, Joe. 640K is the effective stack here for Santerre. Perhaps he just decides to shove turn and sort of turn his equity into a bluff here. Try and get some of those
20.
Ace high, king high type combos, these bluffs to fold. Decides to bet 220 instead. Still bluffing with that draw.
Oh yeah, a heart draw.
Oh yeah, and sometimes a king and a jack, right? Sometimes those will do it as well, as we see that is the case.
I don't think you ever hit the king or the jack here.
5 seconds. Owen.
Oh man. And this is part and parcel to why we might want to just shove the turn here, Joe. We don't open ourselves up to these spots as often.
What's that meme with the blonde hair girl? And it's like calling the turn, shoving the turn. You guys know what I'm talking about?
So actually, if we could get a little callback here, it was Santerre who also, do you remember he not all in 4-bet O'Dwyer.
Number one in the world, if you ever wonder.
Which ultimately led to the 5-bet bluff.
The American bravado.
Few plays like.
Welcome to the EPT.
Why are you firing shots at me? I wasn't.
What do you mean? You asked 100 times.
What the fuck?
That's how you get there.
I wasn't even in the hand.
You just got to.
Hear what he said? He said that's how you become number one in the world.
I said it one word.
Patrick just enjoying himself with his bowl of food as we continue to try and get down to a final table in this super high roller. Meanwhile, 3 players remaining in the Estrellas main event, which is playing over at the secondary feature table. A deal agreed between the final 3 players, but they're going to play it out. The winner will get 45 additional thousand euros plus the main event trophy. The Estrellas main event trophy, the EPT main event trophy won't be presented till next Sunday. That's playing in the room today, day 1A of the main event. Day 1B tomorrow. We'll pick up the action on day 2.
We got a long way to go.
You get world famous bubble coverage tonight and again on Tuesday.
He's not going anywhere.
Hey, he was leveling too. It was a.
I don't think in 1999 you saw 220 on the turn. I don't think.
I've seen it all.
Pattern check.
Yeah, well, it was probably everything. If I check, he's jamming.
I thought he was fake laughing, but he was real laughing.
Or the check shove. That's 2000.
Temperatures. Wrong
Yeah,
He's chip leading now too. Number one. That's why he's number one, baby.
7 race.
Lonis is indeed chip leader at the table. Thomas Santan is now the short stack with 14 bigs. We have rolled into level 16. Blinds are 15-30. That's 15K, 30K with a 30K big blind ante.
Huh?
1 call, 70,000.
Bon Jovi asked, did Lonis show his cards? Yeah, he did.
I felt like that line I said was like Tony G. I feel like Tony G after saying that. That's why I'm not throwing it. I almost regret saying it now.
No,
I was just waiting to say it.
Everyone knows you're joking.
Yeah. Like Tony G.
5 call, 70,000.
I mean, I guess when I was a kid, I loved Tony G.
3 players.
It was funny then back in the day.
Yeah, and I'm playing back then. I don't know.
7-4 deuce with 2 hearts. King still ahead. A lot of people watching very jealous of Patrick's meal choice.
Why?
He makes everything look tasty.
All right, I'll give you that.
150?
I'm jealous of his jawline. Sure, that's not what they mean? Stephen of the Dwyer.
Everything is, all the Americans, they're world champions. They win the league in the US. Have you ever played that?
Oh, yeah. Like, you play like the World Series?
No, if you win American league, anything, it is
Like baseball, the World
Series,
Series, St. Paul, it's just America.
It's a very good point from Jonas. Didn't they have a 70-minute dinner break?
Good fold, Stephen.
Don't be silly. Patrick Antonius was doing push-ups or something somewhere, getting the pump on. He probably hit the gym.
There's a reason why they call him Patrick Two Dinners Antonius. Confirmation that Jesse Lonis has the slight chip lead over Seth Davies right now, and Thomas Santan is moving closer towards the danger zone. Danger zone!
Not true, no?
Yeah, but you spend a lot of time there, so you must like.
I love America.
You're pretty much American at this point.
I'm there a lot.
What the fuck is this? 7 plus. 8 plus.
I think he might like it too.
I haven't heard much from
Any comments on that,
Santosh, have we?
Any comments?
Santosh is still here.
I feel like Santosh has just kind of been a force in this tournament. He's kind of a silent assassin, right? Just been...
Yeah, he got a little out of line a couple hours ago is the last we heard from him, I think.
Oh, yeah?
He's been a little handcuffed by this 20-ish big blind stack, but there you go. Every once in a while, you get a hand.
Raise and take it for Sivana.
The ballsy move. Imagine he has 9s.
I thought he could have. I was worried about that.
That would be bad.
I didn't think he would bet that big with 9.
And now the main course. Look how happy he is.
Chomping away. 21 big blinds. What's not to love?
I'm just gonna sit here and wait for my kings. Take it easy.
I'm betting on my aces. I put them in order. I wonder how long it's going to take.
We were saying that we never had aces, and then I raised huge right after we said that.
What happened to Patrick in the break? The fuck did you do for dinner?
5. 10 raise 65,000. 1 plus. 3 plus.
See, I told you.
I thought he'd finished. There's more.
That was just the appetizer.
Is that the same bowl, or did he have 2 of them?
I think this is the 3rd one.
5 plus.
Wow.
By the way, I want everyone to know, if he weren't like a human version of Adonis, I would not comment on how much he's eating. But he's cut from marble, so I feel like we can have a go. Speaking of having a go.
Santan opened with ace-4. The 3-bet from Jesse Lonis, 190K with 9s. Winter with kings.
Yeah, I think we probably are looking at cold 4-bet territory, guys. Sean Winter, 50 big blinds. Lonis, obviously, slightly more with 55. I think we're too deep to have a calling range here, and it starts to look weird anyway. 666? No, 360. I was going to say that sounded big. Number of the beast.
It's like a huge decision for Jesse Lonis, and I can't take it seriously because I was watching Patrick. Just chowing down over there.
Getting through those noodles.
That's it. Thank you. 9's folded.
That's why Americans. Oh, you're American. Okay. Kings? Yeah.
Yeah. And then he said that's why.
So back over to the secondary table where we have the final 3 in the Australia's main event, and here are the deal amounts agreed. A reminder that Bertolo gave up significant equity as the chip leader.
You can go now, all in.
Martin Zamani guaranteed the biggest slice, 463K.
Hala, viejo. Array.
And, ooh, is this an all-in?
I get new one. I get new one.
Like it.
Array 9. Take. No, I give here.
And it looks like
Okay, you take. 9. Here we go.
Nadal is all in.
Wow, we're flipping?
It is a flip. Ace-king against 9s.
Like Riz versus Drip. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
King high flop. Nadal with the advantage now.
Nick, do you know the stats of catching your 2-outer once your opponent hits the overcard on the flop?
Sure, still 2 outs, right? So it's about 4% with one card, 8% with 2.
8% of the time.
Yeah, once they spike it on the flop, it's about 8% of the time to hit your set if that's the only improver.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I probably could have done that on my own. Thank you, though.
That's right.
Fuiste tú, ¿no?
30.
Big double up for Nadal.
Ya no puede ni caminar.
Welcome to the Nadal house.
So the winner is going to get an additional 45K plus the trophy, but other than that, the payouts have been decided.
For sure. But if they give you something extra, I think this would be possible.
Back to the super high roller.
I've never made a deal in my life.
Never?
I don't. Yeah, I made a deal before.
Did you make a deal in this one?
Depends.
Depends on who it is.
Depends on the mood.
It depends on a lot of things, bro.
So this was
You don't need to say
a button raise from Nicholas Adstedt, called by Seth Davies in the big blind. And Davies check calls the flop for 50K. 8 of clubs on the turn, having flop top pair. Nicholas Adstedt is a huge favorite, 84% equity now.
That's number one.
6, check.
Action goes check, check. River card is a 4. It's the wheel for Seth Davies.
That is a really good card for him.
Oh yeah, just drops right in there. So what's the line now, Mr. Davies?
I'm just a follower. It's not even
That's right, Tom. The offsuit 4, not the 4 of hearts. Pretty disguised.
It's not my fact. It's not my fact.
I think because Lena checked the turn here, you just got to lead. You don't want to give him the opportunity to get off light if he has a weaker queen or a 5 or a tray. As played, though, does check.
It does indeed.
That's a bet.
Lena betting into a pot of 275,000, 175,000, and there's a bit of a commotion at the other table. Looks like a big hand, which we may have to go over to. It's Martin Zamani again. He's all action. Seth Davies, having rivered the straight, facing this bet from Nicholas Adstedt, deciding how to respond. Meanwhile, it is an all-in and a call at the Estrellas final table. We'll see how this hand plays out in just a moment. Meanwhile, it's Martin Zamani at risk now, with ace-4 dominated by Bertolo's ace-queen.
Wow.
I have the 4 diamonds.
Oh, ya.
Chop.
El chop contra el otro güey, ya, vamos.
Zamani gets to laugh it up. He got the best of it in the deal.
Ace-queen holding.
Turns out the 4 diamonds may be a factor.
Good game. No.
It is a diamond on the turn.
Good game.
Zamani now with 12 outs.
No,
Such a wind-up.
So dirty.
The river is a king, and we see Martin Zamani eliminated in 3rd place by virtue of that deal where he got himself that amazing result.
Yeah.
He actually cashes for better than 2nd place money, 463,250 euros.
Yeah, so it turns out that deal actually ended up working in his favor. They're now heads up and potentially playing for that additional 46K.
There is no longer a fungus among us.
Meanwhile, Davies' response to the value bet from Lena was to check raise all in, effectively shoving on Lena. It is all in to call for Nicholas Adstedt, who does have top pair here.
Yeah, absolutely. That check.
Two right.
That's the second.
That check did indeed induce the bet as intended.
Five.
Bobby Chess says now he sees this river bet was just dumb. Don't think that's how he's looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, tricky spot because Nicholas Asted is blocking 6-7, so that's got to be playing into this equation. Although,
How many have I used?
is 6-7 really a hand that wants to float this flop, unless perhaps it's 6-7 of hearts, I suppose. That would make sense. Maybe 6-7 with backdoor diamonds or something like that. I don't know. But that's definitely part of the equation. That's part of how he's trying to break it down, trying to put his opponent on a hand, because really they're going to have ace deuce or 6-7 or two pair. Those are the hands that they're repping that is currently beating Asted. And some of those are just really hard for them to have in this situation. Some of the weaker two pair combos would never check raise all in here. They'd be assuming they just want to play it cool and just flat. So really he's repping a straight or nothing, and we're blocking one of those.
I mean, Flipperman's, I think it's an easy fold, but I can see all the hold cards.
Joe can see what they're holding.
Ooh. He calls all in and is out. Nicholas Elstedt.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Lena 900 eliminated in ninth place. Taking us down to 8. 2 off the money in the 100K Super High Roller.
Oh, so brutal. Huge bubble. Has to be painful, even for one of the best in the world.
Yeah, rough spot for sure. Definitely can see why he decided to try and find a call there.
One fewer person for me.
I don't think he would either.
One fewer people for me to chop with. Although he might tell me to go fuck myself. So.
What's that?
Said he might tell me to go fuck myself. So
After having a big.
I don't know if it's reciprocal.
I don't think Nicholas would ever say that to anybody. To be completely honest.
Yeah, I don't think he would say it.
I don't think you would think it even.
No thanks.
You may kindly decline. When? Bet, call, check, check, check. Bet. Yeah, C-bet, check, 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 shove.
Seth Davies, by the way, reclaiming the chip lead, 94 big blinds, 2.8 million in chips. Now would be the perfect time, by the way, to ask Tonka to ask Lena if he'll come on the podcast.
Maybe not. Hold off on that. Just give it a minute. Even with the delay, I'd give it like another minute or two.
60. One raise, 60,000. 3 plus.
Yeah, tantalizingly close to that money now.
4 plus. 5 plus.
We do have one short stack at the table. Thomas Santam playing 11 bigs is in the danger zone.
Danger zone. 8 plus. 9 plus.
Nice.
Obviously, anytime there's
I mean, my box is still here, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
a play like that happens, you get a lot of the armchair quarterbacks
These pulls.
in the chat, and I'll say this, you don't get to be one of the best in the world without being able to make calls like Lena just made.
You think you can do me a huge solid?
It happened to be incorrect in this case.
You think you can do me a huge favor?
It is by no means a punt or a mistake.
No, I know, I heard you the second time, but the first time.
Seth Davies is more than capable of check raising all in that spot with missed hearts. In which case, Lena makes the hero call is right and looks like a genius, and we're all saying I could never make that call.
I don't know what they're going to do with the Fox situation.
But of course, when he makes that call as incorrect,
You can just put your chips on the other side.
we can see everyonene's cards.
Unless you don't want.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's
Any
like,
opportunity to validate weaker play.
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean,
I think it's a strong call. I totally understand why he got to that conclusion.
You heard it, right?
But you guys hit the nail on the head. Man's too good. He's got the pedigree.
The irony is, though, he could have just checked back the river.
Well, yeah. I mean, as part of my analysis, I was saying I think probably when it goes check on the turn, we do see some more leads, in which case he just flats. But there you go. Seth Davies, also, of course, a force of nature, and finds absolute max value. So kudos to that as well.
What do you want to straddle the pole?
No, you
want to be where you
legs on the inside.
I think he,
like this.
You move to this box, Sean.
Or I could straddle it too. Yeah, why don't we just do that? I'll just straddle it. That's fine.
It was just like in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I got like 6 inches of leg room. It's good. Yeah, we can just do this. I can just straddle this thing. Yeah. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine.
It's a fun flop for these two hands.
Absolutely. Unraised pre, blind v blind, top pair versus second pair. 2 pair now for Santan. And Suvana betting.
Before dinner?
There's now a 4 cards straight out there, but 2 pairs still good.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder if this is gonna slow action down for both players, or perhaps Suvarna being out of position. Okay, yeah, looks like it might be kind of a blocker bet scenario. 190K in the middle right now. What was the bet? 60K, all right, yeah, fair enough. Not quite a blocker bet size, but yeah, about 1/3, just kind of slightly blockery. And just kind of a call from the 2 pair. I think it's a little bit too small to try and convince 2 pair to fold on that board. Kind of doesn't quite know if it's a value bet or if it's a blocker bet, or if, you know, what's going on there with the sizing. And I think that just means you kind of got a side call with the 2 pair. And we continue.
The usual stuff is like, can I get coaching? But this was, let's say, a bit different. You're my poker idol or something. This was different. It's nothing like that, but yeah. Maybe he's watching the broadcast. Check it. I think it's very unlikely, but...
I think it's very unlikely.
No one messing about with the bubble now looming. Santan shoving small to big with Jack 9 off. Mokri with ace 4. 16 big blinds. Yeah.
Yeah, with the big blind ante in play, this is real close.
for that.
How many big blinds is this, James?
16.
About 16 bigs, yeah.
Then all in 485,000.
Yeah, I mean, on a final table, you might not want to gamble these chips with ace-4 off. But
Did I use a time bank now?
we are getting close.
Did I use a time bank? Oh, okay.
No, she was counting.
Oh.
It doesn't go when they count.
Okay.
I think he's only allowed 15.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're playing a time bank. Well, he lets it go.
Yeah, that definitely feels fringe. I mean, I'm no expert, but the ICM implications obviously going to weigh heavy on all players at this feature table, especially with that bubble looming.
I mean, I love to do some anti-sweating. I said I love to do some anti-sweating, especially if I have a friend at the table and throw out a slow roll bounty.
Oh, wow.
I've done it many times and it's never hit.
You remember Sam Grafton slow rolled me with kings last year?
Yeah.
I had the perfect opportunity to do it today. I raised the button, he goes all in the small blind. What do? Snap call.
Yeah, I mean, it
Yeah, but
it jinxed him last year.
and we talked about it like 10 minutes before it happened or something.
That was funny. We talked about it. We talked about it.
There is karma, Patrick. I believe you now.
It's a universal law.
Yeah, I believe you now.
Yeah, whenever I'm at home watching a final table stream and I've got a good anti-sweat, I send someone a DM. You know, I'll take you out to dinner anywhere in the world that you want.
600. Even 600.
So that's the limp here, small blind. Antonius, hello, wakes up. Big slick suited. I'm assuming we have a raise here, not all in. We're 19 big blinds effective, so you can kind of make this like 2.5 big blinds if you want something like that.
Yeah.
Perfect, yeah.
Take it.
Gonna raise and take it. Did actually decide to size up there though, guys. Good to note there, 130K for Antonius. So actually goes closer to the 4x ISO, but perhaps just happy to end the hand right there and not mess around too much on the bubble, which I actually appreciate. I think that very, very clever adjustment here as we're nearing that that money bubble at 6. All right, folding around the Grafton. Oh, sir?
Wow.
Sir?
Someone did not get the memo.
Hey, sir, he's second in chips. Excuse me, sir. Oh, no. Sam Grafton is not going to be pleased when he sees that.
Nobody tell him.
Somebody call Sean Winter. Tell him he has a massive leak in his game. Folding the Grafton.
Things likely to tighten up extraordinarily now. 2 players to lose until they are in the money.
I was going to say that if that's any indication to go by, James, if we're going to be that tight. Yeah, fair play, though. Obviously, guys, we are getting excruciatingly close. Imagine buying into 100K and stone bubbling. Am I right, guys? That would be fairly catastrophic.
I try to raise you less. Too high size.
I would have folded. I would have.
You would have called?
Folded.
Folded, even if I make 75.
Yeah. I had the
snitch up.
Players who are not loose include Seth Davies. Loving this from the chip leader, 8-6 suited, under the gun +1. Honestly, Lannis probably wants to avoid this one as well.
So folds 10-9 suited in early position, plays 8-6 suited in early position.
I think it was Winter that fold 10-9 suited.
Ah.
So that's the, I think that's the gapper there.
Button's good.
Yeah, and takes it down. There
I think
you
my
go.
favorite ever slow roll was in this room. I said I think my favorite slow roll I've ever done was in this room.
That you ever did?
Americans in hats, I mean, they're all the same to me.
I don't want to say. He's a bum.
He's a bum.
It's in a 50K, party poker 50K here.
Byron.
No.
Santos is now officially the shortest stack with 17 bigs.
Someone who
Or something. Long time.
was in this room today has been slow rolled by me in the Bahamas, but
Durwich. Durwich.
no, we get along.
You can
Way
slow-
worse.
You can slow roll me, by the way.
I would never slow roll.
But I wouldn't mind, honestly. But I do remember.
But no, the guy here, though, I did the classic bit where he was all in for like 8 big blinds. And I asked the dealer for a count, break down the stack, and I kept arguing with the dealer that the dealer got the count wrong.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Oh.
I was like, no, break that stack down in 5s.
He had what?
Wait, no, break it down in 4s.
Seth Davies opening
Yeah, that was strong hand.
with queens.
Kings are aces.
Thomas Santen re-raising with 10s, and it's a pretty committing 3-bet.
She says on pass. You don't hear it anymore? Yeah, you do.
Yeah, and we saw how wide Davies is willing to open as one of our chip leaders here. So running into queens, very unlucky. And I think at this point it's pretty much just all of it. Yep. I think Davies knows Santerre is not messing around from this position. Will have a hand to play with, and it is an 80% equity favorite for Davies.
God, the boss is back. The boss is back.
Who's the boss?
You.
Hand's not over.
You're the boss right now.
Can't lose queens twice in a row.
I know, I hope not. Thank you, buddy. Santen hopes he does.
I know you're rooting for me.
Santen is the outright player. And there is a 10 on the flop.
Wow.
Lose queens twice in a row. No, it was Patrick that fucking started it. They all did.
Yep, it's Patrick's fault. Definitely Patrick's fault. Blame Patrick.
Oh, wow.
Just quads.
Just quads.
Sorry, guys.
I mean,
Thomas Santen gets the double up
I double up and make quads.
and celebrates with his girlfriend Natalie.
I get super lucky now. Okay. Is the break in 20 minutes?
Well, that sees him move up to nearly 40 bigs.
Yeah, about 4th in chips now.
That's broccoli.
Not too shabby. It's one way to do it. Quads for Thomas Santerre, and does remain in the tournament. And I'll remind you, that was a potential bust out hand.
that's usually his hand.
2 from the money.
Yep.
Queens.
Yeah.
I don't know, Thomas. I've seen you won a lot of those.
I win with queens. I win against queens.
I've seen you do that a lot.
Seth Davies still remains our chip leader, though. Wasn't that big of a hit. 79 big blinds.
Jesse could have busted him if he just called turn.
Oh, you meant when he was bluffing with the best hand?
I did feel like I had the best hand, yeah.
You had, but I have a lot of equity.
You had a lot of what?
Of equity.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for betting then. No.
Keep going. He means like 2 outs.
6. 6 outs at least. 2 live overs for maybe a gut shot.
One is 2,000.
15?
60,000.
You would have called.
Queens are doing the rounds, James.
Because there's queen in his range, yes. If not.
Careful, Patrick. Seeing what's happening today. King, queen suited for Jesse Lonis. Folds it to the 3-bet.
5
Fold.
7 plus.
Back around to Mokri.
Yeah.
Open so wide.
Pretty straightforward fold, I think.
All I have to watch is like 2 rounds go where you're not involved.
Even though he doubled up, Thomas Santan, Seth Davies still retains the chip lead, close to 80 big blinds at the current level.
I was in second place.
Santosh Sivana, the shortest stack with 15 bigs, and the blinds will go up in just over 15 minutes' time. We'll hit the break, and on the other side of that break, we'll go from 1530 to, I assume, 2040.
Ultra super luxury blind levels here. That's what they paid for. 100K for one of the best structures in the game.
Action has been folded to Steve O'Dwyer in the cutoff.
Thank you.
Now round to the blinds.
For giving me my dinner every meal.
It's chip leader versus short
I
stack.
had nowhere to go before, and now I just get room service and chill in my room.
It's good, yeah?
Yeah.
I did the same today.
I get to multitask. I get to FaceTime the kids. I get to roll a joint, and I get
Seth
to wait
Davies shoves on Santosh Sivana, who's got queen
What do you have
8
today?
suited.
Same thing.
I had a try. I only had 2.
Guessing he's not calling this light.
Yep, absolutely not. This is such a high pressure moment, James. Yeah, it feels like it's probably not there anyway, but especially not when you know your 100K is almost coming back with a little bit of profit.
$1 million, right? You get double trip. 1.1. Oh.
It's got big hands.
Obviously over there on the left, guys, we can see our Estrellas heads-up match raging still.
Indeed. Heads up between Sylvain Berthelot and Santiago Nadal. Deal was locked up earlier when they were 3-handed, but they are still playing for an additional 45K in prize money plus the trophy.
That's right, still chunks and chunks. Don't forget that's like 45 buy-in, gang. 45 buy-in, gang.
Meanwhile, in the super high roller, where we are 8-handed, Steve O'Dwyer with ace king.
5 raise, 70,000.
Starts with a raise.
7,000.
Jack for Santos Tivana.
Yeah, he's in such a tough spot here, James. 15 big blinds, and needs a double, but also, of course, so close to the actual bubble here. It's just really tricky to pick the spot correctly. But as I already mentioned, guys, these luxury blind levels are going to allow the shorter stacks to survive just a smidge longer than they would do if we were playing a faster structure. So perhaps an opportunity to wait it out and just find a really good spot to get the chips in, or indeed even see other players eliminated and sneak into the bubble before you make your move.
Jesse Lonis opening here with ace-4.
Yeah, very confident from Jesse. I like this a lot. Quite an early position open, but using that ace blocker as part of his widening sort of bluff range. This is Seth Davies, and he is one of our chip leaders, and I'd love to see a potential 3-bet and or defend here from the cutoff. Looks like he's opted to call on this occasion. King Jack suited seems like a more natural 3-betting hand than King Jack off for obvious reasons, but having that additional playability in 3-bet pots does make a big difference, of course. And what is Kayhan thinking? Just the fold. So Jesse Lonis is third in chips on our final table here, guys. Does allow him to be a little bit more aggressive and try and use that big stack to bully and play a wider range and force those shorter stacks to get out of the way when they potentially could have been winning pots.
Well, ace high is still ahead.
I think we just kind of wave the flag here a lot of the time, James. It's nice to have a wider opening range here as long as we don't get caught out in these post-flop situations against other big stacks. If you're going to play a more aggressive game at this stage in the tournament, you got to know when to chill out and not start throwing chips away.
Yeah.
Seth Davies also going to have a lot of hands that just smash this flop. Plenty of flush draws, a few straight draws, definitely some sets, plenty of pairs as well. You know, 7s and 9s and 10s, even maybe even jacks once in a while when they're playing big stack versus big stack poker. Lots of flats with jacks as well. And yeah, I just think that this is probably a check fold scenario for Lonis. It's cool to have a wider open, but let's not go down the rabbit hole here too often. But what does Jesse have to say? Yeah, I like it a lot.
So the plan, the ideal scenario in the super high roller is to get to 6, right? To play into the money, to get through the bubble. But have to be realistic. It's coming up on midnight local time. How late will we be prepared to go? How many levels will they play today before Toby Stone calls time and we reset and come back tomorrow? Traditionally, they don't normally like to play more than 10 one-hour levels in a day. That would mean another 2-hour session after the next break.
Yeah. Just looking at the stacks here, Antonius is our second to last in chips at the moment, 24 big blinds. Savarna 15. I mean, look, there's not really too many severely short stacks. Even 15 big blinds with these blind levels is still a very playable stack, very capable player of just maintaining their tournament life. So we'll see how we go. Collisions ahead, perhaps, but maybe we need all the time tonight, and we won't see the final 6 before the wrap-up of play. Yeah, I would argue again, guys, the open from the trays at this point is, again, an adjustment to try and exploit. From Jesse, showing a lot of confidence here with these wider opens. At this point in the tournament, trays very easily could just be a fold from under the gun, but Jesse getting in the mix there as one of our bigger stacks. And Tony's in the big blind gives it up as well. And
you guys keep 30 in?
That's how we do it.
No, thank you.
Jesse Lunas officially third in chips right now. I didn't think it was possible. But it seems that the advice being offered by people watching on Twitch regarding taxation is even worse than their advice regarding poker strategy.
Please consult professionals, as Tom mentioned.
Sorry.
We still have the super high roller table in action. We're still heads up in the Estrellas main event. Assuming play still going in the EPT main event, Nick. Yep. They still have about an hour left to play tonight. A reminder, this is only day 1A of the EPT main, the 5K tournament. Day 1B tomorrow, and we will pick up the action on Tuesday when we cover day 2, which is the day they play into the money.
Yeah, looking forward to getting to that EPT coverage. We got to wrap things up over here in the super high roller in the Estrellas.
Yes, there is that.
However, I have a sneaking suspicion this year's EPT is going to be a particularly spicy one, so make sure you guys got it locked here on twitch.tv/PokerStars and or the YouTube channel, of course, because we're bringing you cards of coverage for like lots of days. If you enjoy this kind of thing, you're in luck because we're doing a bunch of it, and I would love for you guys to join us. Don't miss any of the action.
Getting the action, feel the attraction. Shania Twain famously sang. Meanwhile, over at the Estrellas final table, it is the nut flush for Bertolo versus the straight of Nadal.
Oh, wow. What a cooler heads up.
A bet of 10 million from the chip leader. He's got 123 million behind. Nadal, the effective stack, 62 million behind.
Oh man, this is a nightmare heads up. So hard not to do a stack here. With just 50K behind after that 10K goes in, I think we might just see an all-in at this point. Is there more information to be gleaned from just a flat and then a decision on the river? Okay. That is a call as anticipated, and we do get to the river, which is
crucially not a diamond. And Bertolo announces all in, which means it's all in to call for Nadal.
I mean, this has got to really change the thought process here, James. Now any jack, of course, is a chop. There's a call.
That's a call, and that'll do it. The Estrella's main event is over. It concludes with Sylvain Bertolo from France claiming the trophy. Santiago Nadal, the runner-up. Remember, they agreed a deal earlier. So Nadal gets 394.5K. Bertolo did the deal, gets the additional 45. He screams in delight because he pockets the better part of €500,000, 499,000 euros.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And what a great reaction there for Sylvain Berthelot.
Putain, il était pour moi, mec. También, ya, que 10 de diamante.
Decent score for Santiago Nadal. And of course, Martin Zamani got 463K for finishing third. He was certainly the best beneficiary of that three-way deal.
Yeah, but ultimately that extra 45K goes to this guy, and very well played. And what an absolutely awesome event to win, James. Just one of the best 1Ks in the whole world.
J'ai pas busté sur ce tournoi. C'est possible de pas buster sur un tournoi?
I would say he's happy. So that is the conclusion of the Estrellas, a tournament which started with 7,138 total entries and now remains with just one player, Sylvain Berthelot, the champion. Meanwhile, still 8-handed in the super high roller, trying to get into the money tonight, trying to get down to 6.
Oh, it's amazing.
Celebrating after every hand.
No, I know. Even in when the World Series of Poker's going on, the best rails are always the Brazilian and this Euro, Spanish.
Very nice.
America rails suck.
Steve O'Dwyer has got to the river here. This is blind v blind. It was unraised pre. It went check on the flop. Steve check called the turn for 50K. Now facing this bet of 140K on the river. Yeah, I think he feels okay about giving up that 6K in equity to Zamani now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, we had some information from our French commentators that he was a less experienced individual and was very keen to do that deal for obvious reasons, just life-changing money already. But yeah, giving up that 6K ultimately led to the 45K score, so kudos. Mr. O'Dwyer.
O'Dwyer heroes with a jack. Winter wins the pot. Steve now playing fewer than 25 big blinds, and that's going to take the super high roller to the break. So actually, Steve's going to have less than that. 17 bigs at the new blind level. Santosh Sivana playing around 10 bigs at the next blind level. So action has concluded in the Estrellas main event. We'll have the trophy presentation on the other side of the break. We will also continue to try to get down to 6 in the super high roller. Seth Davies, Sean Winter, Jesse Lonas, the 3 Americans are the 3 biggest stacks. Santosh Sivana in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Antonius and O'Dwyer also on the short side. More action from Barcelona in 20 minutes time.
Back to the feature table. Action's on Steven Silverman. Queens under the gun.
Silverman was on the American Poker reality show 2 months, 2 million. It was the highest rated poker reality show in its time slot starring Steve Silverman.
He's raised to 15,000. Dan Smith has Queen Jack suited.
Dan's in rough shape, but he's got the exact kind of hand you can sometimes crack bigger hands with.
He calls. Negranu's out. Azar, Bakar, and Siva. Ravensbeck will fold the big blind, so we're heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack, Jack 5, trips for Smith.
Hi-ya! Steve's almost always going to bet this because he's almost always going to have the best hand.
He does continue for 27,000.
I don't think he's folding.
Nope. He calls.
Dan opts to just calls. There are plenty of hands he could peel a turn with that aren't nearly as strong.
6 of spades on the turn. Smith with a virtual lock on the hand, 98% equity.
None of these cards are really saving Silverman.
Bets again, 65,000.
Now, does Dan raise or just call and go for all his value on the river?
He calls.
River it is.
230,000 in the middle. Silverman with not much more than that behind. The case jack on the river. Quads for Dan Smith.
This is just a horrific card for Silverman. He's now got a full house, and in his mind, he's only losing the aces or kings, which probably would have gotten him 3-bet pre-flop.
Silverman shoves.
Oy.
Call.
Dan Smith calls.
Quick check of the quads.
Put in.
No kidding.
That is just brutal.
Steven Silverman eliminated.
Good luck, guys. Appreciate that.
He would need a luck recharge after a hand like that. See this right here? This is a great exit. Just fly down that ramp. Don't make a big production out of it.
Dan Smith now sitting on 958,000. He is second in chips. Timothy Adams has taken the vacant seat at our feature table. He folds. Eric Seidel opens from under the gun +1 with ace-queen to 16,000. Dan Smith has kings.
Almost always going to see a 3-bet with kings.
Not this time. He just calls.
Interesting. Dan's not wanting to look too strong, so he just calls. Calling reps a much wider range, and there's always a chance someone gets cute behind you.
Heads up to the flop. Quack, quack, quack.
Eric will probably continue with what he presumes will be the best hand a big percentage of the time. Dan, of course, flops a full house.
Seidel does continue for 18,000.
Let's see if Dan continues to play this deceptively by just calling. I think raising here would be a real mistake.
He does call.
Don't want to chase away that action.
The turn is a queen. Seidel now has a full house.
Really terrible card for Eric. He's now going to have the best hand almost all of the time.
Fires again, 25,000.
We know Eric is more likely to call raise here than I am to call an ex-girlfriend after 2 a.m., but does Dan know that?
Dan does raise, makes it 75,000 total.
Dan claims to keep his cool in these spots. What do you people think? Is he giving anything away? Let us know on Twitter, hashtag at EPT Barcelona. Now, don't get me wrong, this raise looks extremely strong, but A, Dan's had quads once already. What are the odds, am I right, people? B, B, and C closing. Always be closing. A? I remember now. Even though that raise looks super strong, there are, in Eric's mind, only 2 hands that are beating him, kings and aces. And what are the odds Dan flatted with those pre-flop?
On this occasion, he did. Seidel now checks the river, having called Smith's raise on the turn.
Would have been really sick if a deuce had hit. Dan obviously has to bet again, but he can't be like me when a girl lets me buy her a drink in a bar, all eager. That's how you scare him off.
234,000 in the pot. He bets 200,000.
This is just a gross spot for Eric, you can tell, because all the liquid just drained from his body. And you can't fault him for thinking about this, and you can't fault him if he eventually calls either. You can, however, throw him a parade if he somehow manages to lay this down. This is your run-of-the-mill / incredibly rare cooler crying call.
He can't get away from it. He calls, and Smith gets maximum value.
Eric Seidel's been getting brutalized by Dan Smith today.
Seidel loses 310,000 there.
Dan, don't say anything. Don't look at him. He is a legend.
I like the way he played that. In all things considered, I think it was really, really good way to play it.
Action will be on JC Alvarado. He folds. Michael Watson, 6-5 suited. Raises, makes it 22K. Eric Seidel has pocket sixes.
Likely to see a call.
Sure enough, Eric does call. Dan Smith on the button has ace-king.
Dan's almost certainly going to 3-bet here, in position with all that action behind him. And don't forget those massive chips.
He re-raises to 63,000. Sam Chartier's just joined the feature table. He folds. Simon Ravensbeck also has ace-king.
Another ace-king out there. This is going to make things pretty crazy.
Ravensbeck 4-bets to 134,000. Watson and Seidel both fold.
Now this is a little less exciting now since these two are destined to chop.
Smith 5-bets.
I'm all in.
Ravensbeck folds all in, and Smith calls.
This guy Ravensbeck must have some rep considering none of these guys ever appear to be afraid to get it in with him. 96% chance of a chop. No reason to hide that gorge face now.
Flop, ooh, has 2 spades on it, and Smith holds the ace of spades.
Backdoor sweat.
And there's a spade on the turn. Oh, come on. That would be too gross, right?
Anyone else holding spades I don't want to know?
Trust me, neither does Ravensbeck.
And the river brings another spade.
Wow. Oof. That was less cool than talking about a guy's bachelor party in front of his wife.
That was grotesque.
Dan, it's okay if you want to laugh.
Ravensbeck gets 4 flush, and a big stack is taken out by the chip leader, who now has close to 2.8 million, a phenomenal number of chips.
Can we please lose another player soon? That average makes me uncomfortable.